Revelation 4 through 22 tells us what comes after, or more specifically, how this age, our present age, wraps up and what comes after. We want to go back first to understand why this age even exists at all. The first question we need to ask is, what is this age called and why did God establish it? Those two questions are where we start, and the answer comes out of Luke chapter 21. Verse 24, Jesus speaking says, concerning Israel, he says, they will fall by the edge of the sword and be led captive into all the nations, and Jerusalem will be trampled underfoot by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Jesus refers to a period of history, and he calls it the times of the Gentiles. Now, the word translated there as signs or times, kairos, can also be translated age. So we could translate it this way. We could say, the age of the Gentiles are fulfilled. It's the same basic word in Greek. So, Jesus just gave us the name of our age. The present age is called the age of the Gentiles. All right? And Gentiles, for anyone who might not know, are all non-Jews. Anyone who's not born physically from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is a Gentile. Jesus says we live in an age now that will be defined as an age in which Gentiles have a greater position in the world than Jews will. We will be dominating over Jews. And more specifically, we will dominate Jews in two ways. I'm not saying we personally, I'm saying Gentiles. Gentiles will have an advantage over Jews in two ways during this period of history, as God has appointed. First, he says, Jews will suffer under persecution at the hands of Gentiles. Jews will be killed, they'll be persecuted, they'll be scattered, enslaved, sent out of their land. This will be the pattern. This is not to say that every living Jew experiences this, of course. We're saying that as a whole, the people group, the nation of Israel, will be under those circumstances, off and on, without relent, during the whole of the age of the Gentiles, at the hands of Gentile nations. That's what Jesus said. They will fall by the edge of the sword. They'll be led captive into all the nations, that is, by the Gentiles, and so on. And the second thing Jesus said was that the city of Jerusalem would be defiled and under Gentile control, trampled, he said, by Gentiles. Trampling would indicate that Gentiles have some authority or control or access to the city in a way that the Jews can't stop. So these are two characteristics of our age. These two things will be true and remain true without changing for the whole of the age of the Gentiles. So if this age, think about this now, if this age that Jesus has named now is marked by these qualities, Jewish persecution, trampling of Jerusalem, etc., then we leave now with several considerations out of that fact. Obviously, our age, which includes the time of the church, had a beginning. And if there was a beginning, then that means there was a moment in history in the past, somewhere in the past, where these two things started to happen. Where before that moment, they weren't true. But after that moment, they became true, and that's what started our present age. And so, we need to identify some point in history when Jewish people started to encounter this kind of systematic persecution at the hands of Gentiles and lost control of their capital city, of Jerusalem. That's where Jesus said this age begins. Now, there is one book of Scripture that gives us the history on that point. And I'm sure for the most part, many of you know this because it's something we're taught very early in our walk through prophecy. One book in the Old Testament. In a sense, it's really a prologue to the book of Revelation. It's literally impossible to understand the book of Revelation if you don't understand this Old Testament book. It's been called the Old Testament book of Revelation and the first part of the book of Revelation. And it's all because it's intended to be a companion. It's the book of Daniel. So the book of Daniel exists to give us the backstory that leads us into the book of Revelation. Now, studying the entire book is very helpful. My wife is currently teaching the women through it. We have a study online if you're interested. But we don't have to do the whole book here. There are a handful of chapters that are key, and we'll do those chapters here as we need to throughout the course of this study. And for our sake tonight, particularly chapters 2 and 7, we'll do 2 tonight. We'll look a little bit at 7 next week and then move out of it into other things. Not next week, sorry, I won't be here next week, but moving out of that into later things, okay? We'll talk about the schedule later. All right, so Jesus gave this age its name. We learn the details of how this age ends in the book of Revelation, but Daniel tells us how it begins. And more than how it begins, he also tells us all that it will contain. And we're going to refer back to what we're going to learn tonight over and over again throughout the course of this study, all the way to the very end. That's how important tonight is. So we're going to move through the first part of this chapter relatively quickly, and we'll focus more on the end. Let's go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 1. And what we're doing is we're taking the church period of time, and we're going to put it into a perspective that looks far back in history at why that age even got started. Daniel chapter 2, verse 1. Now, in the second year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams, and his spirit was troubled, and his sleep left him. Then the king gave orders to call in the magicians, the conjurers, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans to tell the king his dreams. So they came in and stood before the king, and the king said to them, I had a dream, and my spirit is anxious to understand the dream. Then the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic, O king, live forever. Tell the dream to your servants, and we will declare the interpretation. The king replied to the Chaldeans, the command for me is firm. If you do not make known to me the dream and its interpretation, you will be torn limb from limb, and your houses will be made a rubbish heap. But if you declare the dream and its interpretation, you will receive from me gifts and a reward and great honor, and therefore declare to me the dream and its interpretation. They answered a second time and said, let the king tell the dream to his servants, and we will declare the interpretation. The king replied, I know for certain that you are bargaining for time, inasmuch as you have seen that the command from me is firm, that if you do not make the dream known to me, there is only one decree for you have agreed together to speak lying and corrupt words before me until the situation is changed, and therefore tell me the dream, that I may know that you can declare to me its interpretation. The Chaldeans answered the king and said, there is not a man on earth who could declare the matter for the king, inasmuch as no great king or ruler has ever asked anything like this of any magician, conjurer, or Chaldean. Moreover, the thing which the king demands is difficult, and there is no one else who could declare it to the king except God's, whose dwelling place is not with mortal flesh. All right, here's the backstory. And again, we don't need to spend a lot of time on this. I just want you to understand the context. The nation of Babylon invaded the nation of Israel, the southern kingdom of Judah, and captured the city of Jerusalem around 600 BC, give or take. That was the first time in history that the city of Jerusalem had fallen to a foreign invader since King David had established Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. And Babylon eventually went on to attack 3 times in total. Each time they did more damage. Each time they took more of the city captive. What Nebuchadnezzar succeeded in doing, which others had failed to do, it happened because the Lord granted him permission to do it, when he had never done that for anyone before. And that means that his invasion, his destruction of the city was part of a larger plan that God was at work doing through him. But here's the interesting part. He didn't know that. He was unaware that his own political ambition was part of God's doing, that he was essentially a puppet, as all humanity is, in God's hands as he moves nations on earth and creates outcomes according to his will. But he didn't want the king to be ignorant of that, so there comes a point at which the Lord uses a young man named Daniel, who was among the contingent of Jews that were taken captive and removed from Jerusalem and brought back to Babylon. Daniel is used by God to inform the king about why all of this is happening. And the first chapter of Daniel's book records Daniel's flight into Babylon, how he became a servant, a member of the court of the king in Babylon, and how he learned what he did. And then we get to the point where the Lord is going to raise Daniel up, bring him into the court, and give Daniel an opportunity. And that's what you see happening here. There is this dream that God gives Nebuchadnezzar that's so intense that the king has to find an answer for it. And in verse 1, we hear that it's his second full year as king. And as such, he is early in his reign. He has this dream. And at that point, he can't understand it. He goes to all his magicians. He says, as you read, you're going to have to tell me what this dream is before you tell me what the interpretation is, because I don't trust you guys. You've put one over on me before, and this is too important. So they protest, as you see. He says, I know what you're up to. No, I'm not going to relent. You're going to have to tell me both. We go back and forth for a while, and he's right at the point where he tells these men, okay, I'm going to just dispense with all of you because you're obviously a bunch of frauds. And that's what you see in verse 12. He says, because of this, the king became indignant and very furious, gave orders to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. And so the decree went forth that wise men should be slain. And they looked for Daniel and his friends to kill them. Then Daniel replied with discretion and discernment to Arioch, the captain of the king's bodyguard, who had gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. He said to Arioch, the king's commander, for what reason is the decree from the king so urgent? Then Arioch informed Daniel about the matter. So Daniel went in and requested of the king that he would give him time in order that he might declare the interpretation to the king. Then Arioch hurriedly brought Daniel into the king's presence and spoke to him as follows. I have found a man among the exiles. Sorry, went back one too far. My fault, guys. There we go. Then Arioch hurriedly brought Daniel into the king's presence and spoke to him as follows. I have found a man among the exiles from Judah who can make the interpretation known to the king. The king said to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, are you able to make known to me the dream which I have seen and its interpretation? Daniel answered before the king and said, as for the mystery about which the king has inquired, neither wise man, conjurer, magician, nor diviner are able to declare it to the king. However, there is a God in heaven who reveals mysteries, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will take place in the latter days. This was your dream and the visions in your mind while on your bed. As for you, O king, while on your bed, your thoughts turn to what would take place in the future, and he who reveals mysteries has made known to you what will take place. But as for me, this mystery has not been revealed to me for any wisdom residing in me, other than in any other living man, but for the purpose of making the interpretation known to the king, that you may understand the thoughts of your mind. All right, so Daniel gets to the point of understanding that he's going to die because the king's upset at all conjurers, magicians, and the like. And Daniel was a part of that crowd because Nebuchadnezzar had enlisted him into that work. And in some way, Daniel felt led by the Spirit to know that he had an answer. So he raises his hand and says, before you kill me, can I take a shot? And he goes before the king, and the king says, so you think you can do this? This is my paraphrasing. And Daniel says, well, I can't do this. Well, there's a God in heaven who can do this. And this God in heaven is directing me to show you what your dream means. Now, in all that I just read, there's a couple of key details that we read to find. The first of these is that Daniel tells the king, before he starts to give him the interpretation, he gives the king an overview, and he says, what you have seen in your dream concerns events of the future. That is, of the future from 605 BC, from that day that they were talking, roughly 600 BC. And he says it also deals specifically with the latter days, or we could use the phrase we learned earlier, last days. Last days. So this dream, to put it simply, tells the story of our present age, all the way up through the last days of it. So this is the roadmap. This is God giving a preview of coming attractions through Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel of what the age we're currently a part of will look like. He gave it all the way back in this part of history, and it comes in 4 parts. The first part follows, a little bit more reading. Verse 31. You, O king, were looking, and behold, there was a single great statue, and that statue, which was large and of extraordinary splendor, was standing in front of you, and its appearance was awesome. The head of that statue was made of fine gold, its breast and its arms of silver, its belly and its thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron, partly of clay. You continued looking until a stone was cut out without hands, and it struck the statue on its feet of iron and clay and crushed them. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed, all at the same time, and became like chaff from the summer threshing floor, and the wind carried them away, so that not a trace of them was found. But the stone that struck the statue became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. This was the dream. Now we will tell its interpretation before the king. You, O king, are the King of kings, to whom the God of heaven has given the kingdom, the power, the strength, and the glory. And wherever the sons of men dwell, or the beasts of the field, or the birds of the sky, he has given them into your hand and has caused you to rule over them all. You are the head of gold. All right, so first let's note the obvious. We're looking at a statue here. So there's a statue in this dream. The centerpiece is a statue. It has divisions, and these divisions are quite strange. The parts are like different parts of different statues stuck together. And, you know, the drawings that you can find, like the one I found, are simply a best guess at what the dream must have looked like, of course. But we have a pretty good description here. You'll notice the materials in the statue change from gold on top, silver, brass, down to iron and pottery. So they're decreasing in value even as they increase in strength or brittleness. Daniel describes the divisions as he goes from head to toe. He starts at the top and he moves down. And he describes at the very end of all of this what comes to destroy this statue. He says a stone uncut by human hands descends from above like an asteroid, I guess, and strikes the statue at the feet. And as a result of hitting it at the feet, it manages to destroy the whole of it. It turns into chaff, dust, and then is blown away. There's not a trace of it left when it's all said and done. All that remained is the stone, and then that stone grows to become a mountain, he says, and it fills the whole earth. All right, that's the dream. Now, despite its simplicity, no one in the world could imagine what that means. Without an interpretation from God, You could speculate, certainly, and we'd all have a different speculation, but that's not the same thing as truth. And as a result, we'd have no real clear indication of what this statue represented. It could mean almost anything. So the Lord works through Daniel now to explain it. So he gives Nebuchadnezzar a dream that is so inscrutable and yet so powerful that Nebuchadnezzar is lost without help and desperately wants that help. And as such, he's created the perfect environment in which he can raise up Daniel to meet that need. By the way, there's a good week of preaching in that situation, because that's what the Lord does all the time. He raises up needs so that we plug them with whatever he's equipped us to do. So it's designed by God to bring people together and do ministry through that connection. Here's an obvious moment of when that happens. So Daniel has the decoder ring to make sense of the puzzle that God has given to Nebuchadnezzar. So let's turn to the interpretation. And he first gives the meaning of the statue starting at the top in the same order that he describes it. He says the head of gold at the top of the statue represents Nebuchadnezzar as the ruler of Babylon. And he tells the king something very interesting, something that will come to be very interesting and important for us many months from now. So we'll remind you of it when we get there, don't worry. And this is what he says. He says that this king will have the power to conquer the entire earth. Not just what he knows of the earth, but all of it. He says everywhere that a bird flies, everywhere that an animal exists on earth, it is under Nebuchadnezzar's authority. Jeremiah confirms this, by the way. Jeremiah was a contemporary of Daniel, and he wrote some similar things. And in Jeremiah 27, he wrote this, 27:5. I have made the earth, the Lord speaking here, I have made the earth, the men and the beasts, which are on the face of the earth, by my great power and by my outstretched hand, and I will give it to the one who is pleasing in my sight. Now, I have given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, my servant. And I have given him also the wild animals of the field to serve him. All the nations shall serve him, and his son and his grandson, until the time of his own land comes. Then many nations and great kings will make him their servant. So we know that Nebuchadnezzar did not travel to every inch of the globe. But here's what we just learned. Had he done so, he would have conquered every living thing on earth, because God had prepared it for him. God has decreed that it would be so. Isn't that interesting? You don't have to exercise the authority God gives you to have it. And in this case, he had the authority, though he couldn't exercise it to the extent that would have proven it, but it was there. So he is assigned this immense amount of power, one-man government, one-man rule of the whole planet for a period of time. But at the same time, we also heard through Jeremiah, for example, that this rule was not going to last forever. That is to say that God was going to take Nebuchadnezzar's place away at some point, and others were going to make him their servant. And as a result, we come to understand that in this statue, though it starts with a representation of Nebuchadnezzar and Babylon, certainly, and Babylon was a very powerful world leader or a very powerful empire in its day. It stretched virtually from Europe, present-day Greece, all the way into India, northern Africa. It's quite an expanse to cover in that day, and it ruled to that extent. But in biblical terms, he had rule of the whole planet. But then it was going to come to an end. And so we see from Jeremiah that it wasn't a permanent position of authority, and we see from Daniel, coming back now to the text of Daniel, that he wasn't the last empire of the earth either, because there's still a lot of statue left. Daniel says in chapter 2, verse 39, after you, I'm sure Nebuchadnezzar was loving the prophecy until we got to that verse. After you, there will arise another kingdom inferior to you, and then another third kingdom of bronze, which will rule over all the earth. So Daniel tells Nebuchadnezzar, you're the beginning, but you're not the end. There will be another kingdom, and it will replace you, and then a third kingdom will come along and replace the second one. We're in a series or a sequence of ruling here. So before we look at who the second and third are, you need to understand what you just learned about the statue in and of itself. You just learned that the head of gold stood for one kingdom, and now as we move to a new material, we move to a new kingdom. So each material means a new kingdom. And as such, when you move down from top to bottom on this statue, what you're realizing is this is a timeline. The statue itself represents the passage of time. From a certain moment when Nebuchadnezzar became king to some future moment that we haven't defined yet. So it's a creative way of representing the passage of time. And that passage of time is called the age of the Gentiles. You're looking at the start of the age of the Gentiles. How do we know that this is the beginning of the age of the Gentiles? Well, remember what the definition of the age of the Gentiles is. The people of Israel scattered outside their land, persecuted, enslaved, killed, and the nation of Israel's capital city trampled by Gentiles. The very first time those two things were true in history was when Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem. Before that, never had happened. Since that has happened, it's never not been this way. It's never been the case that Israel has fully regained a completely peaceful and exclusive control of their capital city. Never has it been the case that Israel has ceased to be persecuted, enslaved, killed, and so on. There have been certainly good periods of history relative to others. There have been bad periods of history relative, but the pattern has not fundamentally changed. So before that moment, when Solomon was king, Israel was the world superpower. They were the most powerful nation in their area of the world. No one challenged Solomon. And in a period of time from then until 605 BC, we move from that state of affairs to Israel entering in the age of the Gentiles. So now we're here to understand how this age proceeds. Knowing now that it has started and how it started, now we're going to look at more of how it proceeds through time. Daniel says the second kingdom will defeat Babylon and yet be inferior to Babylon. The inferiority of the second kingdom is represented by the fact that silver is of lesser value than gold. And we understand why silver is considered less valuable. It's the way we assign value to precious metal. But what does it say about the second kingdom that it's representing? How is the kingdom less valuable than Babylon, so to speak, and yet still able to conquer Babylon? Well, to understand that question, you have to understand what kingdom replaced Babylon in history. Daniel doesn't give us that. At the time that Daniel wrote this, it was still future even for Daniel. And as we look at possibilities, like what nations might we suggest as options for the next in line? Well, it's not hard to find them, but even if we were to stop before we look, there is a set of rules we can follow that ensure we don't pick the wrong ones. And the rules come out of the age of the Gentiles definition. What are the rules? Well, here are the criteria for whether or not you can be one of the precious metals in the statue. First of all, you got to be a Gentile kingdom. So it's never going to be Israel. Israel's never one of the pieces of the statue for obvious reasons. They're not going to persecute themselves. It's a Gentile persecution period, okay? Secondly, they have to be the dominant power in their day. If you can name a power and I can name a more dominant one, you haven't got the right one. So they've got to be the most dominant power of their day. Thirdly, they have to defeat their predecessor. That's a pretty clear sign. They have to be the one that replaces the one before. And if you're going to fulfill the purpose of the age of the Gentiles, you have to trample Jerusalem, which in my way of saying it is you have to control Jerusalem. You have to invade Jerusalem. And here's a bit of a corollary. If you're going to defeat the predecessor, and the predecessor in this case is Babylon, what land must you also have in order to complete this four-part requirement? What if you're going to have to defeat Babylon, what must you have control of? Babylon. So, in other words, you not only have occupation of Jerusalem, you have to occupy Babylon. Because if you want to conquer the United States, you got to take Washington, D.C., right? That's the idea. So, we look for a nation that was able to take, a Gentile nation that was able to take Jerusalem and Babylon in displacing the nation of Babylon. And there's only one, of course, that meets that definition, and that's the Medo-Persian Empire. So the Medo-Persian Empire came along in 550 BC. And that kingdom was formed out of an alliance of the Medes and the Persians, which is why they call it the Medo-Persian Empire. And that's why in the statue, their part of the statue is represented by the two arms. Now, most people who draw the statue have drawn it with arms crossed, but it's interesting, that's not actually in the text. And the arms could be like this, I guess, but I don't mind that they're crossed. I think that's probably appropriate, but the point is just that it's not in the dream. Nonetheless, those two arms represent the Medes and the Persians working together in one kingdom. All right? This kingdom had the power to challenge Babylon in sheer numbers. They were known for overwhelming armies. They would mass millions of men. And even if Babylon had better armament or was more sophisticated in the way that they conducted battle, there's a certain point at which numbers just win. And that was the way that the Medo-Persians did their work. So they were less majestic in that respect, and yet still able to conquer. And to understand how they were less majestic beyond simply that, you have to also understand how they governed. In the case of the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar, we've already been told, had complete control over the whole planet, even though he didn't exercise it. But that was never given to Cyrus or Darius or any of the other leaders of the Medo-Persian Empire. So there's no indication that that level of authority was passing down. God started the first with it, but he never gave it to anyone after that. And yet those other nations did conquer. So they conquered, but they did it less majestically. They had less authority. And even in the way they ruled their own people, they had less dominance. Nebuchadnezzar was an absolute despot. He could do whatever he wanted. There were no rules. But in the Medo-Persian way of ruling, kings had power, yes, but they were required to obey or to keep prior precedent, to not change prior kings' rulings, kind of like the way courts work today. That was a kind of a check on their power. So that diminished them to some extent. All right? So we find them to be a lesser kingdom, and yet they managed to conquer. So we now have the Medo-Persians. Third, verse 39, Daniel goes on to say a third kingdom will assume power over the world. And you notice how quickly he goes through 2 and 3. There'll be a second. Oh, yeah, there'll be a third. The third is also easy to find because it meets there's only one more kingdom now that could meet the definitions we gave a moment ago. And as you probably know, it's the it's the Hellenistic Empire of Alexander the Great. In 330 BC, he rolled from the west into the east like lightning, and he overtook the kingdom that Medo-Persians had. And he's represented by bronze in this statue. And the bronze belly down into the thigh region of the statue. He competed with leaders of city-states to rule. He didn't have the same kind of autocratic rule that the prior two kingdoms had. He worked more with local rulers. His real leverage was his army. So he didn't have pure political power, but he had a military that meant basically he got what he wanted as long as he was alive. Notice in this section of the statue, you go from a single piece of the body to two now. As you reach into the thighs, there's a split taking place here, and that's part of how the kingdom changes too, because after Alexander the Great died unexpectedly very young, he had no heirs, and so they divided up that large region I showed you earlier on the map into four sections, but primarily they divided it east and west. And the generals of his army inherited those four regions. The two generals that were in the west aligned with each other, and the two generals in the east did the same against the other two, and so you ended up with 2 against 2 in their political division, and that's represented by the dividing of the statue into an east and west, so to speak, with the legs. And the concept of the Western world and the Eastern world originated at that point in history, and it has continued ever since. The historical effect today of talking about West versus East, you just take that for granted. That was not the way the world spoke until the Hellenistic division. But ever since then, it's never gone away. And as you look at the statue, in this age, the legs never come back together again. So it's a reflection of how history has played out. There was a division that has never rejoined. All right, Daniel's interpretation raced through those two because, frankly, they don't matter. They only matter because they connect the first to the last. They give you confidence to know that you're interpreting it correctly, but they're not the point. The point of this, as you might imagine, is at the ends. You want to know when the age starts, and you're really interested to know how it ends because you're part of it. And that's where this is going. The last is the most interesting and the most important. the fourth kingdom. Now, next week when we come back into this, we'll look at another chapter of Daniel, but we're only going to look at the fourth kingdom in that chapter because this is the point. The fourth kingdom gets the most treatment in this chapter for good reason. Look at the next section here. I'll just mark here what we learned, that the Greek Empire now represents down to the end of the brass area, the bronze area. And now in chapter 2, verse 40. Then there will be a fourth kingdom as strong as iron. Inasmuch as iron crushes and shatters all things, so like iron that breaks in pieces, it will crush and break all these in pieces. In that you saw the feet and the toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, it will be a divided kingdom. But it will have in it the toughness of iron, inasmuch as you saw the iron mixed with common clay. As the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of pottery, so some of the kingdom will be strong, some will be brittle. And in that you saw the iron mixed with common clay, they will combine with one another in the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, even as iron does not combine with pottery. The final kingdom that we're now studying here, the fourth one, features these interesting materials combining together, the least valuable by far, and this very strange combination of strength and brittleness, strength and lack thereof. And if you notice also, it has a tendency to break apart and then be recombined again, because pottery, if it's made wet, it can be refashioned. So this kingdom replaces the ones that came before it, but it does so in a very unique way. And this is where you have to pay a lot of attention to the details, or you start to miss the change. You start to apply the pattern that you've witnessed in the first three. You just, without thinking, you apply it to the fourth one, but you can't, because he just said the fourth one's different. The fourth one doesn't operate by the same rules that the first three did. It only operates the same in the sense that it's part of the same statute. But it does its own thing. Rather than holding territory together as the previous kingdoms have done, under a single government, a single ruler, a single name, that's changed. That's not the case anymore. He says this one breaks apart and then recombines and then crushes and breaks apart and then comes back together. And sometimes it's strong and some parts aren't. It's a mess. But collectively, these pieces work together to continue the fulfillment of the age of the Gentiles. Collectively, and when I say collectively, I don't mean that they do it necessarily with any organization. I'm not saying that they're any more consciously working on it than Nebuchadnezzar was conscious of his role to rule the whole world. I'm saying that God uses them to accomplish that outcome, though they themselves aren't necessarily privy to it. The effect of this, though, is you have a kingdom whose various pieces combine and decompose over time, yet consistently what they do is they prevent the rise of Israel. Consistently, they hold Israel under the penalties that God has imposed through the age of the Gentiles. It continues to exist until such time as the statue itself no longer is in existence. And what kind of earthly kingdom would fit this unique set of details? Where do we begin? Well, we know where the fourth kingdom starts simply because we know where the Hellenistic Empire ended. So history gives us that answer. We know it was the Roman Empire that came along and displaced the Hellenistic Empire in about 168 BC. Rome eventually defeats Judea, present-day Jerusalem, Israel, in 63 BC. So technically, if you're looking at the terms that we've established for the age of the Gentiles, when did Rome finally become the displacing power? In 63 BC. By that point, they had already conquered Babylon, and now they had taken Jerusalem. So in all four cases, these kingdoms had met the same criteria. They had all held the land of Jerusalem. They all held the land of the previous kingdom, which included Babylon, and they were Gentile nations trampling over Israel. Rome did that in 63 BC, and it continued to expand for centuries after that. And then it started to change, and as Rome began to conquer and expand and then weaken and then be infiltrated by other nations seeking to reclaim that land, it began to go through a very dramatic series of transformations over hundreds of years. We talk about the rise and the fall of the Roman Empire, and people cannot accurately date the end of the Roman Empire. If you've wondered why there is no such date, it's because it did not end, not in the traditional sense. It added territory by assimilating cultures and lands. It changed the culture in some cases. It was iron in the sense that the Romans were completely intolerant of any kind of resistance or any insurrection, any kind of fight against their power. They were ruthless in that regard. You know, the story of Masada. You got, 100 and something people sitting on the top of a rock. Who cares, right? No, the Romans, they cared. They built a ramp the size of a 25-story building to get up there just because they wanted to make sure no one could tell them that they couldn't do it, that no one was going to stand in their way. That's who Romans were. All right. So as that empire expanded and then began to change, what took its place? Where are we now in the fourth kingdom, so to speak? Well, exactly what Daniel said happened. Exactly. It started to fracture. It started to break into pieces. And you get to something over a period of centuries called the Holy Roman Empire, which is the basis of modern Europe. And yes, the name Rome went away, Romans went away. Rome became just a city within a single nation at a point in time. But that's where you need to divorce yourself from terminology and look at what Daniel actually said. Daniel said that you should expect this entity to be like different pieces matched together that really don't match. And because of that, they keep breaking up. They have a European Union, and then they have a Brexit. And then they have the, Ottoman Empire, and then they get rid of that. And then they have the, some Germanic Empire, and then some Austrian Empire, and then Nazism comes along, and then that goes away. And then it's the exact thing that Daniel said would happen in Europe. And the same thing's been happening, by the way, in the Middle East and parts of Africa. There is no stability to the national borders of these places. There is, you have the Bosnian conflict. You had the Balkan Wars at times. You've had, the Cold War. You've had nations become part of the Eastern Bloc and then fall out of the Eastern Bloc. I mean, you couldn't have written it better than in the few verses that Daniel provided for us in chapter 2. It's exactly what has been happening. What is the collective effect, though, of all of that happening? You still have Israel outside the land. Britain was over it for a while. The Ottomans were over it for a while. Others have come and gone. And Israel has now recently been able to establish a presence there again, which we'll come back to later in this study. But my point is that the effect of all of that is to continually provide for the age of the Gentiles and what it requires. It just doesn't come under the banner of one national name. But Daniel told you not to look for that. He told you to look for something different. So what we have now is, and by the way, the Holy Roman Empire, people don't realize this, the Holy Roman Empire didn't cease to exist until the 19th century, until something else came along. I mean, that just shows you how effective that institution has been at holding itself together in one form or another. So here we have a problem now. We have this statue with the fourth kingdom, but we got to call it something. What are you going to call it? People sometimes call it the Roman Empire. The problem with that is that's just where it began. That's not where it is. Some have tried to find some other entity like the Catholic Church or something else to pin it on. Here again, what they're looking for is what they can't have. They're looking for a single entity that they can sum up the kingdom with, but Daniel has told us you can't do that. It's at the very end going to be a divided kingdom of 10. And even now it's not one, it's two. It's two legs. There's no such thing as one name here. So we have to come up with something that's a little more general. And the name I would propose to you, the one I like to use, is this is a period of history in which imperialistic democratic alliances. You don't like it? Come up with a better one. I'll take it. But it's a period in which you have imperialism is when one nation goes out and establishes another vassal, another part of the world as its own possession, but then leaves the culture intact, leaves the people there, just rules them from a distance. That's imperialism. And it's democratic in that you see these nations coming together and leaving and coming together and leaving. Why? Because the people keep changing their minds on what they want to do. Or they keep shifting their alliances one to another. You get that kind of breaking apart and recombining because you do not have absolute power, because you do not have monarchs who can make decisions without challenge. Because it's imperialistic and democratic, it keeps changing. But behind the scenes, you have an all-knowing, all-powerful God sovereignly deciding that this entity will serve his purpose in retaining or continuing the age of the Gentiles. That's how you have to understand this. All right. Now, let's understand how this age comes to an end. Daniel says in verse 44, "In the days of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed, and that kingdom will not be left for another people. It will crush and put to an end all these kingdoms, but it will itself endure forever. Inasmuch as you saw that a stone was cut out of a mountain without hands, and that it crushed the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God has made known to the king what will take place in the future. So this dream is true, and its interpretation is trustworthy. All right, here's the final piece from Daniel tonight. He says that ending scene that the king saw, that scene in which the rock comes out of the heavens and crushes the statue at the feet, he said that's actually representative of a new kingdom coming, another kingdom. Notice he says this kingdom is set up by God, not by man. Notice also he says this kingdom will not be left for another people to take over. This kingdom will endure forever. And then finally, you notice he also says that this kingdom will crush and put to an end all these kingdoms. Now that's kind of interesting when you think about it, because of all of those kingdoms we've studied so far, how many of them will be around at the point when this must happen? How many are still around now? How many are around at any given time? At any given time, there was only one of them. That's the nature of a timeline. It's moving in time. So pick a point on the timeline. You're only going to be pointing at one, wherever you are. So he says this rock will destroy all of them. How can you interpret that? How do we understand that then? It must mean that he's saying it will put an end to the age of the Gentiles. The statue in its totality doesn't represent one kingdom. It represents this whole age of kingdoms. And so to say that this coming kingdom will destroy the whole statue is a way of saying it puts an end to the age. It doesn't just stick on the bottom of it and become yet another piece of it. It puts an end to it. So that's the phrase that clues us in to know this event, this rock, whatever it is the event that actually ends the age and allows the next age to begin. All right, so this is what we're learning, how our age ends. And it ends here because he says, you have this rock coming down from heaven. Now, we know this stone cannot be another Gentile nation. How do I know that? Well, we just said it ends the age of the Gentiles. It ends the age that is defined as a period of Gentiles having prominence. So if the time in which Gentiles have prominence is going to end, what is a non-Gentile? There's only one answer to that. It's a Jew. So this has to be a Jewish kingdom. If it were any other Gentile empire, under any other terms, any other conditions, then you would still be in the age of Gentiles. So if he says this one puts an end to the statue, he's saying this one puts an end to the age. If he's putting an end to the age of the Gentiles, he's putting an end to Gentiles ruling over Israel. He must be setting up a Jewish kingdom. And that means he's also putting an end to things like the trampling over of the city and the persecution of Gentiles and the enslavement of Gentiles. And that means he's putting an end to their being scattered outside the land. Those are all features of the age of the Gentiles. If they're all coming to an end, their opposites are all coming true. And this kingdom, he says, will be set up by God himself. Daniel says it's represented by an uncut stone. Now, uncut means not worked by human hands, not fashioned by a stone cutter. Where in the Bible do you hear that being mentioned? Why is that important? You might be thinking of something in the law. In Deuteronomy, when God tells the nation of Israel how to build their stone altars, he makes it very clear that those altars cannot use stones that have been worked by human hands. They must be uncut, natural. Now, the reason for that, out of Deuteronomy, let me read it for you. He says in Deuteronomy 27:5, you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not wield an iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God of uncut stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings to the Lord your God. Here's why he's using uncut stone. What's an altar? What's it for? Place of sacrifice. It's the place you take an animal and you sacrifice it, all right? As an aside, this is why churches do not have altars, and nor should we ever refer to anything that's in our churches as an altar, because what you're saying is that's a place of sacrifice. And Jesus has made the once and forever sacrifice for us. There is no more need for sacrifice. So we don't want an altar because we don't need it, right? If you have a flat thing on your stage, what do you call it? The table. Don't call it an altar. Sorry, pet peeve of mine. So what is an altar? It's a place of sacrifice. So God is talking about a place of sacrifice. What are sacrifices for? Why does God institute them? What is their purpose? They are a means of atoning. Blood is the atonement, right? So one life given to cover the sin or the debt of another. And so a sacrifice is for atonement. So when God told the nation of Israel, you're going to practice ritual atonement. You're going to practice ritual sacrifice, and it's going to teach you about atonement. It's going to teach you about sacrifice and so on. But I don't want you doing it on altars you built for yourself, because that sends the wrong message. It says you participate in your own atonement. It says you contribute to your own salvation. I worked the stone, I added my work to the process of making a sacrifice, and so it communicates bad theology. It says you have a part to play in your own atonement. We don't. We take stones God fashioned, i.e. natural stones, and we just throw them on a pile like you see in that picture, and yeah, it's not flat and it doesn't look pretty to us, but that's the point. As soon as you try to start making what God does pretty, you ruin it. So it's what God alone does that is the point, and so our stones are to be uncut. That's in the way the law required Israel to do what he asked them to do. But in the fact that he's using that term now, what he's suggesting is that this stone is not something prepared by men, not something humans have done. This is something God alone has done. And that uncut stone becomes then something very important. It begins to symbolize something. If you add it all up, for example, you have a Jewish kingdom. You have a Jewish kingdom that rules the whole earth. A Jewish kingdom ruling the whole earth above all Gentile nations. One that comes at the end of this age and starts the next age. And it begins by an uncut stone, or let's call it the rock, that comes from heaven. I mean, is it not obvious what we're talking about, right? So that rock comes, and it hits at what point on the statue? Yeah, why is it important that it's hitting at the feet? The feet represent the end of the age. So in timeline, in terms of the timeline, when does the rock come? At the end of the age. So the rock is Jesus, if you hadn't already figured that out. He is the one who returns. This is his second coming. Daniel is prophesying on the Lord's second coming. What's interesting, of course, is that at that point in history, they didn't know there would be a second coming. He was prophesying, now we know, the second coming of Christ. Because the current age was the age when he was here for the first coming. He's the one who said, we are in the age of the Gentiles. He was alive. He had already come at that point. So if he was alive and he's saying it's the age of the Gentiles, then by definition, his first coming did not put an end to it. It was still happening. So it's his second coming that puts an end to it. And that's what we're waiting for. All right? So as we stand here in history, the coming of that rock is the next milestone in God's prophetic plan. Notice the statue. How much of the statue has already come to pass? Effectively, all of it, but for the toes. But for the toes. So when the toes appear, the rock can appear. But we know that. That is to say, there's no more revelation necessary. All that we need to know has been given. We're just waiting for it to finish. Therefore, we are in the last days. Nothing more that we need to know in order for this to come to pass. Okay? So, let's just sum it up. The rock, not hard. The toes, what does it represent? Not specifically what it represents, but in the sense of the statue overall, what does it represent? Right, the end of the age. And lastly, that mountain that grows out of the coming of the rock. Mountains in Scripture have a certain symbolic meaning. And we've talked about this in the past here. How do you find the symbol's meaning? You go back and you look at how it's used in Scripture. It was given in the actual context here. What was the context? It's a kingdom. He says in that verse, a kingdom will come. God will set up a kingdom. And that's the interpretation of what was the image. The image from earlier in the chapter was you saw a rock, it came and it grew into a mountain that filled the whole earth. Now we have the interpretation. That was a kingdom filling the whole earth.
So
there's your
what we need to do tonight is
mountain is kingdom. Okay, so here's where we are. We know that the church is a part of the last days of an age. The age is now called the age of the Gentiles. We sit at the last days of it, and we're not just in the last days. You know, James and the writer of Hebrews, we're in the last days. We're in the last of the last days. We're in the seventh of the seven. We're at the last 2-minute warning of the 2-minute warning of the last period. It could still go on for a while, but we're at the end. Now, with that, we're going to come back next week, and we're going to look, I keep saying next week. Let me just keep correcting that. I'm not here next week. So let's talk schedule for just a moment. We can do this for the benefit of everyone. We're going to be gone from this room for the next 2 weeks. Not next week, I'm not here next week, and I'm not here the week after that. I'm traveling overseas. Because of that, we don't meet, because we don't have somebody else come up and try to do this for you. You come back. So we will not have the Revelation class here for the next 2 weeks. Mark your calendars for when I come back, okay? So if you ever want to know, you can always go to the website and look at the events section, see when the next teaching is scheduled. That's how you'll know. So mark it on your calendar, come back. And then when we do, we'll be looking at Daniel 7 just briefly, because there's some more detail to the fourth kingdom we need, and then we get into chapter 4 and start moving into the things that happen after these things, okay? Looking at what comes after the church age. All right, let's end there. As always, we'll have a little question at the end. You guys can stick around if you'd like. Let's go to prayer. Thank you, Father, again, for giving us this information. We marvel at the power you have to move nations and people, to put us into this plan, and even just the smallest way, Father, is amazing. We thank you, Father, for that blessing. I ask, Lord, that each person here would be moved by what they learned, moved to serve you better in the days that remain, moved to share the news of the gospel with more that might need to hear it, Father, just to be more open and ready to do what you call, so that when the day comes that you come for us, Father, we're ready for you. And I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, so I am getting the restream set up as we speak. Bear with me just a second. So are you playing video games while you listen to the stream? I don't know why it does this. There we go. I'm just trying to resize the screen that the video is on so it's not so gigantic. Okay, so now I can edit it to make it fit nicely. I wish it were just automatic. That's kind of got it squeezed down to this tiny little size. What game are you into right now? Go ahead and play the volume on this while I get it fixed up.
Who possess an eternal body and experience the resurrection, then that means the Lord's coming has happened. And if it has happened for one, it has happened for all. And if they have their crowns, and that means they have their reward, that means there has been the coming of the Lord, that means they have been resurrected, that means we're all there. You can't have even one believer in the presence of God in a new eternal body with their reward unless we're all there. It's impossible according to the New Testament. So the conclusion fits all the data. 24 elders are present, meaning all the church leadership. And if all the leaders are there, all the under-shepherds are there, then all the sheep will be there. They are seated on thrones, ready to rule. They have their eternal rewards. They have their new bodies. And the whole Holy Spirit is present with them. Look, you don't need more data than that to know that we have moved suddenly at the beginning of chapter 4 into a moment in which the Lord has come and removed the church from its position on earth and brought it into the place he promised he would bring it. So now we should ask, why does he do this? That is, why all this elaborate process? Well, remembering the two terms we learned today in our study, you have the coming of the Lord and you have the day of the Lord. And the day of the Lord, and we can start calling it Jacob's troubles again, is a period of time for who? It's been promised to them, Israel, through Daniel, right? It was given to them for very specific reasons related to them and their old covenant. It is said to lead them into the kingdom. That's why we have to finish it. It's still got 7 years left, but if you notice, none of that applies to us. Meanwhile, it's also a time of great wrath. Paul says in 1 Thessalonians 5:2, for you yourselves know full well that the day of the Lord will come like a thief, remember? And it will bring wrath. No one will escape. But the part I didn't read last time is the next two verses, 4 and 9. He says, but you, brethren, are not in darkness that that day would overtake you. And in 9, he says, God has not destined you for wrath, but for obtaining salvation. Now, we've seen these before. These are often verses that get thrown out when we get into the debate about the timing of the event. But what we're learning is that it's not just about preference. Oh, I hope that's true. It's about necessity, because the time that's waiting, that last 7 years, is for a very specific purpose and an audience, neither of which apply to the church. In fact, Peter said in 2 Peter 3 that that day would overtake the whole earth. The whole earth would be burned with fire. So I ask you, how can a day of destruction that impacts the whole earth not impact the church, as Paul says it won't? He says, we will not be in that darkness. How can it affect the whole earth and yet not affect us? There's only one way. We can't be on the earth. That's the only way that that promise holds true. And in one more passage, and we're just near the end of time here, I told you I was going to fill your cup up tonight. In 2 Thessalonians 2, and this is a long passage, but I'm just going to highlight a couple of points along the way. In speaking to the church in Thessalonica, Paul settles a concern they had. Someone had told them that they had missed the coming of the Lord and that they were now experiencing the tribulation or the day of the Lord. That obviously made them nervous. So Paul wrote back to correct their thinking. And he says, with regard to the coming of our Lord, let me substitute some words here. With respect or with regard to the rapture, or to the resurrection, we could say, don't be worried that you are experiencing the tribulation. You see how the two terms are working together there. Paul goes on to say, let no one deceive you in any way, for tribulation will not come unless, and then he gives some prerequisites. Remember, there are no prerequisites to the coming of the Lord, but there are prerequisites to things like tribulation. And you have to have the man of lawlessness revealed. You have to have the apostasy of the Laodicean church. Paul wrote this in the first century. They were 2,000 years away from that. So he was trying to tell the church, you cannot be in tribulation because there are certain things that haven't happened yet that must happen before we get there. And the reason he connects it to the concept of the coming of the Lord, there must be only one reason why he would put that in the same passage, because those events must also have some connection. That is, there must be a precedence. One must precede the other. That's the only way to make sense of this if Paul's trying to reassure them. If he's trying to reassure them they have not missed the coming of the Lord by telling them that the tribulation has not begun yet, then it must be saying that the tribulation follows the coming of the Lord. It follows it. If you don't see the tribulation coming, you haven't missed the coming of the Lord yet. If the coming of the Lord happens somewhere in the middle of tribulation, you couldn't say this. It could be possible for them to have been in the tribulation and yet not yet have seen the coming of the Lord. But Paul makes it clear they have nothing to worry about, he says, because the tribulation hasn't started. If it hasn't started, you haven't missed the coming of the Lord. One comes first, then the other. And Paul says it has to be that way because there is something restraining the arrival of the lawless one, the one we know as Daniel's 11th horn, or the Antichrist. There's something restraining his appearing because the one behind him, the power behind him, as Paul calls the mystery of lawlessness, that's Paul's term for Satan, The mystery of lawlessness is already at work. He'd certainly love to raise up an Antichrist right now if he could get away with it. Why can't he? Because there's something God's doing to restrain it for the time being. But when that restrainer is taken out of the way, then all hell breaks loose on earth, and I mean that literally. And the lawless one is revealed. So what would restrain the lawless one? Well, he doesn't say specifically here, but the implication, based on the throne room scene in Revelation 4, the implication is the Holy Spirit, as he indwells the body, acts as a governor within the world in such a way that God uses him to restrain. Once that's removed with the church, then the governor's off the engine and it races ahead. Let's finish with a little comparison between these two terms and how they play in opposite directions. It really simplifies everything we've learned. The day of the Lord is for Israel. The 70th seven, right? The coming of the Lord, it's only for the church. The day of the Lord is a day of judgment. The day of the coming of the Lord is a day of reward. The day of the Lord can only be at the final seven of this age. Can't happen sooner, has dependencies, has prerequisites, etc. But the coming of the Lord, always near and possible. The day of the Lord can only happen after the lawless one is revealed. The coming of the Lord must happen before the lawless one is revealed, because we, in our departure, are how he is allowed to be revealed. The day of the Lord brings the age to the end. The coming of the Lord brings the church age to an end. And they both await the removal of the restrainer. That is, the removal of the Spirit is effectively what moves one to the other. Now, I don't mean to suggest that the day of the Lord is triggered by that, because we know that the day of the Lord doesn't start until what event? The covenant that is to be established, Daniel 9 told us. That's it. But there's certainly a connection here. All right. I have one last thing to do, and I know I'm running us into the time of question, but it's worth it because I don't want to come back to this. I want to move to new things next week. Last thing, and it's fun. Here's a puzzle that has long stumped Bible students. How is this passage true? Jesus says, speaking of the coming of the Lord, he says, but of the day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven. Now, that part we understand, right? It's an unknown, ever-present day. It's the next thing he says that confuses us. Nor the Son, but the Father alone. For the coming of the Son of Man will be just like the days of Noah. How is it that not even Jesus knows the time of his own return for the church? Well, it ties back to something we saw in John 14. In John 14, Jesus used some language that was very interesting. He says, I go to prepare a place for you in my Father's house. There are many dwelling places, right? Now, we know he was a carpenter, but I still don't think he's up there hammering nails and putting up, wallboard for us, right? I mean, imagine that. Every time someone gets saved here on earth, Jesus is like, oh, for crying out loud. Another room, right? No. He's not doing that. In fact, it's not even our home, right? We're not there long. We come back down here anyway. So it begs the question, why did he choose to use such an interesting turn of phrase to describe his departure and the time he spends away from us? The reason has to tie to Jewish wedding traditions of ancient times, which explains this phrase. And I'm going to take you through how a Jewish wedding tradition was done in a very simple sense, ancient terms, and then you'll see for yourself the connection. It's a little story. You have a father, a patriarch. He has a home somewhere in Israel, and he also has a son. That son has reached marrying age. And in the way they did things back then, they arranged marriages. So the father is going to find a bride for his son. Parents with young kids, it's a great idea. I did suggest it. And father has a servant. Fathers don't go out do their own searching. They use servants. He's a man of some means. And so he sends a servant out looking for a bride. You may remember the story of Isaac and Rebekah in Genesis 24. Abraham sends his servant back to his ancestral home. He doesn't want to just take some Canaanite. He wants somebody from his family that he trusts. He sends his servant to go find Rebekah for Isaac. Isaac doesn't look for himself. The servant goes. So in this case, the servant goes to the bride's house, finds a bride. There's some negotiation with the bride's family. Hey, you didn't pay extra for the graphics, so there's the bride's family, and the negotiation will involve a price being paid for the bride and a negotiation process and then a betrothal. And if the bride is inclined and the family agrees to a price for that marriage, then a formal agreement is struck. Betrothal in ancient terms is not like an engagement. It's literally a wedding, or I say it differently. It's literally a marriage. It's a legal marriage. It's bound. You've bought her. I mean, there's a contract, basically. You've paid money for something. And by the way, if you're worried about why women are getting bought and it seems demeaning, you've got it completely backwards. Men didn't leave the home. They stayed with the father, and they built onto the father's home. Women left their family to join the other family. Well, you're losing value. Your family is losing something of value. So it required being compensated for that value. In fact, if you didn't have a high enough price for the bride, you were insulting her. You were saying, oh, if you don't go out for a goodwill discount bride. That wasn't exactly a way of affirming you with the family. So they would negotiate a price. The price would be paid. The woman would get symbols of the betrothal, rings in the nose or around the wrists, gifts that suggest that I am now taken, and the woman is taken. And then after that, what do you think happens? She doesn't go. She stays. And the servant goes back and reports to the father, I've got a deal for you. Sonny boy is now officially married. We just call it betrothed, but he's married. He couldn't go marrying someone else at this point. They're married. In fact, if they wanted to end the marriage, they'd have to divorce. Remember, that was the situation for Joseph and Mary. They had never consummated the marriage, but they were married. He was going to go divorce her. So in this case now, what's the wait all about? Well, the father expects the son to provide a home for the bride. That's where Jesus' language in John 14 was coming from. The father expects the son to build a home onto the main house. And that building process takes some time. And so the son is put to work. The father is the one who determines when that room is ready for his new daughter-in-law. Because think about it, guys. If you're getting to your wife for the first time dependent on your finishing a project, just how well do you think you're going to do that project? Right? How quick do you, Dad, I'm done, and Dad's like, no, that's not done. Start over. So they just had to do this for a while. Meanwhile, what's the bride doing? Yeah, she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know when this is going to finish. There's no Twitter, Facebook, etc. She's just miles away without any knowledge of what's going on back at the other house, just always ready for her groom's arrival. And I've read in some places that they would stay dressed in their wedding attire at all times because you didn't know when he might show up for you. And that's something you remember from the parables in Matthew when we hear about the virgins being ready with their wicks and lamps and the groom can appear at any time. He wasn't making up something that was foreign to them. They understood that. That came out of their culture. So this goes on for a while. Finally, there's an addition on the home and the father says, all right, son, you've done well enough. Now you can go. And with that, he takes off. He goes to the bride's house. He appears without any warning. He claims his bride. And it was done in a way where, there wasn't any real time for her to, she couldn't say, oh, you're here. Well, let me do my hair. No, you're out of here. And so she knows she's going to see her husband for the first time under those circumstances. So she's ever ready, spotless and clean, ready for her husband. When he gets her, where do you think they go? They go back to the father's house. And that's when the formal wedding takes place. And after the formal wedding, they're now a couple for real, if you will. They now enter the marriage tent, and they're left in there for 7 days. They don't get out. They pass food in and bedpans out, I guess. I like to say, you thought your honeymoon was bad. And they got 7 days to get to know each other. And if you're wondering what happens in the tent, I'll just leave it at this. So they have 7 days there. Now, you might be thinking about this point, well, the bride's family, they kind of got shafted here because they don't have anything to celebrate. They just saw their daughter run off, right? What about a party for them? Well, they're going to give them one. After the 7 days of tent time, they go back to the bride's house and they have a second celebration with the bride's family at her home. And the bride's family has been given a 7-day notice to get ready for the party, which they wouldn't have had otherwise, right? That's how that works for them. So now you could tell me why Jesus said, if I go to my Father's house to prepare a place for you. And if I go, you will know I will come back so that I receive you to where I am, you will be also. And you can map that whole process out now, knowing that what he was doing for the disciples was giving them better insight into what the coming of the Lord was going to be like by using the wedding tradition as a metaphor. And we know elsewhere in the scriptures, he's called the groom. We're called the bride. We're told to be spotless and clean, ready for our groom, always waiting. The pictures just build an understanding of what he's doing. And when he says, I don't even know the hour and the day of my coming, I don't think that he means it less than literally. I don't know that he knows. But in the sense that the Father is going to determine when the fullness of the Gentiles has come in, when the bride is ready. And that is something, according to Scripture, that it is the sovereignty of the Father to give to Jesus all that are his, according to John chapter 6. All that the Father gives me, I receive all and lose none. The Father is the one giving to the Son who will be his, and the Son's just waiting for the Father to say, I've given you all I'm going to give you. And then in that moment, there's an instantaneous return. We're just supposed to be always ready for that. Okay? So at the end of the church age, we reach the moment in which the king returns, but not to set up the kingdom for us, but to claim the citizens of that kingdom from among the church. And when we think about the future and we think about what we learn in this book, don't get ahead of the plan. As fascinated as we're going to be with what comes next, and we need to learn it, this is what we're supposed to be waiting on. This is what we're supposed to be thinking about. Everything comes back to being ready for the return of Christ, all right?
Hello. That one was a short one. We'll continue on to 22. How's everybody doing tonight? And here we go.
All right, well, as we usually do, let's rejoin our study with a short review and looking at the big picture. This is a slide we'll continue to build on. This is sort of our going away slide from the first part of the study and moves us now into a new part. And with regard to the outline of the book of Revelation, we're moving into part 3, the things that come after the church age. You remember we've been studying how the church age, that bubble in the picture, fits into a larger timeline of Daniel and what Daniel taught us about the age of the Gentiles. And last time we were here, we kind of focused on the end of that for the first time. We started looking at that little section at the end that's called the 70th, or the last 7 of Daniel's 77s, also known as the Day of the Lord, or as we've come to know it, tribulation. 7-year period that still remains to finish out this age. It's a period designated for Israel's troubles, or Jacob's troubles, as Jeremiah said, and it's a response to their failure to keep the old covenant, something we'll talk more about tonight. And as such, its primary purpose is to bring Israel back into obedience to the covenant and into holiness with their God who will save them at the end of it. Now, you can clearly see how the Lord works to use the Old Covenant and the experiences of Israel during the time of the age of the Gentiles. You can see how God is using all of that for the benefit of his people in one little interesting place in the Old Testament. This is a bit of a sidebar just to kind of finish off what we've done and move us forward. It comes out of Leviticus chapter 25 and 26. Let me show you something about Leviticus you may have missed. In chapter 25, and I'm summarizing these chapters very briefly, Israel is told first that they must observe a land Sabbath. That's the once every 7-year period in which the land is to rest. And then later in that chapter, they're also told that if somebody should be dispossessed of their land, they sell it, they have to give it up because of poverty, etc., then after 49 years, those who have been dispossessed of their land in Israel must receive it back from whoever has it at that time. Do you know, by the way, in the nation of Israel today, even though they're not, generally speaking, a religious nation from the standpoint of their governing, they're not governed from a religious point of view necessarily, nevertheless, you cannot own land in Israel. All land is owned by the government, and after 99 years, it reverts back to the government. I think it's probably built on this pattern. Anyway, that's what you find in Leviticus 25. Interestingly, if you look at Leviticus 26, which we will do quite a bit tonight, you find in Leviticus 26 two things. First, the penalty that Israel will have to pay if they violate the requirement for the land Sabbath. Now remember, they did violate it for quite some time. And the penalty specified in Leviticus 26, long before it happened, is that they would have to be outside the land for 70 years. That's a tenfold penalty. Tenfold penalty on the seventh year requirement. And Leviticus 26 also says, if they do not keep the terms of the old covenant as a nation, that they would be dispossessed of the land of Israel for 490 years, then they could have the land again. Again, a tenfold penalty on the requirement that's given in Leviticus 25. So in Leviticus 25 and 26, you see this expectation that God is going to merit out these penalties because he's already lining them out. And so they spent, as you remember from this slide, they spent 10 years or 10 sevens, 70 years in Babylon. That was the fulfillment of Leviticus 26 with regard to the land Sabbath. Then that was followed immediately by 490 years, which is what's required because of the failure to keep the old covenant, not counting, of course, the pause that took place and is still going on. So Israel's failure to keep the old covenant means that they will be oppressed in their land and outside their land for many years. I'm going to have to zip back through this slide for a second. And Daniel 9 gave us the timeline for all of these events. And now I can move forward. And in Leviticus 26, you get this great summary, and this will be the launch point for tonight. In Leviticus 26, notice it says, the land will be abandoned by them and will make up for its Sabbaths while it is made desolate without them. There's your 10 sevens. Meanwhile, that is to say, in addition, they will be making amends for their iniquity because they rejected my ordinances and their soul abhorred my statutes. There's your 490. Okay? So, the age of the Gentiles and the final seven, which is our main focus for the remainder of this study for quite some time, for the main part of the study, that 7-year period we call tribulation, that entire event is all a part of how God is dealing with Israel for their failures under the old covenant. Another way to say it is, why does tribulation happen? Answer, because of the old covenant. The Mosaic covenant is the instrument of God that requires, among other things, the 7 years that we still wait for. All right? And if you put that perspective on the table for a moment, then you have a much clearer understanding for why I say that the church, for example, is not a part of this period of history. We are not parties to the old covenant. And as such, we're not bound by it. And nor are we subject to it, to its penalties or any other part of it. And so as it comes upon the earth, it does not come upon us. Why? Because it's not for us. And God is not capricious. Things don't just happen because they happen. He has a reason and a purpose, an audience, and an outcome. And he works accordingly. So let's put this perspective in another view. That's the finishing of what I just said. Let's put this in another point of view. Here's your outline of chapters 1 through 22 of Revelation again. Things John saw, things that are, and now the things we're going to focus on, the things that happen after the church age, or as we now know it to be, the time of tribulation. Now, chapters 1 through 3 covered the church period, that is, the things he saw and the things that are, but that we found was part of a larger period of history called the age of the Gentiles, right? Chapters 4 and 5, which is where we're parked right now, explains how you leave the times that are and move into the times that will follow. And we began that last week looking at chapter 4, John seeing the throne room, and from all that we studied last week, we concluded that the promised removal of the church from earth had taken place as we got into chapter 4 because of all the evidence that was provided to us in that chapter. The church in heaven, having received new bodies at the resurrection, having received their crowns, which cannot happen except at the resurrection. And as we studied last week, there is no time for one person to be resurrected or to receive their rewards. The Bible says all of us receive it at the same time. So all the church was in heaven at the coming of the Lord, as promised in John 14. We also noticed how that was a very different moment than the one that's promised concerning Christ's second coming. So the one that we saw last week was the church in heaven, not Jesus on earth. That's the moment of the resurrection, John 14. What we see at the end of the book of Revelation in chapter 19 is the coming return of Christ, and guess who's with him when he comes back? We are. Clearly, we had to leave first before we could come back. So we return with him in chapter 19. So we've come to calling that first moment, the green arrow, the rapture. You can call it whatever you want, but what the Bible calls it is the resurrection. the coming of the Lord for the church. And it comes before tribulation because, as Paul said, it is a time of wrath. Tribulation is a time of wrath that comes upon the whole earth, and yet he also says the church will not experience it. If it comes on the whole earth, and yet we don't experience it, we got to be off the earth. And chapter 4 is given to us in the book of Revelation, among the other chapters we studied last week, to make clear to the reader, you've moved on. You're no longer in the times that are. You're in the things that follow. The church is no longer. It's been moved into the heavenly realm because of the coming of the Lord. Now new things are about to start. And yet, here again, the age of the Gentiles continues on. It is not ended yet. If you were to jump to the end of chapter 19 and you look at the description of Jesus' physical return, that's the moment we know that from Daniel marks the end of the age. So if you look at the chapters that we're studying in the book of Revelation, here's what you find. Chapters 6 through 18 are effectively the chapters that talk about the 7-year tribulation. Because I've already established 19 is where you see us coming back with Jesus. That sets the end of the age right there. The rock from heaven that destroys the statue, etc. And we've looked at chapter 4. We'll look at 5 tonight. Those are the chapters that deal with the transition out of the age of the church and into the time of tribulation. They don't actually talk about anything going on in tribulation as such. So that doesn't start till chapter 6. So 6 through 18 is the part of the book of Revelation devoted to the 70th 7 of Daniel. That's a lot of chapters about 7 years. That shows you the importance of that period of history. Okay? We're going to dive into that. But let's first do two things. Let's take a brief look at the end of chapter 4 because there was a couple things I wanted to mention that we didn't do last week, and then we'll go to chapter 5. All right, so let's go to chapter 4, verse 5. I'm not doing the whole of what's left. We're just going to do a little passage out of 4 that I wanted to take a brief look at. Verse 5, it says, "Out from the throne came flashes of lightning and sounds and peals of thunder, and there were 7 lamps of fire burning before the throne, which are the 7 spirits of God. And before the throne there was something like a sea of glass, like crystal, and in the center and around the throne 4 living creatures, full of eyes in front and behind. The first creature was like a lion, the second creature like a calf, the third creature had a face like that of a man, and the fourth creature was like a flying eagle. And the 4 living creatures, each of them having 6 wings, are full of eyes around and within, and day and night they do not cease to say, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God, the Almighty, who was and who is to come." Now I read those last week, but we didn't really look at them. So for the purpose of tonight, let's just focus on one interesting connection between this moment and something you find in the book of Ezekiel. The 4 creatures that are around the throne here are cherubim. Cherubim are the highest order of angelic beings. There's 3 orders: cherubim, seraphim, and then just regular old angels. And cherubim have as their primary purpose, if not their only purpose, guarding the glory of God. Every time we see them in the Bible, that's what they're doing, protecting or guarding the glory of God. The last time we saw them before this moment, the last time you see them in the Bible before this is Ezekiel 10. And in Ezekiel 10, that's where the cherubim, in my teaching on that chapter, I refer to them as Apache helicopter cherubim because they basically come in on a rescue mission, land in the temple court, and escort the glory of God out in a rescue mission right before the Babylonian army shows up to attack the temple. And this is God's way of moving his glory out of the way before Nebuchadnezzar comes in to destroy the temple as appointed. So think about this. The moment the glory of God left his temple, never to have returned since, was as the age of the Gentiles began. So the glory of God does not dwell with his people Israel from the time of the beginning of the age of the Gentiles until it returns at Christ's second coming and occupies the new temple of the kingdom, the end of the age of the Gentiles. And never in the meantime between them, apart from Jesus himself appearing in his own day, but in the sense of how it's traditionally been viewed, the Shekinah glory of God, that has not returned to the temple. So Ezekiel 10 takes place at the beginning of the age of the Gentiles, right before Nebuchadnezzar's attack. And chapter 4 of Revelation now sets us up for the beginning of the last 7 years before those cherubim return, as it were, and escort the glory of God back into the temple. And so in a way, you could say that chapter 10 of Ezekiel foreshadowed the beginning of the age of the Gentiles by taking the glory of God away. And this chapter is foreshadowing the return of the glory of God as you see those same characters preparing around the throne, declaring what? the one who was and is to come, meaning to come back to dwell among men. So this chapter, in effect, is a preamble to the rest of Revelation, which itself tells us how the glory of God gets to come back. But not before he has to do some things on the earth in preparation. And that's where we go next. Next is chapter 5. Chapter 5 completes this transition by talking now about where we're going. As much as chapter 4 kind of looked at the end of the church and its arrival, now chapter 5 looks at the beginning of what comes next. That is the beginning of tribulation. Chapter 5, verse 1. I saw in the right hand of him who sat on the throne a book, written inside and on the back, sealed up with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the book and to break its seals?" No one in heaven, or on the earth, or under the earth, was able to open the book or look into it. Then I began to weep greatly because no one was found worthy to open the book or to look into it. And one of the elders said to me, "Stop weeping. Behold, the Lion that is from the tribe of Judah, the root of David, has overcome so as to open the book and its 7 seals." And I saw between the throne and the 4 living creatures and the elders a lamb, standing as if slain, having 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God, sent out into all the earth. And he came and took the book out of the right hand of him who sat on the throne. When he had taken the book, the 4 living creatures and the 24 elders fell down before the Lamb, each one holding a harp and golden bowls full of incense, which are the prayers of the saints. And they sang a new song, saying, "Worthy are you to take the book and to break its seals, for you were slain and purchased for God with your blood, and purchased for God with your blood men from every tribe and tongue and people and nation. You have made them to be a kingdom and priests to our God, and they will reign upon the earth." Then I looked, and I heard the voice of many angels around the throne, and the living creatures and the elders, and the number of them was myriads of myriads and thousands of thousands, saying with a loud voice, "Worthy is the Lamb that was slain to receive power and riches and wisdom and might and honor and glory and blessing. And every created thing which is in heaven and on the earth and under the earth and on the sea, and all things in them," I heard saying, "To him who sits on the throne and to the Lamb be blessing and honor and glory and dominion forever and ever." And the 4 living creatures kept saying, "Amen." And the elders fell down and worshiped. All right, I read it all as one because I think it helps set the scene in your mind a little bit. And obviously chapter 5 is a continuation of what we studied in chapter 4. So you still have John in the throne room of God. I'm going to back up to show you some of the verses we read so you can see them. The Father is still on the throne. You have the elders. You have the 4 living creatures. By the way, if you go back and you compare the description of the 4 living creatures here compared to Ezekiel, they all have 4 faces. They all have the same 4 faces. That is, one is a man, one is an eagle, one is an ox, etc. And so John only reports one of those 4 for each of the ones he saw, which tells you that he only saw one side of each of them. If he had walked around, he could have seen the other 3. Anyway, we see those, we see the elders, we see God, and then we wonder about the Spirit. You notice it's not mentioned at this point. The Spirit of God is not mentioned. We'll come back to him in a minute. And then you see a new character, the Lamb. And if there was any doubt as to his identity, he's also called the Lion of Judah and the root of David. So obviously this is Jesus. And although Jesus was always there, only now does John mention seeing him. And so obviously the focus now shifts. You have all 3 members of the persons of the Godhead having been mentioned in these 2 chapters, yet from this point forward in the book of Revelation, not just in this chapter, but through the rest of the book, it's all about Jesus. He becomes the focus. And the chapter opens, as you saw, with the Father on the throne holding a book. The Greek word here for book is biblion, and a biblion in John's day is not the kind of book we have. It's not a bound book like this. When you hear the word biblion from that time of history, you're thinking scroll. It is a rolled up parchment that has been written on. And typically, important scrolls, ones that were legal documents, for example, would be sealed on the edge, rolled up and then sealed along its edge so that it could not be opened, and it would be sealed shut, usually with a wax seal. And in this case, it's affixed with 7 of those wax seals. Now here again, the number 7 means 100%. So what that would tell us is this is a complete sealing of the scroll. That is, no one has opened it, no one knows its contents. That would be the implication of 7 seals. Okay? So what is this scroll? Well, the only clue you get as to what it's about is in the description that John gives us concerning the scroll. He says it has writing on both sides. And in that day, scrolls were usually only written on the inside, not the outside. So think of it unrolled. You write on it, you roll it up. The outside has no writing on it. If you've ever seen a Torah scroll, there's no writing on the outside of a Torah scroll. You have to move it to find the next part you want to read on the inside, okay? But there were certain legal documents that would be written on the outside as well as on the inside, and particularly land deeds. A document that assigned the land to someone else, that sold or appropriated the land. So when land was awarded in Israel from one person to another, a deed would be drawn up that would describe the land, its dimensions, the terms of the sale or the use of the land. All of that's written on the inside of that scroll. And then the scroll is sealed, and any transfer of property within Israel, as I mentioned already, is temporary at best. 49 years is the most you can own land. In fact, the price of the land would be discounted based on the length of time before the next Jubilee year. So if you bought the land on the 48th year, you didn't pay very much for it because you were only going to keep it 2 years, and so on. Now, the law required then that after those 49 years, the land would revert back to its original owner, no matter what the deed said. But in the meantime, that land deed transferred the land, the ownership of that land, for a time to whoever held the deed. Now, the deed would be sealed so that no one could tamper with it, so that you couldn't go back in later and maybe add a 1 in front of another letter, so to speak, as we would do, to enlarge the property or make the length of time be longer, or if you were the one getting the money, to make the price higher. So in order to make sure no one was tampering with it, they sealed it up. But then the question becomes, what does it say? How do you verify what its contents are if you can't open it? So in order to help someone who might have to inspect the property or to know the terms of the deed, they would write a summary of those terms on the outside of the deed. And if there was ever a doubt raised concerning the authenticity or the accuracy of that summary, then they could take the deed to a magistrate who was authorized, who was a judge and had the authority to make a determination on the matter, and the judge, and only the judge, could break the seals, and in opening the deed, could see the inside and know whether the outside and the inside were, in fact, the same. But once the seals on that deed were broken, the deed is no longer in effect. Now, a new deed would have to be struck in place of the old one, because once the seals are broken, you've lost the sanctity of that agreement as it's intended, right?
And that was 22. I think I'm going to be going to 24 tonight, so I have a couple more to go. But actually, if people stick around, I will too. So, let's see. Oh, there I go, forgetting again. 22. Okay, so I'm going to 23. How's everybody doing tonight? Thanks for chatting with me, Heidi. Sorry, I haven't read the last few messages you've sent because I'm sitting here editing a video to get out tomorrow as well. So I will catch up.
All right, so to say that a scroll contains writing on both the inside and the outside is not just a simple detail John thought he would throw in for the sake of it. He was telling us what kind of deed it was. He was saying this is a land deed, which then leads us to ask, well, what's the land? What's this deed for? And the obvious answer, given the purpose of tribulation, is Israel's land, the land of Israel. In 605 BC, the Lord set Israel outside their land when Nebuchadnezzar came and began the age of the Gentiles. And it began a period of Gentile oppression. And he gave the land effectively over to Gentiles to trample it to varying degrees for the last 2,600 years. But in the kingdom, when the age of the Gentiles is complete, that land will be Israel's and Israel's only, according to the promises God has given them. So in the meantime, the land of Israel, you could say, has been deeded to Gentiles. But there is a time coming when that land deed is going to end, when the rightful owners see it, when the 490 years is over, and the Jubilee, as it is, comes to effect, and Israel is no longer dispossessed of the land that God gave away for that period of time, that it reverts back to their rightful owner. And that is just as God said would happen when he began this age. In Ezekiel chapter 11, this is at the moment when God is telling Israel their land's about to be given away and that Nebuchadnezzar is about to take it, or the Babylonians anyway. He says in Ezekiel 11:16, "Therefore, thus says the Lord God, though I had removed them far away among the nations, and though I had scattered them among the countries, yet I was a sanctuary for them a little while in the countries where they had gone. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will gather you from the peoples and assemble you out of the countries among which you have been scattered, and I will give you the land of Israel. When they come there, they will remove all its detestable things and all its abominations from it, and I will give them one heart, and I will put a new spirit within them, and I will take the heart of stone out of their flesh and give them a heart of flesh, that they may walk in my statutes and keep my ordinances and do them. Then they will be my people, and I shall be their God." So even as he's telling them what terrible things are about to begin for them, he's also telling them that this is not the end of the story, that there is a good ending. So breaking the seals on a land deed was something reserved for a magistrate or a judge who had authority. In the past, you're thinking a local leader, a local authority, a tribal leader in some cases, someone who had that authority for the area under dispute. But who has authority over the whole of Israel, over all the land promised to the people of God? Well, John hears a strong angel in the throne room asking pretty much that same question in verse 2, and I'll back up again just so you can see it. He says, "Who is worthy to open the book and break its seals?" Or to put it another way, he's saying, who is able to end the age of the Gentiles such that the land of Israel would be returned to its rightful owner? That's effectively what he's saying. And at first he says, no one's found. Notice, no one in heaven, on earth, or under the earth. And that might seem a little hard to believe when you think about it, because you think, well, wait a minute, the Father's sitting right there. He's on the throne. He's in heaven. He's certainly worthy, is he not? Well, you have to understand what that term means. To be worthy in this context does not mean just to be good enough. I mean, certainly God is good enough. It means to be deserved or appropriate. Remember, God the Father gave Israel's land to the Gentiles in the first place. He's party, if you will, to that land deed. The parties to the land deed can't open it. A judge must open it. And therefore, the Father can't break the seals, so to speak, because if the Father broke the seals, that's breaking the agreement. So we need someone who's authorized, in that sense, worthy, to be the judge. And someone has to be the judge to inspect the terms to end the agreement when the time has come to end it. So initially, John is told no one is able to judge this agreement, which God the Father established. And as a result, John is moved to tears. Now you know why he's crying. If you wondered why he got so emotional about this moment, because he understands what a land deed means, and he's got the point that this is the moment we're looking for someone to give Israel back the land that Israel's lost, and there's no one who can do this. It would seem as though Israel has no hope. But there is one who can rightly judge an agreement established by God, so long as he is a qualified mediator. And a mediator would have to be both capable of representing God and capable of representing the earth or man, for those are the two parties to this agreement effectively. And notice in verses 5 and 6, John is told there is one, one of these human elders says to him, there is one in heaven, a lamb, who can open this scroll, and Jesus is described there as the lamb. But notice in verse 6, he's the lamb standing as if slain. And if that sounds a bit oxymoronic to you, it's because it's actually a turn of phrase. It's an idiom of Greek, a figure of speech. It doesn't literally mean standing as if slain. It's a histomai spatsazo, which in Greek just means resurrection. Okay, so this is a resurrected lamb is what standing as if slain means. All right? So John describes Jesus as the resurrected Lamb of God. Why? Because it is in his resurrection that he qualifies himself to be the judge. Notice first he's got 7 horns and 7 eyes. I told you we were going to come back to a conversation about the Holy Spirit just for a moment, and here's where you do that. Some have asked, well, if the Holy Spirit is all present in the heavenly throne room starting in chapter 4, which is part of the evidence that we saw to tell us that the church is now off the earth before the start of tribulation, right? Yet the question then becomes, well, if the Spirit's left the earth, how can any new faith come back to the earth after that? Well, here you see what happens. Jesus has 7 eyes, 7 horns. It's obviously not his normal appearance. It's symbolic. But it's done such, or it's given to him in this moment so that it can represent something which John is told is the Spirit of God. But notice, it's the Spirit of God sent out. Earlier, how was the Spirit of God represented? As present lamps of fire in the throne room, lighting the throne room with the presence of the Holy Spirit, so to speak. Now, how do we know the Holy Spirit is still working, or so to speak, or present? Well, he's not physically present in this moment, but Jesus, in his connection to the Spirit of God, can see and rule. Horns are a picture of ruling. He can see and rule the earth by his Spirit who has been sent out. So this is our indication that the Holy Spirit is no longer in heaven. He conveyed the church into the place, and he's moved back down to the earth at this point. Anyway, back to the main thought. Jesus here, worthy to open the scroll. He's worthy, the elder says, because he has overcome. Now, to overcome means to be victorious over something or someone. Jesus himself tells us what it means that he's overcome something. He says in John, we have to go back forward now, John 16:33, he says, "These things I have spoken to you so that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take courage. I have overcome the world." And to overcome the world is a way of saying to have defeated the ruler of the world, which John himself clarifies for us in 1 John. He says, 1 John 2:14, "I have written to you, fathers, because you know him who has been from the beginning, and I've written to you, young men, because you are strong, and the word of God abides in you, and you have overcome the evil one." So to overcome the world is to overcome the evil one. By our faith in Christ, we join him in that overcoming. He is the overcomer on our behalf. And so Jesus overcoming the devil, and we know how he did this because Hebrews 2:14 says that he took on flesh and blood. He himself likewise also partook of flesh and blood, that through death he might render powerless him who had the power of death, that is the devil, and might free those who through fear of death were subject to slavery all their lives. So Jesus' death and resurrection, the Lamb standing as if slain, overcame the enemy's dominion over the earth. And in so doing, he took away the enemy's only weapon against us, which is death, rendering it null and void. And in that way, he qualified himself. He made himself worthy to judge the world. Acts 10:42 says that God has appointed him as the judge of the living and the dead. So, the Father deeded, as it were, Israel's land to the enemy and to the world that the enemy controls, Gentiles particularly. And now, as we reach this point, the judge of the world, by his death and resurrection, has conquered the enemy and has authority now to reclaim, to retake the land that God has deeded away. And he is a mediator of sorts. He has the authority to inspect the terms and to end them by opening the deed. Now, as he opens it and he inspects the terms, that will require that a new agreement be put in place. And certainly at the start of the kingdom, a new agreement will be put in place, a peace covenant between God and Israel, which establishes them in their land without challenge. So this is the ending of one agreement concerning the land to make way for the new one that will come. All right, so that's kind of giving you a little overview here. So the events that we are following here are the very first moments in which Christ exercises his authority to judge the world. He is the authority now. He has the authority now. He is a judge now, but he is not exercising that authority to its fullest yet. What is he waiting on? Well, specifically, the fullness of the Gentiles to come in, the Father to tell him to claim his bride, and then the opportunity following that to then have the book handed to him. Notice the Father holds on to the book until he gives it to the Son. Then the Son has the authority to open it. All right? But this scroll doesn't have one seal, which would have been more the custom. It has 7. And so opening it is not a moment. Opening it is a process. And as Jesus opens each of the 7 seals on this scroll, what we will find happening is certain events play out. And this sets a pattern for that 6 through 18 I talked about, chapters 6 through 18, the chapters about tribulation. You will find this pattern now in which Jesus does something in heaven, opens a seal, for example, and then John's attention will be directed to the earth where we see the effect of it. It's like remote control. What God does in heaven, of course, controls what happens on earth. And it all starts with the opening of this scroll, which is how chapter 6 begins. Now in verses 8 through 10, you notice the response to Jesus can open the scroll. Well, the response to that is cherubim break out in a new song of praise, accompanied by, you should note, musical instruments and bowls of incense. I mention this only because they're kind of interesting little footnotes, and they can solve a argument, maybe, somewhere in the future. It confirms, first of all, that musical instruments are not of the devil, nor are they contrary to God's wishes in the context of worship. God hears them in the throne room. Secondly, you participate in the worship that is taking place before the throne room of God even now. Because the bowls that they hold symbolically contain the prayers of the saints, we're told, which have risen, as it were, before the throne of God, and as such are lavished on God as part of the praise moment. So your prayers, as you choose to give time to it, are literally, not figuratively, literally content for the worship before the throne room of God. So you're worshiping through prayer before God in a more tangible way than you may have realized. And the song that they sang, confirms a number of things. Christ's authority to take back the world, that the enemy is being, that he's purchasing, as it says, with his blood, many people from many nations from the enemy. Together they have become a kingdom and priests for God. The song alludes to where we're going in all of the events of tribulation and to the coming kingdom. And it reminds us of a couple of important things in passing. Number one, you're already citizens of a kingdom. If you have faith in Christ, you've got your passport. This is a unique kingdom. Normally, we set the boundaries of a kingdom and we establish the place first, and then we try to get people there. Or we try to recruit the people that are already there. Or we just tell them, you're now part of a new kingdom. God does it the other way around. He gets all the people ready first, and only after all the people are ready, then he establishes the place and we all walk in together so that on day one, everyone is there together. If he had done it any other way, then people who were born earlier would have had more time in the kingdom than people who were born later. And that's not God's intention for this age. So we are part of this kingdom already, though we're waiting for it. And then secondly, we're priests. And if you've ever wondered how a believer is a priest, well, a priest is a simple concept. You're an intercessor. You're an intermediary. That's what a priest does. Represents God to man and man's needs back to God. Now, in this age, we don't need a human priest for the believer because we are priests ourselves. But who are we priests for then? The rest of the world. We are the intercessors for the world. We represent God to the world. We are priests to them, and we represent their needs back to God in the way that we might bring them to the knowledge of Christ through teaching or prayer or other means. So we are priests of that sort to the world. That is, if we serve him well, if we take advantage of it. All right, finally, you have that incredible moment of praise at the end. John looks up to see the throne room filled with an uncountable number of angels and all the rest, all worshiping the Lamb. And then notice the praise that comes rings out from everything in heaven, on the earth, and under the earth, and on the sea. By the way, that phrase under the earth is confirmation to us of things you see consistently in the Bible, which is that the location of hell is under our feet in the center of the earth. Not metaphorically, literally. If you drill down deep enough, you'd reach hell. So hell is under the earth, in the center of the earth. That's why scientists tell you it's really hot down there. That's why. And every living thing in this moment, no matter where they exist, even in the sea, are singing, are praising God. That's consistent with what Paul says in Philippians would one day happen. Every knee would bow, every tongue will confess. This is when it happens. Maybe not the only time, but this is the first time we know it by this confession. And it's because Jesus' worthiness to receive praise is about to become self-evident. And you're saved by your faith, not by statements that are self-evident. And once you're saying things that are self-evident, you're not making a profession of faith. What is seen is not faith. So in the next chapter, we get into the breaking of the seals, and with each one you get this convulsive response on the earth. And the end of the age begins to roll ahead. And John's going to witness all that. And it goes from chapter 6 all the way into 18, and then the return of Christ in 19. Now, chapter 6 can be a bit frustrating for students, primarily because it describes a lot of things in a very succinct, very short way, limited detail, and that leaves you with a lot of questions, usually, about the exact nature and the meaning of what's going on. And as we've seen in earlier parts of this study already, the reason that details aren't always available to us in the book of Revelation is because they're already in the Bible. They aren't there because they're earlier. And so you're seeing God show you the moment for something that was already predicted or described elsewhere in Scripture. So if you want to know the details, you got to go back in time. So what we're going to do tonight is a little bit of homework that gets us into chapter 6 starting next week. And tonight we're going to begin with a brief overview of a couple things. That is, who's affected by the events of chapters 6 through 18? Who's the audience? So let's go to Isaiah chapter 2 first. And Isaiah 2 says this, starting in verse 12. He says, "For the Lord of hosts will have a day of reckoning against everyone who is proud and lofty, against everyone who is lifted up, that he may be abased. And it will be against all the cedars of Lebanon that are lofty and lifted up, against all the oaks of Bashan, against all the lofty mountains, against all the hills that are lifted up, against every high tower, against every fortified wall, against all the ships of Tarshish, and against all the beautiful craft." Pausing there for a minute. It is poetic, but it is also literal. In the times that we're going to see described in the chapters coming, hills are made low, buildings are going to fall, islands are going to sink. It's not just that he's saying, oh, strong things are going to fail. He's saying literally lofty mountains and hills are going to be taken down. It's a way of saying how comprehensive this abasing is. Nothing will stand up. No one and nothing will be seen as having any power of its own, much less pride or, any kind of loftiness. Not just in human terms, he's going to make the creation less lofty. This is a God who's going to make it abundantly clear who's God. Verse 17. "The pride of man will be humbled, and the loftiness of men will be abased, and the Lord alone will be exalted in that day. But the idols will completely vanish. Men will go into the caves of the rocks and into the holes of the ground before the terror of the Lord and the splendor of his majesty, and when he arises to make the earth tremble. And in that day men will cast away to the moles and the bats their idols of silver and their idols of gold, which they made for themselves to worship, in order to go into the caverns of the rocks and the clefts of the cliffs before the terror of the Lord and the splendor of his majesty when he arises to make the earth tremble. Stop regarding man, whose breath of life is in his nostrils, for why should he be esteemed?" So there's clearly a time of terror, a time in which the earth goes through some very difficult times, trembling and all the rest, made so because of mankind's pride and arrogance and ungodliness. And notice at the end, verse 22, this is an interesting statement. God says he will stop regarding man. That is to say, stop allowing breath in his nostrils. Another way to put it is that it is a sign of God's forbearance and patience that the prideful, sinful, debased ungodliness of humanity keeps going on, keeps having another day. People think that because God's done nothing, he must not exist or that he must not care. And what people don't understand is he'll do everything in his own timing. And you just wait, right? And at a point he says, stop regarding man, and he will not have breath in his nostrils anymore, for why should he be esteemed? This is the final reckoning for this age of mankind. And so this coming time of terror, first point tonight, this coming time of terror is for the whole earth, because the whole earth deserves it. Frankly, we did, apart from God's grace, right? So there's no one on the earth who can stand and say, well, this is really harsh. I shouldn't have to, experience this, and nor should we ever look at it and say, this isn't a God that loves, because how could he do this? You don't understand things from God's point of view if you think that, because you're kind of narrowing your focus too much, and you're thinking only of how you perceive good and bad, or how you've perceived a very recent period of history in your own life or elsewhere. You haven't seen what God's seen for all history, Imagine what you would feel if right now if I could show you all the sin that's taking place on the earth right now, just in this snapshot moment. All the terrible things that are happening to human beings worldwide right now. Could you even absorb it? Right? Would it even be, you'd be crushed by the thought of it. And God is constantly in that circumstance. I'm not saying he's crushed, but I'm saying that's what he knows for thousands of years. If you had that perspective, you would wonder why he hasn't done it already.
Okay, that was 23. I'm going to 24. How are you guys doing tonight? If anybody would like, you can join my Discord server, or you can also contact me via email. The links are in the channel description or bio. I'm not sure if I call it bio on here or not. Anyway, here we go. God bless.
Okay, so moving on, that's the first point. Now, we said this terror comes on the whole of the earth. Paul made that point. Here you see Isaiah saying why. But we've also said it is stipulated specifically for Israel because of the Old Covenant. So that's where we go next. A passage you'll remember a little about. We read a piece of it before. Jeremiah 30, verse 4 says this, "Now these are the words which the Lord spoke concerning Israel and concerning Judah. For thus says the Lord, I have heard a sound of terror, of dread, and there is no peace. Ask now and see if a male can give birth. Well, why do I see every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in childbirth? And why have all their faces turned pale? Oh, alas, for that day is great. There is none like it. And it is the time of Jacob's distress. But he will be saved from it. It shall come about on that day, declares the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke off their neck, and I will tear off their bonds, and the strangers will no longer make them their slaves, but they shall serve the Lord their God and David their king, whom I will raise up for them." So this is a good short overview of the nature of the tribulation concerning its focus. Its focus is Israel. That is, it's a time for Israel and for Judah, and it's so bad. I love this little passage because it kind of uses this great comparison. He says, it's so bad it's going to cause men to writhe in pain as if they're giving birth. I think ladies appreciate that because it just goes to show men couldn't take it either. Or they couldn't take it, period. You can take it. But the point is, it's a unique day. There is none like it. Ultimately, though, it's a time for Jacob or Israel's troubles, Israel's distress or affliction. God is inflicting on Israel something that is specifically intended for them, though it impacts the whole earth, and the whole earth is deserving of it. And Jeremiah says, though, in verse 7, nonetheless, in the end, the nation, Israel, will be saved out of it. And the saving here is a little different than you might assume. Where Christianese always interferes at this point. We think every time you hear the word save, it means salvation. That's not the way. There are other versions of the word. There's other purposes of the word. Here's one of those other purposes. Yes, there will be Jews saved in the time of tribulation. That's true. But this is speaking about a nation coming out of it, being preserved so that they aren't destroyed by it. So they come out of it. They're saved out of it. All right, now from these two passages, we see this pattern emerging. God, first of all, promising a terrible worldwide calamity. I mean, these are Old Testament passages. So here again, if you were to be tempted to look at the book of Revelation as entirely metaphoric and spiritual and not literal, you would have still these passages to contend with, right? And many others like them that tell us that there is a literal destruction coming. Number two, it affects the whole world, not just Israel. But number three, it is for Israel, that in other words, if Israel didn't exist, this wouldn't happen. And yet Israel themselves as a nation will be saved out of it. Knowing all of this now, in addition to what we saw last week, you have even more reason to understand why Paul says to the church, we are not appointed to experience this wrath. What he means is, there are some who are appointed to experience this wrath. You're just not them. Who are they? Well, it is Jews, and we have to be more specific, unbelieving Jews. Because clearly, a believing Jew in this age, prior to these events, would be part of the church, and as such, they are also not appointed. But how is it that they can escape the penalty appointed to Israel by having become part of the church? Isn't that sort of breaking the rules? Well, there's a reason. We can explain that. Unbelieving Jews are still bound to the law. But by faith in Christ, you are no longer under the law. You're no longer bound to the law. And it is Israel's law that requires these penalties. So to build that out a little more fully for the rest of tonight, let me go to the law for a short time and walk you through a couple of passages that explain why it is that in the law, Israel is bound to receive these penalties. It starts in Deuteronomy 29. I'm not going to have the time tonight to give you as much history as I might like, but you probably have some coming in and we can work it out. In the law, the fifth book of the law, Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy means the second law because it's the second time Israel received it. That is a new generation coming out of 40 years of wandering. Now here's the law again, their earlier generation having heard it and disobeyed it. So God, through Moses, says this: "You stand today, all of you, before the Lord your God, your chiefs, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, even all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and the alien who is within your camps, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, that you may enter into the covenant with the Lord your God and into his oath, which the Lord your God is making with you today, in order that he may establish you today as his people, and that he may be your God, just as he spoke to you and he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, not with you alone am I making this covenant and this oath, but both with those who stand here with us today in the presence of the Lord our God, and with those who are not with us here today." So this is the moment. They're standing on the brink of walking into the promised land after 40 years. They spent those 40 years outside the land because their fathers disobeyed the Lord, testing him 10 times, and then he set them outside the land to die. But now you have a future generation, a new one, ready to enter. But to make sure this generation understands the law, Moses takes time in Deuteronomy to repeat the whole law to this new generation. And at the end, he asks this new generation to agree to it, just as the earlier generation had done so. And if you notice here in verse 10, he says, even as this generation stands here in this moment, they represent a nation, even all the men of Israel. So in effect, the entire nation of Israel was standing before God in that moment. And in verses 14 and 15, he goes further and he says, the terms of this covenant will not only apply to those who are standing here today making an agreement with God, but they will also stand for all future generations. That is, even Jews who were not born yet at that moment were being bound by this covenant as these people agreed to it. And so literally, every single Jew who has ever been born into the nation subsequent to this date has been bound to the old covenant because of this moment. We could say it this way: it's not an individual covenant, it's a national covenant, or you could say a multi-generational covenant, so that every Jew born after this day is bound to keep this covenant. All its terms apply, even if they never personally agreed to it. Much as a new child born in the United States is bound to the laws of this nation, even though they never stood there and signed the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. Right? So in this law now that every living Jew ever after has been bound to, there are promises of blessing by God to the people and demands of obedience of the people to the law, and promises for judgment if they disobey the law, including in Leviticus 26 this. Now I mentioned this chapter earlier, remember? Look at Leviticus 26, chapter 1, he says, or verse 1, he says, "You shall not make for yourselves idols, nor set up for yourselves an image or a sacred pillar, nor shall you place a figured stone in your land to bow down to it, for I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. And if you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments so as to carry them out, well then I shall give you rains in their season, so that the land will yield its produce, and trees of the field will bear their fruit." And it goes on from there. And the Lord says, I'm going to summarize this, do what you're told, keep the law, and like in any contract context, this is not a contract, but think of it like that for a moment. There's duties on either side, and there's agreements to be made and expectations. And he says, if you do these things, I will bless you. And in verses 4 all the way through verse 13 of that chapter, if you read it, it's just one blessing after another. All right? A list of national blessings. And they would live in peace, they would have the best of the land, they would have great harvest, enemies would be vanquished, they'd live in perfect security. In other words, it's a description of the kingdom. But there are also penalties if they fail to do their part. And if you read further in that chapter, you get to the end of the blessings, and then you find this. If you do not obey me and do not carry out all these commandments, if instead you reject my statutes, and if your soul abhors my ordinances so as to not carry out all my commandments and so break my covenant, I, in turn, will do this to you. I will appoint over you a sudden terror, consumption and fever that will waste away the eyes and cause the soul to pine away. Also, you will sow your seed uselessly, for your enemies will eat it up. I will set my face against you so that you will be struck down before your enemies, and those who hate you will rule over you. Sound familiar? And you will flee when no one is pursuing you. If also after these things you do not obey me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sin. And the description that follows from there concerning what we could call the curses or the judgments, it goes on through verse 39. In fact, there are twice as many verses devoted to the penalties as there are to the blessings. That's not to suggest that God's penalties are worse than his blessings are good. I'm just saying it's serious. And here again, this is a national covenant. What that means is this: these penalties come as a result of a national response, and they then affect the nation as a whole. So, for example, if one Israelite fails to keep even one commandment of the law, even just one time, then the entire nation will receive all the curses. It's an all or nothing national covenant. And there are some interesting curses in this list, which include things like God allowing Israel's enemies to rule over them, age of the Gentiles, scattering them among the nations, age of the Gentiles, many of Israel perishing in those nations so that the nation becomes a small number in the world. Current day, for the most part, has been. He'll lay waste to their cities. He'll bring 7 plagues. He'll bring pestilence. He'll bring famine. I mean, it's just going on and on and on. And these things come unless Israel keeps the law perfectly for all generations to a man. Now, what are the odds they were going to meet the terms of that covenant? They didn't meet them while Moses was still on the mountain, much less after that, right? So it was obviously impossible for them to keep it. But here's the thing, they agreed to it. This is not one of those covenants in which God forced their hand. This is a parity covenant. There's suzerainty and there's parity. And a parity covenant is one in which 2 parties make an agreement together out of their own volition. And that's how God positioned it. Will you do these things? In fact, he asked them a couple times because I think he was sort of wondering, are you reading this? You might want to read this. As Paul says, you who do the law, do you not read the law? Right? This is part of the law. You want to be under the law? You can have it. So how can every Jew in Israel ever perfectly comply with the entire law? It's impossible in their own power. And so it's obvious that they were destined from the very beginning to experience the curses. That was intentional. And since these things are the word of God and God himself is a party to the agreement, the curses must take place. There is no option. Remember, that's the difference between law and grace. Grace gives room for forgiveness. Law has no grace. So as you go down the list in chapter 26, what you find is that many of the things that are said to be the result of disobedience have already happened. I mean, they're being set outside the land, things like that. But you will also find things in this list that have yet to happen. And those are the things that come in the time of tribulation. So if these curses must happen to Israel, God's word said they will. And yet some have yet to happen. Well, then that tells us there's still more to come, which is, of course, what we're waiting for, which is what Revelation explains. And we need to understand the events of tribulation from this point of view. That is, they are not random chaos. They are not some God unchained in his anger and just determined to make life miserable. These are specific. These are called out in prior scripture as part of an agreement that Israel itself said yes to, which bound all future generations to have to experience. And it still raises the question, of course, though, of why. You know, it's a covenant made with a nation, not with an individual. And so that means whatever happens, good or bad, affects the whole. You remember when Nebuchadnezzar rode into town, good people like Daniel and Ezekiel got hold of Babylon too. It's a national covenant. They didn't keep the law as a nation. They all suffered the penalty together. But how does the law come? How does God begin to rectify this problem for Israel? How does he ever get them out of the conditions they're in? I mean, if they are bound to these penalties because of their failure to keep the old covenant, which they can't keep, how does he ever break that cycle? How do they ever move to a place where they can receive the blessings of that same covenant? Well, we already covered one of those examples, that in faith, as you come to faith, you move out from under the law, because in faith you are credited with the work of Christ under the law, such that his performance under the law becomes your performance in God's eyes. Well, Christ did keep the law perfectly, and so he deserves the blessings and none of the curses, and yet he went the step further, taking our curse, which we deserve. So Paul says in Galatians 3:10, for as many as are of the works of the law are under a curse. Now you understand what he means by that. If you're committed to do the works of the law, you fall under the Leviticus 26 curses, among others. Cursed is everyone who does not abide by all things written in the book of the law to perform them. Remember, all things. You can't do even one thing wrong or the curses come. Now, that no one is justified by the law before God is evident, for the righteous man shall live by faith. Toby quoted that this weekend. However, the law is not of faith. On the contrary, he who practices them shall live by them. It's a choice. You either do law or you depend on Christ doing it for you. That's faith. Do it or depend on his doing it. You can't mix them. So Christ redeemed us, Paul says, from the curse of the law, having become a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree. So for the Jews of our age who believe in Jesus, they become part of the church. They're therefore saved from the wrath to come and no longer do the penalties of the law. But what about the Jews of tribulation? How are they going to escape? Why doesn't tribulation last forever, given that their sin never stops? They never do the covenant, right? Well, we read the answer earlier in Jeremiah when he said that the time of Jacob's troubles eventually results in Israel being saved out of it. How does that happen? Well, with the last bit of tonight, let's just look once more at Leviticus 26. And it says this, in verse 40, at the end of the curses, God says this, if they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their forefathers and their unfaithfulness, which they committed against me, and also in their acting with hostility against me, I also was acting with hostility against them to bring them into the land of their enemies. Or if their uncircumcised heart becomes humbled so that they make amends for their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and I will remember also my covenant with Isaac, and my covenant with Jacob as well, and I will remember the land. For the land will be abandoned by them and will make up its Sabbaths while it made desolate without them, and they meanwhile will be making amends for their iniquity because they rejected my ordinances and their soul abhorred my statutes. Yet, in spite of this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them, nor will I so abhor them as to destroy them, breaking my covenant with them, for I am the Lord their God. I'm going to stop there. So, here's what the Lord's saying. At the end of that curse, a list of curses, which we just said they could never get out from under because they can never keep the law. He says, okay, I see the problem. Let me give you a loophole. And here's the loophole. He says that even though the nation is disobeying the terms of the old covenant, there is still an option for them to be restored and to receive the blessings of the kingdom. But first, they must confess the iniquity, their own, in that regard, their own iniquity, and he says the iniquity of their forefathers. And then he gives them another option, if you notice, in verse 41, he says, or if their uncircumcised heart becomes humbled so that they make amends for their iniquity. So there's two ways in which the nation of Israel, or a Jew particularly, could get himself out from under the penalties of the old covenant so as to enjoy the promised blessings of the kingdom. The second of those two is what we already discussed, faith in Christ, which is referenced here as an uncircumcised heart becoming humbled, and in so doing, making amends for their iniquity. That's an Old Testament way of saying by faith. But what about that first one? That first one says, if they confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their forefathers. Now, we know that's not speaking about personal salvation. How do we know that? Because that's not the formula. You're not called upon to confess your sin and your father's sin in order to get saved. So there's something unique going on here. The second of the two I showed you is the personal salvation option. You can take that option now if you're a Jew and you escape the penalties of the law. You can believe during the time of the tribulation. We're going to see that happen in chapter 7. That takes you out from the wrath. But if you're not either of those, there's still another option God gives the nation of Israel. And it involves the people of God, Israel, coming to some recognition of their own sin and of a prior sin of their forefathers when they acted in hostility against God. Now, that's a bit of a inscrutable reference at this stage of our study, and I'm going to leave it as such for now because it actually becomes a more central part of our study closer to chapter 19. So we leave it aside for now. What I want you to understand right now is that the law has a provision in which God says to Israel, you can receive the blessings that I've said are coming for you, the blessings that are outlined in the Old Covenant even, and do so without keeping the law yourself. It's by faith again, and in the case of the nation, there is a specific thing they can do as a nation which will bring the whole nation into a new place, which we'll talk about later. This is what Paul means. If you've ever read Galatians 3 and wondered what he meant, you now have all the pieces you need to understand Galatians 3 when Paul says that the Old Covenant is a tutor to drive us to Christ. Paul says this in Galatians 3:19. He says, why the law then? It was added, meaning it was a new covenant given, an additional covenant given to Israel, in addition to the one that they already had through Abraham. It was added in that sense because of transgressions, having been ordained through angels by the agency of a mediator until the seed would come to whom the promise has been made. Now, the seed is Christ. We know Paul tells us that in this letter. The seed is Christ. When it says to whom the promise has been made, the seed who would come, the question becomes which coming? For Israel, this is the second coming. For us, it's at his first appearing, because by faith you enter in. Remember, there's two ways. By your own humbled heart being circumcised, that's accepting the seed, so to speak, now. But what about for those Jews who never come to faith in Jesus all the way to the very end of the age, to the very end, to the last day of Daniel's 70th sevens? What about that Israel? Well, for them, at the coming of the seed, they then will know something that they don't know today. That's where we're ending up. That's where we'll go in chapters to come. But back to this. Paul says in verse 21 then, is the law then contrary to the promises of God? He says, no, may it never be. For if a law had been given which was able to impart life, then righteousness would have indeed been based on law. There's no option for Israel to get the blessings of the covenant by doing the law. It's hopeless, right? But before faith came, he says, we were kept in custody under the law, being shut up to the faith which was later to be revealed. And therefore, the law has become our tutor to lead us to Christ so that we may be justified by faith. Now, here's the interesting part, and here's where it all comes together. The covenant, the Old Covenant, is a national covenant. It does not work piecemeal. It never works one person alone. What is true concerning Israel in the Old Covenant is true for the nation always. So this loophole requires that the entire nation would participate in this confession moment. If they make a personal confession of faith, they come out from under the covenant. Now they're no longer bound to it. Now it doesn't have to affect them. But as long as they remain in that covenant by not having faith, then whatever comes for the nation comes for them. And at the very end, the loophole, number one, the first option in the loophole said that nation must do two things if they want to leave the penalties of the Old Covenant. They must know their own sins under the covenant, recognize their own sins, and a specific set of things that their forefathers did in some past day in which they had hostility for God. Very unique moment, very unique thing they must confess. And in that special provision, God says, I will then do something for you. He says, I will then consider the covenant I had with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. That is, I will remember that covenant and confirm its terms. By remember, we do not mean that he suddenly comes to think of it again. It means he will fulfill it or complete it in that moment. So the Old Covenant sets the timing for the fulfillment of the Abrahamic covenant in that respect. And now you understand that tribulation, as part of Daniel's 77s, is the last piece in a plan that God enacted, which has its effect of bringing an end to the Old Covenant, fulfilling it, so to speak, so that Israel can then move into the blessings that follow it. And the tribulation is the culmination of that work, the final fulfillment of the curses, the means by which God saves Israel, moving them to this confession moment, moving them to a place where they're ready to do the thing he said they have to do as a nation so that they can receive the things he's promised them. And he set all of this in place so that when Jesus came to them the first time, he could rightly set his own people aside in favor of Gentiles without having been accused of turning his back on his own people or on his own promises. Because, remember, at the time of Jesus' first coming, how many of Daniel's 70 weeks still needed to be completed? Remember the timing of Daniel 9? At the coming of the cutting off of the Messiah, you've gone through how many of the 77s? 69. You could not give Israel their Messiah at that time of history. They still had 7 years of curses waiting. So that comes because of an old covenant, which then stipulated the requirement thereof, and it was put in place with those requirements so that in the coming of Christ, there'd be just cause on God's part for setting his own people aside in that first coming. Then he pauses the clock only to start it up again and use it to the effect of bringing Israel back to himself at the end of the age. That's why Paul says in Romans 11 that it's a wonder what God does, that he shuts up all under sin so that he can show mercy to all, Gentiles and Jews, in this pattern of God. All right, so why do we do all of that besides the fact that you might find it interesting, I hope? Because now, as you think about the events of tribulation, you need to think of them in terms of their purpose, not just their destructive power. They're working to move a nation of people to a place ultimately of redemption, not without collateral damage, of course, but all to God's glory in the end. Right? That's why tribulation exists.
Hello, everybody. Still awake out there? Okay, so that was 24. Since there's still 5 of you here, I will go ahead and put on 25. Oh, and a few more people are joining. How are you guys doing tonight? And this is session 25, and I'm going to get it going. If anybody has any prayer requests, please put them down in the comments, or any questions or, topics you want to broach. We can totally chat too. God bless.
We begin our examination tonight into the events of Daniel's 70th 7, which is better known, of course, as tribulation, which is what we've been leading up to now for the last several weeks. This is a period of history that is the culminating period of the age that we are now a part of. And in this period of history, which is yet to unfold, the Lord's going to carry out a series of, world-shaking judgments. And the screen you see behind me now is the summary, really, of what we are, what we have done in the last, 2 months of time. So up until tonight, we've gone through as much background as I think you would need to get into the last 7, Daniel's 70th 7. And according to Daniel 9, when we studied there, we learned that this last period, which up there, as you see on the screen, is that hashed red area under the last 7 of Daniel's 77s. Daniel 9 told us last week, and as well Leviticus told us last week, that this is focused on the Jewish nation. That 7-year period has to happen because of Israel and because of the covenant that God established with Israel. And so, as you might expect, a lot of what you know in the Bible about that 7-year period is found in the Old Testament. And, of course, some in the New as well. And in the Old Testament, you find the prophets of Israel repeatedly warning them that there would be a coming period of judgment, that it would bring the nation essentially to its knees and then ultimately to Christ. And in fact, that's its real purpose. This last 7 of Daniel's 77s is meant to bring the nation of Israel to a recognition that Jesus was and is their Messiah. And as we prepare to enter into this part of the book, I want to remind you of how we got here just for a moment. That is, I want you to remember what we learned leading into this moment, that tribulation is the final 7 years of this age and the last period of this history before we get to Christ's second coming in the kingdom. And that's the red area up there. And that told us that the second coming of Christ cannot be imminent. Not until you get to the end of the 7th year, or the 7 years of this point of tribulation. Until you get to the end of that, Christ's second coming can't happen. So there is no doubt that his second coming is not around the corner. And then we learned that the church's time on earth would end prior to the beginning of those events. And the end of the church is the unknown that Jesus said you cannot know the day and the hour of. That's the thing that is always imminent. That's the thing that not even the Son knows, he said, only the Father. So when people have often, as you might have heard, I'm sure, thrown around, oh, you can't know the end, you can't know the end, that just shows you how little they know. Because what they're saying effectively is, it's all unknowable, and I'm so confused I couldn't tell you what's what. What you now know is, well, it depends on which end you're talking about, friend. If you're talking about the end of this age, when Christ returns, we can know that very definitively from a certain point. If you're asking when the church is going to be removed, you're absolutely right. We don't know. That's why we're to be always ready. You see, it just depends on what you're talking about. We went through that. And then as we learned that the church is leaving sometime prior to the beginning of that 7-year period for, among other reasons, because as the book of Revelation showed us in its outline, the times that are, the church age, gives way to the things after these things, which is the time of tribulation and beyond. And so as we look at this connection now for a moment, we learn that the events that are appointed for Israel in the tribulation are not appointed for the church. We are not appointed to that wrath. They are. And so we don't take part in it. And secondly, or thirdly, we're not a party to the covenant which mandates the tribulation. The old covenant is what mandates that a tribulation should happen. And you are not party to that covenant, and so it does not apply to us as the church. And then finally, we saw John in heaven in chapters 4 and 5, witnessing Jesus present with all the church there, having received their rewards and their new bodies. And as he's there with Jesus, he's opening the scroll, and that land deed that he opens is his opportunity, his right to judge who shall possess the land of Israel and the world, for that matter, in the kingdom. And the opening of that scroll is what drives the events of the tribulation forward. And those are the events in chapters 6 through 18. So we have the things that are, we have the church removed, we have the things that then are reserved for Israel, which are the things after the times that are. And then we have the scroll that, as it's opened, will drive forward the events of those 7 years. All right? That's what we've done up to this point. Now, we've already learned that the timing of his second coming can be known precisely, because as you see up there or behind me, I guess, you see it says the covenant being made. That was a specific reference in Daniel chapter 9 with regard to how the beginning of that last 7 begins. And I want to zoom in on that little moment for just today and going forward for a while. That is, we know that the event of the church disappearing is unknown. The timing of that is unknown. We know that the beginning of the tribulation, though, is well understood. It's the start of a covenant. What we don't know is the space in between. That is, I would really like to know more about the transition out of one and into the other as we begin talking about tribulation. And maybe most specifically, I would really like to know if there are any signs, any indications, any warnings that the Lord might be giving us, or the world at large, that might indicate that though I know I'm already in the 7th period of the church, I want to know if I'm really near the end of that 7th period, and therefore at the end of all things and at the beginning of tribulation soon thereafter. I mean, that's really the focal point we all have in our minds, right? Are there any signs? If there were signs given in the Bible, things that you often hear people talk about, like, oh, it's near the end, we're at the end. Well, wouldn't it be nice to know those, to look for them? Because if you start to see them, although the rapture has always been imminent, it's really imminent when you start seeing those signs, right? Well, as it turns out, there are such signs. The Bible does give us those signs. So we're going to start tonight, before we launch into the little red part there, we're going to start tonight talking about what are the signs that tell you that you're right at the brink of getting into that new period of history. And they're very clear. Some of this you've seen if you've followed some of my teaching, but let's go through it again anyway. And there's some new things, I'm sure, for all of us. It comes out of the Olivet Discourse, which is a passage in Luke 21, Matthew 24, also in Mark, which Jesus gives to the disciples in answer to a series of questions. So we're going to go through what they asked him, not all of what he does here, because we have some of this reserved for later in our study, but a couple of things tonight that we need to cover. It starts in Matthew 24, verse 1. Jesus came out from the temple and was going away when his disciples came up to point out the temple buildings to him. And he said to them, "Do you not see all these things? Truly I say to you, not one stone here will be left upon another which will not be torn down." And as he was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately saying, well, tell us, when will these things happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age? All right, so I have already put on there the first, underlined the first of these questions. Let's break them all out for you. But as I do that, I want to give you the background on why this scene took place. This is 2 days before Jesus' crucifixion. In that week prior, as he came into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday, he's been spending the time in that week teaching in the court at the temple every day. And then at night he would leave, go out the east gate, up the Mount of Olives, off the back side of the Mount of Olives into a place called Bethany, and he would spend the night there. And he'd come back the next day. This day, 2 days before he's to be crucified, as he exits the temple, you can expect Jesus is thinking about his death. I mean, he's aware of the timeline. But the disciples are oblivious at this point. So they're sightseeing. And as they walk out of this temple, they're remarking about it to Jesus. Look how impressive this building is. Now keep in mind, Herod's temple was one of the most impressive construction projects that's ever been undertaken on earth ever. We still aren't quite sure how some of the massive foundation stones that sit at the base of the temple retaining wall were even constructed and moved into place, much less done so precisely. It's an amazing work of construction. And you also have to understand that building took a long time to finish. It wasn't completed until 40 years after Jesus died. So at the point where Jesus is here today, the building is still under construction. It's still a novelty to those of that day, which is why they're remarking about it. It's like watching it go up before their eyes. Now, it had been largely finished by this point, so it was in use, but there was still other work to be done. And as he's pointing it out, as they pointed out, Jesus responds with these very serious words. Provocatively, he says, this massive building is going to be torn down stone by stone. That would be like someone telling you or me that the World Trade Center was going to be knocked down and not a stone left unturned in its day, right? It's kind of hard to believe. And yet, if it is true, it would mean that maybe the end of the world has come, or so it would seem, for something that massive to fall, especially when you're talking about God's temple. They think, as Jews, that the Lord would never let anything happen to it, maybe. So he comments to the disciples on the way out, and I suspect the rest of the walk to Bethany was really quiet. And then they get to where they're going, and they finally decide they got to ask the questions. And so they ask Jesus a series of questions. And the questions that he's asked in chapter 24 become an outline for what he says in chapter 24 and 25. And in verse 3, Matthew records 3 questions. He says, first, when will these things, referring to the temple destruction, when will these things happen? And then secondly, he asks, what will be the sign? They ask, what will be the sign of your coming? And they ask that because obviously if this temple's going away, well, what does that say about you coming into your power? Now realize they didn't know he was leaving. So when they say he's coming, they don't mean in terms of a return. They mean it in terms of coming into your kingdom, or ascending to the throne might be another way to say it. Because they've been waiting for this. They know he's supposed to, and they keep waiting for it to happen. And then thirdly, what will be the sign of the end of the age? And of course, this makes sense for the same reason I mentioned earlier. If the temple's being destroyed, something bad's happening. We must be near the end. And they put 2 and 2 together, and they link them in these questions. In Luke's account, you get a slightly different version of the questions. In fact, you actually get an additional question. In Luke's account, you hear that they asked, when therefore will these things happen? So in other words, they asked not only when will these things happen, but they also ask, what will the signs be of these things when they're about to take place? So let's put all this together. It's kind of easier when you see it all in one grouping. So the apostles' questions came like this. When will these things take place? That's what Matthew recorded. What are the signs of your coming? Matthew. And what are the signs of the end of the age? Also Matthew. Then in Luke, we have that kind of secondary question. What will be the signs of these things? Meaning the things of the temple being destroyed. Probably because if you know the temple's coming down, you'd like some heads up so you're not right next to it when it starts to go down, right? Makes sense. Now, that's the way Jesus was asked. Those are the questions he was asked. So naturally, what follows in this chapter is Jesus answering these questions. And if you look at one of those in particular, which is number 3, that's of particular interest to us. That really gets us
back to what I just showed you a moment ago. When we get to the end of the age, when the end of Daniel's 77s is taking place, that's what they were interested in knowing also. When do we get to the kingdom age? And so that question in particular has significance for us. Now, as you look at what's in the chapter that follows, you find this chapter driving a lot of misconceptions and bad thinking and false ideas about what goes on at the end of the age. It's in this chapter that you get people think they find support for teaching on a mid-trib rapture or a post-trib rapture or on the fact that the kingdom is already here and it has come in AD 70 and it's not yet future, it's actually present. If you've heard any of those ideas, they all fit into various camps of theology. They're all wrong, as you've already learned from past weeks. But if you wonder why smart people come to those opinions, a lot of it is in this one chapter. Excuse me. A lot of it comes out of this one chapter. And in particular, because of two features of this chapter that, for whatever reason, some have overlooked or not noticed. The first of those features is that when Jesus set about to answer these 4 questions, 3.5 questions, he added his own question on top of the ones he was asked. He added a 4th one. He begins to, in the course of the answers, he will also say to the disciples, what are not signs of the future? And the reason he does that is because some of the things that he does give as signs are similar enough to everyday events that if you don't know the difference, you might be fooled. So he makes it clear what not to look for in the course of looking for signs. Now that's the first thing you have to know is there's actually a total of 5, if you want to count 1a. There's a total of 5 questions being answered in the course of this discourse, not just 4. But it gets even worse because the other thing you have to notice is that Jesus did not answer these questions in the order that they were asked. And if you wonder why would he not do that, well, because human beings often don't do that. That's not always the way we answer questions. If you throw 5 questions at me, I'm going to order them or answer them in the order I want to, for whatever reason, right? Jesus had a reason. So let me show you the order in which he answers these questions. Keep an eye on the slide. All right. If you don't know that that's what he's doing, think about what kind of confusion that introduces. You think, for example, that he's answering question number 1 when he's actually on number 4. Then you think he's on number 2 when he's actually on number 3. So you start assigning his answer to the wrong question and you get your eschatology completely jumbled up. Welcome to the modern church. How do we fix this? Well, it's a lot easier than you might think. It's just observation. It's always observation. It's always careful observation in context. Why do I know that these are the ways in which he actually did it? Because if you look at the answers with me, as you will here in a minute, you'll see it plainly for yourself. Now, I'm not going to do all of these tonight because that's not the point of tonight. Tonight, the focus is on that bit of time between when we know the church disappears and when the tribulation is about to start. That overlapping period there, are there signs that tell us we're approaching that period of history? That really comes in just the very first 2 of these. That is, what are not signs and what are signs of the end of the age. The ones below that, numbers 1, 1a, and 2, don't apply tonight. We'll do those later in a future study as we need to. All right? So, what we need to do tonight is we need to look at the answers that he gives to those first 2, beginning with the one that he chose to give us, which is, what are not signs that we're near the end? All right, that's what we're going to do first. And that comes out of Matthew 24, next verse, verse 4. Jesus answered and said to them, see to it that no one misleads you, for many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will mislead many. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not frightened, for those things must take place, but that is not yet the end. All right? So his first warning, and let me show you the Luke passage just as a comparison. I'm not going to do this through the whole of it, but just as an opportunity here, Luke, covering the same thing, says this, see to that you're not misled, for many will come in my name, saying, I am he, and the time is near. Do not go after them. Same thing. And he says, when you hear of wars and disturbances, do not be terrified, for these things must take place first, but the end does not follow immediately. Or, in other words, these are not signs. Okay? So, there is always going to be these things, and that means they are not a meaningful thing to concern yourself with. First of all, you're going to have people who come saying they are Jesus. They didn't wait till the end to start saying that. They've been saying it right up front from the very beginning. This is something that you've seen time and time again. You can still see it today. There's people today that would tell you that they are Jesus, right? How do we know that we can always ignore somebody saying that they are Jesus? How do we know that's not true? When Jesus does come back, where will you be? With him. So there is no worry that you've missed him. All right? So that's how he can be so absolutely certain about this. There'll never be a way that you miss Jesus at his second coming because you accompany him. All right, so that's not possible. That's why you can be so safe in knowing that he's not actually here. And wars are not disturbances that you need to worry about. Jesus says wars and rumors of wars are going to be natural in this age. They don't mean anything. All right? So next time somebody tells you that, there's a rumor of Iran and Russia invading Israel, that could mean we're right near the end. First of all, that's wrong theology. Secondly, that's not a meaning that you're near the end at all. Wars will happen in the Middle East and elsewhere. They mean nothing. So what does mean something then? What is a sign of the end? If these are not the end, what are the end? Well, we go back to our questions, right? He says, let me tell you what the signs of the end of the age are. And he picks that up now in verse 7. And in verse 7 we read, let me back up for a second. Remember, here's where you get to know why we've spent time in Daniel. Well, you've probably figured that out already, but here's another reason. When he said, what are signs of the end of the age? Now you know what that means, don't you? It doesn't just mean the end of all things or the end of the world. It's something very specific. The end of the age of the Gentiles. When is the last of Daniel's 77 going to finish? We now know exactly what they were talking about. And here's what Jesus is saying. So his answer is specific to that issue. That hashed mark red, white area at the end is what they were asking about. All right, so we get to look at that. So let's go look at that particular question. For nation will rise against nation, he says, and kingdom against kingdom, and in various places there'll be famines and earthquakes, but all these things are merely the beginning of birth pangs. That's what you get. That's what Jesus gives us that says you're near the end of this age. All right, so let's take this apart. And I'm going to start with the last piece there, beginning of birth pangs, because this sets the standard really for the whole of it. We're looking at something that he compares to birth pangs. And I want to talk about birth pangs for a moment from the standpoint of what we know about real birth pangs and then apply that to what we know about the signs that he says should be coming to end the age. All right? So, birth pangs. Everyone agree with me that it's a painful experience? Being a gentleman, I'm very aware of what the pain of childbirth is like. And if you're wondering how I would be so certain about that, well, I did my homework. So, next, we know that birth pangs can be mild at first. It's possible, for example, for a woman to be in early labor and not even know it, think it's something else, or be confused by it. They can come so moderately at first that they're not clear. So that's one of the consequences that we need to apply. The signs of the end of the age will be painful. They will be interrupting normal life like a childbirth does, but birth pangs stop you in your tracks and keep you from doing anything else for the time it takes to finish, right? And yet they can be mild at first, and so will the signs of the end of the age be. They can be mild. They can be the kind of thing that most of the world doesn't even notice. Maybe doesn't even realize what they're seeing. Not unless you're really attuned to it and looking for it. But in time, they won't miss them. They get progressively worse. And as the severity increases, people start to take note. Now keep in mind, what birth pangs suggests is that the convulsions of these signs repeat. So it's not like there's 50 different signs that get you to the end. There's a handful that keep repeating, getting worse as you get closer, so that people get the point. And in the way birth pangs also work, they increase in frequency, so they get closer together. Similarly, we should expect these things to start happening more and more frequently, as well as more severe. It's worth noting, and I think it's included in this analogy, birth pangs give way to something. They give way to new life. And ultimately, the birth pangs of what get us into the last 7 of Daniel's 77s ultimately brings us through that to the effect of the kingdom and Israel coming into glory and us with them.
We just finished 25. People just keep coming on in. How's everybody doing tonight? I can't talk. I already forgot which one. Yeah, it was 25. I don't want to skip any. Okay, so we'll carry on to 26. If anybody needs prayer or has any questions, feel free to comment. And here we go. God bless.
So these are the things Jesus said will mark the end of the age signs. This is the comparison he chose. So let's think about the signs he now gives us in light of that comparison. So we go back to the passage, and the first sign he gave us was nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. Now that sounds an awful lot like war, right? It's almost like Jesus is talking about the same thing he just said not to be looking for, okay? If he's going to be not contradicting himself, then we have to say there's something about nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom that's different than what he said earlier, which is wars and rumors of wars. And how are they different? Well, that answer comes out of understanding something about what the Jewish writers of Jesus' day were saying. These are quotes taken from the time of Jesus, from writing that was going on among rabbis of that day. And as they write, one in particular, Bereshit Rabbah says, kingdom against kingdom, nation against nation is a sign that the footsteps of the Messiah are near. So when Jesus uses the term, he's using a term that was contemporary, something that people of his day knew. They had read it in the literature of the day. It had a meaning. It was essentially euphemism or a turn of phrase for their day that had a very specific meaning. We have a different word for what they were trying to say. When we say nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom, what do we say? We say world war. World war. And that's what Jesus said would be a sign. That world war, or more specifically, a war that involves all nations on the planet in a common conflict, is a unique thing. It is rare. In fact, prior to the 20th century, it had never happened, ever. And then in the 20th century, of course, we got into the first of these, World War I. And if you think about it for a moment, you might say, well, wait a minute, that's not the whole world. It was mostly just a bunch of Europeans, and we had to get in there and save them, right, as we like to think. That's not true. That the fact that it's only Europeans, that's not true. When you look at all the nations that were allied with one another, supplying troops, materials, or in other ways supporting the war effort, 88% of the world participated in World War I in a common conflict, dragged in by treaties and other agreements. And so that war was unique. In fact, it was so unique, it had its own name in its day. What was that war called in its day? Well, it was called the War to End All Wars, among maybe other names, but that name was given to it because the concept was, man, we'll never do this again. I mean, this is so weird and strange and different, and certainly after this war, we won't do this again. And then, of course, we did it again. Turn my clicker back on. In just a few years later, World War II kicked off, as you know, and think about the birth pangs analogy for a moment. Was World War II worse or less than World War I? Worse, right? Worse, more severe, like a birth pang would be, right? Getting worse. And 95% of the world was involved in this battle, comparatively, in some way. So Jesus, now, by the way, now you know why he ruled out regular war. Why he even bothered to tell us that. Because he just wanted to be clear with you that you're not just supposed to raise your hands like a chicken with a head cut off every time a war breaks out, but if you see world war, it's a sign. You've had two, getting worse as they go, okay? So that's a sign, he said. The next one, he said in various places there will be famines. And a famine, like war itself, I guess, is pretty common. They happen. They've always happened. They've happened in the Bible. They're happening today. So when you think about, well, what makes for a
sign when we think of famine? Well, we have to go back to our comparison again to birth pangs. When a famine starts to act like birth pangs, then it's a sign. More common, more severe, more frequent. And when Jesus spoke of it, notice he says famines in various places. And what he meant by various places is in places that you don't normally expect to see it happening. All right? They will be more severe and more painful than anything that had been seen generally before, and they will increase in frequency as well. So then the question becomes, are we seeing any evidence of this? I don't have time tonight to take you through what you could do on your own, which is a Google search, among other things, but there is plenty of evidence that the droughts that create famine and the world food shortages and the like that are out there have just continued to get worse and worse and worse. And it's more often now in places that you don't expect to see it. News reports in various times I've found from various places say that even in places today where you don't normally expect to see famine, it's starting to show up, or food shortages are starting to show up, even in industrialized nations, particularly because of the diverting of grain to fuel and other things. There's just a reduced amount of crop availability. And then you have the problem of growth of population and the change in the price of food, because as food gets scarce, the price goes up, fewer people can afford it. You know, it goes on and on and on. So the point is there's a growing shortage and a growing cost problem for many people in many parts of the world. And as the cost goes up and as the shortages increase, it will start to bleed over into more and more places of the world. And think about it right now. If the truck that brings the food to H-E-B stops coming, you get about 12 hours worth of food on the shelves in your local grocery store. That's it. 3 days later, you are looking at me for food. You're looking at me as food, right? So there's a tenuous thread of connection. And I'm not saying this so that you guys will go out and throw a bunch of food in your basement or whatever you might do. I'm saying this to simply illustrate that it does not take much for God to sort of tip the scales a little bit, and all of a sudden, famine stops being something you hear about in Africa and starts being something you hear about in your own backyard. And we're at the early birth pangs of this. It's not the end, it's just the beginning. And so, as we move further ahead, the sign will only increase. And then, lastly, he said earthquakes. Now, the science of earthquakes makes it very easy to measure this one and know whether or not we're seeing anything in the world that should tell us that we're on track, as Jesus said. And so here's what I did. I went to the USGS website, U.S. Geological Survey website, which is the agency in the U.S. that counts earthquakes, among other things. And you can pull up the data very easily yourself, do a search, see where earthquakes are happening over any period of history and compare and so on. So when you do that, you find that of late there's been a general rise in earthquakes. This is the years are kind of cut off there, sorry. It's the top, 1980 to 2009. There's been a general rise, but as you dig in, it gets even more interesting. Here's U.S. earthquakes for the last decade or so, going back last full decade. And look down there in the bottom right, you see that increase? And just look at that compared to the previous years in that decade. And if you go another step, reading about it, you start to find that this is not just a local phenomenon, not just a short-term phenomenon. There's been a rapid rise in earthquakes in the U.S. over the last several years, and decade or two. Some of the highest rates ever recorded have been going on in some of these places. I love some of the averages because they really show the numbers. Let me go back here for a second if I can pull that last one up for you. No, it didn't stay. That's all right. Oklahoma, you've heard about what's going on in Oklahoma, along with Arkansas. They can't stop shaking. I mean, basically, they've seen a tremendous increase. They went from 50 a year to 1,000 a year in earthquakes in Oklahoma. And Arkansas is in there too. I love the last line. Scientists have no explanation for the earthquakes. All right, so now think about birth pangs again. These aren't 8.0 earthquakes that are leveling cities. They don't need to be yet. What they need to be is something that makes a pattern that you can begin to identify and say, wait a minute, I think I know what this is, and here you have it. Oklahoma now has more earthquakes than California. Between 78 and 08, they had just 2 quakes of 3 or greater. And then as of June, this was in 2014, they had 207 of those in 1 year. And that trend began in 2009 with 20 quakes and then 43 and then up to 207, and it just keeps going up. Now they get 1,000 a year. If you look worldwide, though, it's not just Oklahoma. If you look worldwide, this is for the last century, 1900 through 2000. And you can see, especially if you look at the bottom ones, the last two at the bottom, the gray ones, they haven't changed a lot. Those that are 7 and higher have kind of steady for the last century. In fact, they even went down a little bit toward the end of the century. Okay? So then you look at that on a larger chart. That whole first graph I just showed you is on the left there, the 1900s. And now look at the last 2 decades, almost 2 full decades of time since we started this century. So the last century, remember, pretty much didn't move at all for 100 years. And then what's happened? It's gone up 43% since this century began. Now, you could be a skeptic and you could say, well, let's see where it is in another century. I'm going to be in heaven, so I'll leave it to you to figure that out down here. But I'm telling you, I know what that means. Because if it were in isolation, I think we could all debate whether it had any significance. But when you add it to the famines, add that to the world wars, add that to some other signs I'm going to show you in a minute, now you're really begging incredulity. I mean, you're saying to yourself, I'd rather not believe this than you are actually looking at the data. This all says the same thing, right? This all says that we are at that point where Jesus said, you're going to be at the end. We're sitting now at that juncture. So we've had world wars, we've had famine, we've had earthquakes picking up, all of it right here at this point where we are now, right? Signs of the end. But if these are the beginnings of birth pangs, right, that's the analogy again, what does that say then about what happens when you get into tribulation? And as it turns out, when you get into the beginning of tribulation, you find these same 3 events plus new ones taking place at the outset of tribulation and throughout the whole 7 years. And as you move through the 7 years, these 3 things keep happening and get worse and worse and worse. So obviously the worst of it isn't going to happen before tribulation, but it starts before tribulation. At least these 3 do. So in addition to the signs we've already studied, let me put them all on one slide for you. So this little section we're talking about right now, this little area, there are a total of 9 signs that the Bible says to look for to know you are on the brink of entering into tribulation. Okay? And that, of course, includes the time the church might still be on earth, at least for part of it. And I'm going to give you the ones we studied right now. We studied world wars. We saw increased famine. We saw increased earthquakes. And then on top of that, remember we studied earlier, there would be an apostasy of the church. That's the 7th period of the 7. So we've seen that, obviously. We learned from Daniel that there must be 10 kings ruling the earth before the 11th can appear, before the Antichrist can appear, which begins at the beginning of tribulation. We know that the very start of tribulation has to be a covenant that's signed with Israel that establishes their ability to sacrifice again. Well, that's the very last thing before tribulation starts because it's the trigger, but it has to happen. The church has to be resurrected because we're not appointed to the wrath of that period. It's for Israel. So there are 2 more that we haven't studied. I'm going to add to you real quickly so that they're in your list. Ezekiel, in chapter 20, gives us a sign that tells us we're near the end. He says, as I live, declares the Lord God, surely with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out, I will be king over you, speaking to Israel. I will bring you out from the peoples and gather you from the lands where you are scattered, and with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm and with wrath poured out, I will bring you into the wilderness of the peoples, and there I will enter into judgment with you face to face. As I entered into judgment with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so I will enter into judgment with you, declares the Lord God. I will make you pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. That's a promise to bring Israel through the tribulation. And notice he adds there at the end, to bring them into the bond of the covenant, to the old covenant, the covenant that mandates this penalty for having broken it. He says, I'll put you through this last stage of judgment so that you can be brought back into obedience to that covenant. But now notice, he says to get ready for that moment, he regathers them. He wants them all in their land, staged and ready, as it were. I kind of compare it to when your mom told you, go to your room and wait for your dad to come home. So this is God telling Israel, you're going to go to your room and wait for me to deal with you in the tribulation. Okay? So that means that one of the things that we need to look for that tells us you're near the end is a regathering of Israel in their land.
So if you've ever wondered why someone would tell you that, oh, Israel's a nation again, 1948, they've come back to their land, 67, they got Jerusalem, yay, we're near the end. Where does that come from? Well, in a general sense, it's reflective of this prophecy among some others that say similar things, that Israel has to be back in their land before the tribulation can begin. Not every Jew, but a presence of Jews in the land. And we have that. And then in Malachi, and this is something you heard just recently if you're in my weekend studies in Matthew, we studied this passage recently, but in Matthew 4, there's a promise that goes like this: "For behold, the day is coming, burning like a furnace, and all the arrogant and every evildoer will be chaff, and the day that is coming will set them ablaze, says the Lord of hosts, so that it will leave them neither root nor branch. But for you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its wings, and you will go forth and skip about like calves from the stall. You will tread down the wicked, for they will be ashes under the soles of your feet on the day which I am preparing, says the Lord of hosts. Remember the law of Moses, my servant, even the statutes and the ordinances which I commanded him in Horeb for all Israel. Behold, I'm going to send you Elijah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and terrible day of the Lord. He will restore the hearts of the fathers to their children and the hearts of the children to their fathers, so I will not come and smite the land with a curse." So Malachi speaks of a day of fire and burning and judgment. So we know that's a reference, or I'll tell you that that's a reference to tribulation. And in verse 5, he says that there'll be a prophet sent to Israel, the prophet Elijah, before the great and terrible day of the Lord. Now, here's another piece of data that you've received that now you can connect some dots. What is the great and terrible day of the Lord? Tribulation, we learned that. So before tribulation begins, not in tribulation as some surmise, but before tribulation, Elijah the prophet will return. And why does he come back? Well, remember, he left the earth in a very mysterious way. He's taken up to heaven in a chariot of fire, it says. So we don't quite know what that looked like or felt like, but it may have just been a way of God sort of indicating in advance, foreshadowing that he was going to use this man again. And later, when Malachi got his prophecy, we got the point. He's coming back. And as he comes back, it says he restores Israel in a couple of ways. He restores the hearts of fathers to children and children to their fathers. That cryptic phrase refers to Israel being inspired by Elijah's appearance to return to orthodoxy. That the hearts of the fathers, it says, will become like children. Because today in the world, Jews, generally speaking, are not religiously minded, most of them. And even among those that are, they cannot observe the law the way they're supposed to. They don't have a temple. They don't have any ability to keep the law in its fullness. And I can tell you right now, even if they had a temple, the vast majority of Jewish people, given the way they think and the way the world is today, would have no interest in flying to that place and slitting the throat of an animal and pouring out its blood. In fact, I think if mass slaughter of animals in a future temple started to happen, in our day anyway, you'd have more Jews outside picketing than you would inside sacrificing. So that's a problem, because the reestablishment of the temple and sacrifice at the temple is a critical element to bringing about the last 7 years. Remember, the tribulation itself begins because Israel strikes a deal with a certain man, according to Daniel 9, which results in them being able to restart sacrifice at their temple. But unless Israel signs that agreement, the tribulation cannot begin. We're stuck in an infinite pause until that agreement is signed. And if Israel is not interested in sacrifice, then they won't be interested in the opportunity to build the temple or sign any covenants. You have to bring them first to a point where they're actually wanting this so that then they pursue it. And so the Lord brings Elijah back to his people to motivate them to go back to pursuing the law zealously in a way that very few do today. And he'll move the hearts, it says, of the fathers back to the children, which I think is a way of saying he will bring the fathers, the leaders' hearts to a point of like children wanting to follow their father again, wanting to follow the law again. And he will bring children back to the fathers. That's a way of saying he'll bring the nation back to a reverence and respect for what the Moses and David and Elijahs of the world did in their day. They will want to go back to a lifestyle under the law, where today they don't, for the most part. That will set the stage for the signing of the covenant that starts the clock on those 7 years. So if I put those two pieces together to what we've already learned, I add two more to this list then. I add Israel's regathering in the land, and I add Elijah's return. Now you have 9 things that will happen before the tribulation. All right? How many of those have happened? Well, as I would count them anyway, you've got at least 5 of them already either accomplished or underway. So that means we have moved into that period of history that we're talking about. Whether we're 2/3 in, 1/3 in, I don't know. Doesn't matter. The church can leave any moment, and after that, it's all going to move pretty quick. So we have these 9 signs, and the final sign which was in that list, the final sign was the covenant being signed with Israel. When that one gets done, number 8 over here on the list, that is the beginning of tribulation, technically, right? So we have these 5 that have come to pass. The others could happen in any order. That is to say, the church, I take that back. The church could not be resurrected after the covenant being signed. So the church has to be taken out first. That's the only prerequisite in that list. But could Elijah return while we're still on the earth? Presumably. Could the 10 kings start to emerge? Presumably. We don't know. There's no connection there. All right. So, knowing that we're at this point now where we're getting into the end and we're waiting for some of these last things to happen, in Revelation chapter 6, which is what we do now for the last section tonight, a piece of it, what we see in chapter 6 is the effect of that covenant being signed whenever it happens. So, interestingly, the covenant being signed is not recorded in Scripture. Not anywhere. But what we have is Daniel telling us it will happen. And then in chapter 6 of Revelation, you see the consequences of it having happened. So what you're to understand is somewhere between chapter 5 and 6, there is a moment when the covenant is signed, and it precipitates the events of chapter 6. And really, more accurately, Jesus in heaven precipitates the whole of it. We're just not seeing that one moment. The rest of it is playing out after that.
Okay. And that was 26. Are you guys up for 27? Where are you guys all from? It's 2:30 in the morning here. I'm just wondering if everybody is across the pond or something, or if you have any questions or need prayer, don't hesitate to let me know. And here we go. God bless.
So let's get to chapter 6. Now, tribulation, which is our next section, can be broken down into sections of its own. So each section within the book of tribulation, or book of Revelation, each section of the time of tribulation has its own chapters. So let's just break them out, and then we're going to start to build new charts. Remember, I like pictures and charts. We've been working off of that one we've seen now for a while. That one's going to fade into the memory for a while. We're not going to need that one for a while. We're going to now start building a new set. Now, when this is all over, you can make a big poster out of the whole thing. But for now, we're going to start building a new one. So we have the first half of tribulation, which is a distinct period in the book. We have the middle of tribulation, which is a very important distinct part in the book. And then we have a second half, which is commonly called the Great Tribulation. These 3 sections define the time of Revelation. The time of tribulation. And in these 3 sections, you can relate them to the various chapters of the book. So we've done 1 through 5 already. So 6 through 9 are the chapters that deal with the first half. So the first 3.5 years. Then chapters 10 through 15 deal with the events of middle tribulation. And I'll explain how mid works when it's a moment. Mid is not so much a period, it's a moment, but there's a way in which all these things happen in that moment. I'll explain as we move through that section. And then lastly, of course, we get to the last part of tribulation, which is 16 through 19. Now, there's still 2 more or 3 more chapters in this book, even after this. So that just means you got a whole other set of charts coming after that. All right? So I love charts. We're going to have bunches of charts before it's over. So let me just give you an overview, and we're not going to talk about this, just so you can see it, though. Here's an overview of what is in each of those sections. And I have put up there sort of the highlights. That's what we have to cover as we go through those chapters, okay? And again, you're not supposed to know it from just looking at it there, although some things may be familiar. But the point is, this is how we go through the book at this point till chapter 19. Okay? And of course, at times we'll jump out of the book as we need to. But let's start. We talked a lot about starting. Fixing to get ready to start. Now we're ready to start. So from here on, we're going to do the first half of tribulation until we get to chapter 10. All right? And in the first half of tribulation, what's taking place? You're seeing that scroll that we looked at in chapter 5 with its 7 seals. You're seeing the 7 seals broken one at a time as we move through, okay? And as each seal is broken, stuff happens. And we're going to study it in that way. In fact, there's a very interesting kind of pattern that we'll talk about, and I've alluded to it last week. We'll get into it here in a minute. This won't be long. We only have a little bit of time left today, so we're only going to get into the first 2 of the seals, just to give you a flavor for how that works. Next week, we'll finish not only all of these, but into the next chapter as well. So we'll have a good chunk next week. But let's just see the pattern start tonight. Chapter 6, verse 1. Then I saw when the Lamb broke one of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures saying, as with a voice of thunder, "Come." I looked, and behold, a white horse, and he who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. All right, that's the first seal. John opens chapter 6 with the word then, kai in Greek, and it simply means this is the next thing he witnessed. Having just seen what was going on in the throne room, the next thing he sees is the Lamb breaking a seal. And you have to remember a little bit about that moment. You have Jesus in the throne room. He's holding the land deed. He breaks the first of the seals. And as he breaks it, one of those 4 living creatures, one of the cherubim around the throne, tells John, "Come." And what that word refers to in its context is look away from your immediate surroundings and look to the earth. And we'll see this pattern over and over again. Something will happen in the heavenly realm, and then John will be told to come or look. And as he does, he will see something on the earth. And this is the common pattern for what will happen throughout all of the judgments. He is witness to events in heaven and then to events on earth. He's been transported there in a vision. So he's getting the chance to see both in a way that's not possible otherwise. All right? So the opening of the first seals show a series of things happening. And I'm going to group the first 4. We're going to look at them all together next week in a summary. But just for your sake tonight, the first 4 are linked. The first 4 seals are linked. They are seals in which at each turn, there's an appearing of a different horse with a rider on the horse. Each horse is a different color, and each horse has a different effect on the earth. And these 4 horses and their associated riders are commonly referred to as the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Okay? There is no reason to doubt that John saw horses. I'm not saying he didn't. But it's also apparent as you look at what goes on in the text that these horses are symbolic. That is, John was shown something which he saw, but its meaning was intended to be symbolic. It was intended to convey a larger meaning than could be conveyed with anything other than a symbol. So the variation in color and the description of what these horses and their riders do are telling us something about what's happening on the earth in a bigger way. In a larger way, all right? So let's look at the first horse. John says it's white. And in case you didn't know what a white horse looks like, I just gave you one. It carries an unnamed rider. I didn't put any rider up there. Notice it's addressed, the rider's just called he. And when you use a pronoun like that, you'd assume that somebody knows who you're talking about, right? So the last time there was an unnamed he that's been mentioned in the context of an apocalyptic passage was when we were at the end of chapter 9 of Daniel. Remember? In Daniel 9:27, I'm going to zip past this for a second. In Daniel 9:27, it says, "And he will make a firm covenant with the many for 1 week." Remember that? And we were stuck at that time saying, why does he just throw out a he? Why didn't he tell us who it is? Well, in that context, it's because it references back to a prince of the people who destroy the temple. Or another way to say it is the one who comes in leading the world at the end, the little horn of Daniel. So that told us it was the Antichrist. He's the one who makes this covenant. And it would seem as though in the context of Revelation 6, we're still talking about he again, because the point is you're supposed to connect the dots. You know, if you know your Bible, that chapter 6 is the beginning of the last 7 of Daniel's 77s.
You would know that if you knew what everything we just studied, right? So the expectation of Scripture is, like I told you on night 1, the expectation is you didn't start reading Revelation without the other 65 books in mind. If you understand the other books, particularly Daniel, and you get to this book, you're already in the right frame of mind. You already know. You're looking at the last 70th, or the last 7, the 70th 7, the one that's being talked about right here, 1 week. You know that. You know that's where you are in history right now. And so you're looking for the he, because Daniel told you there would be a he. And you come to Revelation chapter 6, and John says he. Now, here again, if you don't know the rest of the Bible, you think somebody's just pulling that out of thin air. If you understand what Daniel's told you and how it relates to Revelation, you're already there. You figured it out already, because it's the natural connection. And that tells us, that knowledge tells us you've got a rider on a horse representing the man that we've been waiting for, who starts the tribulation by his brokering of a covenant. He's riding a white horse, and he's carrying a bow, and he's wearing a crown. Now, a white horse, typically white horses were reserved for leaders, military leaders, prominent political leaders, even royalty. And a bow, it's an instrument of war, but it's notable that John doesn't mention arrows. And the fact that he doesn't would seem to suggest that the man doesn't have any. It's like a guy with a gun without any bullets. And now if someone waves a gun at you, even if they don't have bullets in it, you don't necessarily know that. And you're going to take it seriously, and you're going to be threatened regardless, right? So if you're persuaded to comply, even though that person lacked the firepower to carry through on their threat, nonetheless, it still had an effect. So in this case, it looks like the man having just a bow would suggest he threatens harm, he makes overtures, he just doesn't have the means to carry it out yet. But it's still effective at persuading or intimidating. He has a crown. It's in Greek Stephanos. Remember, that's the crown type that represents an achievement, an award. It's not a diadem, which is the crown that a king received because of their natural right to receive it upon birth. So this is not a man of royalty. This is not a man who was a king. Remember, Daniel said there'd be 10 kings to rule the planet before the Antichrist emerged, but he would not be one of them. He would be an 11th. So he has a crown, but it's not one of royal power. It's one of accomplishment. That might suggest he's either a military man or a political leader of some kind who has some base of power. It's just not organic. It's not something he had from birth. And so at the very outset of tribulation, the very first seal results in the setting loose of a man on the earth who goes forth, it says, conquering and to conquer. That's what we read in... Put the text back up there for you. He goes out to conquer, and goes out conquering and to conquer. What do we make of that phrase? Well, going out just implies the world at large. Conquering and to conquer would imply that he's seeking control, he's seeking to defeat, but it takes time. It's a process. It's not as though he appeared and in the first seal he's done. This is the first seal of a period of time in which he has to do his work. And by the way, that also fits some of the things we've also learned about this man from other chapters in Daniel. And so what we're going to start to see now is the following acts of the seals, as they continue to be opened, simply pull him along that path of accomplishment that this seal says he's about to undertake. He's about to go conquer. He's got a bow, but he's looking for his arrows, so to speak. He's ready to come on the scene and make a mark. He just hasn't come into the fullness of his power yet. And that won't finish for a time. And since we know tribulation begins with the signing of an agreement by a powerful world leader, then we begin to put him into this position. This is a man who could establish at least enough power that he could broker an agreement to create peace in the Middle East. Effectively, that's what he has to do. If he's going to allow Israel back on the Temple Mount and allow them to go back to sacrificing in a place that today is owned by Arabs, the only way that's going to happen is through some kind of miraculous agreement between Arabs and Jews that arrive at a peace understanding of some kind. Can you imagine what the world would do to a man who could broker peace in the Middle East? How quickly would that, shoot you along a trajectory of power and achievement in the world? Well, that's what God does for this man. By breaking a seal, Jesus obviously instigates this. He establishes the man in that way. What do we know about this guy? Well, we know from Daniel 9:26 that he comes from, I'm going to back up here, sorry. We know from Daniel 9:26 that he comes from the same people as those who destroyed the temple in AD 70. That's what Daniel is told. The prince of the people, or the people of the prince who is to come. So the prince who is to come is the Antichrist, and the people of that prince will destroy the city and the sanctuary in AD 70. Well, the problem that presents for us is we know the Roman army did that destruction. So what does it say that the Antichrist will come out of the Romans? Doesn't tell us much today because the Romans don't exist as a people group in the same way that they did then. So really, we're left with little more than saying he must be a Gentile. Because you could say he could be European, but then again, North Americans came from Europeans. I mean, Australians came from North. I mean, where do you stop? At some point, it just becomes a game. The only sure thing I can tell you is he's not Jewish. Because he has to come from the people who destroyed the Jewish temple, and the Jews didn't do that. So he's a Gentile of some kind, maybe European, maybe Middle Eastern, who knows. And that man's launch of career is when Jesus breaks the first seal. Now, what else can we learn about him? Well, we can run through a couple things. I want to talk about what the Antichrist means generally. John says first in 1 John 2:22 that who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. John sets forth a very simple principle. Anyone who denies Jesus as Lord is an Antichrist of sorts. They are a type of the Antichrist in the sense that what is an Antichrist all about? Opposing Christ. That's what we mean by Antichrist. Opposing Christ. So John says, this is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and the Son. Now, in my English version, they chose not to capitalize the word Antichrist, wisely so, because they recognized John was not talking about the guy at the end of the age. He was talking about a standard that applies anywhere in time in the age. Anyone who denies Jesus is an Antichrist of sorts. They're opposing Christ. John then says this, it is the last hour, just as you have heard, that the Antichrist is coming, and even now many Antichrists have appeared. All right, this feeds on what we've already learned. In the first instance, the translators should have capitalized the word Antichrist because he's talking there about one who is to come, singular. And then he adds, but even now there are many Antichrists. That one should be lowercase because that's back to the original point. There are many Christ deniers now, and in the future there will be the one Christ denier. Okay? So that's the connection between them. 1 John 4:3, John says, every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist. And in that respect, what he's saying is that behind the person's behavior, there is a spirit. That is, we know that every person who does not confess Jesus is not from God. And we know that the spirit of a person who does not confess Jesus is corrupt. They're fallen. They're unbelievers. They're sinful. That's the nature of humanity. But there's also a spirit behind the heart of an unbeliever. That is, the deceiver who has produced in humanity this unwillingness to believe the truth, both in the past and today. And that is the spirit of the Antichrist. So we can, just as Jesus says, you are of your father the devil, to the Pharisees, you can say that to any unbeliever, though they don't know it. Because the spirit that is responsible for their own lack of interest or love for Christ is an Antichrist spirit, the devil himself. And to put all this together, in 2 John 7, he says this, let no one in any way deceive you. It will not, I'm sorry, wrong passage. For many deceivers have gone out into the world, those who do not acknowledge Jesus Christ as coming in the flesh. This is the deceiver and the Antichrist. All right, so there is this idea in Scripture that those who are fallen have been brought so by a deceiver. That is the spirit of the Antichrist leading people to be Antichrists. But at the same time, there is one guy who will be the Antichrist in the day to come. And behind that man will be the spirit of the Antichrist, Satan, giving him his authority and power in that day, in a unique way, in a way that's greater than any individual has ever had before that. And that's the Antichrist that we're talking about. Paul tells us when this man comes, he will do as he pleases as he rises up. He says, let no one in any way deceive you, for it will not come, the day of the Lord will not come, unless the apostasy comes first, the church is apostasy, and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction, who opposes himself and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, displaying himself as being God. So what we learn here is this son of destruction,
because he is a son of Satan. That's why he's called the son of destruction. He exalts himself above every so-called God. That means when his day comes, he will call himself God and elevate himself above Muhammad or Buddha or anybody else that might be out there. And he eventually gets to the point of taking a seat in the temple that had to be built in order for there to be sacrifice. And when he sits there, he calls himself the God. That's what Daniel 9 told us as well. And he will be responsible at that point for stopping the sacrifice that he started when he signed the covenant. He signs it to allow it, and then he puts himself in place of it at a point in time. So Paul says, at that point he will call himself God, and he becomes a man that's more powerful than he started at that point. We get to that later in this study. And then Paul says this, almost done, just a couple last details. Paul says in 2 Thessalonians 2:5, and we studied this one already, he says, do you not remember while I was still with you, I was telling you these things, that what restrains him now, so that in his time he will be revealed, for the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way, and then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will slay with the breath of his mouth and bring to an end by the appearance of his coming. And that is, the one whose coming is in accord with the activity of Satan, with all power and signs and false wonder. Now you remember how we looked at this before, right? 2 weeks ago? We said that the restrainer here, the Holy Spirit, has prevented the rise of the Antichrist. Knowing what we know about the spirit of the Antichrist, here's what you're learning. If it were up to Satan, he would raise the Antichrist any moment he could. From the moment he could, he would do it. Because there are Antichrists everywhere for him. He's the spirit behind all unbelievers. He would just as soon raise any one of them up to do the opposing of God that we see happen in the last day. But there's a restrainer in the world. The Holy Spirit stands between Satan and his desire to do that work. And God's purpose in causing his Spirit to indwell the believer during the church age is at least partly responsible for holding back Satan. So that prior to our removal, here again, another reason why the church must be off the earth before the start of the tribulation, because we hold back its start, effectively. Satan cannot have, before the church is removed, Satan does not have the freedom to do what he wants. Why? Well, here's why that's true. First of all, go back to before Jesus appeared. John said earlier, you know that it is now the last hour because antichrists have appeared. Why is that a sign that we're in the last days? Because before Jesus was known to be Christ, you could not be an opposer to Jesus. If you go back to David's time, Solomon's time, Abraham's time, you couldn't be an antichrist because you didn't know who the Christ was. You can't oppose him until you know him. So until Jesus was revealed to be the Christ, no one could be an antichrist. They could just oppose God in a more general sense. Now that Christ has been revealed, now you can have antichrists. And that's how you know you're at the end, because the Christ has been revealed. We're at the last days. Now, if Satan wants to rise up and lead the world to follow an antichrist, what stands in his way? A world of people who know who the real Christ is and won't follow the wrong one. He can't get his start in a world that is fixed on the right one and knows the difference. But when all who know the right one, every single person who knows the right one, is gone, now there's nothing holding him back from leading them to worship something in place of Christ. So we hold it back by effectively testifying to the true Christ. And Satan is focused on counterfeiting Christ and will do it as soon as he's able. So ironically, the rise of this Middle East peace broker that comes to save the day, backed by Satan, his arrival only has the effect of bringing the opposite of peace in the long run. And last thing, this is very quick. This is our last seal tonight. Revelation 6:3, the second seal, it says, when he broke the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, come. And another, a red horse, went out, and to him who sat on it was granted to take peace from the earth, and that men would slay one another, and a great sword was given to him. So that's the effect. Now, the first seal, at the opening of the first seal, you had a horse and a rider, and things happen on earth. Second seal, a horse and a rider, things happen on earth. The first one, the white one, was the arrival of the Antichrist on the world stage. And it conveyed the man's initial effect. What was his initial effect? He gained power, threatening war, intimidating. That horse symbolized his arrival. Now you have a second horse, similar to the first one. it communicates something similar but different. And the fact that you have the same symbology, though, man, horse, and effects on the earth, tells you it's not a new man, for there's only one Antichrist. It tells you it's a progression of that man in his work. So at the second seal being broken, the Antichrist now moves to the next stage of his career path, if you will. And what comes after a man threatens war? Well, the promise being fulfilled. And this horse being red represents bloodshed. And in verse 4, we're told the effect of this horse is to take peace from the earth. So in some rapid series of events, he goes from brokering the peace and being a man on the ascending path of power in some way to finally gaining what he's been seeking, which is military might. And in the course of some series of events, he literally begins World War III. Remember, birth pangs. So the third world war that the world is worried about, let me tell you, don't worry. It doesn't come until tribulation. We won't be there. But when it does come, it's a doozy. So the Antichrist power at this point is such that he takes peace from the earth, not just from a corner of the earth. That's how I tell you it's world war. He takes peace from the earth. And so the man who came conquering and to conquer has now done so. But it's controlled by Jesus in heaven. All right, so when we come back next week, we go through the next 4 seals for a total of 6 in chapter 7, or 6 in chapter 6. And then we get to the 7th one, and it starts a whole new interesting discussion about the relationship of the judgments, and then into 7. So we got a bunch to do next week. Come on back. If you're confused about anything I did tonight, just watch the video. It'll all make perfect sense. Welcome to Revelation, lesson number 7. We're studying now the tribulation. And this is about the point where those who've said, oh, I never want to study that book, it's just too scary. It's usually right about now that those people drop out of the study, if they're going to. But I hope not, because we've already established that the tribulation, which is what we're studying now, or otherwise known as the great and terrible day of the Lord, this period of history is not for us. You'll just give me a second here while I get my laptop going. It's not for us. It's for those who will be left behind after the church has been removed. And last week we learned that this period of history is fast approaching because all the signs that Jesus gave us have begun. And we know that the Lord has promised to return for us before this time begins. And really then that begs the question, what are we studying it for? Other than the mere fact that it's in the Bible. Well, we're studying it for the purpose of understanding what's coming for the world. And it's in that understanding that we're in a position to explain it to others, both in the church and those who are yet to believe. For those who are in the church, it's your opportunity to convince them to study it for themselves, those who would otherwise not want to. And for certainly those outside the church, those in the world, we have an opportunity in the right way to explain to them that wanting to escape that should be a priority. So Daniel told us that this 7-year period will begin when a man makes a covenant with Israel. And this covenant will permit Israel to return to their Temple Mount and begin to sacrifice. That moment, as I said last week, is not recorded in Revelation. But you do see the moments surrounding that event in the book of Revelation. And then specifically, we started to see last week the rise of a man onto the world stage, a mysterious figure who would be a leader, who would come with threats of war. And his arrival is depicted in the beginning of the time of tribulation, chapter 6 of Revelation. So we started this study last week, and we looked at the first 2 of 7 seals that affix a scroll. And as Jesus broke every one of those seals, as you know, things begin to happen on earth. And the first seal corresponded to the rise of the Antichrist's power. And we saw, as he opened that first seal, a symbolic representation on earth, beginning with a white horse, and then after that, a bow, although this bow is without arrows, as we said last week, so it suggests that he has threats of war without actually the means of carrying it out. And he wore a wreath, and this wreath gave the indication that he has a certain power base, but it's not royal. It's not as though he was a king, but he has a power base. He's earned, as it were, some power position in the world, probably through military means. And these features all come together to represent a man who has military aspirations, political aspirations, doesn't quite have the power yet to carry out all that he desires. Perhaps it starts with a coup, maybe a rebellion, threats of force against neighboring powers, whatever it is, it begins a rise to power for this man. And it was initiated by Jesus. Opening that seal, he lets loose this person onto the world stage. Then we saw the second seal. The second seal was a red horse. The red horse follows the theme of the white one, so that we see that there's a connection here, that this is a building picture. And the second seal with the red horse also had a rider. That rider was also he, meaning a reference to the same guy you've already seen in the first case. And now he is carrying a sword. And a sword is a far different weapon than a bow without arrows. A sword is obviously a weapon of war. And so the picture here now is of widespread bloodshed, hence the red horse. And the man who was threatening battles, threatening to conquer, is now able to do it. He initiates it, and he does it at a great expense to the world. And as you think about what these judgments sound like, the idea that you have a military leader who brings threats of war and then the onset of war, you think, well, that's not especially terrible. We see that today. Well, I want you to remember World War II and how the devastation came about after World War II, or what it produced in the world. Even if you didn't live through it, most of us didn't, you certainly have seen enough on TV and movies to know that World War II was a terrible thing. And then you remember Jesus said that the wars that would come to end the age would be like birth pangs. And we remember what that means, right? Increasing severity, increasing frequency. And that would tell us that as bad as World War II is, World War III, if you want to call it that, will be far worse. Probably because nuclear weapons will be involved, or so I would assume. Can you imagine the bloodshed inflicted by nuclear weapons if they were involved? So the point is that while it talks in very general, very simple terms in the text, the implication is this is a worldwide catastrophe that has no parallel for our sake today. And it leads us directly into the next seal judgment. So let's pick up there, reading in chapter 6, verse 5. When he broke the third seal, I heard the third living creature saying, "Come." I looked, and behold, a black horse, and he who sat on it had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard something like a voice in the center of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not damage the oil and the wine." So we continue, and in this one we have another horse. The horse this time, as you heard, is black. And a black horse, that symbolism could go in a number of different ways. So we want to look at the text as a whole to understand it. John is instructed after the seal is broken to look down to see what transpires on the earth. And the rider on this horse has scales in his hand. Also, again, an unnamed reference to this rider, just he again. And so this continuing use of a horse with a he on top of it is simply evidence that we're still looking at the same person as we move through this pattern. So we're looking at the impact of the Antichrist's rise to power as he takes step after step in that progression, as Jesus literally propels him forward into his position of power. And the horse being black now, like red and white, it symbolizes things. And as I said, it can symbolize many things. So how am I going to know what it really means in this case? Well, I have to look at the context. And specifically, I want to look at what's been said about the other horses in the context of this horse, and I want to look at what the man's holding, and in this case, he's holding scales. So let's talk about scales for a moment. This man has got scales. This is what we mean by scales, something like this. And scales, in that sense, are not common anymore in our modern culture. And in fact, if we ever use scales like this as a symbol today, we don't use it in the same way. We use it to imply the blind justice of our judicial system, right? our impartial judicial system. But the context here is not one of justice or impartiality. So that idea for this symbol doesn't apply here. We need to go back to a more ancient understanding of this symbol. And in ancient times, the monetary system was based on a bartering of goods, and the value of things was established by weight. And so goods would often be sold or bartered by their weight. And therefore you needed something like this at the retail locations so that you could understand whether you were getting paid properly or not at each transaction. So on a scale to establish and compare the value of two things being traded or a method of payment that's being established, you would put an object of known weight on one side, and you would put another object, maybe the object that's for sale, or maybe the coins that are being given to you as payment for that sale would go on the other side, and by establishing that they are of equal weight, you would establish that they are of equal value. Because in that day, coins were made of precious metal, and if you didn't do this when you took someone's coin, then it became easy for someone to shave some of the precious metal away from the coins, just enough that you didn't notice the difference, but over time they could collect more coins effectively, saving those shavings, and then the weight of that material becomes wealth. So to keep the monetary system fair and the integrity of it, merchants would weigh your coins before they would receive them. So the reference to a scale in that context would be like us putting a cash register up there or a card swipe machine or something. What it means is commerce. And so a reference to the Antichrist holding scales points our attention to the economic impact this man will have as a result of his rise to power. And in the context, it's clearly symbolizing his impact on the world's economy, because you can see a pattern emerging. You have the threat of a military leader, white horse, and that becomes a trigger eventually to actually engage in war, red horse, and the bloodshed that comes from it. And then following a great worldwide war, something that is far greater than even World War II would have been or was, what follows naturally from that? Well, obviously death, destruction, but also the interruption of normal daily life. And the onset of war has widespread devastation to economies around the world. The effect of World War III will be, as I'm calling it, a severe scarcity of goods as supplies are reduced. The ability to farm is going away as because land is no longer useful, or people who would farm it are now off in battle. Supplies decrease. As supplies decrease, prices increase. And with that price inflation, you see a lot of other consequences reflected in verse 6. In this unprecedented level of runaway inflation, John is told that a quart of wheat and 3 quarts of barley will each cost a denarius. Now, here's a denarius. For anyone who might want to look at it later, this is a denarius. This was unearthed near the Temple Mount in Israel. So this is a denarius from around the turn of Jesus' time, more or less. And not very big, made of silver. And it's roughly 4.5 grams of silver. And in Jesus' day, in John's day, that's about what it would buy. That little coin would buy 12 quarts of wheat in that day. This represented, by the way, the wage of a day laborer. This was the backbone of the Roman economy. If you worked as a day laborer, and many, many people did, you were paid every day, 1 coin a day. You didn't get it like twice a month. Every day you worked, at the end of the day, you got your money. And this would get you through the next day or 3 or 4 or a week with what you needed to supply for your family, and then you would continue working. It was first introduced about 211 BC, and it had ever since then become the main increment of money in Rome. So 12 quarts of wheat would produce roughly a loaf and a half of bread for each quart. So if I turn that into actual bread, we're talking about that. So 1 day of work gets you that. But what we're told is, in the time of the Antichrist, 1 denarius gets you that. Now, if I put that in modern terms, if this represents what somebody gets for a day of labor at the basic level of the economy, that might be equivalent to someone working for minimum wage or slightly better than that today. And if you work all day for minimum wage, maybe a little better than minimum, something closer to what most places pay these days, you might get about $80 a day, $10 an hour, something like that. So if you spend that $80 frugally, you could probably support a family with subsistence food for several days. Maybe a week if you just bought the simplest of things with it. But if you translate that value to what we're seeing here, if you do the math between our economy and what was true in that day, what that's saying is that in the time of the Antichrist, a loaf of bread will be $60. Imagine if a loaf of bread today cost you $60, what would meat cost? What would cheese cost, right? So that's the impact of the Antichrist's rise to power. And what would be the impact of hyperinflation to that degree? Well, the answer is obvious. Worldwide panic, rampant crime, looting, and ultimately starvation for many. And the Antichrist produces these effects indirectly through the prosecution of war. And war naturally brings pressure on food supply. It disrupts food production and distribution. Armies consume large amounts of supplies. They don't leave much left for civilian populace. So as that just begins to roll, death becomes the norm. That's why you have a black horse. It symbolizes the death of many from a war-induced hyperinflation leading to global starvation. Now, as before, you trace this back, though, to an opening of a seal. So what we're saying is the Lord permits these judgments to come upon the world. In fact, the voice that declared what the value of things would become came from the center of the throne. One guess who that is. So it is God himself establishing this stressor on the world and its resulting effects on humanity. He is both the giver and the taker of life. He sets the day of our birth and the day of our death before we are born, we're told in Job. So what happens to us is in his hands regardless of the methods he might use. And I want you to remember that as you think about these things, and don't put any judgment on God, because whether you die in your sleep or die of starvation, you're still dead. That is not a difference with any value assigned to it, except that we assign value to it because we prefer to die a way we prefer. That is no significance otherwise. God takes life as he chooses to, when he chooses to. And by the way, how did he take his own son's life? He didn't let him die in his sleep either, did he? So you have to understand the method of death does not mean anything when reflected on God. The fact is, all people die sooner or later. And he is choosing to do what he's doing in the world at large to make something happen out of it that is good. But it requires this kind of tremendous turmoil. Notice at the end there were two products that were specifically excluded from high prices, wine and oil. And I will tell you that if you want a little hobby, you can spend a lot of time examining all the speculation that people throw out for what these two things mean. It's like its own little cottage industry within this whole book. I think there's an obvious answer, and maybe this is different than yours, and that's fine. But these happen to be the chief crops in Israel, and they come from olives and grapes, which both represent Israel in Scripture. I don't think that's a coincidence. In other words, this is code. This is a code, if you will, or a symbol representing that the land of Israel will be spared to an extent from the warfare. That while the rest of the world is in turmoil and all that comes from it results, including hyperinflation, as it were, wine and oil, so to speak, will not be affected. And that makes perfect sense because remember, what was the impetus for the Antichrist's rise to power? How did he get into power to begin with? Or another way to say it is, what starts the tribulation? An agreement with Israel, a covenant with Israel that allows Israel to have access to their Temple Mount. It would seem as though in that agreement, the Antichrist has agreed to let them have that without threat, and meanwhile he goes off to terrorize the rest of the world. Of course, that doesn't last the whole 7 years, but it does last for 3.5. So this would seem to indicate that the Lord is carving out an exception for his people Israel during this time, so that they are not suffering under the same devastating effects of war that the rest of the world will be. But don't worry, they don't get off scot-free. Remember, this whole thing is about them at the end. He's just not taking it to them in this way yet. All right, that takes us now to the next seal. Chapter 6, verse 7. When the Lamb broke the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the four living creatures saying, "Come." the fourth living creature, saying, "Come." I looked, and behold, an ashen horse, and he who sat on it had the name Death, and Hades was following with him. Authority was given to them over a fourth of the earth to kill, with sword and with famine and with pestilence and by the wild beasts of the earth. All right, so the fourth seal brings yet one more horse with a rider. And now, of course, we know we're looking at a step-by-step impact of the arrival of the Antichrist. And so this is the last step in the chain. Still a horse and a rider, and still a he and all the rest. But the naming of this rider, that is being called Death, and the addition of a follower, Hades, that adds new mystery. That breaks the pattern to an extent. Now, the addition of, I'll just cover something you might have heard. There's those out there who would tell you that because of the addition of Hades here, that this is actually the fourth and fifth horses, because Hades is, quote, following. But if you make that conclusion, you're missing the whole point of what's happening here. Remember, the pattern has been established with the first three seals. Each rider pictures the Antichrist. Each horse pictures something that Antichrist is doing as he rises to power. So that's the pattern that's been established. You don't break that pattern easily unless you really feel the text is asking you to do that. So I don't see anything here that would suggest we would do that. On the other hand, the nature of the horses, the symbols, they all reflect this building progression of outcome. The fourth is the natural next step in that progression. What happens after you do everything that's been done in the first three? You get a lot of death. Death is the expected outcome from all of these events. And what happens after an unbeliever dies? Then again, the next step, they're in Hades. This is just finishing the progression. Obviously, death and Hades are not real people. Death is a condition, and Hades is a place. So the logical interpretation is these are the final, ultimate effects of the Antichrist. Widespread death on earth. And the effect of death for the unsaved is hell. And that conclusion, by the way, is supported by the horse's color. It's a pale green. Ashen is the term in my Bible, but the Greek word is chloros, from which we get words like chlorophyll. So it's actually green, the word green in Greek. And a kind of ashen, very, very light, pale green color is the color of the body hours or days after death. And left unburied, that's where we all end up. So secondly, first you see the color, and then secondly, in verse 8, we're told what the effect is, and it confirms our conclusion, right? The overall toll of war and famine and the pestilence that follows that, and even wild beasts who are also hungry. The effect of all of that is a fourth of humanity dead. Now let me put that in context. By today's population count, that would be roughly 2 billion people. By comparison, the highest estimates of those who died in World War I was 22 million. The highest estimates of those who died in World War II was 56 million. Birth pangs, getting worse. So World War II. This next war will have an unimaginable devastation on the earth, right? Just as birth pangs would suggest. And the deaths are the result of the culmination of all that we've been studying, as we heard. Sword, which is war. Famine, which is the result of war. Pestilence, which is usually the disease that follows sickness brought about by famine. And then the wild beasts who are becoming more aggressive, looking for their own source of food. All right, let's stop for a minute and kind of put some things together. I want to look back on these first four judgments, and I want to show you how the pattern has been building. So we start back at the beginning with the first seal, and that was the white horse. That's the Antichrist coming to conquer, right? Then we have the second seal, the red horse, the war and the bloodshed that follows. Then we have the third seal, which is obviously the black horse, high inflation, economic collapse, and then the one we just finished with, which is the ashen horse, and that's famine, pestilence, widespread death. All right, so these all four represent one guy rising to power. That's why we keep seeing horse and horse and horse. You're not going to see a horse again in any of the judgments. So you have a horse pattern at the beginning linking them. And as you look at that progression, it makes perfect sense why they're linked, because there's clearly something that's pulling you down this path, right? There's clearly some natural progression that follows. So those are simply the cause and effect relationship of what happens when a guy like him, like the Antichrist, gets that powerful and begins to disrupt the world at that level. And we've actually seen this before, just not on this scale. What's the last time you saw a guy with a similar pattern? Hitler, World War II, birth pangs, hello, right? It's the new Hitler, but worse. All right, that's what we're looking at. Let's move on now. Verse 9. When the Lamb broke the fifth seal, I saw underneath the altar the souls of those who had been slain because of the word of God and because of the testimony which they had maintained. And they cried out with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, will you refrain from judging and avenging our blood on those who dwell on the earth? And then there was given to each of them a white robe, and they were told that they should rest for a little while longer, until the number of their fellow servants and their brethren who were to be killed, even as they had been, would be completed also. Are we broken out of the pattern? The fifth seal doesn't follow the whole horse idea anymore. In fact, this seal also breaks the pattern we've been watching earlier, in which you saw John being told after each seal, come, and then he would look down on the earth and he would see something. Doesn't happen this time. His vision remains entirely in heaven through the whole of this one. And John describes first in his scene here, the altar. Now remember, an altar is always a place of sacrifice. And its presence in heaven would mean that this is the place of sacrifice in heaven. And in heaven, there is only one place of sacrifice, which is the heavenly tabernacle. And Hebrews 9 tells us that Christ, being our high priest over that tabernacle, presides, and his blood is that sacrifice. And it was a once and for all sacrifice. So there is no continual sacrifice in heaven. That's the altar we're looking at here. And under this altar, John says he sees souls of what I'm calling martyrs, which is the term for anyone who dies for their faith. And they are in the form of disembodied spirits, souls only. And we know, therefore, these cannot be church saints, because all church saints receive their new physical bodies at the resurrection, which we witnessed in chapters 4 and 5. They're in bodily form already in heaven. So what do we know about these people? These are human beings who died after the resurrection of the church, which means they died during the tribulation itself. Secondly, we know they're killed, it says, because of the word of God and because they maintained their testimony. So that's where I say they're martyrs. They died because of their faith. Clearly, then, that's why they're up in heaven. They're believers. I mean, if it's not obvious enough already, they wouldn't be where they are if they weren't believers. So here we have believers from the earth, martyred for their faith after the time the church is removed. And that just produces a little mystery for us, because we wonder where they came from, among other things. And we'll get to that. They're asking, as you hear there, for justice for their death. So they are obviously victims of some kind of injustice on earth. That seems clear. And yet they're told, sorry, the time isn't here yet. There's going to be more like you. More will have to be killed in the same way until that number is complete, and until then there won't be justice for you. So what that's telling us is these are merely the first to be martyred, and that there are going to be many more who are going to share in their experience before the end comes. So if you take all of these facts and you put them together, you can make several conclusions concerning these souls. First, these souls were believers on the earth. Clear enough, otherwise they wouldn't be in heaven. That tells you, obviously, that faith has come back to the earth since the time that the church has been removed. That leaves us wondering, though, well, how does faith come back to the earth when there's no one on the earth to evangelize anyone? Because obviously that's changed as well. Next, we know that these believers on the earth were living during tribulation and therefore became targets of persecution, even to the point of death, being killed for their testimony. What that's telling us is that in the tribulation, being Christian is dangerous. Being Christian is dangerous, and certainly that's true in pockets of the earth today, but this is a worldwide truth in this day. And furthermore, we've already learned these are the first of what will ultimately be a very large group of people who will die for their faith. What do you call martyred saints that come to faith and die following the removal of the church from the earth? Well, most call them tribulation saints. And as you'll see during the full course of this study, these saints endure hell on earth before they die. And therefore, never has it been more true that death is a blessing for the believer than it will be for these believers. And so we must understand that this seal that we're watching here, it's not a moment during the 7 years. That's why John is not told to come and look. This is not a moment. This is a summary of the 7 years. This seal represents what will be going on during the time of tribulation for believers, which is why we get that moment in which they're told, wait, there's more like you coming. That's our clue to know this is not a moment, this is a life. If you might want to put it this way, it's a lifestyle for Christians during the tribulation. And this is exactly what Daniel said would happen. Remember back in Daniel 7, we studied this. In Daniel 7:24, as for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them. That's the Antichrist. And he will be different from the previous ones, and he will subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High, and notice, and wear down the saints of the highest one. And he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they, meaning the saints, will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. And then it goes on, but the court will sit for judgment and his dominion will be taken away. So then you see how it ends. So the persecution of saints is not limited to a moment or to a certain group, but as the text says, more are coming and it will go on for a period of time. In fact, according to Daniel, the martyrdom of the saints will actually be concentrated in the second half of tribulation, in that time, times, and half a time reference, which we already learned is 3.5 years, the second half of the 7. So you notice we're still in the first half of tribulation here in our study. So the martyrdom begins right away. It doesn't get rolling until the second half. So it's a continual thing that gets worse as we go. This seal, in a way, provides a contrast to the one we just studied, to the fourth one. Notice the contrast here. In the fourth judgment, the one we just got done with a moment ago, death came to the whole world because of the war, right? Where did all of those who were dying in the war go? Hades. Hades. So that meant that the fourth judgment was speaking only of the death of the unbeliever, because they're all going to Hades. But lest you think, oh, well, it'll be fine if you're a believer during the tribulation, you'll be fine. It's only the unbelievers who are getting wiped out with all of the judgments. Well, in case that was your thought, here comes seal number 5. And seal number 5 balances those scales, so to speak. So in the case of the unbeliever, the indirect cause of their death was the Antichrist's leadership and his triggering of war, right? That's the indirect cause. What's the direct cause? What's the true cause for why so many of the earth are dying and going to Hades? It was Jesus opening the scroll, all right? And now, by contrast, the fifth judgment is exactly the same thing in a way. It shows death coming to saints. And unlike those who go to Hades, the dead here are finding themselves under the altar in the throne room of God, crying out for vengeance. But they have the same kind of pattern here. What was the indirect cause of their death? The Antichrist again. What was the direct cause? The opening of a fifth seal. So even though the circumstances of each group's death are very different, and the destinations of their souls are very different, in both cases, the direct and indirect causes of their deaths are exactly the same. That is, the direct is Jesus in both cases, the indirect is the Antichrist in both cases, just from different activity. So where do these saints come from if all believers were raptured prior to the tribulation? Let me show you a chart here before we do that. I want to show you what I just said. So the fourth seal was everyone dying as a result of all the war. The fifth seal we're going to put down here because the fifth seal is not a moment. It doesn't follow sequentially. It's not as though the war finishes and then we get into the death of saints. No, it's a simultaneous activity. So we're going to put it underneath all of the ones we just studied. So the Antichrist, while he's out prosecuting war, he's also persecuting the souls, the saints that is, and those souls then being martyred end up in heaven. So the martyrdom of saints is a continual backdrop to the events of tribulation, brought about by Jesus' sovereign will to put his own people in positions to witness and testify and die for that testimony, which is something he can do. You know, you can make your life a living testimony and he can make your death a testimony. Right? It's all available to him. In fact, since we know we're going to die, we should set our minds to making sure that we do both. All right. That's how the world will start to see the impact of those seal judgments. Now we move to the question of where did all of those believers come from if we've disappeared and there was no new believer that is sharing the truth? Well, it all traces back to God, of course. Chapter 6, verse 12, it says, we're going to get to that in a minute, sorry. I almost jumped too fast, didn't I? Chapter 6, verse 12, we have one more seal judgment we need to cover before we look at that question. Chapter 6, verse 12, it says, I looked, and when he broke the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth made of hair, and the whole moon became like blood, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth as a fig tree casts its unripe figs when shaken by a great wind. The sky was split apart like a scroll when it is rolled up, and every mountain and island was moved out of their places. All right, this one's also a break from the past of the ones we've seen so far. Now, for the very first time, we see a seal judgment resulting in supernatural changes on the earth. And increasingly, that's what we will start to see. Supernatural things, God bringing things to pass by his own power. And there will be a series of these unimaginable, cataclysmic upheavals of nature and of physical earth and of heavens and so on. It's just like the Old Testament prophets said about the great and terrible day of the Lord. It will be a day unlike any that has ever been, nor will ever be again. Just nothing compares to it. And it's important to realize this is the very beginning of this stuff. This is early in the 7 years, and in the very earliest parts of what goes on, the first 5 seals we've already studied, the world will not see them as supernatural because they aren't for the most part. They are all coming from God, obviously, but in the way they play out, they look very ordinary, just at a different scale. And those natural events, being as bad as they are, they don't produce any kind of proof or evidence for those on earth that they're seeing the judgment of God. I'm sure the world will simply say, why has everything gotten so bad? Why are we in such a bad fix? But then as the supernatural judgments begin to kick in, beginning with the 6th seal, as those move forward, the supernatural evidence begins to pile up. And at some point, relatively quickly, the world begins to recognize this is not just ordinary bad day stuff. We're in the middle of something biblical here. And literally, and the Lord is doing this, and that recognition will begin to dawn on them. But the interesting thing is, it will not have the result you might have expected. Here's the first of those supernatural, the 6th seal, bringing earthquakes, devastation to the face of the earth. I'm going to go back to our chart here for just a second. So devastation is going to now come from the 6th one. So we're talking about the moon going blood red, the sun going dark, earthquakes on the earth, and all the rest. Supernatural calamities. End the the 6th judgment. Let's look at each one of these just for a moment, because I think it's helpful to imagine them with some precision to understand what the text is saying. Because otherwise I think it begins to sound a bit too fantastic, like a fantasy, and in which case it loses its drama. All right, so each of these effects piles up. And before we even look at them, you need to understand that in the series of judgments that come on the earth, this is the first wave of 3 waves of judgments. They go by the names of seals, trumpets, and bowls. At the end of each wave, there's one of these kinds of outbursts of supernatural destruction, a kind of punctuation at the end of each of those waves. This is the one for the first wave. And some of the events that you'll see, sometimes they resemble things we have today, like earthquakes and winds and so on. But of course, it doesn't come close to anything we see today in terms of magnitude. The magnitude of the devastation is simply unprecedented. Frankly, it's hard to even imagine. And it's terrifying. It's a display of God's awesome power and wrath to the whole of the planet. It's hard to appreciate, right? In this case, as I mentioned, earthquakes, the sun, the moon, the stars, all seeing dramatic changes and the like. Let's go through them. First, the sun becomes black. This cannot simply be an eclipse, because an eclipse, first of all, would be expected. It would not be threatening. It would not be a judgment. It wouldn't create devastation. It would just be a moment. But this is a devastation. So this has to be some other kind of unexplained turning off, darkening of the sun, therefore producing devastation. We'll come back to that. Next, the moon becomes blood red. This is a a funny one. Think about it for a minute. The moon does not produce any light. So if the sun is black, how does the moon have red glow? So the moon is now giving off its own color absent the sun. And if anybody's paying attention in that day and age, they'll put that together as well. And it becomes a clear, supernatural, dramatic sign to the world that God is doing something, because he just broke the laws of physics for their sake. Next, we're told the stars fall to the earth, but we have to immediately rule out a super literal interpretation, because a star is a sun. A sun cannot fall to our earth. Suns are hugely larger than our earth is, obviously. A sun of that size coming into contact with our earth would burn it up in a crisp in a second. So these are not literal suns falling on our earth. And by the same token, I cannot take the word entirely symbolically as we would have done in chapter 1, where we said a star is an angel, because the context here is not angels. The context is of heavenly bodies, sun, moon, stars. So I have to stay in a heavenly bodies context, but I can't be literal. What's left? Well, that would lead us to conclude that the word star here is being used in a kind of layman's sense, not in the scientific sense of a sun. So from the perspective of someone standing on the earth, when you see stars falling to the earth, what are you actually seeing? Meteors. Meteorites. So the meteor showers that are being described here as suns falling, well, can you imagine if meteors were falling and they were sizable and they were consistent and persistent? What kind of devastating effects would meteors have on the earth if it just kept coming? That's what you're talking about here. Then John says the sky is split and rolled up like a scroll. Mountains and islands moved. I mean, that boggles your mind. In fact, think about the island or a mountain moving for just a moment. If an island or a mountain moves, even just a short distance, it obliterates everything that's on it. I mean, it's such tremendous force. It'd be like a child trying to push a sandcastle. Even just an inch. What happens? It crumbles at the pressure, right? That's what's going on when you move a mountain or an island on the earth. So how do we put all this together and make any sense of it? If we even try, some would say, well, why bother? It's all supernatural. True, but God is not putting an end to physics and gravity and the rest. He's working within his creation even at this point, though he's doing it in ways that are not natural. Some scientists have tried to understand what would happen if the sun suddenly stopped shining, and what effects would follow from it. Well, first, they know that the Earth's temperature would plunge in a matter of days to 100 degrees below zero, and then continue going down after that. And those plunging temperatures at Earth's surface would lead to hurricane-force winds around the planet. As you see, the temperature changes just happen, swinging very quickly. And then the atmosphere itself would undergo unpredictable, violent change as temperature variations would swing. And then the sudden cooling of the Earth's surface would draw heat up from inside the Earth's core to the Earth's surface. That would produce probably severe earthquakes, strong enough to move continental plates. It would release magma from the Earth. And then if you were living through any of that, assuming you're living, you're escaping the severe cold. Mankind's got to go underground. There's no source of power at that point. They're going to be going underground to find the heat. And earthquakes, meanwhile, would make that journey perilous. Notice in verses 15 and 16, everyone is underground, rich to poor, free to slave, because without the sun, even the homes of the very rich can't handle the cold or earthquakes. And so they begin wishing for the fall of the rocks on their heads to put themselves out of the misery. Did I read that? I didn't think so. I must have just dropped that out of my notes. Let's just read that real quickly to cover it. It won't be on a slide, but you'll be able to hear it. So this is in Revelation chapter 7, or 6 rather, the last part of that sixth judgment. He says, the sky was split, and then it says, then, verse 15, then the kings of the earth and the great men and the commanders and the rich and the strong and every slave and free man hid themselves in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and to the rocks, fall on us and hide from us the presence of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb, for the great day of that wrath has come, and who is able to stand? So it fits, interestingly, the pattern of what would happen if you didn't have sunlight for any extended period of time. People, even the very rich, can't stay warm without going into caves. But then in the caves with the earthquakes, they'd say, you know what, I'd rather just be done with this. Fall on me, please. I'm tired of this. Put me out of my misery. And in response to all the events, you notice the comment that was read there at the end. they begin to understand what's really happening. Where before in the earlier judgments, they just interpreted them as war and everyday events in some sense in verses 16 and 17. Now they're saying, we're experiencing the wrath of God and of the Lamb. The great day of wrath has come. Now, it wouldn't take a genius at this point to conclude that things were the result of an unhappy God at the point that they're seeing these things. Yet that statement still begs the question. It's one thing to say, God's mad at us. It's another thing to say the Lamb is upset at us. That's a specific understanding, a level of insight that would suggest someone is explaining it to them. Someone who knows Jesus is explaining this. And so the question becomes, who would be explaining these events to the world? And who is explaining about Jesus, since we know the church is not there? And that's part of what we get into now in chapter 7. Part of the answer to this doesn't come till later in chapter 11. Revelation 7, verse 1. Let's move to the next passage. After this, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth, so that no wind would blow on the earth, or on the sea, or on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the rising of the sun, having the seal of the living God. And he cried out with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was granted to harm the earth and the sea, saying, do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the bondservants of our God on their foreheads. So we begin the 7th chapter, John saying, then I saw, which is simply to say this is the next thing he was shown. That does not necessarily imply that what he's seeing here happened after the things of chapter 6 chronologically. Do not get into your heads that this book is written chronologically purely so you'll get messed up. He's just saying this is the next thing that was shown to me. So in describing the period of tribulation, keep in mind, if you were to say to someone, let me explain to you what happened in World War II, and you were to write a book about it, could you write the story of World War II chronologically? No, because so much was happening simultaneously. You'd have to write first about the European theater, and then maybe you jump to the Pacific theater, then you jump back to the European. Well, chapters 1 and 2 are simultaneous in different places on the earth. That's the nature of writing. I mean, there's no other way to do it. Similarly, there's a lot going on. The events of tribulation are exceedingly complex. And in many cases, multiple things are happening simultaneously. Expect that. And as a result, look for the clues in the text that would tell us when John is giving things to us that are happening in conjunction with other things we've already heard. This will be one of those cases. Usually it comes in one of 2 ways. John will either give us specific time references which line up with other chapters, or the context of one chapter will fit the context of another, and we'll know that these are all part of the same scene or the same moment. All right? In this case, why do I know that this chapter is actually contemporaneous with the events we've already studied? How do we know what's going on at the same time? Because in what John says here, he's going to show you that. Things here match to things in chapter 6, beginning with 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, which is just a euphemism meaning the entire earth. These angels are said to be holding back the 4 winds of the earth, which means they stop all movement of wind on earth for a time. And notice in verse 2, after that you see the mention of the rising of the sun. And in verse 3 we're told that nothing on the face of the earth can be harmed, at least for a time. Why am I giving you all that? Well, what did we just study a moment ago? A moment ago, what did we just hear? Winds were blowing, sun was dark, face of the earth devastated. Here we're hearing no wind blowing, sun is rising, no devastation on the earth. It's not as though we just went backward and the world got better. This is jumping back to a moment prior to the devastation that just took place in chapter 6. This is equivalent to someone saying, meanwhile, in the Pacific theater, and jumping to the beginning of the story again, just in another place. So the events of chapter 7 actually start or predate the events that ended chapter 6. They're just another set of events that go alongside. That's why you notice this chapter doesn't open with any judgment. It's not a seal judgment. It's not a trumpet judgment. It's not a judgment at all. It's background on what's been going on in addition. So, at the beginning of tribulation, what happened? Well, we heard at the very beginning of chapter 6 that there was a man that was let loose on the earth and blah, blah, blah. We know from Daniel that at the very beginning of tribulation, a covenant was signed. And now we get a third piece of data. At the very beginning of tribulation, 4 angels went out and stopped all the wind on the earth from blowing. And it itself was a judgment, because to stop all winds on earth would have a devastating effect on the earth's weather cycle, water cycle, and so on. The water cycle of the earth is driven by wind. Wind carries moisture off the oceans, up mountains on the earth. They condense, the clouds condense at the top of the mountains in the cooler air. They rain on the mountains. Rain on the mountains becomes snow and rain depending on the time of year. That then feeds the water cycle of the earth, water, replenishing the earth with fresh water, which then gets eventually taken back up to the sky and on, or flows to the ocean and then eventually back up into the sky. That's all wind driven. Without wind, water just stays where it is. And eventually what you find is famine, drought, starvation on the earth. All right, this detail reminds us of the earlier seal judgments. In other words, what it's saying is that the Antichrist's rise to power and the war that ensued produced its own effect, but in the background, you had the Lord adding to that effect by stopping the normal water cycle on the earth. And these angels were involved in those worsening calamities. But in verse 2, we hear of a 5th angel who ascends from the rising of the sun, having the seal of the living God. Now, we don't know who this angel is, though it's obvious he's significant and he has authority because he gives the other angels orders. And this begins really a new pattern in the book of Revelation in which we see angels increasingly at center stage, acting on God's command, performing the works of what Revelation demonstrates to us, communicating to John, telling him what's going on. Angels become a big part in the letter. In this chapter, you learn that it's important to God that devastation be carefully timed in relationship to a group that he wants to seal first. So here's what happened at the beginning of tribulation. Verse 3, the 4 angels are told they cannot begin their devastating attacks on the earth until the bondservants of God are sealed. So they stop wind for a time, which has a universal effect, but they go no further until there is a sealing of a group of people. Now, a bondservant is a New Testament term for a believer in Jesus Christ. And a sealing is a reference to the coming of the Holy Spirit as they believe. Or another way to say it is, to be sealed is to be born again. And Paul says it this way in 2 Corinthians 1:21. Now he who establishes us with you in Christ and anointed us is God, who also sealed us and gave us the Spirit in our hearts as a pledge. Same terminology, same idea. So, what do we conclude here in this passage? God is describing a preparation step so that he can bring a group of people to faith, and he's asked his angels to hold off on any devastation until those people have, in fact, come to faith. Now, why does he mention sealing on their, quote, forehead? Obviously, in the way we believe, we're not sealed in just a part of our body. We have the whole indwelling of the Spirit. That's our sealing. Well, I think the mention here relates to something that happens later in the book of Revelation, because later, during these 7 years, it'll become mandatory for every human being to receive a distinguishing mark on their forehead. That mark, if you take it, indicates that you worship the Antichrist. And those who refuse to take that mark will be killed. Now, we're going to cover all that later, of course, but I think the mention of sealing of the forehead here is intended to contrast with the mark that's going to be taken later, as a way of sort of indicating, these are mine, and the Antichrist will have his. Not that this sealing is visible, like the mark will be, but it's just to make the connection for us, all right? We'll come back to that later. So to recap, at the beginning of tribulation, the Lord will stop all wind, which begins to create a significant problem for the earth. Meanwhile, you have the Antichrist rising to his power through the opening of the seals. And as all of that is happening, the Lord is at work bringing to faith a new generation of believers on earth. And then John gets to tell us where this new generation of believers comes from. Let me put this on a graph. So you have 4 angels. There are little ones on here, but I'm sure they're bigger in real life. while all of the other stuff we just studied is going on, these 4 angels are getting ready to do the job of sealing, of holding back winds without doing more damage so God can go out and seal the new believers. All right, so let's talk about who these people are. Verse 4. I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 sealed from every tribe of the sons of Israel. From the tribe of Judah, 12,000 were sealed. From the tribe of Reuben, 12,000. And the tribe of Gad, 12,000. From the tribe of Asher, 12,000. And the tribe of Naphtali, 12,000. From the tribe of Manasseh, 12,000. From the tribe of Simeon, 12,000. From the tribe of Levi, 12,000. From the tribe of Issachar, 12,000. From the tribe of Zebulun, 12,000. From the tribe of Joseph, 12,000. From the tribe of Benjamin, 12,000 were sealed. All right, here you have the infamous 144,000 of tribulation. And you may have heard a lot about this. I'm almost certain you've heard it somewhere. And there has been, this is probably another of those Hall of Fame speculation points in the book of Revelation, a group of people here that have been talked about. And you've probably heard people saying different things about who these are and what they mean and where they'll come in history. And most of what you heard is utter nonsense because it's divorced from the text. Right? You may have heard Jehovah's Witnesses or other non-Christian groups claiming that they are the 144,000, right? Frankly, they can have it. Some argue over the nationality or the origin of these people or the timing of their appearing and all of that. All that argument is unnecessary. It's completely waste of time because the text settles all of those questions for us right here. You don't have to speculate. First, this is a group of bondservants, we're told, who come to faith after the start of tribulation, while the angels are out there holding back the wind. Last time I checked, there's never been a day in the history of the earth where there wasn't an ounce of wind anywhere on the planet. That's a predecessor to this moment. So until that happens, you can't have any of the 144,000, right? If you have 144,000 men coming to faith in this day, that confirms for us something we saw in chapter 5, which is that the Holy Spirit will be back at work on the earth, producing faith. Or simply put, the rapture, as we call it, is not the last chance for someone to believe in Christ, although it is a much better thing to believe before than after, because of what they'll endure. As Jesus says in John 3, the Spirit is, his presence is evidenced by his effect, because you can't see him. So just as when you detect the presence of the wind because you see leaves moving, similarly, you can know the Spirit is at work here because you see people getting saved. One is the conclusion of the other. So people being brought to faith and sealed means he's there working. Secondly, we know that no believer on earth today can be part of this group because if you are a believer on the earth, you're removed prior to these events. That means even if you have delusions of grandeur and you think you're one of the 144,000, you know you're going to be removed before they're even in the story. And then lastly, all of these believers are taken from tribes of Israel. They're all Jewish. So unless you descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, plan to somehow sneak through the rapture and end up in the tribulation. I mean, it's just ludicrous for anyone to think that they could be part of this group now, or that you could know of anyone who's going to be part of this group now. The irony is this: if the tribulation were to happen in, let's say, in our lifetime from now, it's possible that someone walking the earth right now is one of the 144,000, but it's only because they're not believing now, and they won't be at the rapture, and then they'll be one of these at the time that God creates them. The funny thing is, if you found that person, they would deny they're part of the 144,000 because they wouldn't know. All right, turning to the group. We are told they are taken in equal number from 12 tribes of Israel. And this is an interesting detail, partly because we only know of one tribe today that can be reasonably identified. That is those who have a last name that traces to the tribe of Levi, names like Cohen, for example. Even then, that doesn't necessarily prove that that person is Jewish, but it's an indication. But for the most part, all other tribes have been lost. We don't know for a fact who's who. God still knows. And remember, we're not talking about Gentiles who are secretly Jewish and don't know it. We're talking about Jews who are Jews. They just don't know what tribe they're from. So if you've ever wondered, oh, maybe I'm Jewish and don't know it, you're not Jewish. You're Jewish. Trust me, if you're Jewish, you know you're Jewish, right? You practice it, you live it, you grew up in it, you're Jewish. That's Jewish. We're talking here about people who are that way, but they just don't know what tribe they're from. But God does. And he will distribute his grace evenly among these tribes. Now, some have wondered why the tribe of Dan is missing. You may not know, but there are 13 tribes of Israel. Once Joseph's place in the 12 was split into Manasseh and Ephraim. So there's always 13 tribes. And in the way Scripture typically lists tribes of Israel, it likes symmetry. And so it often has 12, not all 13. And that means somebody's going to be missing sooner or later somewhere. And in lists of 12 in the Bible, you'll find different ones missing in different places. Here you see Dan missing. Whenever you have 12 tribes, that is, you leave one out, the message usually is the one that's out is out for some reason related to the circumstance. Here, Dan is missing, and so the best guess is that Dan's history of having been the tribe that first introduced idolatry into Israel would make them ineligible to be part of introducing true worship into a world that's devoid of worship, of true faith. Now, that does not mean that no one in the tribe of Dan will be saved. It just means that they won't be counted among the initial 144,000. All right? Later in Revelation, we find a second chapter, chapter 14, devoted to these same men. And in that chapter, we learn a few more things about them, and I'll just mention two briefly here. One is they're all men. Secondly, they're all virgins. And that apparently plays a part in why God chose them. So, last thing about them, and then we'll move on. Why does the Lord start with Jews, and why does he use such an interesting number, 12 times 12? Well, first, the Jewish one is pretty easy. It's always going to start with the Jew. Salvation is of the Jews, Jesus says in John chapter 4 to the woman at the well, which means God always works through the Jewish people to do everything that he does for humanity, period. The patriarchs were Jewish, the prophets were Jewish, the apostles were Jewish, the Lord was Jewish. The covenants were given to Jews, the word of God was written through Jewish writers, the temple service belongs to Israel. Everything that we have regarding salvation and our relationship with Jesus was made available to us through the Jewish people. And just as the Lord promised Abraham, it would be through his seed that he would bless many nations. And that pattern never changes. So even in tribulation, when he's down to 0 believers and he has to start new and fresh again, he goes back to the same place, Israel. Secondly, then, what does he do this weird 12 thing? 12,000, 12 times, so on. Well, 12 in the Bible is the number of governing, God governing through human leaders. So that would mean that these men represent the new house of God on earth, the beginning of the new house of God on earth, leading a new worldwide evangelistic effort. But there's something else deeper you need to consider. What do we understand about the number 1,000 or 144,000 in the context of coming to faith? And by that I mean this. Remember, these are literal numbers. This is not metaphor. So exactly 144,000 men came to faith at the onset, at the initial days of tribulation. Not 143,399. Now, what that tells you is that the process is entirely supernatural. There are no evangelists to evangelize them, first of all. Secondly, what are the odds, if you are of the mind that says people come to faith just because they choose to believe and nothing else? Let me ask you, what are the odds that 144,000 exactly, not one more or less, come to faith? Could it happen? Yes. What are the odds? And the fact that it's that number, not some other number, 144,000, God ruling through men, times 12, just to double it. The point is clear, right? The unavoidable conclusion is God is the author of our faith. He gave these men the faith that brought them to a confession so that they would work for him. And they got that out of nothing, a la Paul on the road to Damascus. And he did it according to his choice. He didn't just say, the first 144,000 that want to believe in me can be saved. He picked 12,000 from 12 tribes, and he left out a tribe just to make sure you know it's not random. God selected these men and saved them for no cause of their own so that no man may boast. And did it in such a perfect number so that you and I could see it right now and say, well, gee whiz, I guess God is the author of our faith. I guess God chooses us. So God brings those Jews to faith in Jesus, then he calls them to be the first evangelists of tribulation. And from this seed group, you now have the world experiencing a new wave of faith. And you see that in the next part of the chapter as we finish up here. After these things I looked, and behold, a great multitude, which no one could count, from every nation and all tribes and peoples and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes, and palm branches were in their hands. And they cry out with a loud voice, saying, Salvation to our God who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. And all the angels were standing around the throne and around the elders and the 4 living creatures. And they fell on their faces before the throne and worshiped God, saying, Amen, blessing and glory and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might be to our God forever and ever. Amen. All right, so John connects this passage to the previous one. Notice the phrase, after these things. That is meaningful. In Greek, that phrase suggests cause and effect. So in other words, what he's saying is the same thing we saw at the beginning of chapter 4, remember? The beginning of chapter 4, after these things. What was that cause and effect? Well, in chapter 3, the church ends. Chapter 4, what's the effect of that cause? The church in heaven. Similarly, what's the cause here? That you have God saving 144,000 men. What's the effect then? This uncountable number coming to faith as a result. So it tells us that these men led a worldwide evangelistic movement which had as its result an uncountable crowd standing before the throne. They are in heaven now, which means they're believers. And the palm branches they hold, the white robes they wear just confirm that. They come from every nation and tribe, which tells us these are not the 144,000. The 144,000 came from one nation. These come from every nation. So these are different. These are the people they produced. And this is exactly what Jesus said would happen in Matthew 24. When he talked about the end of the age, let me back up here, sorry. He said that in this time of lawlessness, when there would be the Antichrist and so on, he said at the very end there, the gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. In that one verse, Jesus was talking about Revelation 7. All right? Now, think about this. You have a multitude joining the worship in the Lamb in the throne room, just like the resurrected saints did in chapters 4 and 5, singing praise. That means what? They're dead. They're in heaven. So they're not unhappy, obviously, to be there. They've escaped the trials and tribulations. By the way, this is true for every believer. Those who pass away, they enter into an existence far better than the one they leave, even if it's not tribulation down here. It's always worse than what's up there. But the fact that they're in heaven tells us two very important things. And it's so important, in fact, that John himself gets told to pay attention to that detail. Look at the next passage, the last passage for the night. John is asked, one of the elders, he said, answering, saying to me, these who are clothed in the white robes, who are they and where have they come from? John's asked that question. And John says back to the elder, my Lord, you know. And he said to me, these are the ones who came out of the great tribulation. They've washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. For this reason, they are before the throne of God, and they serve him day and night in his temple. And he who sits on the throne will spread his tabernacle over them. They will hunger no more, nor thirst any more, nor will the sun beat down on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb in the center of the throne will be their shepherd and will guide them to springs of the water of life, and God will wipe every tear from their eyes. So John avoids the question sheepishly, doesn't know the answer, maybe doesn't want to say the wrong thing, and he gets the answer back. These are the ones who've been saved by the work of the evangelist. They've died. They've now been taken out of the world. They're no longer going to suffer. They're safe with Christ. Here's the two things that you learn. First, it confirms that belief during the time of tribulation is deadly. These are not just those who were under the altar. This is now backing up and saying how they came to be souls that believed. And now you see them all in heaven again, just to confirm they don't stay on the earth. What you're learning and what we'll see confirmation of throughout the book of Tribulation is very, very few believers live to the end of tribulation. Very few. The vast majority, maybe 95% of all who come to faith during the time of tribulation will be martyred. And that is a far better outcome than living to the end of tribulation, for reasons you'll learn in chapter 20. Secondly, this scene confirms that what we're looking at are events that run concurrently with the judgments of chapter 6. How do we know that? Well, this is not a single moment here. This chapter is telling the story of evangelism throughout the time of tribulation. There will be evangelism for a time. There will be martyrdom as a result. So again, let's step back and take another look at what we're seeing here with our chart. This chart's going to help us throughout the whole of it. So you have the angels who start at the beginning, holding back the wind, but not allowing anything more devastating until you see those 144,000 ready. Not until you see the whole multitude ready, just until you see the beginnings ready, the 144,000. Once God has brought faith, however he does it, to the 144,000, then the rest of the devastating impact of what you see in the seal judgments are allowed to play out. even as the evangelists are running around the world getting the word to people about Jesus. I wonder if, no atheist in a foxhole. I wonder if God letting the worst come helps the evangelists in their work to turn people's hearts to Christ. In any case, what we're saying is that 144 Jews selected and evangelizing is another of the backdrops of the time. That's why, again, this chapter has no seal judgment, has no breaking of a seal, etc. It's a backdrop moment to explain what you've been seeing already, to give you more context. All right? So that's the picture of how those seals play out. But there's one missing, right? There's one missing, a seventh one. We're not going to look at that tonight. We're going to end on this, but I want to show you what's coming by giving you an appreciation for how the judgments all fit together. It's a very simple idea. I mentioned to you last week, right? I said I'll go back to this, sorry. Russian nesting dolls, they're called, where the little ones fit inside the bigger ones and so on, hide one inside the other. In a sense, that's exactly how the judgments of tribulation are structured. These three waves that I described a moment ago are connected like nesting dolls. I'm going to put a chart up on the screen for you. So you have, on the one hand, the seal judgments. We've gone through 6. You'd expect the 7th at this point, and then we would launch into the next wave, right? Well, it's a little more complicated than that because the 7th judgment is actually the next 6 judgments. So the trumpet judgments are the 7th seal judgment. There's no separate devastation apart. For the 7th seal, there's nothing else except the fact that it triggers 6 trumpets. And by the same token, the 7th trumpet is all of the bowl judgments. Okay? So when you get to the end of the 6th one of any one of the first 2 judgment series, whether that's seals or trumpets, when you get to the 6th one, you're done, basically. When you see the 7th one broken, it's a sign that you're moving into the next wave. Well, if you look at the beginning of chapter 8, the 7th one is broken, and you hear angels getting trumpets handed to them, which is how we move into the next series of judgments.
And I don't know if I'm on this one now. But yes, now I am. How are we doing tonight? I'm about to get the video started. If anybody has any prayer requests, please let me know. And any questions or anything you want to chat about, feel free to comment.
Welcome back. We finished the first 6 judgments that Jesus has begun to bring upon the earth as part of the 7-year tribulation. The seal judgments have begun. And before we get into the next wave of the judgments that are coming, I typically do this, and I like to go back and revisit the timeline and just spend a minute or two reorienting ourselves so we know what we've done and where we're going. So tonight, let's begin with a slide you've seen from weeks past. We're not going to talk on it very long. Just to remind you, though, that we're looking in this particular part of our study, we're looking at the aspect of Revelation, which is the period called tribulation, that corresponds to Daniel's 70th 7.
So chapters 6 through 19 of Revelation, all of those chapters talk about that one little slice of time, that 7-year period that we're still waiting for to see culminate the time of the age of the Gentiles. And that little slice, the period sometimes known as Jacob's troubles, or as we say it, tribulation, that time of judgment was appointed for Israel as part of the Old Covenant. And so we are now spending our time on this aspect of the study from here on until at least chapter 19. And we got into this, if you remember, looking at the end times and some of the signs that the Bible gives us about what's coming. Jesus said it would include wars and earthquakes and famines, things that happen today but will be happening at a greater level as we get increasingly close to the tribulation. And they are signs that we are near the end. We saw that we're kind of in the period of that already. And the church itself will come to an end somewhere in that time frame as well. And then at some point, a covenant is signed and the tribulation begins. And that's where we began to dive in to the time of tribulation. So over the last 2 weeks, we've been looking at this period, as we call it, tribulation. And so far, we've been looking at the first wave of what will ultimately be 3 waves of judgment that define this period of 7 years. Here's what we have got through the last couple of weeks. So it started with seal judgments, and we don't mean the marine type of seal. We mean a wax seal on a parchment scroll. And as Jesus began to break the 7 seals that sealed up this scroll, each one of them resulted in something happening on earth. Remember, the first 4 of those, depicted there by horses, they represent the stages of an unveiling of the Antichrist to the world. How he ascends to greater authority, greater power, how he triggers wars that then lead to widespread death and devastation, with the consequence ultimately being that he is responsible for some 2 billion people dying, 1/4 of the earth's population in this great war that comes about. Now, all of those events seem, to the earth anyway, to be purely human-driven. They don't look supernatural. They look like what every war must look like, just on a new scale. But in what we read concerning those events, there was a suggestion that the land of Israel is being spared, at least from these initial war-induced disasters. Don't harm the oil or the wine, Jesus said, which I think is a reference to the land of Israel. And that would seem to be related to the events of chapter 7, which is what we did part of last week, and the breaking of the 5th seal, which was the souls under the altar. So as you see at the bottom of that chart, in chapter 7, we learned that even as the Antichrist embarks on his little journeys and his rise to power, at the same time the Lord is at work, bringing 144,000 Jewish men to faith right at the outset of tribulation. And he calls them to faith so that they may serve him in reaching the world with the gospel. So even as the Lord is bringing wave, or the Antichrist rather, is bringing wave after wave of calamity initiated by the Lord in heaven, bringing these judgments, nonetheless, he's also bringing mercy to millions. So that by the end of chapter 7, John sees the outcome of the work of these men in the form of an uncountable number of believers from everywhere on earth present in heaven. And as such, it really reflects not only the great success these men have had in reaching the world, but it also indicates that ultimately those believers are martyred, for they are in the heavenly realm as John sees them. They're the ones who you saw earlier in the 5th seal, the souls under the altar asking for vengeance for their death. So the Antichrist's appetite for waging war is matched only by his ruthless persecution of believers during this time. And so we learned, as that chart shows, that the consequential effects of the rise of the Antichrist is death, both for the unbelievers through war and for the believers through persecution. And that's what chapter 7 showed us. So that chapter interrupted, as it were, the narrative of the book of Revelation in the context of all the judgments piling on. You know, there was a series of them, and then this interruption in chapter 7 to give us the background, the context for some of these other events. And that tells us that chapter 7 is not chronologically in line with these judgments. It's not as though the first 6 seal judgments happened, and then chapter 7 happened, and then the trumpet judgments. No, it's not like that at all. Chapter 7 is a step out of that sequence.
to show you that there was other stuff in the background the whole time. In fact, not just in the whole time of the seal judgments, but the whole time through all of tribulation. The martyrdom never ends, all the way to the end of the 7 years. So this is backdrop. And it's the plan of God. Vengeance will eventually come, despite the fact that martyrdom is coming for the believer. And I think this moment was given in the book so that those who live in that future generation of believers, those who, while in tribulation, pick up this book and read about the events that they themselves are experiencing. There will be this chapter early in the account to give them some encouragement, to let them know that, first of all, martyrdom is nothing to be afraid of. In fact, if you keep reading the book, martyrdom is preferable to what is coming. And I think this chapter is something of a Psalm 23, if you will, for the believer who lives through and into tribulation. And then finally, the sixth seal, which we ended with last week, it marks the first time that the Lord brought supernatural destruction upon the earth. That's that final seal sitting out there on the right by itself. He darkens the sun, the moon turns red, he brings meteors raining down on the earth, he shakes the world with earthquakes, he creates such massive destruction that we're told every mountain and island is moved, which is hard to understand. But it's the first time, amongst all of the stuff that's happened to this point, it's the first time humanity has finally come to understanding that the world destruction that they're experiencing is all the result of an angry God, where before that it may not have been so clear. And now that brings us to the next wave of judgments, the trumpet judgments. And as I explained last time, the trumpet judgments, sort of like that Russian nesting doll example I gave you, the seventh seal, which is the one we have yet to hear about, the seventh seal, the last of the seals, is actually the next wave of judgments. So opening the seventh seal is the seven trumpet judgments. It is not a separate destruction of its own. And so we move to that now in the beginning of chapter 8. So let's read there, chapter 8, verse 1. When the Lamb broke the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. And I saw the seven angels who stand before God, and seven trumpets were given to them. Another angel came and stood at the altar, holding a golden censer, and much incense was given to him, so that he might add it to the prayers of all the saints on the golden altar which was before the throne. And the smoke of the incense and the prayers of the saints went up before God out of the angel's hand. So chapter 8 opens with the breaking of the seventh seal, and as you note, it has this profound effect in heaven. John says there's a period of silence in heaven that lasts about half an hour. Now that period serves to underscore just how awesome and profound the judgments that are coming will be. I like to compare it to that moment that every parent knows when you have that 18-month-old who's running and they trip and fall and they face plant on the ground. And then there's that moment of silence. And the longer the silence, the worse the cry is going to be when it finally comes out of the baby, right? And so you're all just waiting for that. It's coming, and it comes. That's, in a sense, what you feel here, isn't it? That breaking of the seventh seal is going to unleash such a terrible series of judgments, things we can barely imagine. The culmination of all that the prophets have said would happen. The bringing of an end to the storyline of this age and the triggering of a new age for everyone and everything. So like childbirth, the bringing of that new thing has to come through a period of painful trial. And this silence is the prologue for that time. We hear how bad this distress is in one quick verse out of Daniel chapter 12. Daniel says, now at that time, and he's speaking of the time of the 70th seven, he says, now at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will arise, and there will be a time of distress, such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, everyone who's found written in the book, will be rescued. So all heaven stays quiet for a time. That phrase, about half an hour, though, isn't it curiously vague? You know, we know that the Lord's word is always precise. Every word is intended. So why the intentional vagary here. Why didn't he say 30 minutes? I can tell you why he didn't say 30 minutes, because that would have then prompted us to sit here and wonder what the meaning of 30 minutes was. Why 30, right? And that would have been a complete distraction from the point of it. The point of it here is not to try to dwell on the length of time. The point of it is it's significantly long. You know, if I stopped talking for about 30 seconds, you'd be fidgeting at about that point. Imagine 30 minutes. Some of you are saying, I wish you would stop talking for 30 seconds. So this is simply to emphasize the magnitude of what's coming. And then you see 7 angels preparing to bring the next judgments, the next wave of judgments, and they have a somewhat unique style. The trumpet judgments are split between judgments that impact the physical earth and judgments that impact the physical bodies of the people who live on earth. The first 3 of the 7 judgments of trumpets will bring devastation to the earth, or whatever remains of it, and as a result, life becomes increasingly difficult and harsh because
I'm going to pick some settings here because the streams are slowing down. So I'm going to see if bringing this down a little bit will help. Sorry about that.
of what these judgments do. And then the second 3 make life truly, utterly miserable for everyone who lives on the earth. Those final 3 judgments that affect the physical body of each person, they're so terrible that they have their own name. They're called out specifically. They're called the woe judgments. And the word woe in the Bible is a word for eternal condemnation. And so what we're saying is these judgments are effectively a preview of what eternal judgment is like for those who live on earth. I'll explain that more here in a moment. Meanwhile, before the judgment begins, God receives, it says, the prayers of the saints, which is pictured by incense before the throne. Who's praying to him at this point? Well, the believers on earth, obviously. And what do we assume about what their prayers are about? What would you be praying about? Protection, defense, relief from what you're experiencing, maybe for the opportunity for a good witness in the face of almost certain martyrdom. And as you're going to see at the judgments that follow, particularly the woe judgments, the Lord hears those prayers. So finally, these judgments are announced with trumpets. Why trumpets? Why are we talking about a trumpet here? We remember the land deed that we looked at in chapter 6 and the seals associated with it. It made some sense. It wasn't just an arbitrary symbol. There was a reason why it was a land deed being opened. The deed to Israel's land, the deed to the earth. Jesus himself now as judge taking ownership of it. What about trumpets? Well, trumpets are instruments of warning. And these judgments, the judgments of trumpets, are putting the world on notice that the end is near. That as we approach the midpoint of tribulation, the Lord is announcing that this is the end of the judgments. Each judgment is like a warning blast of a trumpet reminding the world, time is running out, your opportunity is running out. And let me show you the timeline of where these judgments fall relative to what we've seen so far. And these are not meant to be precise moments in time, just relative. So if this is the first half of tribulation, which is where we still are, so tribulation is 7 years. We're in the first 3.5 years. And the seals obviously begin the whole period. We started that, and they roll for a time. A couple of those judgments, like the ones under the altar, that's really just a reflection of martyrdom throughout the time of tribulation. But in general, they correspond to the beginning events. And then the trumpets kick in at some point after that, but they too finish in the first half of tribulation. And we'll see more of that as we get further into the book. So in some pace, at some rate, they're playing out as well toward the back half of the first half of tribulation. And they will finish, all but the 7th trumpet will finish before we finish the first half of tribulation, before we get to mid-trib. All right, we'll study the timeline more thoroughly as we move, particularly when we get to mid-trib. Timeline starts to become a much bigger issue when we get to the middle tribulation chapters. For now, that's enough. Let's go back to the text. Let's look at these trumpet judgments, starting with the first one. Then the angel took the censer and filled it with the fire of the altar and threw it to the earth, and there followed peals of thunder and sounds and flashes of lightning and an earthquake. And the 7 angels who had the 7 trumpets prepared themselves to sound them.
Now, this is a bit of a prelude. Right before the 7 trumpets are going to be blown, before the first one is blown, there's this preparatory step. All of the judgments are preceded by a display in the heavens and another earthquake. Now, remember what the Olivet Discourse told us. Earthquakes would be one of the signs that tell us we're moving toward the end, and they would keep getting worse, as would the famines. And by the way, learning what we did about the seal judgments and the way it wreaks havoc with the earth and with the economy and everything else, we understand how famines are going to get worse as well, right? And here's an example of the earthquakes continuing to be a warning. In this case, the earthquake is a warning that the trumpet judgments are about to start, which themselves are a warning that the end is near. You can't blame God for not warning. All right, now the trumpet. The first one in verse 7. Sorry. There we go. Getting a little ahead of myself. The first sounded, and there came hail and fire mixed with blood, and they were thrown to the earth, and a third of the earth was burned up, and a third of the trees were burned up, and all the green grass was burned up. So at the sound of the first trumpet, here you see the first wave of the trumpet judgments affecting the earth. And so we're told 1/3 of the earth is burned up from a judgment of hail, fire, and blood falling from the sky. Clearly a supernatural judgment. In fact, this is sort of classic biblical judgment, right? This is the thing of, CGI in movies. Fire and brimstone coming down from heaven. But it should also remind you that God has done similar things in the past. And in particular, one set of judgments really starts to become a key in this. You start to remember a set of judgments that are very similar to this, and those would be the ones in Exodus. Remember this? You might remember this out of the story of Exodus. In 9:23, it says, Moses stretched out his staff toward the sky, and the Lord sent thunder and hail and fire, ran down to the earth. And the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. So there was hail and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very severe, such as not had been in all the land of Egypt since it became a nation. All right, they're very close, aren't they? Very similar. And that similarity between the first trumpet judgment and that particular plague of the Exodus, that is more than coincidental. Throughout the trumpet judgments, there is a loose parallel going on here between them and what happened in the Exodus, throughout all of the judgments of tribulation, because one is picturing the other. Let me show you how. In typical biblical form, you have the earlier judgments of the Exodus acting as a picture or a lesser of a greater fulfillment in tribulation. And it goes deeper than just the fact that the judgments look alike. For example, in the Exodus, what was the purpose of it all? Well, Israel was in bondage to a foreign nation. Remember that? And in those days, God was setting free his firstborn from that bondage. Well, what will be true in the time of tribulation? We'll have Israel in bondage to the enemy and to sin, generally. Unbelief, in other words. In the Exodus, the Lord brought them out of Egypt through a series of supernatural judgments. And in the tribulation, he's going to deliver Israel from spiritual bondage into faith through a series of even greater judgments. In the Exodus, their freedom was ultimately, if you will, met by the law. Made possible, if you will, by the law. The law given through that covenant that God gave through Moses, the lawgiver, was the means by which the nation was brought together. It was the basis for which they left. Remember, Moses told Pharaoh, let my people go so that they may worship me in the wilderness. It was all about leading them to that moment. And in tribulation, the people of Israel will first return to the law to worship in their temple, which will then prepare their hearts to receive what God has for them later. So going to the law is a means by which they move out of slavery and eventually to where God is bringing them. And in the Exodus, where was he bringing them? Well, in the Exodus, they were led by, ultimately, Yeshua, which is Joshua, into the promised land. And in the case of tribulation, they'll be led by Yeshua into the kingdom. So there's a clear parallel here. God did for Israel as a nation once in a lesser form what he will do for them in a greater way in a day to come.
Okay, and that was session 31. I'm going to go on to session 32. And as far as the friend here in the comment who goes by God, I will catch up with what you're saying in just a second. What do you mean the word is love where heaven is? I asked you for scripture to back up your claim that heaven is in the human heart. I gave you scripture.
All right, moving to the first judgment. John tells us that a third of the earth is going to be burned up. But what does it mean, a third? There's a couple of ways you could interpret that, right? Should we suppose that it's one contiguous piece of the land of the earth? 1/3 of the earth is affected, the other 2/3 left alone? Or is that 1/3 sort of evenly distributed across the planet? Which of the two? Well, as we go further into these judgments and into further chapters of the book of Revelation, what you're going to find is that it's apparent God is doing something very particular here. And as such, the answer is it's one contiguous section of the earth. So it may not look exactly like that, I can't promise. But there'll be a part of the earth burned up. This is the first of a series of judgments in which God is whittling away at the inhabitable land of the earth. And for reasons that become clearer later, especially in chapters 17 and 18, you'll understand why he's doing this, but we'll begin to talk about it tonight. And you'll see it more clearly in the next trumpet judgment. The pattern continues. Verse 8, the second angel sounded, and something like a great mountain, burning with fire, was thrown into the sea, and 1/3 of the sea became blood. And 1/3 of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died, and 1/3 of the ships were destroyed. All right, John says he sees something like a great mountain with fire falling into the sea. So we're going to put this globe up, a little different one. Now, we don't know what the great mountain was, right? We don't know whether he was seeing something like a meteor or whether he was seeing something less, or some have suggested it was a volcano. But it's fair to assume if he had been seeing something like that, a meteor, a volcano, those things existed in John's day, and he would have recognized them as such. The fact that he doesn't know what he's looking at would seem to suggest that it's something altogether different, unnatural, supernatural. And then when you look at the effect of it, it really confirms for us that it's something supernatural. Don't try to find a natural explanation for this thing, because when it hits the water, it turns the water to blood. Volcanoes and meteors don't do that. And nothing else we know does that. So this is another judgment to remind us of Exodus. Remember, the Nile turned to blood. It's just this is a much bigger event than what you saw in Exodus. Here again, a lesser to a greater fulfillment now. And by the way, if you wondered if this is at all symbolic or metaphoric, the text eliminates that possibility, because John says literally that the blood kills the fish, which is exactly what you see happening in the Nile, and it also results in ships on that body of water being lost as well. And that detail really emphasizes the literal nature of this. It's truly what happened. Something fell and turned 1/3 of the seas to blood, miles deep of blood from where there's sea today. We know that this little detail about the ship would emphasize the literal interpretation, because blood has a specific gravity that is higher than water, which means that it produces a greater buoyancy if anything is floating in it. So if the ship was first floating in the seas and then suddenly that sea turns to blood, it's going to rise up in the blood because the blood is going to give it more buoyancy, and then it's going to be unstable at that height in the fluid. It's going to topple over, it's going to capsize. So any ship that would be sitting on blood is not going to float properly. It's designed to float on water. Plus, the ship's systems would be fouled by the intake of blood for, cooling engines, and it would be a mess. So we know it's literal. Now, notice again, John says this judgment impacts 1/3 of the seas. Now, here we go with that question. A third meaning one contiguous area of water or spread around the world. Here's where you get your confirmation that he's talking about contiguous areas of the earth. Because just as the land, it was one section and not all over, here we know it has to be one section and not all over. I defy you to turn 1/3 of a glass of water into blood. At the moment you put 1/3 of blood in there, it's just watery blood everywhere, right? It doesn't stay in 1/3. Water mixes. So the only way you could have 1/3 of the water is blood and the rest not is if it's a contained body of water, something of the way the seas of the earth are sectioned off by the land. Obviously, water flows between seas, so in time, eventually, yes, it would dilute, but not very quickly. And the whole point is, for the time we have in tribulation, effectively, it stays where it is. So that would tell us that he's always been talking here about a section of the world being blocked off. And as such, it begins to drive us to the conclusion of why. Why is God working in this way, cutting off patches of the globe? Well, it's because of the point God is making through this, and it comes out, as I said, in further teaching. Over the course of the judgments of tribulation, the Lord is going to narrow the focus of the world down to just the region of the Middle East. Think of it something like this. Through a series of judgments, the world will become increasingly uninhabitable, but for this little patch of earth. And it's because in this one place on the earth, the culminating events of tribulation take place. The final battles will take place. The territory between Jerusalem and Babylon will become ground zero. And in that space, you will see a battle between east and west, good and evil, Jesus and Satan, so to speak, and it's not a fair fight. So in preparation for that climactic war, the Lord sets about eliminating all life on the rest of the planet, step by step, so that by the time the battle ensues toward the end of the 7 years, there is nothing else. There will be no one else. There is nowhere else. Nothing that matters, nothing that's alive, all attention on earth focused on this climactic little period. And it's why all the activity of the War of Armageddon happens in that area. It's the only area. You can't be anywhere else. There is nowhere else. And we know Israel and Babylon remain intact because we see them mentioned all the way through the final events of tribulation. And not coincidentally, nowhere else is mentioned. And everybody asks me, what about the United States in tribulation? You want to know what happens to the United States in tribulation? Well, it's interesting. The landmass that is directly opposite Israel is North and South America. And since we know that Babylon and Jerusalem are at the end and the last piece is remaining, it would seem to suggest that the Lord begins destruction on the opposite side of the planet and then proceeds around from there. And as the judgments progress, he just progressively consumes more land and more ocean until all you're left is the Middle East. And not coincidentally, as it turns out, North America, want to guess how much of the land of the planet North and South America represent? Exactly 30%. So what that tells us is, I'm telling you, my assumption, but I think it's accurate, this initial trumpet judgment results in that. And which ocean, more or less, is opposite Israel, and, by the way, also represents exactly 30% of the water on the face of the planet? What do you think? No, it's actually the Pacific Ocean. So the Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on the earth, and it's also 30% of the earth's water. So he starts on our side of the planet, more or less, certainly the landmass. So how important are we to the events of tribulation? We're a footnote. He gets us out of the way early. And it's always been that way. The nations of the Middle East are what matters for what God is doing there. All right, so I assume that the first and second trumpet judgments bring an end to these regions of the earth. If I'm wrong by which one he picks first, it doesn't matter. The point is he's going to move around till there's nothing but Middle East left, okay? By the way, this would prove that we don't need to put too much effort into saving the planet. It's not savable. Having said that, don't throw your trash out the window, but I'm just saying, spend your time wisely, I guess is what I'm saying. All right. I'm going to get a letter for that, I know. Verse 10, the third angel sounded, and a great star fell from heaven, burning like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of waters. The name of the star is called Wormwood,
And a third of the waters became wormwood, and many men died from the waters because they were made bitter. All right, the third trumpet blows. Now with it comes the third and final judgment against the face of the planet. Remember, we're still on the first three, so these are the ones that affect the land. John says a great burning, quote, star falls from heaven into fresh waters now, turning them bitter. The name of that star is wormwood, and that word has no other meaning in Greek. Wormwood doesn't have a meaning, but by the context, it's assumed to mean bitter. And in trying to interpret what this star is, remember, we've always had this issue. Every time the word star is used as some kind of symbol, we come back to the question of how do you know what the symbol means? And in every case, it's been the same answer. The context drives us to the answer. And in this case, let's work through the possibilities for a moment. Could it be a literal star? And by that I mean the celestial kind, a burning sun. Well, for the same reason that it couldn't have been one earlier in chapter 6, well, it can't be one here because the sun, many, many times larger than the earth, couldn't possibly impact the earth. It would burn us up in a fraction of a second. So it's not that kind of star. Could it be a meteor, which is what we concluded was true at the end of chapter 6? A falling star, in other words. Well, you could, except they are not known to make fresh waters bitter. Plus, you have a problem here because it's impacting a third of the fresh water around the planet. This one breaks our pattern when it comes to thirds, because there's no place on earth where a third of the fresh water exists. And so the statement in context says waters, springs of waters, third of the rivers. It's clear that it's a distribution here because that's the nature of fresh water. It's not all in one place. So it's being affected wherever it is. But that just adds to the supernatural component. What could hit the world in one place and yet only affect fresh water and do it all over the world? That's not a natural event. So that tells us we're not looking at a meteor or a sun. What's left? Well, the only other symbolic meaning of star in the Bible beyond those two would be angel. And when you see it named as it is here, wormwood, that indicates also a personage. So that would help reinforce the interpretation. This is an angel. But in Scripture, angels can have two kinds of names. There are those angels that are named in a way that glorifies God. Gabriel, that is man of God. Michael, that is who is like God. El is the name of God. So those are names that reflect well on God. And then you can have angels whose names suggest corruption and a fallen nature. Here, wormwood, later in this chapter, Abaddon. So there are names that don't sound very attractive. And when you see those, that's a fallen angel, or as we might say, a demon. And so here you see a demon, an angel, symbolized as a star, sent by God to do his bidding. And the effect of the demon is to poison a third of the fresh waters on the earth. And it just proves what you should have known already, which is God can use anything. Nothing in his creation is outside his control. And in this case, he can use a demonic agent when it suits his purposes, as he does here. And he uses it in this case to bring judgment. And in fact, that becomes a new pattern. Increasingly, we're going to see not just angels serving God in all of these judgments, but now demons themselves being called to service by God to bring about these calamities. All right, let's go to the fourth angel. The fourth angel sounded, and a third of the sun, and a third of the moon, and a third of the stars were struck, so that a third of them would be darkened, and the day would not shine for a third of it, and a night in the same way. Well, we have our theme of thirds continuing here, a third of the sun, moon, and stars being targeted here. But it's a little confusing at first. I mean, does this mean like a third of the sun is gone? Or a third of the moon? Or a third of the stars leave the sky? Or does it mean that their light output is dimmed by a third? Like you've kind of turned it down a little bit. Is that what it means? Well, John's statement would seem to indicate a third version of those. Not the first two I mentioned, but a third one. In John's interpretation, he says that each body shines for 1/3 less time. In other words, the lights go out entirely for 1/3 of the time that they would normally shine. Because he says there at the end of verse 12, the day would not shine for 1/3 of it, and the night would not shine for 1/3 of it. So cumulatively, that means the earth is receiving 1/3 less light and energy from the sun and the stars. So it goes from this to that,
for a period of time, and then it comes back again. By the way, that makes perfect sense astrologically, because in terms of astronomy, astronomy, you would expect that if the sun goes out for us on the daylight side of the earth, the moon's going out for the other side of the earth at the nighttime. And conversely, when they're getting their light turned off during their day, we're getting our moon turned off at the same time, both for a third. Cumulatively, that's a third of a 24-hour day between the two of them. The math works perfectly. All right? So, and this is before Copernicus, this is before anybody, at least as far as we know, was talking about a solar system in which the Earth and the moon were rotating and revolving and, all the rest. We take it for granted, but it's a good example of the science of the Bible being ahead of the science of humanity, that this would be written this way. All right. What's the effect of this? Well, we can imagine a total blackout of all the universe for a third of each 24-hour day. Besides the fear factor of that, it would lead to a dramatic drop in temperature on Earth. As you probably have heard, the Earth is perfectly balanced in its current orbit for the amount of heat to keep us in a kind of state of habitation that's perfectly suited to us. You don't take out a third of that energy and not see a huge impact. It's like the nuclear winter scenario that you've heard people talk about, where there's no sunlight for such a long period of time. It's a new ice age. Crops fail. Plants can't live without the amount of sunlight they're expecting. Water sources would freeze. Livestock would die. Now remember, we've already seen a fourth of the world's population dead from war and pestilence and starvation. And we had some unknown number of additional lives lost when all those continents were burned up and the fresh water became bitter and people were dying from that. And then the seas and all of the death that's already piled up. And now you have a third less heat and light, and that's even more loss of life. I mean, the people who are still alive at this point in time, they're pretty hardy people. They're clinging to life at this point. And so those who do survive in all of this, how hard is life for them right now? The effect must be something like a little mini hell on Earth. The point is the Earth has become increasingly inhospitable for human life, and that should trigger amongst all the population that's remaining some thought about what comes next, about death, about eternity, about the matters at hand, right? And meanwhile, you got the Antichrist continuing to conquer, even as the world that he desires is becoming increasingly undesirable. And along the way, you have 144,000 continuing to preach the gospel, and I would imagine finding a pretty receptive audience to the message of salvation at this point. And then finally, we move to the second half of the trumpet judgments, but not before there is a brief suspension for another warning. Verse 13. Then I looked, and I heard an eagle flying in mid-heaven, saying with a loud voice, "Woe, woe, woe to those who dwell on the earth, because of the remaining blasts of the trumpet of the three angels who are about to sound." We're told an eagle is flying in mid-heaven. Now, the term mid-heaven requires a moment of explanation. The Jewish people did not have distinctive Hebrew words for three different places: the sky, outer space, and the heavenly throne room of God were all called by the same Hebrew word, shamayim, which just translates as heavens. So you had heavens for all three. And in order to avoid confusion, in order to distinguish between them, they came up with a convention of numbering these spaces in a way that distinguished them. They'd start with the ground and then move up, numbering from there. So the first of those spaces, the atmosphere where birds fly, the first heaven. And then above that, the second heaven, or as they would call it sometimes, mid-heaven. That's where the planets and the solar system is. And then there's the third heaven, which is where God's throne room is. So it's a convention of Hebrew that they came up with these terms. Paul uses the third heaven reference, as you might remember, in 2 Corinthians, and it's just a way of him speaking as a Jew about the heavenly throne room of God. Now, in this case, John says there's an eagle flying in mid-heaven, which presents an immediate problem, because that's outer space, and that's not where eagles fly. Furthermore, this eagle is speaking to the world in human language. So that would also argue against a literal interpretation. So it would appear as though this is yet again another angel, we would assume. What else would it be? Something sent by God, a messenger, which is what angels are, moving back and forth. And maybe he calls it an eagle either because it may have looked like one to him, or because for him it was an easier way of explaining what the angel was doing, circling around like a vulture or an eagle would do. And it's declaring that the final 3 trumpets are coming. The final woe, woe, woes are coming. And as I mentioned earlier, these are directed at the physical bodies of people instead of the physical earth. And the term woe means something of great importance, the most terrible, but its connection to judgment is important here. If you look back at our earlier chart on the relationship of the seal judgments to the trumpet judgments, I told you that the final seal judgment is all the trumpet judgments, but then within the trumpets, those last ones that affect people are so bad, they get pulled out separately. And they're called the woe judgments. The last 2 trumpets and the 7th trumpet, which is the bowl judgments. So all of the bowl judgments is the 3rd woe. The other 2 are separate. Follow that? All right. So the 5th, 6th, and 7th trumpet judgments are what we're going to study now. Obviously, the 7th one, which is the bowl judgments, doesn't come until quite a ways from now. But we do the first 2. And that takes us now to the first. We'll go to do the first of those now, beginning in chapter 9. Chapter 9, verse 1. Then the 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven which had fallen to the earth, and the key of the bottomless pit was given to him. He opened the bottomless pit, and smoke went up out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace, and the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke of the pit. Then out of the smoke came locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were told not to hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only the men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment for 5 months. And the torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it stings a man. And in those days men will seek death and will not find it. They will long to die, and death flees from them.
Okay, and I will get going on the next one. To anybody who is in my vertical stream, I apologize for the craziness. Well, we had a visitor who called himself God and then also claimed to be God. So that was fun. Getting this all set up.
All right, well, this is the first of the woe judgments, clearly different than anything we've seen this far. And as the earlier 4 trumpet judgments began, so does this one, with a trumpet blast sounding a warning. And then it unfolds with a star again falling from earth. Later, you notice in verse 1, John describes this star as a hymn. And then you look at the actions of the star, picking a key, opening a pit. All of that suggests a personage again. So we quickly run to the same conclusion we did earlier. This is an angel. A star meaning an angel. Falling, in this case, falling to earth would reinforce that this is a fallen angel. And then the name, which you'll get later in verse 11, Abaddon or Apollyon, that word means destroyer in Greek. Well, that all goes to emphasize this is a fallen angel, or we'll call it a demon. So here you have a demon serving God's purposes again. This demon is given a key to a place called the bottomless pit, John says, which means God has given this demon permission to set free those who are, up until that moment, held in that pit. And it's described as bottomless. We see it being accessed through the earth, because that's where the angel had to come. He had to fall to the earth to get to the pit. And the word for bottomless, abusos in Greek, it's also the word we get abyss from. So it's the abyss pit, the bottomless pit. All of this is referring to the same place that you hear referenced elsewhere in the scripture, a place of the holding of disobedient spirits. The most common term in the Old Testament for this place is Sheol, or also the pit. For example, in Job 33:28, he says, God has redeemed my soul from going to the pit, speaking of this very same place. According to Luke 16, if you know the story where Jesus talks about the rich man and Lazarus, the poor man who dies at his gate, etc., where they end up is a place that has two sides. It's called Sheol in the Old Testament. But in this place, in the Old Testament, you had souls that stayed on one side that was pleasant. That's the side in which saints were sent. And then you had the side that was unpleasant, to say the least. That's where the souls of unbelievers went. And you couldn't cross between them. And when the Lord resurrected, when he died and he resurrected, that made a way now for anyone who was in Christ, that is of faith, to join him in the heavenly throne room, because now the price for sin had been paid. And at that moment, that good side of Sheol was emptied. The souls of believers who had been waiting for the Messiah now could join the Messiah in heaven, because he had already died for them by that point. And on the other hand, those who were on the bad side, as I might call it, Hades or hell, they remain there and still are there even now. That's the side of the pit that has not been emptied yet, that holds the souls of those who die without Christ, without faith. And later we learn in the New Testament that this place has, for lack of a better way of saying it, a special corner, a special place within it, a prison, in which the souls of disobedient angels are held, separate from where the spirits of disobedient humans go. Peter says this in 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. Speaking of the flood story, he said, if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell, into Hades, and committed them to pits of darkness within Hades, reserved for judgment, being held there for judgment. And he did not spare the ancient world, but preserved Noah, and so on. The point is that those are the angels who we believe in chapter 6 mated with women to create the race of Nephilim, which then became the basis for the flood. And when God dealt with them, he dealt with them by saying these angels were too disobedient. They were demons already. They were already fallen and already following Satan, but they went beyond the limits of what God would allow. And so as a result of what they did, they were held in this prison in Hades. And then Jesus says this in Luke chapter 8, verse 30. He says, speaking to a man who was indwelled by demons, he says, what is your name? And the demons said, Legion, for many demons had entered him. And they were imploring Jesus not to command them to go into the abyss. Now think about that for a minute. These demons remember what happened to their compadres when they inhabited, or tried to mate rather, with women. And so now they're in this guy, Legion as they call themselves. They see Jesus coming and they begin to wonder, maybe this is another moment like back in the flood story. We've gone too far and the judge has come and he's going to make us go to the abyss. And they ask us, don't make us go, are you? Don't make us go to the abyss like our counterparts did. Now, Jesus didn't do it in that case. But that just goes to show the demons understand that as bad as things are for them now, roaming the earth, waiting for heaven, waiting for their judgment one day, it can get worse for them. God can put them in this prison for a time called the abyss, called the pit. And just to be clear, by the way, not all demons are in the abyss, obviously. Most of them are not. Most of them are allowed to roam and they do what they do. But the ones who are the most terrible have been confined there to limit their rampage. Now, in this judgment, time has come for the Lord to permit the worst of the worst to escape from that temporary confinement. The chief demon, it would appear, is given permission to let them loose. And it would seem that Abaddon, or destroyer, would be none other than Satan himself. I'm not sure that that's true. In other words, I can't prove that to you. But we know from Matthew 25 that Jesus says he is the master of the demons. The fact that he's called the destroyer here would seem to add weight to that conclusion. And the fact that he's even got the privilege to open the pit. What other demon would be more appropriate? In any event, once he opens this pit, the demons inside are set loose like rabid dogs let off of a chain. They come out of the pit raging. They've been confined there for thousands of years. They are undoubtedly eager to wreak havoc on the earth again after they've had their chance to be set free. We're told here as the pit is opened, the smoke of this place rises to block the sunlight, John says. And what that does is confirm for us the Bible's testimony elsewhere that hell and the abyss, which seems to be a part of that place, are below our feet. They're in the earth. They're in the center of the earth. They're below our feet. You might wonder, could the lava that erupts from the earth from time to time be connected to the activities of hell? And before you laugh at suggestions like that, just remember that the scientists of our world do not understand what's underneath our feet beyond a mile or two or three of the earth's crust. They don't have any understanding either. We just have the Bible saying that there's a place down there called the abyss, called the pit, a physical place of burning, a place that's hot and utterly dark. And now with the pit open, that darkness spills out, metaphorically and otherwise. John says he sees what comes out of this place. He says he sees locusts descend upon the earth that have power like the power God gives to a scorpion. Now, presumably, they're being given power by God. In other words, you wouldn't say this is given to them by any other source. Their whole escape has been orchestrated by God as part of a judgment. So their power comes with specific instructions and specific limitations. Don't hurt the vegetation of the earth. Hence, we're moving on from that. This is not one of the woe judgments against the earth. This is a woe judgment against people. So stay away from the earth. Only go after the people. And it's also true that they cannot hurt anyone fatally. All they can do is torment them for a period of time. By the way, this would argue against them being normal locusts, wouldn't it? Obviously, locusts don't torment. More importantly, they don't care about us. They want to eat the vegetation. So I think the comment here about the vegetation is emphasized perhaps so that our interpretation will understand we're not looking at natural things right now. All right? So here we have something that is purely unnatural that will go after the mankind and do so to torment, but there was another exception made, another instruction given. They could not hurt men that have been sealed on their foreheads. Scripture says that these are off limits. Now we remember obviously the 144,000 from chapter 7 that were sealed. We know they're obviously in view here, but I think there's a larger message here because Scripture says God will not appoint his children to wrath, and that he knows how to distinguish the godly from the ungodly when he brings judgments. For example, we know that in 2 Peter it says here, the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from temptation and to keep the unrighteous under punishment for the day of judgment. Or said more simply, he discriminates. He discriminates in where judgment falls and where mercy falls. So the 144,000 are obviously included. They will not suffer any of these judgments. The stinging will not come upon them. And I would go so far as to say, for the same reason, those who have been led to faith by these men will likewise be excluded. And so it's presumable that they too are sealed. Remember, the seal does not have to be visible. That's not the meaning of it. The point of it is that it's the sealing of the Holy Spirit. So those who have come to faith are likewise preserved from this. It would make no sense for God to torment someone who's come to faith in this way. It serves no purpose. All right. Now, this is the first time there has been an exception to any of the judgments that we know of. And so when we look at this, we need to apply it very carefully. You would not take this statement, that is, the sealing prevents the pain of this judgment. You would not take that and then conclude that, oh, you see, if you're a believer on earth, none of the judgments will affect you. That would be a leap in conclusion. All we know is this one does not affect the believer. And it makes logical sense that it would not have been the other ones because the other ones affected the planet. And as such, I think anyone who's on the planet is going to be impacted by it. But these are affecting the person of an individual, and those are then discriminated one from another. So now as they target people, they will only affect the unbeliever. By the way, the Lord's done this in the past. You remember stories like Noah and his family, right? Some people on the boat, the rest not. Lot and his family. Some saved, the rest not, right? God knows how to figure out who can get saved and how to do it. There's even the story in Ezekiel in which God has saved the people of Israel by sealing them from the judgment of an angel when he goes into the city to destroy all the ungodly. You can study that in the Ezekiel study. In any event, let's look at the torment. John says the torment that these, I'm going to call them demons, because I believe that's the consistent interpretation of this, what we see in this context, coming out of the pit and all. These demons will inflict something that I think is frankly hard to comprehend. Unlike prior judgments, they don't hurt the earth, they only go after the body, but what they do on the body is unbelievable, inflicting painful stings for a total of 5 months. Now, John says it's like the pain of a scorpion sting. If you don't think that's bad, scorpions are notoriously painful stings relative to their size. They're not fatal usually, which is consistent with this picture, but the toxins in scorpion venom are so toxic that they're used in chemotherapy to kill cancer cells. And the discomfort of this
is magnified many, many times by the fact that it's continual. I mean, if you got stung by one once, it hurt, you kind of got over it, put some ice on it, it went away. But imagine having that all over your body constantly for 5 months. You can't even begin to understand how that feels, right? Imagine living 5 months with scorpions continuously crawling under your clothing, stinging you. Yeah, that kind of made the point, didn't it? It's just impossible to imagine the physical and psychological effects of enduring 5 months of such attacks. We know it lasts 5 months because we read it, but let me suggest this to you. I don't know that the people who are experiencing realize it has a limit. I don't think that they're told it's 5 months, not unless they're reading their Bible, and if they're reading their Bible, they would probably not have been in that situation. So as you contemplate the fate of endless stinging, you might see how it would lead someone to contemplate suicide, right? An otherwise sane person might very well be willing to end their life rather than to face another day of that pain, especially if they don't understand it will end in 5 months, if they think it might be forever. But then the Lord, anticipating that desire, adds this particularly horrible twist to this judgment. The option to die by any means is removed by God during these 5 months. John says, verse 6, men will eventually seek to end their lives rather than suffer in the judgment, and God will supernaturally prevent it. And it's kind of intriguing to imagine how that's even possible. I mean, is he making them immortal? You know, like Superman? I mean, what if they throw themselves in fire or blow themselves up with a bomb? Or, right? How is it even possible that they don't die? My theory is this, and it doesn't require a lot of supernatural kind of thought. I think he simply incapacitates them to the point where they're writhing in pain all day long, all night long. They don't have the strength to get up, much less harm themselves. And should they even get close to the act of it, he foils it somehow. The gun doesn't go off. The noose doesn't tighten. Whatever they're doing that they might figure out how to do doesn't work. He just says it eludes them. So how much suffering does a person have to experience before they're at the point of seeking for that kind of an outcome? The literal Greek there, when John says they will long to die, the literal Greek word there is the word for crave. They crave death. Now, we're going to come back to considering this issue of what God is doing here for just a moment, but let's just do one more thing on the text first, and then we'll come back, because John gives us a description of these creatures, and I want to use that as a moment to explore what they might be from what we see elsewhere. First of all, verse 7, the appearance of the locusts was like horses prepared for battle, and on their heads appeared to be crowns like gold, and their faces were like the faces of men. They had hair like the hair of a woman, and their teeth were like the teeth of lions. They had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots of many horses rushing to battle. They have tails like scorpions and stings, and in their tails is the power to hurt men for 5 months. They have as king over them the angel of the abyss. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in Greek he has the name Apollyon. So he's been calling them scorpions. We already know these aren't true scorpions. First, they originate from a place of demons and dead souls. And look, no matter how much you dislike scorpions, I can assure you that they do not come out of the pit. They're just natural. Now, I can't say the same thing about poodles. I have a suspicion on those. But we know these aren't scorpions because of where they come from. Secondly, they don't sting like ordinary scorpions, right? Ordinary scorpions don't sting you constantly for 5 months. These things are not natural, clearly. And as he describes them, they don't look like any scorpion or locust you've ever seen. John says they look like horses prepared for battle. Here's one person's rendition of, I guess, what this could be looking like. Heads like men, hair like women, teeth like lion. He says they wear a crown, Stephanos again. That indicates they have authority in the demonic realm. They have wings that make a great noise. They have tails like scorpions again, power to hurt men, and so on. When you look at the whole description, it kind of explains clearly why John appropriated words like locust or scorpion or something. I mean, he was trying to stretch for what could I tell you this look like? And what do I have as a reference point for you? Right? The tail on this thing is the most prominent feature, and so that's the thing that tied his mind to a scorpion, it would seem. But if you put the whole package together, it's completely outside this world. Now, this particular area of Revelation, maybe more than most, has become ripe for speculation. There is a certain
I don't call it a community, that's probably too formal. There's a certain way of thought that's out there in which you get to a book like Revelation and there's something inside us that just longs to bring it to the present world. And so we're searching for something of our world that we could compare the description to, and if we find something we think matches, then we make that an interpretation, which is a leap in logic, to be sure. That is, you say, not only is it like something of our world, it must be the something of our world. Forgetting, of course, the fact that this could be a long way off, and never mind all the supernatural parts of it. They start grasping at straws. And here's an example of what people have tried to say these scorpions might be like. Now, let me just point out, that is not biblical interpretation. That is a circus, a sideshow, and speculation. That is not how you learn anything. I'm not saying the person who did this was an evil person. I'm saying that person doesn't know how to read the Bible. Because that's not how you find the truth. You don't back into the answer by looking in your world for something that matches something that's said to happen in the far distant future in an entirely different set of circumstances. That is an unnecessary and bizarre comparison, right? When you look at what goes on in the text, there is no earthly comparison. First of all, Apache helicopters do not come out of the pit. They do not result in 5-year or 5-month-long stinging sensations on the people that they attack. Considering the amount of damage that's being done to the earth prior to this moment, it's inconceivable that any mechanical equipment is still functioning. Where is the gasoline coming from for this thing? Or the jet fuel? Where is the landing strip that's still on the earth that hasn't been crushed by earthquakes? I mean, where in the world? Look, friends, at this point in the world, everything is in ruins. Technology is gone. There's no electricity. There's no running water. People have been reduced to being vagabonds and refugees. They're lucky they're even alive. They're living in caves saying, rocks, please fall on us. I mean, who's flying these things anyway? Everyone's got stings going on. Nobody's able to do anything, right? I'm just kind of, obviously I'm upset. I just, it's more funny than anything, but I just find it strange that we feel like we need this to make sense of this. It's supernatural. It's bizarre because it's God doing things he's never done before. Stop looking for an earthly explanation for things that are clearly supernatural. These are demon hordes released from the pit with an appearance that is altogether terrifying, unlike anything you've ever seen, something like a scorpion on steroids. And the effect that they have is incomparable to anything else. One of the other arguments for why these are demons, obviously, is the fact that they reach every last person on earth. No one can hide. You can bury yourself underground, you can hide in your closet, they find you. Because demons can go through walls. Demons can go through any barrier. They're not limited by physical structures. All right? So they have the knowledge and the ability to find every flesh and blood on earth, and they have the desire to do it, which is why God lets them loose, tormenting everyone. We might wonder also if people can actually see these things in the day. My guess is they're visible, but wouldn't it be even more terrifying if they're not, in a way? Right? All of a sudden, you're just tormented. All right, let's ask the fundamental question that ends the night here. Why does God bring a punishment like this, with all its detail, against the people of the earth? What good purpose could it possibly serve? You might even be tempted to think it's especially cruel given the fact that these people are forced to endure the torment. They can't even kill themselves to escape it. Well, if you think this is cruel, let me ask you a question. What would mercy look like under these circumstances? Should God let them die? If they died, what comes next for these people? Well, they would move from a temporary state of torture, of torment, into an eternal state of torture and torment, according to Scripture. So, in that sense, understanding that bigger picture, preventing them from dying under these circumstances is actually a form of grace. In fact, this 5-month period is the first and only time in all human history since the garden in which death is impossible. For the first time since the beginning of humanity, not a single new resident of hell will be established for 5 months. It is a singular moment in history. Never before has anything like this happened. He is mercifully preventing death for everyone on the planet during these 5 months. And for what good reason? So that they can get a taste of what hell is like without having to go there to experience it. And in that learning, have one more opportunity, because there's a time clock on this opportunity to know the Lord in tribulation. Evangelism doesn't last the whole 7 years. It finishes much earlier than that. So the clock they have to come to faith is almost run out. And Jesus says in Luke 12:4, I say to you, friends, don't be afraid of those who kill the body, and after that have no more they can do. But I warn you whom to fear. Fear the one who, after he is killed, has authority to cast into hell. Yes, I tell you, fear him. So consider the nature of this judgment. They're being kept alive. They cannot die. They're in unending torment administered at the hands of demons. Sound familiar? That, my friends, is a close approximation of hell on earth. And so how many times have we wondered what the world would do if they just could get a foretaste of the judgment of hell? Wouldn't that help the evangelistic movement of the church, right? Couldn't they all just snap to if they just saw what it would be like if they don't come to faith? Well, in effect, here's the chance to find out that test. Will it work? And by the way, even the number of months that they're allowed to remain alive while being tormented, 5 months. The number 5 in Scripture, what is that the number of symbolically? Grace. It's a number of grace. And after 5 months, that first woe comes to an end, but 2 more remain. As we read in verse 12, the first woe is past. Behold, 2 woes are still coming after these things. All right?
Oops, I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry about that. I'm going to carry on to 34. Mouse is a little jumpy tonight. I'm trying to get this lined up well.
so that they would kill a third of mankind. The number of the armies of the horsemen was 200 million. I heard the number of them. The sneer. We studied the first four last week, and those were the judgments that brought damage to the physical earth. You remember? First, a third of the earth was burned up. Then a third of the oceans turned to blood. Then a third of the fresh water became poisonous. And the warnings implied by these judgments were the earth is not going to last. The earth is not a permanent home. The earth is getting ready to be reshaped. In fact, the end is coming. And then, beginning with the fifth judgment, we moved into what the Bible calls the woe judgments. Remember, in the cascading of these judgments, where the seventh of each wave represents the next full wave, well, at the very end of the second wave of trumpets, the last three trumpet judgments are all the woe judgments, which means the last two trumpet judgments and then the seventh trumpet, which is all of the bowl judgments. Those collectively are called the three woes. The word woe just means judgment. And so what we're hearing is that these final three trumpets bring an especially difficult time for humanity. In contrast to the first ones that were all touching the earth, these judgments are primarily focused on the person, the body of the individuals who live on earth. The first of those, if you remember, was what we studied last week. The scorpion-like demonic presence that goes out from the pit and stings, as John called it, attacks humanity for 5 months without relief. And as you remember, when the pain became so great that they could not bear it anymore and they wished to get rid of it by killing themselves, the Lord prevents everyone from dying. And as such, this judgment gave the unsaved humanity of the earth a preview of what hell is like, unending suffering without escape. And it becomes a bit of a preview of what hell will be like if they are not inclined to believe. And that's where we ended. One woe done, two woes yet to come. So that picks us back up in Revelation 9, but in verse 13. So let's go there next. Verse 13, then the sixth angel sounded, and I heard a voice from the four horns of the golden altar, which is before God. One saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the four angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. And the four angels who had been prepared for the hour and the day and the month and the year were released so that they would kill a third of mankind. The number of the armies of the horsemen was 200 million. I heard the number of them. And this is how I saw in the vision the horses and those who sat on them. The riders had breastplates, the color of fire and hyacinth and of brimstone, and the heads of the horses are like the heads of lions. Out of their mouths proceed fire and smoke and brimstone. A third of mankind was killed by these three plagues, by the fire and the smoke and the brimstone which proceeded out of their mouths. For the power of the horses is in their mouths and in their tails. For their tails are like serpents and have heads, and with them they do harm. So back in verse 12, we're told from last week that the second and third woes are still ahead of us after the first woe is complete. Now what that's telling you is that these are sequential. And I think that's probably a degree of mercy, because how could you have had all this going on at the same time? So the first woe has to play out. That is, the 5 months has to finish before the next woe kicks in. And as we get to that point here with the second woe, just take a moment to think about what that transition must have been like. Can you imagine what it must have been like for the people to experience the relief of the removal of those 5 months? Right? They suffered what must have seemed like an eternity. And I submitted to you last week, I don't think they knew that there was an end. There's no indication. They're told it's going to be 5 months. And so at some point it just goes away. It's like having your life sentence commuted out of the blue. But then a new woe comes. And in this case, it's the form of a great army of horsemen, we're told, led by 4 angels. Now, as we did with the scorpions in the case of the first woe, let's try to make some sense of the characters that are in view here, angels, horsemen, and the like. And once again, the clues in the text will lead you very directly to the answer. So let's go back to the text for a minute. We start with the origin of this judgment. It says here that a voice from the altar in heaven ordered that certain angels be released. Now, the voice at the altar, God himself, is the chief actor causing everything that happens here. He harnesses supernatural agents, angels, to bring about these events. So you immediately begin to see that what's coming here has a supernatural, not natural origin, that being the angels. And then the rest of it just keeps that theme going. You notice next the angels are set loose from a place where they were bound on earth, specifically near the river Euphrates. Angels that are bound, and that would mean in captivity, always refers to fallen angels. God's not up there binding good angels. All right, that doesn't make any sense. And furthermore, to be bound on the earth is itself a reflection of a fallen angel, because the earth is not the home of the angelic realm apart from fallen angels. And then on top of all of that, you have the location of Euphrates. And that itself confirms a demonic source, because Euphrates, the river Euphrates, modern day Iraq, but it's in the biblical area of Mesopotamia. And Mesopotamia is the biblical home, as it were, for Satan. That's his home territory. That's his home field. That's where the Garden of Eden was. That's where the problems began. And as we get deeper into this book, you're going to find that that becomes ground zero for the demonic work of the time of tribulation. So there's a good reason why that part of the world seems so entrenched with darkness and the work of the enemy. And I would submit to you, it's not a surprise that when we send, for example, our soldiers into that part of the world, many of them come back very troubled. May I suggest to you that trouble may be spiritual and not physically, not just physical. So the Lord begins the second woe judgment by releasing 4 demons, as I'm now calling them, because it's reflective of the text, not just regular angels, but demonic angels. And they had been bound, God says, prepared specifically for this day, for this hour even. What does that mean that they were prepared for this judgment? Well, in simple terms, it just means that the Lord bound them at some prior moment, knowing when he would let them loose, for he had a purpose in mind for these angels, or these demons. And another way to say it is, if they had not been bound at that earlier time, they would have been killing people the whole time. That they're so depraved, they're so terrible, that binding them was the only solution to avoiding the mayhem that they want to create. But then by the same token, when the time comes, let them loose, and you get what you know you're going to get. But even then, that suggests something deeper, because we know the Lord created all things, including the angelic realm, including those angels who eventually fell. So in a sense, you can say that in the day that the Lord created these 4 angels, even before their fall, he did so knowing that when they fell, they would become especially terrible in their nature, excessively violent and hateful. And the Lord looked forward to that day, knowing how he would put it to work when the time came. I mean, at the end of the day, God is sovereign. And now the time has come for them to do with the work that God has in mind. These 4 demons go forth, we're told, to kill 1/3 of humanity by means of a 200 million horseman army, John says. Now in Greek, here's what it literally says. In Greek, it says 2 myriads of myriads. And a myriad is 10,000. So what John just did is give us a math equation. 2 times 10,000 times 10,000. I'll give you one guess what that equals. 200 million. Now, at that point, you might reasonably ask, how did John know it's exactly 200 million? I'd say it's because he counted the number of legs and divided by 4. Clearly, I'll let some of the Aggies get that joke here in a minute. I just alienated half of my audience for those online. No, John anticipated that you would wonder how he could come up with such a perfect number, such a precise number so quickly, and so he adds there at the end, I heard the number of them. That's the whole point of that mentioning, is so that you understand, you can believe the number. And that little detail is interesting for one reason to me. It reminds us you always take the numbers given in the Bible literally unless specifically told otherwise. And here it's easy to see that we take it literally because John tells us he heard it. But even if he hadn't said that he heard it and it left us wondering how he knew, nevertheless, you would take it literally unless the text gives you a reason not to do otherwise. So we know the angels are demons. What do we make of the horsemen? Well, this is another place where speculation often takes the place of careful observation of the text, because some have imagined, and I'm sure some of you have heard this, some at this point will tell you, oh, that's referring to a human army that goes out killing. And when you say, well, where do you find 200 million people and put them in an army? What is the answer you get? Yeah, China.
Thank God for China. We wouldn't have a hope to understand this verse, right? Here's a news article from sometime in 2018 where it says, as Asian nations strengthen their armies, the lower text says, leading to a fulfillment of Bible prophecy. No. Having nothing whatsoever to do with Bible prophecy. Remember all the things that have to happen before we get to the point of this moment? 10 kings that take over all the nations of the earth and refashion all the governments, including China, to say nothing of the armies. The Antichrist rising to power and causing World War III, destroying, at this point, almost 50% of the earth's population. Famine, economic collapse, pestilence, wild beasts. I mean, at the point we are now, people are barely walking and they have clubs in their hand. This is not a case in which we find the sophistication of that playing any role whatsoever in the point where we are at in tribulation. It just goes to show how easily people just run wild with this stuff because it's titillating, it's interesting, it excites us to talk about it as if we know what we're talking about. It's all, most of what you hear, and some of this may be true for me too, most of what you hear about Revelation is nonsense. Unless you go to the Bible and look at it carefully, don't listen to what people have to say. It's just ripe with nonsense out there. All right, so it's not the Chinese army. Notice the description of the horsemen. The riders have breastplates made of fire and brimstone. Now, in your Bible, it may say, like mine did, of the color of fire, or of the. It's actually not that way in Greek. In the Greek, it literally reads, made of fire and brimstone. The horses, they have heads of lions. Smoke and fire and brimstone come out of their mouths. As far as I know, the Chinese do not outfit their soldiers this way. Right? This is, and by the way, where do we go to try to solve that problem if we're still inclined to describe this as the Chinese army? What do you think they would say that we're looking at with that description? A tank. Friends, that's just ripe speculation. It's like the thing we saw last week with the helicopter. The fact that we can point to something and sort of, okay, I can see how that might. That's not how you interpret the Bible. What does it say? It says they have breastplate. They are riders on horses with breastplates made of fire and brimstone. Guess what John saw? That. Not that. This. He's not trying to describe. Look, let me say this. If you'd never seen that before, you were John, you'd never seen that before in your life, you had no idea what that was, would you call it a horse? You see, he knows what a horse looks like. Even if he's trying to approximate it, that's not what a horse looks like. It's just stupidity on our part that we kind of think anyone that wasn't born, say, after 1880 or so is a complete idiot and, must have lived in caves and ate over fire and, dragged women around by hair. It's just, our sense is that anyone that hasn't lived in our age can't be sophisticated enough to understand the things we do. And it's demeaning. John would have known better than to describe it the way he did if that's what he was looking at. And never mind that God himself wouldn't have been trying to confuse us. So I get ticked off about this stuff because it's deceiving Christians, leading them to think that that's how you interpret the Bible. It's not a game. It just means what it says. All right, moving on. I got it out of my system. Clearly, what are we looking at? This is a supernatural event. We all know that. It started with God and his throne. Number two, it's being led by demonic leaders. Who do the demons lead? Who's the army they have under their control? The demons in general, right? And so just like the scorpions from the first woe, in this case, you're looking at demons who have obviously a very frightening appearance and powers that are not consistent with anything natural, being led by their masters. And it continues the pattern we've already seen in this book for these particular judgments, which is that God is now leaning heavily on the demonic realm as the agents for action on these particular judgments. And demons seem especially well suited to the whole purpose, don't they? They are particularly good at destruction and mayhem and misery and killing, and God is harnessing that for the purposes that he has. And if there's any doubt about their supernatural identities in all that I've said, look at the way they take life in verse 19. It says they kill a third of mankind on earth with their mouths and their tails, shooting fire, brimstone like four-footed flamethrowers. And their tails kill like serpents, which I presume means that they have a deadly bite. Here again, nothing in the text suggests you should try to symbolize or make a metaphor out of any of that. It is just literally what John saw, and clearly it's not natural or of this world. And it only makes sense that these horsemen are 200 million demons sent to kill a third of those who still live on the earth for all the reasons we just looked at. And on top of all that, the Lord actually tells us this is coming in the Old Testament. In Joel, you read this. Chapter 2, verse 1. Blow a trumpet in Zion and sound an alarm on my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Lord is coming. Surely it is near. A day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness. As the dawn is spreading over the mountains, so there is a great and mighty people. There has never been anything like it, nor will there be anything after it, to the years of many generations. We'll pause there. We're going to go further, but let me just pause. That sets the opening here, and what I'm showing you there is simply, Joel 2 is talking about tribulation. You see that, right? The day of the Lord. Obviously, day of darkness and gloom, never been anything like it. Okay, I'm just setting the context. Now, moving on. Verse 3, a fire consumes before them, and behind them a flame burns. The land is like the Garden of Eden before them, but a desolate wilderness behind them, and nothing at all escapes them. And their appearance is like the appearance of horses, and like war horses, so they run. Now, in the midst of the tribulation, Joel starts explaining this coming army of war horses. But you notice he says they're like war horses. Now look, Joel knew what a horse looked like. He doesn't say these are horses. He says they're like horses, which is a way of saying they're not horses. But I don't know what else I'd call them. And then he says, as they go, they have a consuming fire before them. Where did the fire come out of the horses? Out of their mouth, right? They have a consuming fire before them, mirroring John's description, and the land behind them burns like flame. So as they pass by, they leave a burning destruction in their wake. And here's the thing that really shows you that they're demonic. It says the land is like Eden before them. Now that's a reference to the fall in the garden. That, in other words, the demons see the land like Satan saw Adam and woman. A place to be destroyed, a target to go after, their enemy, in other words. And after they pass through the land, it's left desolate. Nothing escapes them, much as after Satan went through the garden, he left it destroyed, essentially, by having brought about the fall. Part of the text, and this is in 2 columns there. Verse 5, with a noise as of chariots, they leap on the tops of the mountains, like the crackling of a flame of fire consuming the stubble, like a mighty people arranged for battle. Before them the people are in anguish. All faces turn pale. They run like mighty men. They climb the wall like soldiers, and they each march in line, nor do they deviate from their paths. They do not crowd each other. They march everyone in his path. When they burst through the defenses, they do not break ranks. They rush on the city. They run on the wall. They climb into the houses. They enter through the windows like a thief. Before them the earth quakes and heavens tremble. The sun and the moon grow dark and the stars lose their brightness. All right, you can just imagine the scene. I can almost imagine how it would be portrayed in Hollywood with special effects, right? This moving wave. And as it moves, it's unstoppable and it's disciplined as it sweeps across the land. They enter houses like thieves through windows. Certainly regular horses do not do that. This is something very different. Relentless, flame-throwing, serpent-tailed demons that just move. And Joel says
that as this goes about, the judgment's accompanied by natural calamities like earthquakes and celestial disturbances. And all of that fits the pattern of what we've been studying. And it confirms you're looking at something here, demonic, unleashed by God on humanity, accompanied by supernatural disturbances. And then one last verse, Joel 2:11, the Lord utters his voice before his army. Surely his camp is very great. For strong is he who carries out his word. The day of the Lord is indeed great and very awesome, and who can endure it? All right? I find it interesting that this horde of demons is called God's army, similar in a way to what God says about the army of Assyria, or else the army of Nebuchadnezzar, Babylon. Though those are not godly institutions of their own, they are God's institution when he chooses to put them to work, and that's what we see happening here again. So like the first woe, there's great devastation here, only in this case, the effect of the horseman is, it says, to leave a third of mankind dead. Now, if you compare it to the first woe produced great suffering for everyone, but no one died. In the second woe, it produces death for some, and everyone suffers as a result. And by that I mean having exactly 1/3 of humanity die is designed to impact everyone, either directly or indirectly. If 1 on 3 people die, 1 out of 3 people on earth, and by the way, this is not to suggest you have like 1/3 of the earth dead and everyone else is untouched. It's more like pick 3 people, 1 of you is dead. Okay? If 1/3 of all humanity dies, you're going to know, it's going to touch you somehow, whether it's you who die or someone you know, because it's going to be within families, it's going to be within neighborhoods, churches, whatever's available on earth at that point. So there is nothing that brings the questions of eternity and the future and judgment to mind more powerfully than the death of a loved one or a friend. Now, for the Christian, of course, the mourning over the loss of someone is tempered by the knowledge that they're doing just fine. And in a short time, you're going to be with them where they are. You really haven't lost them except but for a short time. But for the unbeliever, death is a wound with no relief. And there is no confidence that it leads to a better future, and there is no hope for any kind of reconciliation. They may try to make themselves feel better with little, platitudes about we're in a better place, or, I'll see you when, I'll go up and see mom when I die, etc. But it's just that. It's just platitudes. They don't believe it either. Not in their heart of hearts. Not the way we know the truth. They're just in a state of suffering and loss with questions. Now, sometimes those questions will lead an unbeliever to open their heart to consider the promises that you find in Scripture, and that's the hope, right? And so you wonder, is the Lord using this suffering to bring so many on earth to faith? Obviously, 1/3 have not. They're gone. But what will happen to the rest of the world after such an event? Well, verse 20. The rest of mankind who were not killed by these plagues did not repent of the works of their hands so as not to worship demons and the idols of gold and of silver and of brass and of stone and of wood, which can neither see nor hear nor walk. And they did not repent of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their immorality, nor of their thefts. Now, I want you to notice something. John says the rest, which of course means those who did not die. He says those who were not killed by the plagues do not repent nor turn to the Lord. They continue in worship of demons and all kinds of sin. But notice the comprehensive nature of that statement. None. No one who survives repents. The suggestion is that 100% of the earth that lived responded to these judgments without coming to faith. Now, take that for a moment and then remember also that we know there is faith happening at this time because we have 144,000 that are at work saving, and we know that they're getting somewhere in that because we already heard they're going to save uncountable numbers, and then we heard about the souls under the altar. There is, in fact, faith going on. We hear the result of it already. So how do you reconcile these two statements? That is, how do you explain how one group is succeeding, and then we have another statement that seems to suggest it's 100% failure, at least at this moment? Well, it's actually easy to reconcile them when you remember what the Bible says about how faith comes in the first place. Romans 2:4, do you not think lightly of the riches of his kindness and tolerance and patience, not knowing that the kindness of God leads you to repentance? Paul says it's the kindness of God that leads us to repentance. And what he means, of course, is that the grace of God working in our hearts prompts our faith response, and that's how people are saved. So for those in tribulation who are the recipients of the grace of God, well, salvation will be the result for them. And perhaps some of these judgments are the way in which God prepares their hearts to receive that grace. We don't know. But we do know that calamity in and of itself saves absolutely zero people. That is, circumstances never save a person. Emotion never saves a person. The repentance of sorrow that the world experiences, a la Esau, for example, never saves anyone. It's not a saving kind of sorrow. It's not a godly sorrow, Paul calls it. And what he means, of course, is it does not originate with God. God himself does not prompt it. God himself is not working in the heart to use it. It is simply the human response to a bad world. And that happens every day to everyone at some level, and it's not a saving effect. So unless and until the Lord is at work in someone's heart, the natural man will not turn to God out of calamity. The old adage that there is no atheist in a foxhole is a lie. There are lots of atheists in foxholes, or pagans, or just deceived people. And if you want proof of what I'm saying, you have it in front of you. The most unprecedented, severest judgment the world will and has ever known produced how many believers? 0. So will anything else do it? No. Faith is not based in fear. It's not based in emotion. It's not even based in convincing proof. It's only based in the gift that comes from God himself, according to Ephesians 2, 8, and 9. Faith, Paul says that you are saved by grace through faith, and it, that is your faith, not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not by works, so that no man may boast. And these judgments make clear the reality of man's predicament. Forever, if there were a time when trial and calamity could prompt faith, this would qualify, right? But these judgments just affirm what we already know, that apart from the work of God in the heart of the unbeliever, people don't turn to God. There is no one who seeks for God, no, not one. So at the conclusion of chapter 9, let's do a little bit of review of what we've seen so far. At the end of chapter 9, where are we? Well, the judgments of the first half of tribulation have come to an end. So we've gone through the seal judgments, and we've gone through all but one of the trumpet judgments. And of course, the reason that last one has not yet been covered is because it itself are those 7 bowl judgments that sit out at the end. Now, I'm giving you this view here a little prematurely. We haven't had a chance to talk about the bowl judgments, and that's fine. We'll come back to it. But I guess for now, you can take my word on it, the bowl judgments sit out there at the end of the 7 years. They conclude the period of the 7 years. And as we get to the next section, you're soon going to see that the place we go to now is a series of chapters that focus on the halfway point of this 7-year period. Before we do that, let's just assess what's happened in 3.5 years. In 3.5 years, 50% of the Earth's population is gone. Now, if it were to happen today, for example, I think roughly there's 8 billion people on Earth. We're talking about 4 billion people dead, but you can flip that around. There's 4 billion people alive still at this point. On the other hand, that 4 billion is occupying a planet in which 1/3 of the Earth is uninhabitable. 1/3 of all the bodies of water are undrinkable or unnavigable, and the worst is yet to come. The first woe judgment has happened. The second woe judgment has happened. The third is still out there. That's the bowl judgments, which also go by the name the wrath of God or the Great Tribulation. But before you enter into those events, as I said, there's this interim period called mid-tribulation, or we can call it mid-trib. That'll make it sound like you're in the club. You know, you have the lingo. Mid-trib. What is mid-trib? Well, I mean, to put it very bluntly, mid-trib is just the 3.5 year point, right? We're just talking about a point in time in which you have half of the time of the 7 done and the other half still to come. Not very complicated, right? And in what you're about to study in this book, you're going to find that this moment is so central, and I don't mean to make a pun with that, but it's central to the story of tribulation because a lot of things change in this moment. In fact, it's such a great period of change on earth that it deserves special attention in the book of Revelation itself. The book of Revelation devotes 4 chapters just to the events of the middle of tribulation. And then on top of that, it adds one more chapter in the beginning as an introduction to the middle tribulation period, and then one more chapter at the end as a conclusion. So you end up with 6 chapters. Chapters 10 through 15 cover these sorts of things, which we looked at when we were here, when I showed this to you a few weeks back. So let's put those chapters on there for a second. You have chapters 11 through 14 covering the mid-trib events. You have chapter 10 introducing it, and you have chapter 15 summarizing or concluding it. That should tell you something about how important this moment is in the middle of tribulation. But technically, the midpoint of tribulation is not a period of time; it's a moment. It's a right. You're either halfway done or you're moving into the second half, and that confuses some people. You can also express the halfway point as 3.5 years, or also several other ways: 42 months, 1,260 days when measured on a Jewish calendar. Our favorite expression, times time and half a time. That's another way to express it. So when we say mid-trib, or we use those other time measurements, what are we talking about? Well, we're actually not talking about a single moment. You notice how I've drawn it on that chart. It's actually a period of time that overlaps slightly on either end of first or second half of tribulation. It's basically an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff that all happens simultaneously, kind of stacked on top of itself in that one moment, which fundamentally alters the world, fundamentally alters what's going on in tribulation. It's so central to everything that happens after it. And in order to get through it all, we need these 6 chapters to talk about it, and understanding they're not in sequential order, they're actually all simultaneous activities. So you really take them and stack them on top of each other in your mind. Now, how do I know that these chapters have that quality? How do we know that they all are happening at the same time at mid-trib? Well, you have the chapters that introduce and conclude, chapters 10 and 15, and the chapters that sit between them all have a time reference in them. All of them have somewhere in the chapter a reference to the fact that they happen at the midpoint of tribulation. And those time references will be either, and let you guess with me, time times half time, what else? 42 months, 1,260 days. One of those 3 will be used. And that's your indication to know, mid-trib, mid-trib, mid-trib. Chapter 10 does not have that reference. Chapter 15 does not have that reference. But they talk about what is coming, or what, in both cases, what is coming next. So 10 talks about what's coming in mid-trib, and chapter 15 talks about what's coming in the second half of tribulation. So they act as like bookends, as transition chapters, but the ones they sandwich all have that time reference in them. And that's your indication to know. Flip them sideways, so to speak, and stack them on top of each other, and put in your mind all of that happening at the same time. So that's mid-trib. Let's move into we're going to do the introduction chapter tonight. Let's look at the introduction, chapter 10, and we'll read this, verse 1. There's a lot on the screen, may be small to read, so look at your Bible if you can. Verse 1, I saw another strong angel coming down out of heaven, clothed with a cloud, and the rainbow was upon his head, and his face was like the sun, and his feet like pillars of fire. And he had in his hand a little book which was open. He placed his right hand on the sea and his left on the land, and he cried out with a loud voice, as when a lion roars. And when he had cried out, the 7 peals of thunder uttered their voices. When the 7 peals of thunder had spoken, I was about to write, and I heard a voice from heaven saying, seal up the things which the 7 peals of thunder have spoken, and do not write them. Then the angel whom I saw standing on the sea and on the land lifted up his right hand to heaven, and swore by him who lives forever and ever, who created the heavens and the things in it, and the earth and the things in it, and the sea and the things in it, that there will be delay no longer. But in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he is about to sound, then the mystery of God is finished, as he preached to his servants, the prophets. All right, John says he sees this strong angel. Notice the strong difference in the description of this guy versus the 4 that came down earlier, or any of the other demonic ones we've seen. Such a clear difference, right? Face like the sun, rainbows and clouds. I mean, you could decorate your child's nursery with angels like this, right? You wouldn't want to do the other ones, though. And as this distinctive angel comes down, he says it's another strong one because it's similar to the one he saw in chapter 7. Back in chapter 7, verse 2, he saw that similar angel with the power to seal the servants of God, the 144,000. So his face like the sun, feet like pillars of fire. It's a fearsome angel of great authority. Now, when you see something mentioned with such strength and such distinction, you begin to ask, is this an angel I should know? Who is this angel? It must be prominent. Well, there's actually a clue to his identity, and it's found in what he carries. He carries a little book. The word for book in Greek is biblioreton, and that's the large version of a scroll. This is the diminutive version of that word in Greek, biblos, and that's a word for a tiny scroll, a little one. So John says he's carrying this little scroll. It's kind of a funny moment if you think about it. Big, giant, powerful angel, little scroll, right? And when the angel reaches the earth, he's large enough to span so that his hands could be on sea and land, and then later standing on sea and land at the same time, crying out with his loud voice. Sounds like a lion. You ever been to the zoo when a lion just lets go when you don't expect it nearby? I mean, the power of that all of a sudden, that's shocking. That's what he's hearing. Now, in response to that, heaven starts to talk with the sound of thunder. 7 voices of thunder, he says. And they must have revealed some deep truth to John, because he's about to write it, but he's told, nope, not yet. Seal it up. Keep it secret. And the whole scene is just so odd at that point. You know, what's all this supposed to mean? We're almost forced to ask, is there some clue here that we use to decode it all? Because how else would we make sense of it? Well, you can't make sense of it unless you studied other books of the Bible. And specifically, students of Daniel will immediately recognize this scene because it comes out of chapter 12 of Daniel.
Okay, hello everybody. How are you guys doing tonight? Oops. All right. So that was 35, and I will carry on to 36. If anybody has any prayer requests, please let me know. I'm happy to pray with you. Otherwise, I'm just going to get right on into this.
In chapter 12 of Daniel, you also find a strong angel who appears in a similar manner near land and water. And in that earlier moment, another prophet, this time Daniel, is told to also seal up things he was revealed at that time to be shown to later times. And when you see the similarity between the two, it immediately makes the connection in your mind, and that's the point. That is, this scene is intended, the one here in Revelation, is intended to draw your thinking back to what you would have already studied in Daniel, and in that connection, begin to look at them together, and as you do, you make sense of it. So let's spend a little time in Daniel 12. Daniel 12, verse 1. Now at that time, Michael, the great prince who stands guard over the sons of your people, will arise, and there will be a time of distress such as never occurred since there was a nation until that time. And at that time, your people, everyone who's found written in the book, will be rescued. Many of those who sleep in the dust of the ground will awake, these to everlasting life, but the others to disgrace and everlasting contempt. Those who have insight will shine brightly like the brightness of the expanse of heaven, and those who lead the many to righteous like the stars forever and ever. But as for you, Daniel, conceal these words and seal up the book until the end of time. Many will go back and forth, and knowledge will increase. Then I, Daniel, looked, and behold, 2 others were standing, one on this bank of the river and the other on the other bank of the river. And one said to the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, how long will it be until the end of these wonders? I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river as he raised his right hand and his left toward heaven and swore by him who lives forever that it would be time, times, and half a time. And as soon as they finished shattering the power of the holy people, all these events will be completed. As for me, I heard but could not understand. So I said, my Lord, what will be the outcome of these events? And he said, go your way, Daniel, for these words are concealed and sealed up until the end time. All right, so we're kind of dropping in here, obviously, to the final chapter of Daniel. Let's spend a minute here just getting some context. The chapter opens saying, now at that time. Well, that begs the question, what time? Well, he's referring back to things that were just being discussed in chapter 11.
Well, if you go to chapter 11, and we won't, but if you were to go there, you find out that Daniel in chapter 11 had just been speaking about the events that will end this age, specifically the rise of the Antichrist and the work of the Antichrist in conquering the world and attacking the saints. And it's at that time that you now see these events. So that puts us squarely in tribulation. And actually, it puts us right at the midpoint, because that's the moment when the Antichrist rises to power. We'll see that in later chapters. So basically we can say it this way: at the midpoint of tribulation, the strong angel Michael will arise. And arise here means to assume your assigned role or assume your station. And Michael will take his station in a period of great distress, unlike anything else, a reference to the Great Tribulation, the second half of tribulation. By the way, the Great Tribulation is a name Jesus gives to the second half of the tribulation in Matthew 24, when he says, "For then there will be," speaking of the second half, "a great tribulation, such as not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, nor ever will." So if the second half is unlike anything that's ever happened, then by definition it's greater than the first half. That's the idea. So as we move through the mid-trib chapters, what we're going to learn is what makes the Great Tribulation so terrible and so great. Back to Daniel for a minute. Daniel's description in verse 5 of what he sees is similar to the description of John's angel in Revelation 10. Not exactly, but notice the similarity. A man in linen or in white, hovering above a river, two other messengers on either side of the bank of the river. The angel descends over the water. And in John's case, you had the angel descend with 1 foot on water, 1 foot on the land, similar. In Revelation 10, John said he heard something spoken by thunder, which he wasn't allowed to write. It had to be sealed. Likewise, Daniel hears something spoken from the angel, but then could not write it down either. It had to be sealed. I mean, you see the connection. It's very clear there's some connection being intended in all of this. And here's the connection. The scene we're studying in Daniel here is part 1, and John's moment is part 2 of the same conversation with a great angel. The same great angel. The angel that visits Daniel tells that prophet, "I want you to prepare a scroll, and I want you to write down what you've heard, but I want you to seal it because it's not going to be revealed till the end of the age." And he hears what he hears, and he says, "How long is this stuff you're telling me going to last?" What's the answer he gets? Time times half a time, 3.5 years, half of the time of tribulation. That's one of our references to know we're looking at a midpoint event, right? And Daniel, we know now, was learning. Here's what Daniel got told. Here's what Daniel wrote. He wrote the events of the second half of tribulation. Daniel was the first human being, and for a long time, the only one who knew what the second half of tribulation looked like, and he wrote it on a scroll. But he couldn't understand it, and that doesn't surprise us, right? He didn't understand it, so he asked for clarification, and he said, "Sorry, Daniel, just go on your way, seal it up. You'll learn it later." So here's but notice the angel says this: it's sealed to the end of the age. Now, if you've been paying attention from the beginning and can remember it all, you now know what he's talking about, because in effect, what the angel was telling Daniel is, this is what happens at the end of the age of the Gentiles. And write it down now, seal it up, because we're not going to reveal these things until we get to the last days. When do the last days start? The church age, remember, sits on top of the last days. Remember the writer of Hebrews, or James, when he says you're in the last days to the first century church? So in the last days is anything after the Messiah's revealing. So Daniel is told, what you're writing down, we will not reveal until after the Messiah is revealed. And then it will be made known. How is that prophecy being revealed in the last days? Well, that moves us back to chapter 10 of Revelation. In chapter 10 and I'll go back to this in a second. In chapter 10 of Revelation, what have we already read? In chapter 10 of Revelation, Daniel's little scroll that he wrote and sealed up and handed back to the angel is now being delivered by that same angel to John. Because John is the one who revealed what Daniel wrote to the last days church. It was sealed up from Daniel until the last days. Well, that's John. And John was the one who got to reveal it. And so John says in verse 2, I see this angel coming to me with a little scroll. Now John hears other things as well that he cannot reveal yet, but those things he gets to reveal much sooner than Daniel did, because what he heard that he can't tell
couldn't write down in that moment are the things that finish the time of tribulation. So those come up in later chapters. Meanwhile, you have this angel swearing upon God in heaven that there will no longer be any delay. What delay is he referring to? Well, the events of the Great Tribulation were first revealed to Daniel long ago, but they were sealed, and now they're being revealed to John so that they can be quickly completed. There'll be no more delay. So in a future day, now here's where your mind gets warped a little bit, because John lived in our past, but he was looking at things from our future. So what Daniel wrote was unsealed in our past so that we would know it, but it speaks of things that haven't yet happened. So the delay is still happening for us, but the point is when the events themselves are happening, it will almost be over. All right, so in a future day, that great angel will arise. According to Daniel 12, that great angel will arise in a time of tribulation. When he does, the events of the great tribulation will happen, and they will be fulfilled when the seventh trumpet is blown. That brings about the seven bowl judgments. And now, how does Daniel's information get transferred to John so that John could give it to us in the book of Revelation? Well, in a very interesting way. Is that right here? Yeah. Then the voice which I heard from heaven, I heard again speaking with me and saying, go take the book which is open in the hand of the angel who stands on the sea and on the land. And so I went to the angel telling him to give me the little book. I would have loved to have seen that moment, by the way. Huge, impressive angel, face like the sun. And you're told, hey, go up there and ask him for the book. I don't want to go up asking for the book. You ask him for the book. John has to go up there, hey, can I have your book? And he said to me, take it and eat it. It will make your stomach bitter, but in your mouth it will be sweet as honey. I took the little book out of the angel's hand and ate it, and in my mouth it was sweet as honey, and when I had eaten it, my stomach was made bitter. And they said to me, you must prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and kings. So how does the information move from Daniel to John? In this very visceral way, very visual way. Normally a scroll is a papyrus roll, and it's not edible, or at least not palatable. And in this case, it must have been made so for John's sake, obviously, because he's able to eat it. The angel says the book would be sweet in the mouth, bitter in the stomach. I can demonstrate this for you. So I have a little scroll here. Very sweet. It's kind of chocolatey in this case. I'll see how it sits on me later. I have more of those if you like some. First come, first serve. What does it mean, though? Obviously, it's meaning something specifically. Now, here again, it does not mean it didn't happen literally. John ate it. He tasted it. He was made able to eat it because it's supernatural, but the point of it is still the main issue. And I think you've probably heard people say this, and it's not terribly surprising, but there is a certain sweetness to prophecy. That is, for the prophet, and for his audience for that matter, there's a certain sweetness to knowing about things to come, about having that insider information, if you will, having been revealed things that you find attractive and interesting and the like. And more than that, what it's talking about are things we look forward to. At least in the sense that the end of this age and the beginning of the next is what we're all looking for. The kingdom, the life we have with Christ in that time is what we all want. So there's certainly that attractive side to it. But in the same way that the analogy played out, that's the initial impression. That's the beginning of it, right? Because before we know what it really contains, you're only thinking about the good stuff, generally. Now, some people take the opposite view. I guess there's pessimists out there, and they don't want to study the book of Revelation because they're worried, they're afraid. I know that's out there. But most people react initially with some positive interest in prophecy. But the truth of what the transition requires, that is the movement of this age into the next, what's required to make that happen, as you get to understand that, as it sinks in, it's bitter, it's hard to swallow. Because the reality is, this world cannot move from its present age into the next without a whole lot of judgment happening in the process. Because you have literally billions of souls that must face judgment for sin, absent the covering of Christ, and they will endure a level of turmoil and distress that no one's ever seen before. And so that is an unfortunate but necessary side effect, if you will, of the transition out of a sinful, fallen world into the next.
There's no getting around it. You know, you can ask for God to avoid that judgment, but let me tell you, you don't want a God who would say yes to that answer, to that question, because he's either faithful or he's not. You know what I'm saying? You can't have it halfway. You can't say, be faithful to your promises to bring good things, but please forget you made promises of judgment for bad things. In fact, just kind of put all of that aside and only bring us the good. Because if he could keep that request, what it would tell you is he's not a promise-keeping God. It means his promises aren't really worth much because he can change his mind. And if he can change his mind about those promises, why are you confident he won't change them about the ones he made to you concerning salvation? So he's either promise-keeping or he's not. If he is, his word has said that the wages of sin is death. In the day you eat of it, you shall surely die. These are things he has spoken that must be kept. Otherwise, he's not a promise-keeping God. And as much as we struggle with the idea of judgment, what you can't struggle with is the concept of faithfulness. And that's the bitter side of prophecy, a faithful God. So as a preparation step to receiving the knowledge of the end of the age, in this little drama that God gives to John in the form of eating the scroll, he reminds John, this is serious business. You're called to prophesy what you've received from Daniel concerning the state of affairs for many people, kings and all, across the world during the Great Tribulation, and it is a difficult time. And what follows in chapters 11 through 19 are the events that John receives from Daniel, so to speak, and that John now has the privilege of revealing. And I want to finish tonight with just one little quick piece back in Daniel chapter 12. Let's see if there we go. At the end of 12, there's one little bit of information that's worth grabbing onto before we leave. Verse 10, it says, many will be purged and purified and refined, but the wicked will act wickedly, and none of the wicked will understand. But those who have insight will understand. From the time that the regular sacrifice is abolished and the abomination of desolation is set up, there will be 1,290 days. Now, put a graph up here for you. Remember earlier in Daniel 12:7, we learned that the events of Daniel are recorded on this scroll, and that the times that they comprise were time, times, and half a time. So the scroll has 3.5 years worth of information on it, and that's what Daniel wrote. That's what John now has swallowed. So let's put it on a timeline here. So we know what starts tribulation. That was when the covenant got signed. We heard that in Daniel 9. The covenant between the Antichrist and the people of Israel, allowing Israel to return to their Temple Mount and begin to sacrifice again in a new temple of some kind. When that contract is signed, the 7-year tribulation officially begins. And Daniel 12 now has confirmed that the midpoint of tribulation is 3.5 years in, as mid would suggest. And the angel tells Daniel that he can measure the second half of tribulation as also what? Time, times, and half a time, which is 1,260 days. So we now see that the time on either side of the midpoint is the same, 1,260 days. And then in verse 11, we're told that the midpoint of tribulation is the moment. This is from what I just read in Daniel. Daniel 12:11 says, the midpoint of tribulation is defined now as the moment when the Antichrist abolishes that covenant, when he puts an end to sacrifice. We heard that in Daniel 9. Now we're seeing it again here in Daniel 12. And it's the midpoint of tribulation. So it affirms for us that that covenant seems to be the key issue driving all of what happens in tribulation. That is, it starts tribulation, and it's also the event, the cutting off of that covenant is also the event which triggers a whole bunch of stuff leading into a different set of circumstances for the second half of tribulation. So Daniel 12 confirms that the breaking of that covenant is central. It's the midpoint. So now you have your mile markers for pretty much the whole of tribulation. Starting with the covenant, midpoint 1,260 days in when the covenant is broken, another 1,260 to get to the end, time, times, and half a time, Daniel says. And then what we just read included an extra 30 days, if you notice, because he said, from the abolishing of sacrifice until the abomination of desolation is completed, that is, it is cleansed, there's 1,290 days, not 60, but 90. That's an extra 30, and that's why you see it up there in green. So chapters 11 through 14 tell us about what goes on at that moment when the covenant is broken and all that comes with it and what it means and what it leads to. That's the study we're about to embark on in the next several weeks. What goes on at the middle and why, and how does it relate to that covenant being broken? What does it change? And the 30 days you saw there at the end, well, we're going to learn more about what that means when we get toward the end of the 7 years, toward the end of this study in chapter 19. And just in case you're already not confused enough, there's another 45 days after the 30 before the kingdom begins. Putting them together, we call it the 75-day interval, and we'll talk about that more as we get there. But that's why I just wanted to cover that so you know why that said 1290 and not 1230. All right? Or 1260, sorry, 1260. All right, so that's, you should now have, as we break and finish here tonight, you should now have a fairly clear understanding, even if all the details aren't still in your head, that's fine, it's online. But what you should now understand is this last 7 years, what it's for, what starts it, why it was promised, how the first half plays out, what the effects of those first 3.5 years are. And at this point, you stop somewhere right there in your understanding, and you know there's some big stuff that happens at the middle, right around that 3.5 year point, a little before and after, a bunch of stuff that happens all at the same time. And because of what happens in that period of time, the second half is a whole nother ball game, a whole nother ball of wax coming in the second half, okay? So we will end there. That's what we'll do. And then when we get back next week, we'll do one more of these, and then we'll break for our holiday time.
Okay. And that was 36. So I'll carry on to 37.
What we've been looking at this stage of our study. This is the midpoint now. The chapters that we're in now are the midpoint of the 7-year period that has been designated to end this age and to bring about Christ's second coming. And it's a time the prophets have spoken about for millennia. It's a time that you've already seen includes unimaginable calamity and death and destruction and mayhem. And at the center of all of that is one man who takes over the world in the process of these events, the man Antichrist. And you remember we studied earlier that anyone who opposes Jesus is an Antichrist, and that there is a spirit behind opposition to Christ, and that spirit, Satan, is the spirit of every Antichrist. But yet, while there are many Antichrists today, and always will be, or always have been, at least until Christ's second coming, there is one particular man that rises above all of them, and that man is the focus of our attention increasingly as we move into this study, as we go into the midpoint and then beyond. But for tonight, one chapter still remains before the Antichrist becomes the main conversation for us in this study. And that chapter is chapter 11, tonight's chapter. Last week we were in 10, and I told you then that was a transition chapter that takes us out of the first half events of tribulation and moves us into this special period I call mid-trib that we know is the middle point of the 7 years. And the middle point is so important that these chapters we're looking at, as I show you up on the screen, span from 10 through 15, and the heart of it is 11 to 14. 10 is an intro, 15 is a summary, if you will, or a transition back into the events of the second half of tribulation. But 11 to 14, that's the heart of the mid-trib chapters. And each of these chapters announces itself as a mid-trib chapter by including at least one time reference in each chapter that tells you you're at the midpoint. Remember those time references? There's 3 that get used recurringly. Time times half a time, 1,260 days, 42 months. One of those 3 ways of counting time will be included in all of these chapters. That's our indication to know we're at a mid-trib chapter, and so on. So in chapter 10 last week, we saw John getting that small scroll, the one that he was told to eat. These are not scrolls, these are biscuits on the screen behind me, but you get the point. As we learned last week, that scroll he received was originally written by the prophet Daniel. But when Daniel was writing it, he was told to seal it up and hand it back to a powerful angel for safekeeping. And then in chapter 10 of Revelation, we saw that same angel reappearing, now for the first time in thousands of years, since it was the time of Daniel. And he hands that very same little scroll to John, telling him, as I said, to eat it. So symbolically, John took in the scroll that Daniel wrote. And in taking it in, he was now in a position to share it with us. That was the idea of it. So what was that special prophecy Daniel wrote that no one could know until John was given the chance to reveal it? Well, back in Daniel, when we looked at this last week, we were told that this secret prophecy regards the second half of tribulation. And it came in that passage I read out of Daniel 12. I'm just going to remind you of one verse. In verse 7, Daniel said, I heard the man dressed in linen who was above the waters of the river, and as he raised his right hand and his left toward heaven and swore by him who lives forever that it would be a time, times, and half a time. And as soon as they finish shattering the power of the holy people, all these events will be completed. So the Lord told Daniel that the events in that little scroll that he wrote, the prophecy that he heard but couldn't tell us, they would last 3.5 years. There's one of your 3 ways of marking time. And at the end of the 3.5 years, Daniel was told that the events of this prophecy would end. And that means, you notice at the end of verse the end of verse 7, it says all these events will be completed. So what we're learning is the scroll talked about 3.5 years of time at the end, not the first half of tribulation, but at the second half. Because when these 3.5 years are over, it says all these events will be completed. So that's our indication to know Daniel was being given a detailed accounting of the last half of tribulation, even before the world knew anything about the first half, much less the details Daniel received. And that's why it was sealed up. Can you imagine the confusion if he had given us the second half of tribulation before we had any of the other details associated with it? So it was sealed up and waiting. But then that begs the question, why was Daniel involved at all then? Well, as I mentioned last week, it's so that we would know that book is closely tied to what we're studying now in Revelation. It's one of the ways in which we see these 2 books working together. All right, so Daniel 12 verse 7 was what told us it would be the second half of tribulation, but you notice also it reminds us of the purpose of tribulation in general. Verse 7 also said all of this calamity was directed at shattering the power of the holy people. Now, the holy people refers to Israel, God's people, and shattering then refers to breaking their resistance to God and to his word, to Christ specifically. So, as we learned before, the ultimate outcome of tribulation is to bring Israel to faith, to fulfill the promises God has given to that nation. And the events of mid-trib and beyond, the second half, put that plan into high gear, actually bringing it to fulfillment. And then last thing I'll do by way of reminder, remember the events of mid-tribulation are centered on the 3.5-year moment, but they span time on either side. We're talking about things that have to take time to happen. There are events that we're going to see described in these chapters that don't happen in an instant. They happen over a period of time. Well, the midpoint of anything is a moment, not a period, right? The midpoint of 7 years is 3.5. The moment you hit the midpoint, it's over, and you're moving past it, right? So how do we fit stuff into it? Well, we don't, literally. You just put them on it. Sometimes they're before, sometimes they're after, sometimes they're spanning it. You'll see that from the text as we study. You'll know where to place them. But they're all associated with the midpoint. They all have some relationship to the midpoint of tribulation. All right, so we'll talk about each as we move through. Each of these chapters tells its own little story about what's going on at the middle of tribulation. Because they're all associated with the midpoint, they're layered on top of one another. So these are not chronological necessarily. They're all simultaneous is what I meant to say. They're all happening about the same time, okay? So 10 was our introduction. Now 11 begins the events of mid-trib. And I'm going to start one verse back into 10 because at the very end of 10, John has now taken the prophecy that was given to Daniel and he's commanded to deliver it to us. Verse 11 of chapter 10 and then moving on, it says, and they said to me, you must prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and kings. And then there was given me a measuring rod like a staff, and someone said, get up and measure the temple of God and the altar and those who worship in it. Leave out the court which is outside the temple, and do not measure it, for it has been given to the nations, and they will tread underfoot the holy city for 42 months. All right, now let's stop there. We're getting into the beginning of this chapter, and although all the disasters of tribulation are certainly focused on Israel, they're the ultimate audience, nonetheless, the scale of what God is doing in the time of tribulation is so large, it impacts every nation, every tribe, every tongue, even kings. So John is now told, it's time for you to go back to work, and you have more things to say about what's being done in this 7-year period, and in particular now moving into the second half. And it's all centered in one place. That is, there is one region of the world that is the focus of all the activity of mid-trib and the second half. We've moved now, as you remember from last week, we've moved now that the judgments of the world have reached the point at which now the whole of the world has been reduced to a very small, livable area. Most of the earth now is uninhabitable. Most of the population, at least half of the world's population we've already counted up, is now gone. So you kind of start thinking about the world in a different way. It's not the globe with people on every corner anymore. It's become increasingly a little patch, a little area of inhabitable land with a fraction of the number of people we used to have on the planet. And that place I'm talking about is centered, I'll give you one guess, Israel and what's immediately around it. And John is now moved to a place within that realm, within that patch, as I call it, to the Jewish temple. And he's told to measure it and to make note of who is worshiping there. Now, interestingly, he's told to measure it. He's given a measuring rod, in fact, but he never makes note of the measurements or tells us anything about them at any point. It's quickly apparent that he's told to measure, but the measurements aren't the point. That there's something else going on, in other words. And that point is actually much more obvious than that. The point is simply that there is a temple. The fact that he's being asked to measure it and to note that there are worshipers around it and that there is even an altar there is simply to make clear to you and to me, hey, guess what? We've got a Jewish temple on our hands here. Because the temple of Israel was destroyed in AD 70. It does not exist. It still doesn't exist today. And Orthodox Jews would dearly love to rebuild it, should they be able to do so, but they've been unable to do so now for the better part of 2,000 years. But according to John's vision, there is a day coming, this side of Christ's second coming, not in the millennial kingdom now. We're talking about in this world we still know today. There is a day coming when the temple is going to return in some form. And when it does, the Jewish nation will once again worship there before the altar of God. That's what you're learning at the outset of this chapter, and that's no small news. And in the design of the temple, the altar sits outside in a courtyard which is around the building that contains the holy place and the Holy of Holies. And then that courtyard area is itself contained behind another fence or barrier in the design of the tabernacle and of the temple. And that outer wall separates Jews from Gentiles who are in the court outside. And John is told to measure only the courtyard where the altar is and the worshipers gathered there, not those outside, because those are the nations and they are not of concern at this point. So what is the point of those instructions? Well, the point of those instructions is to focus our attention on 3 facts concerning the mid-tribulation moment. First, as we enter into the mid-tribulation moment, we learn that there is a temple operating in Israel and the Jewish people are worshiping there. Now, you may remember that the event that Daniel told us would start the tribulation, that gives rise to the 7 years, that starts the clock. What was that event? The covenant that would be signed between the Antichrist and the many, which was a reference to the people of Israel, and it would allow for grain offering and sacrifice again, which is a way of saying the temple again. Here you see in Revelation a confirmation that that agreement was struck. The temple does exist. It is in use, so it's been there for a while. And that means, certainly 3.5 years into the 7, that's what you'd expect to see, because the agreement that allowed it to even come to bear, to be possible, was struck 3.5 years earlier. Okay, that's the first thing that we note. Along with that, it's interesting to note that despite the war and the supernatural calamities and the earthquakes and the hails and all the stuff we've been reading about, nonetheless, it looks like business as usual at the temple. And that's pretty remarkable. What it suggests is that the Lord has been sparing Israel from most, if not all, of these disasters. Certainly anything too big to bring a temple down has not happened there. And that fits with what I said earlier from Revelation 6 when we looked at the seal judgments, and I said the one that said protect the wine and the oil, I told you that's a bit inscrutable, but in my understanding of it, it was a bit of an oblique reference to Israel, a kind of coded way of saying Israel. Why? Well, Israel is known in the Bible as grapes or olives or figs or etc. And so you have here two things that represent Israel. Wine comes from grapes, oil comes from olives. And so the idea is that those two things being preserved is a way of saying preserve Israel. That's my best guess. But in any event, it's clearly been protected enough that the temple can operate. And if so, imagine what that means to the Jew. Those who are there worshiping, wouldn't the fact that the world is being torn asunder, and yet, remarkably, your little patch of the world and your temple particularly seems okay? Wouldn't that reinforce in your mind that your God is on your side? And wouldn't that then reinforce your desire to return to that God and to worship at that temple? That would be like a safe place. And a Jew might find that reassuring for obvious reasons. So it would seem as though that while the rest of the world is in turmoil, cursing the name of God, as we've already seen, Israel is at rest to some degree and in worship of that same God. And there seems to be God's effort in that to uplift his own people while making the rest of the world take note of that. That's very consistent with the pattern of God we've seen in past times. All right, first thing you learn. Second thing you learn is that the existence of the temple does not mean that the age of the Gentiles has ended. Remember, we've said the age of the Gentiles, according to Daniel again, is a period of history in which Israel is being trampled by foreign Gentile powers, their city trampled, their freedoms taken from them, and so on. Well, here we hear now that they're in their city with their temple active and worshiping. That might suggest that they've moved past the point of the age of the Gentiles and they've come back now to a place of peace in their land. Except that we see in verse 2, John says, the Gentiles continue to tread down the holy city. That little reference there is intended to remind us that the age of the Gentiles, as Jesus defined it in Luke chapter 21, that it would be a period in which all the Israelites would be led captive and Jerusalem would be trampled underfoot until this time is completed, that's still underway. And of course that makes sense. We remember as we studied in Daniel 2, the statue, Daniel 7, the beasts. When we studied all that, we learned that this whole period of history will play out until Christ's second coming. Christ's second coming is what ends the age of the Gentiles. We're not there yet. So that trampling is ongoing, and it's about to get a whole lot worse. And that brings us to the third and final important detail that you learn from the opening of chapter 11, and that is you get your mid-tribulation reference there. I told you to look for these, and this is the first of them we'll see. I told you that these references are telling you what you're reading in this chapter is connected to the middle of tribulation. Or here's another way to say it. Whenever you see the references, what's the one you see here? 40, it was on the screen earlier, 42 months, right? All right, it's not just some little game to make note of. What it's saying to you in code is this chapter tells you why the middle of tribulation is important. What happens in this chapter explains why something changes at mid-trib. That's what you're learning, okay? So now we go into the text to find out what that change is in this chapter. Verse 3, he says, and I will grant authority to my 2 witnesses, and they will prophesy for 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 lampstands that stand before the Lord of the earth. And if anyone wants to harm them, fire flows out of their mouth and devours their enemies, so that if anyone wants to harm them, he must be killed in this way. These have the power to shut up the sky so the rain will not fall during the days of their prophesying. And they have power over the waters to turn them into blood and to strike the earth with every plague as often as they desire. All right, well, clearly we're into some new material. John just sort of drops us right into a new scene. Two prophets on the stage here. We've been hearing about the temple just 2 verses earlier, and now suddenly we're talking about 2 prophets. And at first you may feel like that's just totally disconnected, but in reality you're going to see how closely connected these two are in a minute. So John says these men prophesy for 1,260 days. There's another of our 3 ways of describing time, right? So it's another reference to mid-trib. Lest we think that only the temple part of this chapter has something to do with mid-trib, no, the 2 prophets do as well. And so John connects 2 things here. He connects the operation of the temple in Jerusalem with the ministry of these 2 men. I want you to understand that the fact that they're put together in this way is intentional, so that as you imagine the temple operating, what do you now imagine? 2 guys right in the middle of it. They're at the temple. This is where they live. Okay? And during the time that the temple stands, which, how long will the temple be operating under Jewish control during this period of time? 3.5 years. How do I know that? Because remember Daniel 9, when it told us that the start of the 7 years was that covenant, he goes on to say in 9 that the middle of the week, which is half of the time, or 3.5 years, the Antichrist who struck that covenant and made it possible, that same man will turn around at mid-trib and reverse himself and put an end to what he allowed. So that tells us that the temple operates under Israel's control for only the first half of the tribulation. And during that time that the temple stands, 42 months, is the same length of time that these 2 men will prophesy in their ministry, 1,260 days. So at the same time that the temple is operating, these guys are in the temple operating. So they are called the Lord's 2 witnesses. And what is a witness? Well, a witness is someone who testifies concerning the truth in some matter. And we're reminded what the law says concerning the necessity of witnesses prior to a judgment. In, for example, Deuteronomy, God says in the law, 19:15 to Israel, a single witness shall not rise up against a man on account of any iniquity or any sin which he has committed. On the evidence of 2 or 3 witnesses, a matter shall be confirmed. So, before the law could condemn anyone for their sin, their offense had to be confirmed by the testimony of at least 2 witnesses. That becomes a standard in Israel, and it's a standard that reflects God's heart, too, that we would be double sure before we take freedom or life from someone. And so the ministry of these 2 men, as witnesses, God calls them as witnesses, it serves the purpose of a testimony, but in this case, a testimony of condemnation. They are 2 witnesses to condemn the world of its sin prior to judgment. Now, when we talk about witnessing, we typically do it from a different point of view. I'm a witness for Christ, someone would say. And when we use the term witness, we're thinking of one of the 2 possible ways that you can witness, because there are 2, not just one. One purpose is to be a messenger of the truth such that a person would be convicted by it, repent because of what they learn, and receive the truth of the gospel, be saved by their faith in that, and so on. That's the one we're hoping for. But a second purpose of witnessing is to testify concerning someone's sin for the purpose of convicting and condemning them, which is more of the kind of witness you see at a trial, for example. So you don't control the outcome when you witness. That's God. So you give the same witness, that is through your actions, through your words. Hopefully you're doing it all the time. Your witness is ever present. To some people, it becomes an opportunity for salvation. To others, it will be to their condemnation. You don't control that, and nor do you give much thought to it, because what are you going to do about it anyway? But the fact that it's happening is reality. That's how God works. So their ministry, it would seem, would function to both purposes perhaps, but especially or largely for the latter of those 2, that is, for the purpose of condemnation. They wear only sackcloth, we're told. That is a traditional garb of prophets who are in mourning or in suffering, which came with the job if you were a prophet. And they have supernatural power, John says, like the 144,000 of chapter 7, when we studied that. Most people stop at about this point and get completely distracted with speculation over who these guys are. And oh my gosh, you have books on this. The fact that they're not identified is supposed to tell you it don't matter.
forget about it. Don't try to guess. It's pointless. Even if you're right, you're just guessing, and it makes no difference. So there is no purpose in trying to identify who they are. It's immaterial. It's completely pointless. They're not selected because of who they are. They're kept anonymous because it doesn't matter who they are. For all we know, they're absolutely no one. They're just two guys. And then, if that takes some of the fun out of it for you, well, maybe that's okay, because I got some different fun for you instead. That's not the fun you're supposed to have. I mean, is it Elijah? Is it Moses? Is it? No, it doesn't matter. It's none of those guys. It couldn't be any less important. What matters? Why they exist and what they're doing. So, in fact, some people have gone so far as to think that they're entirely symbolic, and one of the craziest suggestions I've heard of late is that they were actually representations of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. And that when the World Trade Centers fell, that was the fulfillment of this. You see how stupid people get? Why? Because they get enamored in all of that nonsense instead of paying attention to what it's actually about. I mean, that's actually out there. You can go find that. Anyway, the really sad thing is the speculation about who they are is so completely unnecessary because it's actually given to us in the text, in a sense. John tells us in verse 4, these are guys you've heard about before and probably read about before if you're a student of Old Testament prophecy. Because he says they're the two olive trees, they're the two lampstands before the Lord of the earth. What he's talking about, he says the, because he's saying you should remember this. It's not something new. This is something you've heard. Takes us back to Zechariah. Zechariah chapter 4. Now, I'm going to read the whole chapter, and then I'm going to go back and kind of put it in its context, but this is what John is referring to. He says, verse 1 of Zechariah 4, then the angel who was speaking with me returned and roused me, and as a man who is awakened from his sleep, he said to me, what do you see? And I said, I see and behold a lampstand, all of gold, with its bowl on the top of it, and its 7 lamps on it, with 7 spouts belonging to each of the lamps, which are on top of it. Also 2 olive trees by it, one on the right side of the bowl and the other on the left side. And then I said to the angel who was speaking with me, saying, what are these, my Lord? So the angel who was speaking with me answered and said to me, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my Lord. And then he said to me, this is the word of the Lord to Zerubbabel, saying, not by my might nor by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord of hosts. What are you, O great mountain? Before Zerubbabel, you will become a plain, and he will bring forth the top stone with shouts of grace, grace to it. Also the word of the Lord came to me, saying, the hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house, and his hands will finish it. Then you will know that the Lord of hosts has sent me to you. For who has despised the day of small things? But these 7 will be glad when they see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel. These are the eyes of the Lord, which range to and fro throughout the earth. And then I said to him, what are these 2 olive trees on the right of the lampstand and on its left? I answered the second time and said to him, what are those 2 olive branches which are beside the 2 golden pipes which empty the golden oil from themselves? So he answered me and saying, do you not know what these are? And I said, no, my Lord. And then he said, these are the 2 anointed ones who are standing by the Lord of the whole earth. All right, it's a chapter that's hard to explain in a short time given the context because there's stuff going on all around it. But here's a short version. Zechariah as a book was written shortly after Daniel was written, shortly after Ezekiel was written. It's in that same general time of history, right about the time that the Jews were coming back from Babylon and their exile. So it's just a little later than the things Daniel revealed. And if you remember what Daniel taught us, that there was going to be 70 years of exile because of the land Sabbaths that they ignored. And then after the 70, a new 490 starts, 77s. And that was for their failure to keep the covenant. So they had these back-to-back punishments going on. The first 70 in Babylon, the next 490, plus a pause for the church, would include their scattering and their trampling. All right, so after the 70 years of exile was up, that first punishment, I call it, then they were allowed to return to the land. Cyrus of Persia gave the right for them to go back and build their temple. But when they get back, the first of the exiles, when they go back, there's not much there. In fact, there's nothing there. There's a foundation and that's it from the prior temple. And it took them 49 years to eventually rebuild and complete that temple and the wall around it and everything. Remember Daniel's 77s, the first count was 7 sevens, that's 49. And
In that 49-year period, the Lord keeps talking to his people Israel through various prophets, including Zechariah. So he's one of the men who was talking to the people of Israel while they're in that rebuilding time period. And his book generally speaks to Israel about the Lord restoring their fortunes both in that time and in a future time, while also judging the nations that are around Israel for the way that they treated Israel. And in particular, the Lord assures Israel that his servant, Zerubbabel, the man who originally left with the exiles and was the first to lead the people back into the land and begin to rebuild their temple, that man would finish the temple. But here's the thing, he didn't live to finish it. And what he is saying in this chapter is, not by might, that is, not by human effort, does anything get done for God, but only by his Spirit. God's Spirit alone does everything God does. Through men, through women, as he chooses, or without us for that matter. But the point is, if something happens, you don't credit the person. So while the building of the temple got delayed and it looked like it was never going to happen. In fact, Haggai tells the story of how the Israelites were stealing the materials that were intended for the temple and building their own homes with it. They got so bored building the temple, they started building their own homes instead with the materials that had been brought in to build the temple. So it was a bit of a mess for a while. And to Zechariah, God gives this vision. And there's a lampstand prominent to the vision, and then there's olive trees on either side. And he's trying to figure this out. What is all this about? And Zechariah is told that the lampstand is a representation of, not by power and might, but by my Spirit. So in other words, the lampstand and the oil particularly represents the Spirit of God at work. And that's often how oil is used in the Bible, to represent the Spirit or the anointing of the Spirit. And he's saying, effectively, the Zerubbabel that started this will finish it. But you have to understand what he means. He means Zerubbabel didn't start it. He happened to be there. He was a man. God used him, but it wasn't him doing it. God started it. And the same God that started it is going to finish it. And so if you're worried that because Zerubbabel's not around anymore, we're never going to get this project done, you don't understand how I do anything, is what God is saying. So Zerubbabel's start will also be Zerubbabel's finish, and the temple itself will be done. Don't worry, Zechariah. That's what the oil represented. But then he says, well, what about these two olive trees on either side? Now, how do olives relate to lampstands generally? The oil comes out of the olives to fill the lampstands, right? So that's the earthly connection. What he's told by the angel is that these olive trees represent the two sons, or as it says here in the text, the two anointed ones. The literal Hebrew here actually is not anointed ones. The literal Hebrew reads two sons of oil. Well, if you're a son of oil, that's like saying you're anointed by God. So the lampstand represents the work of God through his Spirit, and these two olive trees represent the anointed ones that stand by the Lord of the whole earth. Now that's where this prophecy gets really confusing. In fact, if we didn't have Revelation 11, I defy you to make sense of it, because I think it would be impossible. It takes Revelation 11 to make sense of the olive trees, because what we find is that these two men, the sons of oil, will have a worldwide ministry, the book of Zechariah says. They will be, it says, standing by the Lord of the whole earth. Now, that's a bit of a cryptic phrase to us. We don't know quite what that means. Let me tell you what it means. It means literally their ministry will impact every person on the earth. They stand by or they serve the Lord of the earth. Now, it's hard to imagine how any one person could have a worldwide impact. I don't just mean that they're known throughout the world like Billy Graham was known everywhere. I'm talking about no human being was not touched by their ministry. That's what it means. How can that be true? Even Paul, you couldn't say that even about Paul. So how can that be true? Well, now in Revelation 11:4, we're told that the two men that we're seeing here, the two witnesses, John says, these are the two olive trees and lampstand. They are connected to Zechariah 4. And it will come now in the rest of this chapter that you and I were going to discover how it is that these two men have an impact on every human being on the planet. That's now what we get to learn. This chapter, in a sense, is the second part of Zechariah 4. And you put the two together, you get the whole story. So back to chapter 11. We're told these two men have, I'm going to put the text back up there. These two men have a supernatural protection. And because of that, they can prevent their enemies from harming them. In fact, they make fire, and we have to take this literally. There's no other way to take it from what it's written here. They literally have fire come out of their mouth. They're like flamethrowers. And as a result, anyone who tries to come and harm them, they can stop them. They can destroy them at a distance, it would seem. That's quite a superpower. If you're going to have one, that one's pretty, you can't use it everywhere. It's kind of limited. But the question that raises is, why are these guys so hated? Why do they need this defense? Well, the next verse kind of explains it for you. They possess this power because they also have power to make life on earth utterly miserable for everyone. They can stop rain from falling, and in fact, they do so during the entire time of their ministry. All right, so add that to what you know already about the first half of tribulation. No rain falls on earth for 3.5 years. Additionally, they can turn water to blood. They can strike the earth with every plague, which I think means anything you've already read about, they can do it. And they can do it as often as they desire. Now, we know from that why you would find people seeking to harm these guys. Running at them, taking guns to shoot them, whatever they might have. And that's why the Lord has given them the ability to protect themselves so that they can function in this role for the full 3.5 years without anyone stopping them. So we know these guys were prophesying to the world for 3.5 years, and in that time they could not be harmed. Meanwhile, they themselves are bringing great harm on the earth, and naturally everyone hates them. Now, that does not sound like a recipe for a very successful ministry, right? What is the point in this? We don't even know what they're saying. They're not even telling us here in the text what they're prophesying about or what they're proclaiming. Let's make some educated guesses. I don't think it's hard to guess here. It's likely they're declaring the end of the world has come. They're declaring the judgments, perhaps even before they come on the earth at that time. And if that's right, and I think it's a fair assumption that they're talking about the events of tribulation as they happen. If that's correct, then here's how you have to see these two guys. They are the narrators of tribulation. As the world experiences what it's experiencing, which if you think about it, you wouldn't know what was going on. You would be completely at your limits. But now you've got these two guys who are speaking consistently to the world about whatever is happening and its meaning. They're providing an explanation to accompany the seal and trumpet judgments so that no one is missing the point of what all this activity is about. And so in that sense, they testify, they witness to the truth of God's purpose in all that's happening. But here's the most interesting thing about these guys. They are gifted by God to do exactly the same kinds of disasters that are already happening anyway. You notice that? While Jesus is up in the heavens producing drought by holding back the four winds, remember we saw that from the four angels, right? That stopped the rain too. These guys are doing the same thing. Jesus is turning seas to blood. These guys are turning water to blood. Jesus is bringing plague after plague. These guys are bringing plague after plague. It's like, why do we need these guys if we've already got Jesus doing it? I mean, I can see why they need to talk and explain, but why do they need to do the same things Jesus is doing? Why the duplication? Here's your answer. Think about it from the point of view of the people on the earth. All right? They can't see what Jesus is doing in heaven. They only see what happens on earth. And now they're also seeing two guys doing it and having the power to do it. So naturally, what do you conclude if you're living through these days? Yeah, you're going to see these guys as the specific cause of all tragedy that's coming upon the earth. So during the first 3.5 years of tribulation, they get blamed for every bad thing that's happening. And that ensures something that God wants to see. This ensures that the world connects the events to their explanations. In other words, if they were just two crackpots making stories up on the corner and doing nothing of any importance apart from that, how many other nutcases are there running around the world during this same period of time blaming global warming or aliens or Brexit or who knows what they're pinning it on, right? Right? That's human nature. You would have had all kinds of people saying, this is what it means. No, this is what it means. The world's coming to the end. No, it's the polar the polar opposites of the whatever. Next thing you know, no one knows what to believe. But these two guys, they're doing it too. And so the power they have validates their message. and it causes the focus of the world to be on them for a time, which is God's purpose. In other words, God wants the world to blame these men and to take it out on them. And it will lead to a very interesting conclusion that Paul later calls a great delusion. We'll come back to that in later chapters. But the Lord appoints these men to be the poster children, the scapegoats for all of what happens during the first half of tribulation, but only for the first half. And at the end of 3.5 years, when we reach the midpoint of tribulation, their time is up.
Hello. Let me see. What was his name? Cross of Christ is your name here in the chat. Are you still there? I responded to your comments. I'm not quite sure what point you're trying to get across. What is it that you believe? And I will get the next one started here. That was 38. So we're going on to 39. If anybody needs prayer, feel free to drop a comment. I am happy to pray with you, more than happy. And if there's anything you'd like to discuss or any questions, feel free to ask away. God bless.
Verse 17. When they had finished their testimony, the beast that comes up out of the abyss. Actually, let me go back. I'm sorry, guys. I wanted to show you one other slide. Let me show you this slide before we get back to the text. I put this together to show you, here's how you put their activity in with the rest of what we've seen. This is a sort of an overview of the first half of tribulation. You should recognize most of the stuff that's on there. The last things there at the end are just the trumpet judgments, all but the last one. So then we hit this midpoint. And what we're hearing is that during all of this same time, you've got the two witnesses doing their part as well in the temple. Okay, and so from the earth's point of view, it's all the same. It's all coming from them. All right, now we can go to the text. Verse 7, when they had finished their testimony, the beast that comes up out of the abyss will make war with them and overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city, which mystically is called Sodom and Egypt, where also their Lord was crucified. Those from the peoples and the tribes and the tongues and the nations will look at their dead bodies for 3.5 days and will not permit their dead bodies to be laid in a tomb. And those who dwell on the earth will rejoice over them and celebrate. And they will send gifts to one another because these two prophets tormented those who dwell on the earth. So John says these men will finish their testimony after 3.5 years, and then the Lord allows them to be killed. Verse 7, they will be overcome, he says, by a beast that comes up out of the abyss. Now, we know what the abyss is, right? We studied that back in chapter 9. When we were looking at the trumpet judgments, we learned that that's the place where the Lord confines the demonic angels, the fallen angels, the disobedient ones who've been especially bad and need to be contained. And he lets them loose to do their work in this time. So the beast is coming from there in a sense. And that means we know he's connected to the demonic realm. At this point, that's all we'd know. Except maybe also the fact that the term beast is reminding us of something we studied in Daniel. Remember the 4 beasts, right? But beyond that, we don't really have anything else to go on right now, and that's fine. And you're going to learn a lot more about this beast in coming mid-trib chapters. This is just a brief introduction to him. We'll come back to him. Anyway, after these 2 guys are killed, then we hear that their bodies are left unburied for a time to dishonor them, it seems. And they're visible in the great city. Now, the city's unnamed, but you can clearly tell which one it is because it's the one Jesus was crucified in. That's Jerusalem. But John says it's also mystically called Sodom and Egypt. Now, Sodom was a city of great depravity. That's back in the time of Lot, you remember. And Egypt, it's a nation, not a city. But Egypt was a nation that's prominent in Scripture for one reason more than anything else. They were the first nation to introduce idolatry into Israel. Israel's idolatrous heart started while they were in captivity. Actually, when they were in Goshen, and then while they were in Goshen, they became idolaters, Ezekiel says. That led God to put them in captivity under the Pharaoh to prevent them from pursuing their idolatry. Then, after a period of time in captivity under Pharaoh, they're let go and they come into the desert. We find out in the desert wanderings that they brought their idols with them. And then after they get into the land, they bring their idols again. So the idolatry of Israel that's always been present through the history of their span in the land began because they were in Egypt for a time. And they took those idols with them. Ezekiel tells us that. So when you hear Sodom, you think of the poster child of depravity. And when you think Egypt, you should think the origins of idolatry for Israel, the stumbling block for his people. And so at the point that these events are going on in mid-trib, John says that you can just as easily call Jerusalem Sodom or Egypt, which is simply a way of saying this city has become a place of great depravity and great idolatry at this point in history that we're talking about, at the mid-trib point. Later, when we get to more detail on the beast, you're going to realize why the city is called Sodom and Egypt. It's connected to what the beast is doing at that time. All right, after they die, their bodies are left unburied, and during this time, the whole world is aware of this, and they're all celebrating the death of these guys in a way that the world has never seen before. You know, you can't think of a holiday that the whole world celebrates. This one will be the first. Everyone will celebrate their death. They'll be giving gifts to each other because these guys died. And why? Well, now you have a better sense, if you didn't know already. These guys have been credited with every bad thing for the last 3.5 years, and now they're dead. Not a better reason to celebrate if you're the rest of the world. Remember, I said the world is going to conflate their activity with that of God in these plagues, so they're going to see it all as a solution. Can you imagine how much the world must have hated these guys? I mean, I don't even know what that would have felt like. How much can two people be hated? These guys hit the target. And I mean, think about it. Just after the first woe judgment, just after those 5 months of stinging, you get that stinging over with, you're like, I'm going to go get those guys right now, right? The whole world would have been, you see 20 guys, though, flame beaten by those guys, and you think, oh, I guess we can't do it. But you're still hating them. That's what the whole world is feeling. And as soon as these guys are dead, they're celebrating. And I think it's something like the feeling of V-Day, VE or VJ, the idea that the war is over. We've finally beaten them. And now, what do you think of the guy who kills them? What do you think of the guy who finally, somehow, was able to take these two guys out? You would celebrate that guy as a world hero, wouldn't you? Remember who did it? The beast. So, how are these men connected to the operation of the temple? Because we started this chapter by saying they were in the temple, working there, and these are being associated by John in this chapter. He wants us to connect these two in this chapter. Well, according to Zechariah 4, these men will conduct their ministry from the temple. And so during the first half of tribulation, the Lord is, I think, using these guys as a form of protection for the nation and for their temple, so as to ensure that at least 3.5 years that temple is undisturbed and it can be operating and no one takes it from them. Because even if you don't have anything against Israel per se or against the temple necessarily, there's always bad actors out there looking to disrupt, right? But if you got the two fire, flame breathing killers in there, you don't go into the temple. You don't mess with it. They're the guards of even though that's not their primary role, nonetheless, they serve that purpose as well. And that's why in the narrative of Revelation 11, the operation of the temple is associated with the ministry of these two men. And that's why it's not a coincidence that when one goes away, the other goes away. Because it's connected. It's also not a coincidence that the beast takes away both. All right, there's a whole bunch of stuff kind of connecting here that we're going to develop. All right, let's go back to Revelation 11. There's more coming. Revelation 11, verse 11. But after the 3.5 days, the breath of life from God came into them. And they stood on their feet, and great fear fell upon those who were watching them. And they heard a loud voice from heaven saying to them, "Come up here." Then they went up into heaven in the cloud, and their enemies watched them. And in that hour there was a great earthquake, and 1/10 of the city fell. 7,000 people were killed in the earthquake, and the rest were terrified and gave glory to the God of heaven. So after 3.5 days, and you can sense already what it would have felt like, right? They're celebrating the death of these guys. All of a sudden, boop, they're back on their feet. Naturally, just the fact that someone's being resurrected in front of you probably, freaks out a lot of people all by itself. But much more than that, I think, more than the miracle of resurrection, they fear the prospect of these guys going back to work. So they're thinking this is now a return to that set of circumstances, and they become terrified. But almost immediately, we hear the witnesses are called to heaven by the Lord, and as their enemies watch, they're taken up. So what was the message to the world in all of that? The message is God approved of these men. Right? God's removal of them, his resurrection and removal, is evidence that God approves of them, and therefore what they did and what they said is of God. So, in effect, he's saying to the world, you're rejoicing a little prematurely because your biggest concern shouldn't be those guys. Your concern should be the God behind those guys who gave them that power. And it's in these things you now see Zechariah's promise fulfilled. The promise Zechariah gave or was given by the angel was that these men would have a worldwide impact in their ministry. They would stand by the Lord of the earth as a phrase. It means to have the power to affect the whole earth. Not a person on the earth has not heard of these men, doesn't know the impact of these men, hasn't experienced the impact of these men. Not a person on the earth wasn't happy when they heard that they had died. And not a person on the earth is happy to hear that they've come back to life. The whole thing is worldwide in its impact. Now, you may have heard at some point people speculating on this particular chapter when it comes to this worldwide attending to these men. Some have said, oh, this is proof that it required our modern technology to come along before anything of Revelation could have ever come to pass, because so many people wondered, how could it be that a whole world could know of something happening at just one place on the earth? And the answer was, oh, television, internet, now we see how God's going to do this. Wrong, because by the time we get to this point, at the 3.5-year point, you got no TV, you got no power, you got no nothing. The world's been devastated. In fact, most of the world doesn't exist. I mean, it's just part of the world at this point. So this is not a result of modern technology. The point here is that the whole world has been impacted by these men, by the supernatural judgments, by the fact that the world is being ransacked by God, and these men appear to be the cause of it. And so their death is a quick spreading discussion, and they're coming back to life the same. Look, the whole world's giving gifts because they've died. This is not because everyone's watching it on YouTube. Right? This is just because the magnitude of what they did made the whole world focus on them. And how fast news got around, it doesn't matter. It didn't take long when everybody's focused on it. All right. We know these men are connected to mid-trib. There is a little question that we have to answer before we move on, and that's a question sometimes that gets debated about this point, but it's really not hard to answer. The question some would ask is, did these guys operate in the first half of tribulation or in the second half? Because 3.5 years, we don't necessarily know which half we're talking about, right? Well, we know in this case, it's obvious in this case, that they're operating in the first half. Because as you look back at the chapter we just taught on, you see multiple references to that. First, the timeline simply can't fit if you put it in the second half of tribulation, because we know that exactly 3.5 years from midpoint, from the midpoint onward, 3.5 years later, to the day, Jesus returns. Daniel told us that, okay? But we're told these men serve for a full 3.5 years and then are dead for an additional 3.5 days and then resurrected, all right? So those extra few days, they may not add up to much. I realize it may just be a little bit of a rounding error to you, but it's still more than 3.5 years, which means you'd be saying those things happen after Jesus has come back and they're leaving. None of that makes any sense. So it doesn't fit the timeline. Secondly, we are told these men will be killed by the beast who comes up from the abyss. Another way to say that is, at the rise of this beast, his first action, or one of his initial actions, will be to kill these men. Well, as you learn in a couple of chapters from now, the rise of the beast happens at mid-trib. So if they're being killed at mid-trib, it means they were operating for the first half, obviously. And then finally, the last verse of the chapter seals it. If you didn't believe me enough, or believe enough already, look at the last verse. The second woe is past. Behold, the third woe is coming quickly. That will tell you that we've moved past the 2 of 3 woe judgments. And as I've shown you on the charts already, we know that the 3 woe judgments are the last 3 of the trumpets. Of those, the last of those is all 7 of the bowl judgments. I lost you yet? So the first woe judgment, which was the 5th of the trumpets, was the demonic scorpions. The 6th trumpet, which was the second woe, was the army of 200 million that went out killing 1/3 of the earth. Remember that? Okay. The final one yet to come is the bowl judgments. We haven't seen that yet. But as I told you already, those first two woe judgments happen in the first half of tribulation. So here we are at the end of 11, and John is saying, two have come, one is yet to go. That tells you that we're at that midpoint. We've come through two of them, and we're waiting for that last one yet to come. So all of the data lines up. These guys have been operating much like the 144,000, but in a different way. And they're now done, and so mid-trib is the end of them. All right. Now, that leads us to a brief moment at the end of the chapter, and this kind of looks forward to the end. It's sort of a conclusion for the night, but there's a couple things we're going to do before we end. Let's go to chapter 11, verse 15. Then the seventh angel sounded, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, "The kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he will reign forever and ever." And the 24 elders who sit on their thrones before God fell on their faces and worshiped God, saying, "We give you thanks, O Lord God the Almighty, who are and who were, because you have taken your great power and have begun to reign. And the nations were enraged, and your wrath came, and the time came for the dead to be judged, and the time to reward your bondservants, the prophets and the saints, and those who fear your name, the small and the great, and to destroy those who destroy the earth. And the temple of God, which is in heaven, was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning and sounds and peals of thunder and an earthquake and a great hailstorm." So here's that seventh and final angel that we've been waiting to hear, the seventh trumpet, which, as you remember, now that seventh trumpet is the seven bowl judgments. And at the sounding of that trumpet, there are voices in heaven which declare that the world has now become the kingdom. In other words, at the sounding of the seventh trumpet, that is leading us to Christ's second coming, and that itself leads us into the long-promised kingdom. And at that, the proclamation results in elders falling to their knees and worshiping God and so on. Now, we're meant to live in bodies and to live on earth. And I have to imagine that the saints who are in heaven during these short years of tribulation are especially eager now to see the kingdom, because not only have they been waiting since whenever they died, but now after the rapture, they've received their bodies. So they're in heaven in their bodies, which isn't really where they're meant to stay. That's just for now. The body is meant to live on earth. That's why it was made. So in effect, they have to be looking forward to coming back more than anyone could at that point, because they're the closest anyone has ever been to it. They're all dressed and ready to go, and they're just waiting for the opportunity to get down there, right? So as they hear that seventh trumpet blow, it's like the doorbell ringing. Okay, time to go down there. We're happy to see it. And they begin to praise God for his fulfillment of that promise. And they start retelling effectively the events of tribulation. The nations were enraged, and then God's wrath came, which is a reference to the bowl judgments that are now being started or being announced. And after that, a time to judge the dead and to reward the believer. And then the kingdom, and then the temple opens, and an ark in the heavenly temple appears. Now, if you didn't know this already, the temple that has been given to Israel in the law is a pattern from what is actually present in heaven. So there's an actual temple in heaven, an actual ark in heaven. And that's what's kind of seen from the earth, it would appear. And then following that, you have great natural disasters again that come up, or supernatural disasters that come upon the earth. Where does this fit into our timeline? Well, this is, for lack of a better way of putting it, this is a preview of coming attractions. We are still in the mid-trib chapters. We've just begun the mid-trib chapters. So this is foreshadowing where the story is going. In fact, you're going to see this preview once more. In chapter 15, which is the chapter I told you leads you out of mid-trib and gets you back into the judgments of the second half, when we get to 15, if you want to look there on your own, you'll notice a very similar moment plays out a second time. So it's kind of like when you're watching a TV show and they're trying to get you to stay on till the end, and every time they take a commercial break, they give you some foreshadowing about the end, and you're like, oh, I wish they'd just get to it. Well, that's what this scene is. This is the moment the trumpet is blown, yes, but only in the sense that it's sort of setting you up for when it's actually going to play out. Not until we get to chapter 16 do the events of those seven bowl judgments actually take place. But this is just letting you know it's coming. It's coming. We're moving there. Remember mid-trib, as I'm going to start calling it, in a period of our study. If you remember mid-trib, as I'm going to start calling it in an abbreviated form, mid-tribulation is the chapters of this book that correspond to 11 through 14. So in chapters 11 through 14, you cover events that take place in and around the 3.5-year mark of the 7-year tribulation. And each chapter is a piece of a puzzle that when we start to put them all together, they're going to reveal different aspects of events that mark this important dividing moment in the 7 years. There's just so much that goes on at the midpoint. And so much of that is so central to the whole purpose of tribulation overall, that you have to slow down and look at it the way the book does. So that's why this section exists. This chart behind me, of course, is a general overview of what we've seen so far in the judgments of tribulation. We've seen seal judgments, trumpet judgments up and through the last of those. We've paused now from all of that into the mid-trib period. Then we'll pick up again at the end with the remaining judgments. Last time we studied in chapter 11. In chapter 11, this is a look at the first half of tribulation. In chapter 11, which is the first of the mid-trib chapters, the first that takes us out of the stream of activity in the first half. And that's where we studied the two men who come prophesying to the world, the two witnesses we typically call them. They condemn the world for their sin, and they bring a series of great disasters that mirror the judgments that we see in the first half of tribulation. So what we learned in chapter 11 was, even though before that chapter we hadn't heard of these guys, we were studying about other things, what we learned is they've been here the whole time. They've been working alongside everything else we already heard and prophesying. And that's why I said they effectively become the narrators for God in explaining to the world what all of the disasters and destruction mean, because they wouldn't have been understandable otherwise for the most part. So as a result, the world connects these men with those disasters in such a way that they really want to see these guys dead. But God has not allowed them to die until the midpoint of tribulation, when they finally are killed, and then the world celebrates. We are told in chapter 11 that a beast is able to overpower them, but that just raises a question: how did the beast gain the ability to defeat God's anointed? Well, you don't get that in chapter 11. The detail's coming later. We won't get it tonight either, but we'll get it next week. Meanwhile, that chapter ended with a preview of the end of the tribulation to come. And that feature, that is, throwing a little preview out like that, that's going to be a feature we see more commonly as we move toward the end of this period of time, toward the end of the tribulation. All right, so the events of mid-tribulation are the final act, as it were, of this age, and they set in motion the events that bring this age to an end. And that's why that preview was thrown in last week. It's just to connect for us the fact that, hey, you're seeing things here that are just the very end. They're about to set off the last stage of events. All right, that's where we've done what we've done. Now let's get into the next mid-trib chapter, and with it we get a new piece of this puzzle. So the topic changes, chapter 12 now, and we'll read verses 1 through 5. John writes, "A great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and on her head a crown of 12 stars. And she was with child, and she cried out, being in labor and in pain to give birth. Then another sign appeared in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his heads were 7 diadems, and his tail swept away 1/3 of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was about to give birth, so that when she gave birth, he might devour the child. And she gave birth to a son, a male child, who is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and to his throne." All right, so the 12th chapter opens with 2 signs. And these 2 signs are working together to tell a single story about something that's happening at the mid-tribulation point. Now, before we look at what the signs are, I have to make sure that we all understand how you approach signs. We've done a little of this in the past. This is an extension of that. I want to add some other detail to how we handle signs in Scripture. And I'm just going to use a simple comparison. A sign, by definition, is a symbol that stands for something, right? That stands for something that in the real world is altogether different. Signs are just a convenient tool. They teach us something about the thing they represent. So let me give you an example.
You might drive in on a road to our city and see this sign by the side of the road, San Antonio City Limits, right? And it has the name of the city on it. And in our case, San Antonio is the name. And then it has the city's population underneath it. All right, now, that little sign that we've seen before that you all know very well, this will surprise you, I'm sure, but that is not the actual city. It is far smaller than the actual city. It does not resemble the city whatsoever. You can't live in the sign. You can't make the sign your home, right? If you wanted to see what the actual city looks like, it's more like this. Now, I'm being silly, but I'm also making a point that as silly as that is, you'll find in biblical interpretation, people make that mistake, that exact mistake, frequently. Bible students can make the mistake of conflating the sign with the true physical reality that it represents. And in doing so, they fail to translate the sign into something else that it stands for. And if you do that, you misinterpret the scripture. Imagine the mistake you would make if for some reason you assumed the sign by the side of the road was the actual city. You know, you'd be saying, I heard so much about it, but it's not really that impressive. You'd make some serious errors, okay? Well, back to chapter 12. In the opening of chapter 12, we're given two signs, and we know they're signs because John says they're signs. All right, so we have to translate the signs into something real. And that begs a question, how do I know what the translation should be? That is, what is the sign a picture of? And that just comes from careful observation of the text, right? From looking at the context. Now, in this case, we have two signs. We have a woman with child and we have a dragon. Okay? The woman represents something. The child represents something, all right? And you have to keep, and the dragon represents something. And you have to keep an understanding of what they represent. You can't just transfer the literal. The woman is not a picture of a woman. The child is not a picture of a child. Okay? They picture something, otherwise they're just literal, they're not signs anymore. All right, so in verse 5, let's start with the child. In verse 5, we're told the child is a son who will rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Now, the reference to ruling with a rod of iron comes from Psalm 2. So we have a child with a rod of iron. Let's look at Psalm 2. If you're laughing at my graphics, it's conditioned for being thrown out of the classroom. Just kidding. Psalm 2:7. That's meant to be funny. I will surely tell of the decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son. Today I've begotten you. And ask of me, and I will surely give the nations as your inheritance, and the very ends of the earth as your possession. You shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall shatter them like earthenware. Now, it was never a surprise to you to learn that the picture of the child is a picture of Messiah, right? So knowing that the child is a picture of Messiah is not the hard part. The point is this. The sign of the child does not represent the baby Jesus. The sign does not represent the baby Jesus because the baby Jesus never sat on a throne and the baby Jesus never had a scepter in his hand and the baby Jesus didn't rule the nations. It's not the baby Jesus, it is the Messiah ruling that is being pictured there. Okay? The Messiah ruling is where the picture stays or where it lands because it puts him in a throne at the end and puts him by the right hand of the Father. That's post-infancy, okay? Now, I'm kind of beating that horse a little bit, and I get it, but here's why we're beating that horse. Because as easy as the child was, and as easy as it might be to mistake the child as the infant, if you don't translate the sign and you just stay with the baby is the baby Jesus, where are you going to go next when you look at the woman? The natural thing to do next is to say, okay, well, the woman must be Mary. And in fact, the Catholic religion portrays Mary in the way of this particular passage. If you've ever seen this picture of Mary, it's a very common iconic view of Mary as the Catholic religion promotes, right? Look at the description. Sun, moon, stars. It's from this chapter, reflecting their inaccurate translation of this text. They think the woman represents Mary because they failed to translate the sign into something. They've just taken it hyper-literally, which would defy John's instructions. He said these are signs, not literal things. All right. So we don't want to make that mistake. So by not making that mistake, we have to do this translation process. The baby is a picture of Christ ruling. The woman, what does she represent? Well, we go back to context again. Notice the woman is clothed with sun, moon under her feet, and has a crown of 12 stars on her head. All right? So following our rules of interpretation for determining the meaning of symbols, which we've talked about in past weeks, you remember, where's the first place you go looking for an explanation in the Bible for the meaning of those symbols? Where? In the immediate context. In the immediate context, right. We don't find that here. Where's the next place you go? In the book. In other words, the same author. The guy writing that, maybe he said what those meant somewhere else in the same book. We don't find that here either. So that means we go where? And this was easy. Anywhere else in the Bible, right? And generally speaking, backward in the Bible. And of course, in Revelation, that means everything is before it. So we go back. And in this case, you go all the way back to Genesis. In Genesis 37:5, you find the answer to the interpretation. Joseph had a dream, and when he told it to his brothers, they hated him even more. He said to them, "Please listen to this dream which I've had. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf rose up and also stood erect, and behold, your sheaves gathered around it and bowed down to my sheaf." Then his brothers said to him, "Are you actually going to reign over us? Or are you really going to rule over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Now he had still another dream, and he related it to his brothers and said, "Lo, I have had still another dream, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." He related it to his father and to his brothers, and his father rebuked him and said, "What is this dream you've had? Shall I and your mother and your brothers actually come to bow down before you to the ground?" So Joseph, one of only 2 men in the Bible that received revelation from God through dreams, Daniel being the other. And by the way, in both cases, both Daniel and Joseph, the dreams are always translated in the same text. So in this case, Joseph's dreams are communicating something about his relationship with his family. And I gave you both of his dreams because they build on one another. That is, in the case of the first part of the dream with the sheaves, you get the sense of what the big picture is. God showing Joseph that there would be a day to come in which he would have all the power over that family. Of course, we know that that was fulfilled in his time in Egypt. That's when we see it play out. And then that first part of the dream sets that storyline, which of course no one wanted to hear in his family. And then as it moves to the second dream, the storyline is the same. It's just new symbols to say the same thing twice. And what does it say? In that dream, you have sun, moon, and stars. You've moved from agriculture to celestial bodies, but the sun, moon, and stars now all represent things that correspond to the same idea. But in the way that they now are being used, we see their representation by Jacob's interpretation. In other words, Jacob understood it. And he immediately responded knowing what it meant. And he says, "Will I and your mother and your brothers bow down to you?" Which means that he interpreted the sun, moon, and stars to represent himself as the sun, his wife as the moon, and the stars as the other brothers of Joseph. And this is the only place in the Bible where these three symbols are being used symbolically and then given to us with a translation. And that's a fundamental rule of interpretation. When the Lord wrote the whole book, and he knew when he got to the end of it how it was all going to work together, and he's just asking you to use your noggin and go back through and find those comparisons. That's why they are there. It's not guesswork. There's a reason why there's only one other place to find this, so that you wouldn't be confused if there were two. Right? This is the one. And when you look at the translation, it makes perfect sense. In fact, it fits perfectly in the context of Revelation 12. Because what we now have is a biblical interpretation that says the sun and the moon, and now in 12, we have 12 stars, not 11. That reflects the sons of Israel, or simply put, the nation. The nation of Israel. It was 11 stars in Joseph's dream because he was one of the 12 in the dream. It's 12 stars in Revelation 12 because now we're talking about the whole of the nation, all the tribes. All right. So the woman would represent Israel as a nation. And that, by the way, is reinforced by other scripture that represents the nation of Israel as a female or as a woman. As one simple example, although it's all over the Old Testament, Jeremiah 3:8, "And I saw that for all the adulteries of faithless Israel, I had sent her away and given her a writ of divorce, and yet her treacherous sister Judah did not fear, but she went and was a harlot also." So our interpretation fits perfectly. That is to say, a woman with a sun, moon, and stars represents the nation of Israel, the 12 tribes, of course, coming from Jacob. And as a woman, it's natural for the nation of Israel to be represented that way. And when you connect that sign, that is of the Messiah as a baby in this case, and as the woman as Israel in this case, well, now the picture just builds, because that's a perfect storyline. Israel is the nation that brought forth the Messiah. Now you get why it's not important that it be considered the baby Messiah. It's not about the stage of his life. It's about the mere fact that Israel produced a Messiah. That's the key issue here. Born out of a Jewish family, born out of the family of David, born out of the tribes of Jacob, etc. Okay? So, our first sign in this story is of Israel producing the Messiah. Next, we turn to the third sign of the dragon. And this sign's a little more complex, but following the rules of interpretation gets you to the exact same place, that is, to an answer. And where would you go first to look for a interpretation of the symbols? Back to our rules, in the context, and sure enough, if you go to verse 9, in this passage, you get the answer to what the dragon is. And verse 9, we'll read in a minute, but verse 9 tells us that the dragon is Satan. The serpent of old, it'll say in a minute. So this is, and I'm jumping into that without having read the verse yet, because there's no need to belabor it. It's clear, it's stated for us, we get it, okay? Going further, this dragon has a tail, and that tail sweeps a third of the stars from heaven down to earth. Now, here's where knowing how to use signs really helps. The dragon is a sign. It's not the literal. Satan is not a dragon. Why do you think Satan sometimes is projected or pictured as being red and having a forked tail? It's not because of devil ham. Why does he look like that? This chapter. There's nowhere else he's said to be red except here. But he's not red. This is a sign. He doesn't have a tail. It's a sign, all right? The dragon has a tail because dragons have tails. But the dragon is a sign. It's not the actual picture of what he looks like, okay? So the dragon here has a tail for the effect of the storyline, and this tail sweeps, as it were, the stars. All right, so we have to give more interpretation here. What do stars represent when they're used symbolically? Now, we saw this one early in the book. Angels. And the text later confirms it. When you look further down the text, it talks about the devil and his angels. All right, so we have immediate contextual confirmation of that interpretation. So we have here Satan as the leader of the realm of fallen angels who, as a result of his influence at the time of his fall, swept, or we could say recruited, or deceived, or tempted, or whatever, 1/3 of the angelic realm. This is where you find out, this is where you go to find out that 1/3 of the angelic realm follows Satan. All right? And so those demons, which are fallen angels we call demons, represent his army. So in the scene so far, we have two signs. We have one that represents Israel producing the Messiah, another sign that represents the enemy of God, Satan, in his role as the chief accuser. And then Satan, as this dragon, has some additional details on him, right? We have on this dragon 7 heads with crowns, and we have 10 horns.
Okay, I have my mouth full here. We were on 40, so I'm going to go on to 41. If you were around for that just very long pause, there's about 2.5 or 3 minutes that it wasn't going. I apologize for that. I had my son watching it and he didn't notice that the video had ended.
All right, before we go any deeper into understanding the picture of Satan, can we already begin to see a narrative emerging from the way the two signs are shown to interact in the early verses of the chapter? For example, we have the dragon waiting for the Messiah's birth, so to speak. Well, we know that the Messiah was promised by God for a long period of time. It would be something God would intend to bring, and he mentioned it early on, and that Satan was always in opposition to that. In the literal time of Jesus' first coming, Satan was obviously seeking to interrupt that plan, to stop that plan. Jesus triumphed ultimately on the cross, and he was caught up to his throne, which is how this story ended. But Satan knows that isn't the end of the story. That is to say, though he missed his chance in Messiah's first coming to put an end to Messiah in the way that he thought he was trying to do, now he's trying to do it again at the next coming of Messiah. He hasn't stopped his fight, as it were. So ever since Jesus has left the earth, Satan has had no choice but to direct his attacks elsewhere. I mean, Jesus isn't here right now. So where does he go instead? The symbols in this chapter are setting up a storyline in which we get to see the enemy's tactics, particularly his target, knowing that he is fighting against God, but for now has to direct his attacks at somewhere else. And more specifically, it explains how the enemy's attacks will fundamentally change at mid-trib. That's where this story is going. All right, let's keep moving though, and I'm going to tackle the next part, which is the heads and the crowns, which begins to tell the story more deeply. Now, as a good Bible student, you should recognize these symbols, or at least they should sound awfully familiar to you. 10 horns. Where have you seen this? Daniel. Anybody want to guess the chapter in which we saw 10 horns? Yep, I know. I'm a terrible teacher. Let's go to Daniel 7. Daniel 7. Oh, yes, thank you. Now you know. Daniel 7:7. After this, I kept looking in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrifying and extremely strong, and it had large iron teeth, and it devoured and crushed and trampled down the remainder with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. When I was contemplating the horns, behold, another horn, a little one, came up among them, and 3 of its first horns were pulled out by the roots before it. And behold, this horn possessed eyes like the eyes of a man, and mouth uttering great boasts. Thus he said, the fourth beast will be a fourth kingdom on the earth, which will be different from all the other kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth and tread it down and crush it. And as for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them. And he will be different from the previous ones and will subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High and wear down the saints of the Highest One, and he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. All right. This passage is review for us, although from the sound of it, it doesn't seem to be as much review as I had hoped. Because we studied Daniel 7 earlier in this course, okay? And we studied in that chapter about a beast that came to represent the final Gentile kingdom that will rule this age until Christ's second coming. Okay, remember that? And how did this age begin? The fourth kingdom. With Rome. Not the age, sorry. How did the fourth kingdom begin? The beast is represented first by Rome. The fourth of the 4 major kingdoms. But the Roman Empire has evolved over its time into something different, something I called an imperialistic democratic alliance. Remember this? It basically represents the way the world has continued to reshape, recombine, and split apart the remnants of the Roman Empire. And yet, collectively, those remnants, although they may not all be in the same country, but then nonetheless, collectively, they serve the same purpose of maintaining the age of the Gentiles and preventing Israel from having its kingdom. And eventually, we learned that at the very end of that age, the age we're currently a part of, this fourth kingdom will take the form of a 10-king ruling structure that controls the entire planet. Remember that? So we will eventually get to the point where we have 10 kings ruling the planet. Those 10 kings were represented in Daniel 2 by the 10 toes of the statue at the very end of the statue, right? And they're represented in Daniel 7 by the 10 horns on the beast's head. 10 horns on the beast, 10 horns on the dragon. Okay, I'm starting to see something here. And then later in Daniel 7, we're told that those 10 horns eventually get joined by an 11th, and then that 11th ruler becomes the most powerful of all of them, and as a result of his rule, 3 of the first 10 are deposed, done away with, probably because they oppose him, we assume. And therefore, at the result, you get a kind of one-man government with 7 puppets underneath him. Well, gee, there were 7 heads and 7 crowns with 10 horns. So, and what was that last phrase we saw at the end of what I read in Daniel 7? That this arrangement would be allowed to exist for times, and half a time. That's the classic reference to the mid-trib point, to the 3.5-year point. We've noticed in all of the chapters of the mid-trib series in Revelation, chapters 11 through 14, in all of those chapters, there's going to be at least one mention of the mid-trib time mark, just to tell you this is a mid-trib chapter. This is a mid-trib chapter. This is a mid-trib chapter. Well, here you have Daniel 7 doing the same thing. This is a mid-trib chapter. That is to say, you're reading something that's corresponding to mid-trib. It's almost like there's been a little asterisk put in Daniel 7. It says, see Revelation 12. Because that's exactly what that's for. And now, when you go back with this detail to chapter 12 of Revelation, you can apply what you've learned. And what you're realizing now is that the dragon is not meant to simply replicate what you learned in Daniel 7. We don't need to hear it again. We've already heard it. Revelation 12 is taking it one step further. That is, it's moving the story one step further. The story in Daniel 7 was, you're going to end up with 8 guys, 1 plus 7, ruling for 3.5 years. What you learn now in this chapter is that the dragon has 10 horns because the rule of the world still involves 10 kingdoms. Just because the king went away didn't mean we've lost his territory. It was still there. But the guy's not there anymore because at mid-trib is the point, Daniel said, 3.5 years, mid-trib is the point at which that coup takes place. The one emerges, the 11th becomes the king of everyone, and the other 3 are taken away. That all happens at mid-trib. Daniel told us 3.5 years. It happens at mid-trib. Follow me? So now all of a sudden I'm left with a world that still has 10 kingdoms, i.e. 10 horns on the dragon, but now only has 7 rulers for those 10 kingdoms, 7 heads, 7 crowns, sharing power over those 10. And what has not been added to the picture yet is that extra guy. We don't see him mentioned in chapter 12 yet. He gets his own chapter, chapter 13. But in chapter 12, what we're learning is the power behind all of this, the dragon. That is, all of these features, the 10, the 7, the 10 horns, 7 heads, 7 crowns on 7, all of those features are coming out of Daniel, but they've all been moved now and dropped onto a dragon, which we know represents Satan, which tells us that those 7 leaders are pawns under the control of Satan. They are his heads. And the 10 kingdoms that they now rule, those kingdoms belong to Satan. They are his horns. And therefore Satan controls the kings, and therefore Satan controls those 10 kingdoms, which is simply to say Satan is the god of this world. In 2 Corinthians 4:3, even if our gospel is veiled, Paul says, it is veiled to those who are perishing, in whose case the god of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelieving so they might not see the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is in the image of God. Now that's a true statement even now, but what we're seeing in Revelation chapter 12 is that there comes a point at mid-trib in which Satan takes a very personal involvement in this ruling structure. And chapter 12 is there to give us this understanding of who is the God behind it all on earth. A woman, Israel, who created or brought forth a Messiah who ultimately will defeat this dragon, Satan, who controls the world. That battle, long-standing as it has been, now reaches an entirely new peak, a new moment. So while from the beginning the dragon has anticipated the arrival of Messiah and sought to stop the plan, now things at mid-trib change in such a way that the dragon and his tactics and his rule go to a level that has never been seen before on earth. And that's what the rest of this chapter gives us. And to give you background on that before we look at it, I need to remind you of some things that hopefully you know from Scripture, starting with Genesis
3:15. When God first announced the plan of the Messiah, he did it in this verse, sometimes known as the Proto-Evangelium. It's the first, that's a Latin way of saying the first gospel. This is the first place in the Bible the gospel is pronounced. I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise you on the head, you shall bruise him on the heel. That is to say, to the woman he said, through you I will bring a Messiah, the seed, and that Messiah will ultimately rectify the problem that we're now facing, a problem that was essentially the result of a bad player, a serpent, who deceived woman and led to the rest. And so when this seed comes, he will ultimately destroy this serpent, but not before the serpent has an opportunity to take a strike at him. But it will not be a deadly strike. His strike on the serpent will be deadly. The serpent's strike on him will not be. That one verse presupposes or prophesies not only the Messiah's coming, but also the fact that there are two comings. Even in that verse, in hindsight, you see the two comings of Christ in just one verse. In Genesis 3:15. All right, now, Satan is not omniscient. Satan doesn't know everything. He's wiser than we are by far, but that doesn't make him omniscient. So he could not know in advance who the Messiah would be. So his plan was to attack at every possible opportunity, beginning with Cain. He didn't know Cain wasn't the Messiah. In fact, woman thought Cain was the Messiah at first, which is why she named him what she did. So Satan corrupted Cain right from the start, hoping that he was ruining the plan of God. And then he had Cain kill Abel just in case it was Abel. And as he finds out later, there comes Seth. So that doesn't stop him. Later, he sends demons to mate with women during the time of Noah, hoping to corrupt humanity in such a way that there would be no possibility of the Messiah being birthed from anyone, because everyone would be corrupt by demon possession. But the Lord wipes out that corruption with a flood. And if you keep moving from there, the story of the Bible, fundamentally, is the story of God working to fulfill his promise to bring a Messiah, while the enemy is working to do everything he can to corrupt it. That's basically the story of the Bible. And along the way, you see this Satan attacking everything and everyone who might seem to him to be important to God's plan for that purpose, as he just tries to catch up with where God is going, figuring it out as he goes. So once God called Abraham out of Ur and said that through him he would bring this seed, well, then the enemy now had a new place to focus his anger and attack. It was on Abraham and everyone who comes from Abraham, because that seems to be where God is going to do the work, right? And so as it became clear to Satan that God intended to bring a Messiah through one people, that is through Israel, Israel became enemy number one for Satan. And it's always been that way. The Jews are the world's most persecuted people historically, and for this reason. Because the enemy is the one driving the persecution, moving the hearts of evil people to do evil things. And he understands that Israel is key to God's plan. At least he did, of course, leading up to the first coming of Messiah. And so he's tried to corrupt Israel time and time again. If you wonder why the story in the Old Testament of Israel's history is so replete with idolatry and, human sacrifice and, corruption at every level and one bad thing after another. Well, it's human sins, to be sure, but it's the result of an enemy who has made it his intent to corrupt that nation at every turn, because the last thing he wanted was the Messiah showing up through them. All right? Nonetheless, Messiah is born, because if you haven't figured out, God's more powerful than Satan. So Messiah is born, and what does Satan immediately do? He sends Herod to go kill all of the children in Bethlehem, right? Every attempt he can. That didn't work, so then he tempts Christ. That didn't work, so then he just keeps trying to provoke Pharisees and others to do something against him. Finally, Judas is an opportunity. He indwells Judas, bringing Jesus to his death, thinking that must have done it, only to find out later that sealed his own fate, not Jesus's. So verses 1 through 5 of chapter 12 are the shortest history of the Bible that you can find in the Bible. Because in effect, they're telling the core of what the Bible is about. They're telling the story of God bringing a Messiah, Satan seeking to oppose it. And it started in Genesis 3:15, and it will go until Christ's second coming. In fact, it will go all the way to the end of the kingdom when Satan is finally once and for all judged. So that's the opening of this chapter, because that's the background for what comes next. All right? So where we go next is chapter 12, verse 6. Now, having handled the background, now we're actually getting into what chapter 6, or chapter 12 rather, is actually about.
Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared by God, so that there she would be nourished for 1,260 days. All right, now, there's obviously a reference to mid-trib. 1,260 days is 3.5 years. So that's our internal clue within this chapter to tell us this is a mid-trib chapter. So something is happening at mid-trib here. What's happening? Well, the woman is fleeing into the wilderness. Now, the woman is who? Israel. So the nation as a whole is moving, or some part of it, into the wilderness and to a place of protection, somewhere prepared by God, it says. And she'll be there for 3.5 years. So at the midpoint of tribulation, the nation of Israel will be given shelter and nourishment, and they'll be held there for 3.5 years. That's the opening part, really, of what we're learning here. Now, we don't know the specific circumstances yet, but that's okay. We can just keep reading. Verse 7. And there was a war in heaven, Michael and his angels waging war with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels waged war. They were not strong enough, and there was no longer a place found for them in heaven. And the great dragon was thrown down, the serpent of old, who is called the devil and Satan, and deceives the whole world. He was thrown down to the earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying, now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come, for the accuser of our brethren has been thrown down, he who accuses them before our God day and night. And they overcame him because of the blood of the Lamb and because of the word of their testimony, and they did not love their life even when faced with death. For this reason, rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the earth and the sea, because the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, knowing that he has only a short time. All right, now we're getting to the heart of what's going on at the mid-trib moment. John describes that there will be at mid-trib, that is at the 3.5 year point of the 7 years, there will be a great war in heaven. And in this war, Michael, the chief angel, will wage war with his angels against Satan and his demons. And that war will result in Satan being thrown down to the earth. Now, when you first hear that, you might think, well, that's a reference to his initial rebellion and fall. As if there's a retelling here of the story of Satan's fall. But the problem with that interpretation is we know that that happened a long time ago, obviously at the very beginning, back when the garden was still the garden and Adam and Eve were still Adam and woman were still Adam and woman. She didn't become Eve until after the fall. So this is now happening, we're told, at the 3.5 year point of tribulation. That's future from us. So the story of this war cannot be the story of the history. It's got to be a story of something in that future moment. So this is a different war. Not the war of his original fall, but something else. And as the rest of the passage explains, this something else is the moment that Satan and his demonic realm, his demonic horde, lose access to the throne of God forevermore. Since his original fall, he and his demons have maintained access to God and to the heavenly realm, at least in some sense. Notice in verse 10, John says, Satan is the accuser of the brethren who accuses us of our sin before God day and night. Other scripture confirms this. You might know very well Job 1, where we hear of this moment where it says this, now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. The sons of God means the angels of God. And the Lord said to Satan, from where do you come? And then Satan answered the Lord, saying, from roaming about on the earth and walking around on it. Well, if he's saying that while he's in the presence of God, then clearly he moves between the two realms. This is clearly after his fall. So, what Revelation has told us, what Job says, is Satan, having fallen from his position in heaven, from his role as the covering cherub in the Holy of Holies, he's now outside the service of God. He's in rebellion with God, but somehow he still can get into the throne room of God, and when he's there, he takes opportunity to accuse the brethren. And I think about that sometimes, because every time we sin, what that means, I think, is that we just gave something to Satan that he can declare against us before God, necessitating, I guess, that God then defend his assignment of grace to us. You know, it kind of almost feels worse to sin when you think that every time you sin, you give something to the enemy that God has to then get up there and say, look, I know he did that. I know, but I've forgiven him. It's okay. I know it's the 100th time he's done it, but it's okay. I forgive him. You know what I'm saying, right? There's that sense that, gee, maybe I shouldn't keep giving the enemy anything more to talk about on my behalf. Not that it's changing my status before God, thankfully, but that doesn't mean it should continue, right? All right, back at mid-trib. At mid-trib, this access that he's enjoyed for so long changes. And for the first time in history, he is barred from heaven forever. We're told that the angel Michael and his angels with him initiate this war. So God picks the timing and decides at mid-trib, okay, we've had it up to here, time to get rid of him. Next phase of the plan. And when this war takes place, the good guys win. And Satan and demons are kicked out of heaven. They're sent to the only other place they can go, which is to the earth. Now, this is a simple aside. It may not be worth anything. But if Satan can go anywhere in the universe, and he can't go to heaven, but he can go anywhere in the universe, and he comes here and never goes anywhere else, that's one of many ways I could prove to you that there is nowhere else. There's nothing else out there. I mean, nothing that matters, right? No other beings, no other worlds, no other nothing. He's always here because this is the only place that matters, right? If he had anywhere else he could go, why is he picking this place? All right. Up to this point in history, Satan's dominion has been the earth, yes. Remember Job, I've been going to and fro the earth. But he also had access to heaven. And here's what I think that did for him psychologically, for lack of a better term. It made him feel as though he wasn't defeated yet. It gave him hope that there was still some way he could regain his position in heaven and depose God. It didn't feel as if he had lost his chance as long as heaven was still accessible. He was just still fighting to get back to what he wanted or to defeat God in some respect. Job 1 says he's roaming back and forth. All right? So it gave him, I think, a way of self-deception, of thinking himself still in a position to win. But in verse 10, John hears a declaration from heaven that now the time is ended for that, and he will be expulsed from, that this expulsion, he'll be expelled from heaven, this expulsion of Satan has now come, and the effect it has on him is to put him on alert that what he has feared has finally come. That the heavens now celebrate his impending doom. And the Bible says that he now knows his time is short. So what that would suggest is, once that barrier is put in place, he realizes things have moved now to the last stage of whatever God is doing. He didn't see it coming. He's not omniscient. But once he sees that sign, he now is in a position to understand what it means. Heaven is certainly glad to be rid of him. They're joyously, saying, finally, we don't have to deal with that guy anymore. But then he says, heaven, while it's rejoicing, looks down on the earth and says, woe to the earth. You now get him, and he can't leave.
Go ahead.
I hope you're having a pleasant day.
This is my son Shiloh, and he said he hopes you're having a pleasant day.
I like your character, Mommy.
Oh, you like that character?
Yeah.
I don't think they see it really good on their end. Do you see it's blurry?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Okay, so on to the next. We were on 41, and I'm going to move us on to 42.
Now, you might ask, well, why didn't God do this a long time ago? Well, the answer is self-evident, right? As soon as Satan is barred from heaven, it causes him to react with this greater rage and greater concern. And so it's like grace to the world that God has held back on that expulsion till the very last moment so that he doesn't provoke Satan any sooner than necessary. And when he is finally expelled, it causes him to react like a cornered animal, something desperate to save its life and with nothing to lose. And with fear and rage, he lashes out at anyone on earth who is aligned with him, or aligned with God, rather, against him. And he takes out his anger in this realm because he has no other. And as a result, the earth now suffers under his rash response at a level that's never been seen before. And had the Lord sent him out of heaven sooner just to make heaven a nicer place, It would have been much worse for the earth. So in a sense, the saints, though we've always endured Satan's attack, we don't understand how bad it could be if he had nothing else to do. All right. Now let's reverse that question. Why does he do it then? I mean, we understand why he may not have done it already, grace, but why do it at all then? Why do it at the 3.5 year point? Why subject even the earth to even 3.5 years of this? Because the Lord wants Satan to play an important role in the events that conclude the tribulation. And in order to get Satan to play his part as planned, the Lord has to confine him to the earth. So we'll find out what that part looks like as we get deeper into the mid-trib chapters. For now, let's get back to this story. So God is going to bar Satan from heaven at mid-trib. And at that point, he comes to earth bringing great misery. And that rage goes against specifically those who believe in Jesus and those who are aligned with the people of God generally. And so this initiates a wave of martyrdom. All those people you saw getting saved in the first half of tribulation as a result of the 144,000, they now are the targets primarily for what Satan does as he gets into this new phase. Again, the enemy's always opposed those who followed Messiah or were part of Israel generally because of what it meant to him and the plan of God against him. But now at mid-trib, his vitriol reaches new heights. Okay? And that's why the Lord makes a provision for Israel to escape to a place of protection for 3.5 years. All right, so now you're putting the two pieces together, right? So, as we saw in verse 6, the woman Israel flees into a desert space of some kind to escape the rage of the dragon. The fleeing of Israel at mid-trib for 1,260 days matches the casting down of Satan at mid-trib, where he will then do what he does for 3.5 years. It's all lining up, all right? So there's an intentional lining up. And it is so aligned that it has to happen almost in the same second. Jesus says this, Revelation 12:13. Oh, I'm sorry, we'll get back to that. We'll come back with that. I'm sorry, I get one step ahead of myself. So what is the provision of safety that Israel enjoys for the second half of tribulation? What is this provision? Okay, that's where we go next. Verse 13. When the dragon saw that he was thrown down to earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the 2 wings of the great eagle were given to the woman so that she could fly into the wilderness to her place, where she was nourished for a time, times and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. And the serpent poured water like a river out of his mouth after the woman so that he might cause her to be swept away with the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and drank up the river which the dragon poured out of his mouth. All right, so finishing this thought, and then we'll get to the next. So he's cast out, and he goes after those who support God. And in this case, it starts here with him not only going after the Christian, those who know God, know Christ and are martyred, but also going after Israel generally because of their plan of their role in the plan of God. Again, not a new phenomenon, just at a new level. And the problem is this: you have those among the Jews of this time who have come to faith in Jesus as their Messiah. The principal group, of course, was the 144,000. But it didn't stop with them. They found other Jews who also believed, as well as other Gentiles who would believe. God has promised from the beginning that there will always be a believing element within Israel. We call it the remnant. Biblically, that's the term. Remnant refers to those within the nation of Israel who believe. We would call them believers today, or the saved, if you will. And there are always on earth believing Jews since the time of Abraham until now, and that will always be the case until the end of this age. And today, if you're a believing Jew, we call you a Christian. Coming out of a Jewish family, believing in Jesus, you join the church. But from God's point of view, that is still proof of his faithfulness to Israel, that he's still saving Jews, okay? In this day, he starts again with 144,000 because he will always have believing Jews on earth. But then after the 144, as they save others, you get a community now of believing Jews on earth. And for Satan, that's target number 1 for anyone that he's going to go after. If God was to allow Satan in this 3.5 years of tremendous rage and attack, if he was to allow Satan the success Satan wanted and let him attack those Jews without any defense, then the risk is that Satan might succeed in wiping out the last living Jew on earth. And if he could have done that, it would be contrary to God's promises. So God uses a way here of preserving the remnant of Israel during the time
of the second half of tribulation. Meanwhile, in verse 14, you have symbols here that are being used to describe how the Lord protects his people. The woman receiving wings of an eagle so she can fly, as it were, into the wilderness for those 3.5 years. And there she's protected, it says, in the presence of the serpent. So the flight to protection is this provision made possible by an eagle. Now we know the woman's a sign, means Israel. We know the eagle has to be a sign because you can't put a nation of people on top of a bird. Right? So it's a picture of something. And it's called the great eagle. So clearly there's some eagle here that we should have already been familiar with. Again, if you could connect some dots from your prior studies, you'd see a pattern emerging. Israel fleeing from an oppressor into the wilderness. Gee, does that sound familiar? All right. And if you go back to the story of the Exodus, you see this description of their flight. Exodus 19:3, Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain, saying, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob, and tell the sons of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself." All right? We know how they actually traveled. Supernaturally, in other words. They walked 7 days nonstop, day and night, according to the text of Exodus. So for 7 straight days, a group of people walked day and night. They had a cloud in the day to keep them from the sun. They had a pillar of fire at night so they could see where they were going at night. And they walked for 7 days straight, about 200 and something miles. All right? That took a supernatural effort to get people to walk that far with kids and everything else, right? And that was them being born on eagle's wings. That's what God's referring to here. You know how you were miraculously delivered to this place. So the symbolism is clear. To be born on eagle's wings into a desert flight is a picture of God providing a supernatural exit for the people of God. And then when they arrive at where they're going, it says they are protected in the presence of the serpent. And I think that's an important detail because what it tells us is they're still on earth. Don't confuse this as a picture of them being raptured or moved off the earth because that's not what's happening. They're staying on the earth. And the proof of that is they're still in the presence of the serpent who himself can't go anywhere but earth. Okay? So that's proof of that they're still on the earth. So where is this place, right? Well, as they're moving there, we get some details that tell us where. First of all, they're in a place where it appears as though the serpent can do something to drown them. It says here that water comes and drowns them, or there's an attempt to drown them, but the ground swallows the water and dries up the land. Now, you could start looking at those as symbols because that's been the pattern up to this point. So you'd be asking, what is the water a picture of? Typically, floods are pictures of armies. So maybe that's what this is a picture of. But the problem is there are no clear answers to the symbology here or anywhere else in this context. That is, all these details lining up in one picture. And the picture seems very literal, especially when you know the place that they go to. So it actually argues that at this point, it's speaking close to literal, not exactly literal. It says here that there be a river that comes out of the mouth of the dragon. Well, that's clearly not literal. But what it could be a picture of is a flood of literal water. It just doesn't come out of his mouth. It might come from rain. It might come from something else that he does. And then the earth swallowing it could very easily be a picture of how God uses his ability to change the earth in a way that prevents the flood from succeeding. We don't have a lot of detail beyond that, so we have to be careful about how definitive we are. But I'll show you some pictures here toward the end that give us some support. Now, I said a moment ago that the moment of this flight is timed to mid-trib, as is Satan's departure from heaven. And they're so closely timed. In fact, they're timed almost to the second. That is, the moment of his fall is the moment they have to flee. And if they're even a moment too late, they're not going to get out. And that's what I was referring to earlier when I said Jesus describes this. In Matthew 24:15, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand, then those who are in Judea must flee to the mountains. Whoever's on the housetop must not go down to get their things out of the house. Whoever's in the field must not turn back to get his cloak. But woe to those who are pregnant, to those who are nursing babies in those days. But pray your flight will not be in the winter or on a Sabbath, for then there will be a great tribulation, such as not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, nor ever will. All right, this is in the Olivet Discourse of Matthew 24. He's talking about the events of tribulation. And in verse 15, he reaches the point of mid-trib. And that's where we are. And he talks about the abomination of desolation. Daniel mentions that in chapter 9:27. And we know that's the defining moment at mid-trib. Okay? We'll hear about that in chapter 13. Meanwhile, in this chapter, we're told that at that same point, Satan is coming down to the earth. And we know that he'll begin a tremendous persecution. All these things are lining up at the same moment. Okay? And Jesus says that will also be the moment that if you are in Jerusalem, and no surprise, Jews are typically in Jerusalem, right? If you're in Jerusalem, you must flee to the wilderness, to the mountains, that is, to the desert mountains. And it will be a flight that can't happen with any delay. Not even to go down from your roof and pull something out of a closet. That takes too long. That shows you how rapidly Satan's arrival will result in immediate attack. That's how quickly he can move with his demons. That's how fast he can bring something to happen. A person who's standing outside your house, wandering down the street, doing nothing of anything, and a demon enter them and in an instant change their heart and have them initiate an attack. That's what Satan is able to do. And there'll be that kind of intensity starting immediately at mid-trib. Now, that flight of Jews will be for those who believe in the testimony of Jesus in Matthew 24. If you're not believing in Jesus as a Jew in that day, you're not reading these words and you're not caring what they say. You're not prepared for that flight. So in that sense, this flight becomes a test of faith. For those who believe in the Word of God and believe in what Jesus has said to be ready to do, they will move and therefore save their lives. And of course, that is the remnant, which is the one we're saying is ushered into the wilderness. It becomes a test of faith in that moment to get out of town. So the believing Jews will suddenly leave, putting the unbelieving Jews in their back in your rear mirrors, so to speak, because they're not going to be moving with them. So it's not all Jews on earth that are moving in this way. It's the believing remnant, and they're the ones God wants to protect. As James says, he knows how to distinguish, how to keep separate those who are due punishment from those who are due rescue. He's rescuing those who are believing. He's leaving the rest to fend for themselves. All right, now to the last question of the night, and that is, what is this provision and where are they going? Well, first you have to read one passage out of Isaiah. In Isaiah 33:1, it says, "Woe to you, O destroyer, while you were not destroyed, and he who is treacherous, while others did not deal treacherously with him, as soon as you finish destroying, you will be destroyed. As soon as you cease to deal treacherously, others will deal treacherously with you." All right, I'm just giving you that opening because it sets the scene for this chapter. This chapter opens with a discussion of a destroyer being destroyed and ceasing to be. And if you were to go further in the chapter from there, it describes the fear that the world will know during the time of tribulation. And that, I believe, is an allusion to what we're studying here in chapter 12. Satan being set up for his own destruction, but it's not yet. And then you get to verse 14. And it says, "Sinners in Zion are terrified. Trembling has seized the godless. Who among us can live with the consuming fire? Who among us can live with the continual burning?" All right, who are they? The godless in Zion? The unbelieving Jews, right? They didn't flee. Next verse. "He who walks righteously and speaks with sincerity, he who rejects unjust gain and shakes his hands so that they would hold no bribe, he who stops his ears from hearing about bloodshed and shuts his eyes from looking upon evil, he will dwell on the heights. His refuge will be the impregnable rock. His bread will be given to him, his water will be sure." The remnant will see a provision in an impregnable, I have trouble with that word every time, impregnable rock. Okay? So that's an allusion or a reference to this place of protection that God will make available to the remnant of Israel for the second half of tribulation. Micah 2, another prophet of the Old Testament, gives us the name of this place. Micah 2:10, he says, "Arise and go, for this is no place of rest, because of the uncleanness that brings on destruction, a painful destruction. If a man walking after wind and falsehood had told lies and said, 'I will speak out to you concerning wine and liquor,' he would be spokesman to this people." All right, that's the preface. Micah saying to the city of Jerusalem, you better get out of here because the uncleanness is bringing a destruction, referencing Satan. And he said, but they won't listen because if a man had come in here telling lies saying, "I can talk to you about wine and liquor," that's all they need to stick around. It's a way of showing the depravity of that group of people and their unwillingness to hear truth. All right? And then Verse 12, I will surely assemble all of you, Jacob, and I will surely gather the remnant of Israel. I will put them together like sheep in the fold, like a flock in the midst of its pasture. They will be noisy with men. The breaker goes up before them. They break out, pass through the gate, and go out by it. So their king goes on before them and the Lord at their head. All right, so that's the remnant now being moved out of the city. The contrast as it was with Isaiah, same here. The bad guys sticking around for the destruction and the good guys getting to leave, okay, so to speak. I told you Micah gives us the name of the place that they're actually being held. But you're wondering, well, I don't see it in there. Well, it's because in the Hebrew it's evident, not in the English. It says there, sheep in a fold. That's where they're going to be held. Literally, it's the word in Hebrew for sheep pen, and it's a way of describing how this collection of the remnant will look when they're all being held together, kind of hemmed in, penned in a form of protection. The Hebrew word for sheep pen, Basra. Basra, and Basra, as it turns out, is a place in the wilderness not far from Jerusalem. And here's a map, and that's where Basra is from Jerusalem. It's in present-day Jordan. You might know it by its modern name, Petra. And Petra fits the description of this place to a T. Petra is on top of a high mountain. It's a Nabatean ruin, and it was once part of Solomon's kingdom. It's where he had mines at one point, copper mines. It's a place of wadis, which are desert canyons. Fast-moving water will sometimes move through these canyons and run down sides of mountains. It's best known for these carvings like the treasury and some of the other buildings that are carved out by the Nabateans, very impressive structures. But getting into the main site of Petra requires walking through a very narrow canyon called the Sikh Canyon, made famous by the movie Indiana Jones when he rides on the horses through that space, right? And the Sikh Canyon is a high canyon wall, very narrow structure. You have to walk for several miles to get in. And it's not the only one of its kind. This area is particularly unique in that it's an open area when you get into it, but it's very impenetrable if you don't have modern equipment or, aircraft. If you have to walk in or ride in on horses, it's a very easily defensible position because of the way it's set up. And it's prone to flash flooding. It's not a very wet climate, obviously, but if water comes, it comes in buckets quickly. And when the rain is channeled down these wadis, it's extremely dangerous. And it comes at you, it can be bone dry, and then a minute later, the water's over your head. It's just an immediate rush of water down the hill. In fact, in Israel, on the Israel side of this, they have a mountain range on their side that's similar to the one that's in the Jordanian side, and you'll see these signs out in the desert. I don't know if you can read that. It's not a joke. You think when you see it, well, that can't be, happening. Last year, right before the tour I took last year, they had a flash flood in the Negev, and it killed 2 Israeli soldiers on training maneuvers out in the desert. I remember the newspaper reports when I was there. And this is pictures from that actual event last year. So it goes from dry to a torrent of water, and that doesn't look terribly threatening there, but imagine all that water in a space that's, 15 feet wide and 100 feet tall, and it's going to kill you instantly. So that would seem to suggest that what the chapter is telling us is that there's an attempt by the enemy to use natural powers over the world, supernatural power over the world, to bring water and just flood the whole of them as they walk into that area, and God finds a way, obviously, to save them because he's not going to let that happen. All right? So, the Lord allows a remnant to remain in this place, in Petra, for 3.5 years, and as Micah said, they'll have food, they'll have bread, they'll have provision. They just hang out there for 3.5 years in the presence of the servant, but he can't get to them, safe and ready for the end of tribulation. So they've come to faith, they didn't die, and they're going to live through the whole of tribulation. And the second half, when the world's really having trouble, they'll be fine. And in fact, we call the second half of tribulation Great Tribulation, not because of any judgments God brings, but because of what Satan does. All the judgments, by and large, have finished, except for the bowl judgments, and those don't happen until the very end of the 7 years. What makes the second half so bad, then? What he does against those who are still on earth. But not all Jews are in the remnant, And therefore, not all Jews are going to show up in this 3.5-year safe haven. So that leaves one more verse. So the dragon was enraged with the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her children who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. So the dragon realizes, well, I can't touch the remnant, it's in protection, but I got to attack something. So John says he goes after the rest of her children. Now, if the woman is Israel, what are her children? Well, logically, it would be Jewish people, obviously. But if all the believing Jews, the remnant, are in Petra, then by definition, these are the unbelieving Jews. Those are the ones who keep to the commandments of God. That is, the commandments of God refers to the law, to Moses. They are Jew. They are holding to the orthodoxy of Judaism. They aren't, for example, worshiping the beast, as we'll hear later. They retain their Judaistic views, contrary to what Satan wants, which is what makes them an enemy of Satan. But they don't know Jesus is their Messiah yet. So they hold to the commandments of God. That makes them a target. They are the rest of Israel's children. But in a spiritual sense, there's another half of this, which is those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. Now, that cannot mean believing Jews, because we just said the remnant is in Petra. So what are those who hold to the testimony of Jesus if they're not believing Jews? Well, they have to be believing Gentiles. That's the only thing left. So what we're saying is, he knows who his enemy is. And at mid-trib, when he comes down to the earth with an intent to persecute, he's got essentially one main target, believing Jews. They're off limits. Now where does he go? Well, I guess I'll go to my unbelieving Jews and my believing Gentiles. Those who are keeping to the commandments of God, which is one group, and those who hold to the testimony of Jesus, which is another group. They become the martyrs of the second half of tribulation. And in both cases, God preserves some, which we'll see as we finish through the rest of the book, okay? So what we learned at mid-trib, the second detail of mid-trib, first one was last time in chapter 11, our detail for tonight from mid-trib, is that mid-trib is the moment that Satan loses access to heaven, sends him to earth with an even greater desire to persecute, and as a result, God has to protect the remnant of Israel in order to make sure that his promises to Israel are not void, that Israel doesn't disappear from the face of the earth in a believing form. Meanwhile, that's what sets off the great tribulation on earth, Satan going after anyone else he can who is not his.
Okay, let's see. We were at 42. I'm going to go on to 43. How's everybody doing tonight? I did say 42 and 43, didn't I? Oh my goodness, it's like when you're pumping gas and you look at the number and then you have to look again halfway to the door. I'm terrible. My memory is shot, that's for sure. I hope everybody is doing well tonight.
All right, we return tonight to where we left off, not just in the fact that we're moving to the next chapter, chapter 13, but actually even more specifically, we're going to pick up right at the very end of chapter 12, where we left off last week, to revisit something we left out on, or we moved out on, and that was related to the mid-trib moment that we've been studying now for a while. So let's go back first to, oh, guys, you're going to have to restart that for me. Sorry, my fault, guys. We're going to go back into the mid-trib moment. And I'm going to start using a new graph tonight that's going to help you see a little bit better what we're learning throughout all the chapters of mid-trib. At the midpoint of the 7-year tribulation, the Lord is going to make a series of dramatic moves that prepares the earth for the next 3.5 years, the last half of tribulation. And we've talked about some of this already, about how the chapters of mid-trib begin in chapter 10, which is sort of an introductory chapter to this section. And then from there, we have a kind of an exit chapter on the other end, chapter 15, that takes us out of the mid-trib moment. And then between those two, you have a series of chapters that talk about activity that goes on at the same time, all simultaneous activity of mid-trib. So far, we've studied chapter 11, which is where the two witnesses were. And then we last week, of course, studied chapter 12. And in chapter 12, we were looking at the remnant being protected in Petra while the enemy, Satan, was cast down and was persecuting. And at the very end of what we studied last week, and I should add, we have 2 more chapters to go, but we're doing those over the next several weeks. Meanwhile, at the very end of chapter 12 last week, we studied a verse that said after the enemy had tried to persecute those who were being put in Petra in protection and found that he could not do that, at the end of chapter 12, we read this. So the dragon was enraged with the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her children who keep the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus. And as I explained last week, Satan, now being bound to the earth, unable to go back to heaven, is alerted that his time is short. That's what we learned last week. That he's about to see the judgment that he's known would be coming all along. And that realization sends him into a panic. And it enrages him against anyone who is aligned with God and against his purposes. And his first target in his attempt to destroy those who are against him on the earth, his first target was the believing Jew. And if you remember, we talked about the believing Jew and that Jews in general have a role for God and how Christ ultimately comes back. We'll study more of that later. But it is Satan's effort at attempting to destroy believing Jews on earth that gets him going after the woman, as it was, that fled into the desert. Right? And that was the story we studied last week, and we saw how God wouldn't allow that to succeed. He protects the woman, so to speak. He protects Israel. He ushers them to this place called Batsra or Petra in the desert, and he protects them there. And as a result, it says he's enraged. He can't do anything about it. And so he goes off, meaning he leaves this place where the believing Jewish remnant now is being protected by God. He leaves them. There's no point in staying there. And he goes after 2 groups, I said. And I highlighted those 2 groups. First, those who keep the commandments of God, and those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. And we're going to look at these 2 groups here for just a moment. Believing Jews, the ones that are in Petra, are the remnant of Israel. They are those within Israel who believe in Jesus as Messiah. They're still Jewish. They're not less Jewish because they happen to believe in Jesus. They're still of a Jewish descent. But as a believing Jew, they're part of something else that the Bible calls the remnant. Let me give you an example. In Isaiah chapter 37, verse 31, we're told that the surviving remnant of the house of Judah will again take root downward and bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem will go forth a remnant, and out of Mount Zion survivors, and the zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. This is just one small section, but it's indicative of what you can find all over the Old Testament. That the Lord has said there will always be a remnant, meaning a small group, a minority group within the larger community of Israel, the larger community of Jews on earth. There will always be within that group a smaller subset who believe, who are saved, as we would say. And the rest are not, by definition. So it's been very rare in the history of Israel that all Jews are part of the remnant. In fact, I'm not sure if you can ever pin down an exact moment when that's true. But in any event, the remnant's always a minority. And the remnant of Israel, Paul tells us, has always been a minority. In Romans chapter 11, he says this, I say then, God has not rejected his people, has he? Well, may it never be, for I too am an Israelite. Paul's saying, look, I'm part of the remnant. Obviously, the Jewish people have not been rejected by God, because if that were true, he wouldn't be saving Jews like me. And he then goes on, verse 2, God has not rejected his people whom he foreknew, or do you not know what the scripture says in the passage about Elijah, how he pleads with God against Israel? Lord, they have killed your prophets, they've torn down your altars, and I alone am left. Now that's Elijah assuming he alone was the remnant. And he says, and they're seeking to kill me, speaking of Ahab and Jezebel. And then verse 4, Paul says, but what was the divine response to Elijah? God says, I have kept for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. God says, Elijah, you don't realize this, but at this exact moment, there are 7,000, not 6,999, not 7,001, but by God's sovereign will, exactly 7,000 Jews were believing in Israel in that exact moment. And Elijah didn't know about the other 6,999. And Romans 11:5, Paul says, in that same way then, meaning in the same way that it was true for Elijah, it's true in his day and always will be true, that there has come to be at the present time a remnant according to God's gracious choice. So God has always made sure by his will that there is always someone in Israel who believes in the gospel. And today we would call them part of the church, right? That in Elijah's day, believing Jews were present. In Paul's day, believing Jews, himself included, were present. And today the remnant exists again and will always exist. There is inside the body of Christ today believing Jews who come to faith. And in the tribulation, it will be the same. There will be Jews who hear the gospel and believe in Jesus. These are Jews who come to faith after the rapture. That's why they're still on earth. But they become part of the body, or more generically, let's say they become a saint, a believer, in the time of tribulation. And the people that we've already studied in chapter 12 are those that get shuttled off into the desert and put into that place of protection because they are the remnant. And in the time of tribulation, God gives them this very special period of protection because their enemy is so great for that period of history and so intent on killing them during that period of history. And had he not given them this preserve out in the desert, then Satan potentially could have wiped them out. And if he had, he would have rendered God's promise of a remnant void. And obviously God's not going to allow his word to be voided by the enemy. So we have in the tribulation a believing remnant of Jews, and we now know what's happened to them. They're in a state of protection. But there are still two other groups that he can go and attack. We saw that then at the verse I gave you at the end of chapter 12. The first of those groups are those that chapter 12 ends by saying, who keep the commandments of God. And I told you that's a reference to those who maintain a faith in the Mosaic law, the commandment of God, the commandments of God, therefore being a reference to the keeping of the Mosaic commandments. And the Jew who would keep to the Mosaic commandments is someone who continues to worship Yahweh, the God of Israel. And through the keeping of the Mosaic law, they are being obedient to that God of Israel. However, they have not yet believed in Jesus as their Messiah. They are Orthodox, we might say, or observant Jews, but they are not believing, completed, messianic, whatever other term you want to use, saved Jews. They haven't reached that point yet. And so we put them in a different category. They are unbelieving, or you might say Orthodox Jews. Right? Why are they not in Petra, being protected like the rest? Because they're not part of the remnant. You have to believe to be part of the remnant. If they had believed, they'd be in Petra right now. All right, because they are devout Jews, however, they are going to be opposed by Satan. Because as a devout Jew, they know who the true God is, though they do not know his Son, which is a critical distinction. And therefore they will be persecuted, and many of them murdered by Satan through human agents that are under Satan's control. All right? And then I tell you there's another group that's still available to Satan, and that was the second half of that sentence that ended chapter 12, those who hold to the testimony of Jesus. I have had some that would suggest, well, aren't those one in the same group? Aren't we just talking about Christians, those who hold to the commandments of God and hold to the testimony of Jesus? Well, it's not typical, common or otherwise in the Bible for the Christian to be described as those who hold to the commandments of God, who keep the commandments of God. Yes, Jesus has commandments that we are to keep, but the Bible always speaks of those as keeping the commandments of our Lord, or keeping Jesus' commandments, not keeping the commandments of God. That may seem like a subtle distinction to you, but it is important because that is the distinction between keeping the Mosaic law and keeping the New Testament law that the believer is under. So this is a second group. And as I said last week, this group principally are the Gentiles who come to faith in Jesus after the rapture. So they're not gone with us because they didn't believe at the time of the rapture, but they come to faith in the tribulation. They're not Jewish, they're Gentile. And so they're in a similar situation. They are going to be martyred, attacked and martyred by the Antichrist, because he will oppose them just as much as he opposes anyone else who does not fall in line under him. Now, they are not going to go into Petra. And you would think maybe, well, that seems a bit unfair. Why isn't he protecting those believers? Well, because, simply put, there's no promise from God to preserve a remnant of Gentile believers. Moreover, the plan of God for Christ's return and for the defeat of Satan does not depend on Gentile believers being on earth, like it does depend on Jewish continuation on earth. And so it's simply not necessary for God's plan. Nevertheless, you will see a group of Gentiles living through to the end of the tribulation. Not all Gentile believers will be wiped out in the tribulation, but most will be. And I should add one other thought. Dying during the second half of tribulation, not a bad thing. Not a bad outcome. In fact, when we look at chapter 14 next week, you will see a clear statement in chapter 14 that says it is a good thing. All right. Meanwhile, let's move to the next stage of action. All right. So, by the way, I should add, you notice my pie is not complete, and everybody's sitting there. All the OCD people in the room are really nervous that I'm going to leave it that way. There's one more group that we talk about next week. All right. Was it better to leave it unfinished? Okay. Let's move on. You guys are too easy. All right. You can push all the buttons. Chapter 13, verse 1. And the dragon stood on the sand of the seashore. Then I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 10 horns and 7 heads, and on his horns were 10 diadems, and on his heads were blasphemous names. And the beast which I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were like those of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his throne and great authority. We have reached the chapter of the beast, such an iconic figure in this book. Chapter 13 opens with that beast here and some very familiar symbols. I'll give you a little drawing that might be helpful. I'm not sure how helpful, but there it is. The dragon with the beast coming out of the sea and so on. Now, there are a series of familiar symbols here, things you've heard before. There are some new ones as well. All of it tells a story. And with the way the symbols work, as you see symbols being reused, the idea here is not necessarily that the meaning of them is changing dramatically, but that there's a building story. New details are being added to what you already know. So we start with the obvious addition or continuation, rather, of the dragon. We know what the dragon is. We just studied him. So this is Satan, confined to the earth, enraged, persecuting believers, Jews, etc. But as I said a moment ago, he does all of that persecution through an agency of human beings that he controls and directs. He's always worked this way, obviously. And I mean, the most obvious example would be Judas. I mean, he got inside of Judas to betray Christ. And he continues to work through human beings in tribulation. And at the midpoint of tribulation, his tactics with respect to how he uses humanity reach an all new level. And that new level is brought about by his being cast down to earth now. He starts to do things that he's never done before, or at least not routinely. And the story of chapter 13 is the story of how Satan's methods change dramatically after he is cast down. And it centers on a familiar character. I say familiar not only because you may have heard of it already, but because of what we've already studied. This familiar character is called the Beast. He's already appeared in an earlier chapter, a couple of earlier chapters of Revelation. You may remember back in Revelation chapter 11, just one brief statement that talked about the 2 witnesses being overcome by the beast. But that was all we heard, and I told you then we'd get back to him. Here we are. And there was also earlier references in chapter 6 of Revelation to this same character, although in chapter 6 he wasn't being called the beast. He was the rider on the horses that opened up the first 4 seal judgments. You remember back in chapter 11 with the 2 witnesses when we saw this beast attack and destroy those 2 witnesses, and yet they had all this power. And I raised the question then, how could anyone have killed the 2 witnesses? What could have led to that even happening? Well, the beast, as we see him described here, will also be able to understand why he had the power to kill those 2 witnesses as we get through this chapter. And we'll also be able to relate what he does here back to what we saw in chapter 6. All right? So in chapter 6, when he was riding the horses, he wasn't being called the beast because he had not yet risen to the level of prominence that he now achieves in this chapter at mid-tribulation. And as he comes into mid-tribulation, with what will now transpire, he rises to the level of world domination. And in this new, all-powerful role, he obtains this new identity called the beast. Now, the vision starts with the dragon standing on the shores of a sea and the beast rising out of the sea. Now, we already said the dragon is Satan. So the suggestion here is that this beast that's rising up out of the sea is his rise to power being pictured in that and being made possible by Satan's power. Satan is there presiding over this rise out of the sea, almost as if Satan is conjuring the beast up out of the water. Now, what does it mean that you have a beast and water and all the rest? Well, we remember our rules of interpretation, right? Look for the meaning of the symbols here, and if it's not here in the book, and if it's not in this book, elsewhere in the Bible. In this case, it's going to be really easy to find the answer because you've already studied this. You should remember the section of Scripture in which we already saw the interpretation of these symbols. A beast, water, horns, heads, Daniel 7, right? Let's go back to Daniel 7 for just a moment. We'll read just the first part of chapter 7, verse 1. It says here, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel saw a dream, and visions in his mind as he lay on his bed. And then he wrote the dream down and related the following summary of it. Daniel said, I was looking in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea, and four great beasts were coming up from the sea, different from one another. Okay? So a beast coming up out of the sea is clearly defined for us in chapter 7 of Daniel. What did it mean back in Daniel chapter 7? What were those beasts? Not hard to remember, is it? Gentile nations? Yep, you don't remember. Okay. So the term beast back in Daniel chapter 7 described a world-dominating power that would play a part in the age of the Gentiles, the period of history that we learned in Daniel 2 and in Daniel 7. And in the fact that that Revelation 13 has a beast coming out of the sea looking very much like the ones we studied in Daniel 7, that's our first clue to know that what we're studying in this chapter has to be understood in light of what we learned in Daniel 7. These are two closely tied chapters. That's what we're learning. So we're going to consider what we learned in Daniel 7 to understand the symbols that we're learning here or seeing here in chapter 12.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're doing well tonight. Let's see, we were on 43. I'm going to carry on to 44. If anybody needs prayer, please, I can't talk, let me know.
All right. In verse 1 of Revelation 13, we're told that the beast here coming out of the water has features that are very similar to the four different beasts that come out of the water in Daniel 7. Remember these? We had a lion, and then we had the bear, and we had the leopard, right? And then there was that fourth beast, which we'll get to later. And then you see in the description we got here in chapter 13, not only did it have parts of those four animals, it had the horns, which is what it relates to in the fourth beast. That's the feature from the fourth beast, the horns. And then on top of that, it has heads like lions, and 10 horns, 7 heads. And then it had diadems, which is a word for a crown given to a royal ruler. And where were the crowns? Where were they being worn? There were 10 and 10. They were being worn on the horns. So they're sitting there on the top of the horns. And the 7 heads had blasphemous names on them. Okay? All right, verse 6. Let's see, what do we got? Back to Daniel 7. Daniel 7 again, next verse, not 6, verse 3. And it says, and 4 great beasts were coming up from the sea, different from one another. The first was like a lion and had the wings of an eagle. I kept looking until its wings were plucked, and it was lifted from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man. A human mind was given to it. And behold, another beast, a second one resembling a bear, and it was raised up on one side, and 3 ribs were in its mouth, between its teeth. And thus they said to it, Arise, devour much meat. After this I kept looking, and behold, another one like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. And after this I kept looking in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrifying and extremely strong, and it had large iron teeth. It devoured and crushed and trampled down the remainder with its feet. And it was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. While I was contemplating the horns, behold, another horn, a little one, came up from among them, and 3 of the first horns were pulled out by the roots before it. And behold, this horn possessed eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth uttering great boasts. Now you see the similarities, right? Not just in the animals, but in the fact that there's a mouth uttering great boasts, and the horns. There's all of the features now that seem to be coming back into the picture in Revelation 13. And we remember in Daniel 7 that when we studied this, each of those 4 beasts represented one of the world-dominating empires of this age. We'll just review them real quickly. You have the lion, which represented Babylon, the bear, Medo-Persia, the leopard, Greece, and that 4th beast being different from all the rest with those horns represented Rome, and then from Rome onward, a kind of disintegration of the Roman Empire into pieces and parts that would keep floating back and forth together and apart and just continue the domination of Israel and Jerusalem. All right? Now, going back to Revelation 13 for a moment, and let me just summarize that for you. The summary of it is that all of the age of the Gentiles, until Christ's second coming, is pictured by these 4 large empires moving through time. The last of them being a 4th one unlike any other and not easily described like the first 3, which is the period we studied. We went through all of this. You should remember it. We're now looking at how it relates to chapter 13. And in the beast of chapter 13, you see elements of all 4 of these kingdoms. Not just the 4th one, but all 4 of them. You have a lion part in there, you have a bear part in there, you have a leopard part in there, and so on. So the suggestion is pretty obvious. This beast of Revelation 13 is the embodiment of the age of the Gentiles. If you could put one person as the poster child for the age of the Gentiles, this is the guy. Okay? By that I mean he is the final and most powerful leader that the age of the Gentiles will ever know. And that's why he has the features of all of the beasts, including the 4th one. And he will also then be the one who ultimately fulfills the overall purpose of this age. The overall purpose of the age wasn't simply to put Israel under subjugation. That was the means. The end of that means is that ultimately Israel would be brought into the bond of the covenant and prepared to enter into their kingdom. This guy coming at the very end and having the most power is the one who ultimately brings fulfillment to that purpose. And so this beast gets all these little features as part of his description to make the point that this is the guy we've all been waiting for. This is the end of the age of the Gentiles. This is the climactic final leader. All right? He is the final world leader that Daniel also told us would end the age. If we go a little further in Daniel 7, again, this is review. It says, Thus he said, the 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom on the earth, which will be different from all the other kingdoms, and will devour the whole earth and tread it down and crush it. As for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them, and he will be different from the previous ones, and he will subdue 3 kings. He will speak out against the Most High, and wear down the saints of the Highest One, and he will intend to make alterations in times and in law, and they will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. But the court will sit for judgment, and his dominion will be taken away, annihilated and destroyed forever. And then the sovereignty and the dominion and the greatness of all the kingdoms under the whole heaven will be given to the people of the saints of the Highest One. His kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom, and all the dominions will serve and obey him. So, we see now the connection between Daniel 7 and what we see here in chapter 13. And from that connection, we can begin to form a story about what the symbols on this beast are telling us. First, we know at mid-trib, Satan is cast down. That was chapter 12. And at the beginning of chapter 13, we hear he will raise up a world ruler called the beast, who will rise to a level of power in fulfillment of Daniel 7. This one who will speak out against the Most High, that he will arise after the first 10, subdue 3 of the 10, and now become the chief ruler of the earth. That's what we learned back in Daniel. This is the guy. And in some sense, this brings Daniel's prophecy full circle, because if you remember back when we looked at Nebuchadnezzar, and we studied this in Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, I told you that Nebuchadnezzar had a very unique role among those early kingdoms. He was the one that had complete power over the whole earth. Remember we looked at that? Kind of odd that he had all that power, and yet he didn't go to the whole earth. And we thought that was an odd thing that God did, speaking to him in both Daniel and in Jeremiah, that he had all the power. Every animal, every bird of the sky was under his dominion. Every inch of the planet was under the power of Nebuchadnezzar, we are told. Even though he didn't go everywhere and conquer it all, if he had wanted to, he could have. That's what God gave him. Why? Especially since he didn't go do it. Well, it was to set him up as a figure or a picture of where the age was actually going to end. In a sense, Nebuchadnezzar becomes a prefiguring of the Antichrist. Because when we come to the very end of this period of the age of the Gentiles, to this beast ruler, he will have full world power, and he does express it, and he does take control of it. So in effect, we come full circle, back to the beginning, in the sense that we have one ruler ruling the whole world. And that's why he's depicted with the features of the lion and the bear and the leopard, because he inherits and he succeeds all previous kingdoms. He takes over everything that they ever had and more. He embodies the age. And it's made possible, this rise to power is made possible by Satan's power. Back in verse 2, look, it says that Satan gives his power, his throne, and authority to the beast. Now, giving the beast his throne and his authority, that's pretty obvious what that means. It means allowing this man to get into the position where he can then rule over everyone. But it still begs the question, how does he actually orchestrate that? Well, that's the phrase, giving his power. And when it says the dragon gives his power to the beast, that indicates to us there's something new happening here, because the beast literally becomes as powerful as Satan. That's the sentence. And that doesn't happen. Although Satan indwelled Judas, Judas did not become as powerful as Satan. And the only way, if we can imagine one, in which the beast could become as powerful as Satan, have the power of Satan, is if he becomes one with Satan. And at this point, we're going to leave that there and come back to that. Now, before we go further, you might wonder at these having gone through these first 2 verses, why haven't I talked about the horns and the heads and the crowns, right? We'd like to know what all that stuff means. We know what the pictures of the animals mean. We understand that it's us seeing him as a fulfillment of the leadership role of the final kingdom, yes, but what about all the other features? Well, they obviously have great similarity to the dragon, but if you notice closely, they're not exactly the same. In this case, we have 10 horns, 10 diadems on the 10 horns, 7 heads, 7 blasphemous names. If you go back to chapter 12 and look at the dragon, this is what you find when you compare that to the dragon. The dragon had 10 horns. The dragon had 7 heads, but where were the crowns? He had 7 crowns on 7 heads. All right, that's a difference that draws our attention, right? The answer to the differences are given to us in chapter 17. This is one of those cases in which the interpretation of the symbology is in the same book, and yet in an unusual pattern for Scripture, it's ahead of us, not behind us. It's one of the few times I know in which that happens. So it tells us that in order to understand what's going on in the rest of this chapter, it's not essential yet that we appreciate all of these details. And so I'm going to wait until we get to chapter 17, because that's where it is. All right? At the same time, though, it's a little challenging to go forward to the next verse without at least explaining one thing about these, because the next verse depends a little on understanding one of these features. If we go to the next verse, it says, I saw one of the heads as if it had been slain, and his fatal wound was healed, and the whole earth was amazed and followed after the beast. So it makes it tricky for me to explain this to you when the focus of it is one of these 7 heads that we have not yet decoded, right? So to make the study of this chapter just a little easier, I'm simply going to tell you this. The slain head in this case represents the Antichrist himself. Now, that might seem redundant because the heads are on the beast, and the beast is the Antichrist. How can the heads be him? And, well, chapter 17. Meanwhile, take it for granted for now that when it says one of those heads has now been slain, that we're talking about the Antichrist himself having been slain. That is, somebody has killed the Antichrist at mid-trib. And that's a stunning event because it would seem to run counter to everything we've just been studying, right? How can the guy who ends the age die midway through the tribulation? How does he continue to rule for 3.5 years like we just heard Daniel promising us if he's dead? Remember during the first half of tribulation, we heard that the Antichrist rises initially as a political leader. In the seal judgments, we heard about him coming on board as a man with a bow but no arrows. And then later he comes to conquer and begins to conquer. And so he gains military strength at some point. And we also learned from Daniel 7, I just read you, that he's not one of the original 10 world leaders. He is the 11th horn. He's the 11th one that comes up from amidst the 10. So he is not one of the world leaders at the outset of his rise to power. As the tribulation gets started, he's coming out of nowhere and starts to broker an arrangement that allows Israel to have sacrifice on the temple. Daniel 9 tells us that. And then he starts to engage in world politic and world military conquest, and he just begins to grow in power and consolidate power through threats of war and actual war. That's what we learned in chapter 6 of Revelation. By mid-trib, he reaches a height of power, and at that moment, he suffers a fatal head wound. Notice the language in verse 3, though. It says that his fatal wound would be healed. Now, fatal by definition means you're dead. So the only way a fatal wound can be healed is if the body dies and then it returns to life after that. By definition, that's the only way you can interpret a statement that is otherwise oxymoronic. A fatal wound doesn't get healed. You have to come back from the dead. And in verse 3, the Greek language supports that interpretation because the Greek words for as if slain, as if he had been slain, in Greek, that's haspazo. It means resurrected. So having been slain means resurrected. So I saw one of the heads resurrected as his fatal wound was healed. All right? So he's dead and then he's alive again. There are another example of this, which we saw in an earlier chapter. In chapter 5 of Revelation, when Jesus was described in the throne room as a lamb standing as if slain, hatspaso again. It's the same word in Greek, or words. It literally means resurrected, the resurrected lamb. All right? So here you find the same phrase meaning the same thing. At the midpoint of tribulation, yes, the Antichrist is killed, but he is resurrected. Now, we don't know exactly what kills the Antichrist, but I think we can make an educated guess based on Daniel. Daniel 7 told us that as the Antichrist rises to power at the mid-trib moment, he subdues 3 of the world leaders, and then he becomes king of the world, the other 7 falling in line underneath his power. There's a little intrigue in that, right? Why did he have to take 3 of them out? Why didn't he just say all 10 of them work for me? Well, the suggestion would be 3 of them didn't want to. And so perhaps the 3 of the 10 who see him rise to power get a little worried about where this is going and don't want to see him take charge. They conspire to kill him and they succeed. They think, okay, we've done that. And then next thing they know, he's alive again. And now he decides he's going to return the favor. And so then he removes 3 kings. And now the other 7, after seeing all of that, decide that they'll fall in line. It makes sense, right? Not proof of anything, but it seems to make sense. The biggest question, of course, in all of this is, how did the Antichrist get resurrected? Obviously, that's a supernatural power, and that's not something individuals do to themselves. God has the power to bring a dead body back to life, we know, but in this case, he's not the one doing that work based on what we're studying in this chapter. The Lord is allowing it, certainly, but it's not him doing it. Satan is the one doing it. God permits Satan to indwell the body of the Antichrist to bring that man back to life for the remainder of tribulation. And indwelling the Antichrist means he takes up residence in the man's body. And that's what verse 2 meant when it said he gives his power to the beast. That is, Satan literally puts himself and his power inside this man, bringing the man back to life through that, having been resurrected. Now that beast is even more powerful than he ever was before. He's still a man in the physical sense, but with Satan's power inside him, he's much more than a man. And through this union, Satan now makes this man the object of the world's attention and worship. Notice how the world reacts to this stunning development. They worship the dragon because he gave his authority to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who is like the beast, and who is able to wage war with him?" So the resurrection of the Antichrist at mid-trib, it leads the world to say, who could be like this beast? Who could even wage war? That is, who could oppose him? And as a result, the world begins to worship the beast, as you might expect. And on notice also, and by the way, there's a little irony here. Jesus said that unless a man or woman should believe the word of God concerning him, they will not believe even if they should see a man rise from the dead, which is proven in the fact that after he did rise from the dead, it did not result in worldwide belief, right? Point being that true faith cannot come even by signs and wonders, but false faith comes by signs and wonders only. So the object of their faith being a false god, they can engender in their own heart false worship for a false god, and they will do so for false signs and wonders. But true faith is the product of God himself, and only God can produce it. And he, having the power to do that, only produces it, obviously, in those that he brings the Holy Spirit to, and the gospel then influences their heart to believe. So Jesus was saying, if you don't believe in the word of God, you will not receive the gospel no matter how many things happen in your vision. But the opposite is true for the world. They can't believe without the word of God, but they can believe anything based on what Satan does for the sake of their eyes. So the world begins to worship the beast, and as a result, they're also worshiping the dragon. Do you notice that? How do they see the dragon? How would they even know who the dragon is? I mean, Satan is not a visible player on earth. Well, because they're worshiping the God behind the actor. They see the man resurrected, and just as you and I would, if we were to see Jesus resurrected, we're worshiping the Father of the Son who is being resurrected. So Satan, now being confined to the earth, this earth is now his domain, and he has taken up residence in the body of the Antichrist. And in that sense, Satan has assumed a physical form on earth in the form of the Antichrist. And so the Antichrist and this so-called God that gives him his power have become the objects of the world's devotion and worship. Paul told us this would happen. In 2 Thessalonians 2:8, he says, "The lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will slay with the breath of his mouth and bring to an end by the appearance of his coming." And then he defines who this one is. He says, that is the one whose coming is in accord with the activity of Satan, with all power and signs and false wonders. By all power here, we mean all power apart from God's power. All power that can exist apart from God's power. And that's a lot of power. The demonic realm, Satan particularly, has a lot of power. Just nothing compared to God's, but much more than we can imagine. And the one that Jesus will slay at his coming is the one who will have power according to the activity of Satan. And this is where you see that activity starting, if you will. Satan taking advantage of the Antichrist's death to bring about his resurrection. I actually think it goes a step further than that. I don't think that Satan just got lucky here and the Antichrist happened to die on his watch and he was able to, turn that to his advantage. Every human being on earth that's not a believer is under Satan's control. So Satan controlling the 10 world leaders would have likely created the desire in 3 of them to attack and kill the Antichrist, and then turn that around, resurrect the Antichrist, and kill them in response. I mean, you need to see Satan as the one orchestrating the whole of this, though, of course, at the top of this chain, you have God himself establishing what would happen and how it would go. But Satan, as a pawn, doesn't know it. He's working his own plan, thinking it's his own ideas, and he goes through this process to produce for himself the opportunity to be king of the world and God of the world at the same time. And this is the moment when the Antichrist gains that power. This is the moment at which the Antichrist moves from being a backward player, a kind of emerging world leader, to a competing world leader, to the world leader. And it happens because Satan puts him in that place.
Seems like that one was shorter. Okay, so that was 44. I'm going to go on to 45. While I'm doing that, if anybody needs prayer, please don't hesitate to comment. I'm happy to pray with you. I did it again. That was 44, correct? Yes, 44. On to 45. And here we go.
Now you find the reason why this man is called the Antichrist. He is not just the one who claims to be, he's not just an Antichrist because he's against Christ. He's also the Antichrist because now he has the spirit of the Antichrist in him. Remember who the spirit of the Antichrist is according to John? It's Satan. And anyone who deny Christ is doing so on the basis of the spirit of the Antichrist. But even beyond that, he is also an Antichrist because he is a counterfeit Christ at this point. That is also confirmed by Paul. Paul says in the 2 Thessalonians again, chapter 2 again, verse 3, he says, let no one in any way deceive you, for it, meaning the tribulation, will not come unless the apostasy comes first and the man of lawlessness is revealed, the son of destruction. And then he tells us more about this guy again. He says, who opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, displaying himself as being God. So Paul says the Antichrist, part of what he does is he claims to be God. And he takes a seat in that newly built Jewish temple claiming to be the Christ, the Messiah. That's the only reason you would sit there, by the way. He's not claiming to be Buddha. He's not claiming to be Muhammad. He doesn't sit in the seat of Jewish religious authority except to say, I'm the Jewish God. So he's claiming a certain God. And it makes sense, of course, because there is only one true God. So Satan knows who he's counterfeiting. And he knows who the false ones are, not to bother counterfeiting. So he's counterfeiting the one that would otherwise be known as Messiah or Christ. And Daniel told us this would happen. Daniel 11:36. Then the king, speaking of the Antichrist, will do as he pleases, and will exalt and magnify himself above every god, and speak monstrous things against the God of gods, and he will prosper until the indignation is finished, for that which is decreed will be done. He will show no regard for the gods of his fathers, or for the desire of women, nor will he show regard for any other god, for he will magnify himself above them all. But instead, he will honor a God of fortresses, a God whom his fathers did not know. He will honor him with gold, silver, costly stones, and treasures. He will take action against the strongest of fortresses with the help of a foreign god. He will give great honor to those who acknowledge him and will cause them to rule over the many and will parcel out land for a price. I'll give you one guess who that foreign god is that is giving him all that power. Right? We just learned who it is. So he will claim to be Messiah, not in the strict sense that he's trying to mimic the Messiah of the Bible, but so much as to simply replace any thought of any other Messiah with who he is. All right? In Daniel 9, we learned that his rise to power includes ending the sacrifice that's being done by the Jewish people in their temple. Remember? Daniel 9, when we hear about this man, it says that he will make a firm covenant with the many for 1 week. That's Revelation 6. That's the Antichrist coming onto the scene and establishing his base of power by brokering an agreement that no one to that point had been able to do, which was to allow Israel to gain access again to their Temple Mount and sacrifice again. What a miracle that will seem, that somebody had the power to make that happen. And it will launch him onto the world scene and start his rise to power. And then it says, but in the middle of the week, all right, 3.5 years, he will put a stop to sacrifice and grain offering. So he reneges on the deal. How does he put a stop to it? Well, we just found out. On the wing of abominations, one who will come one who makes desolate, even until a complete destruction, one that is decreed is poured out on the one who makes desolate. So in other words, he stops sacrifice and grain offering by putting his own rear end in the seat, the mercy seat, going into the Holy of Holies, declaring himself to be God, desecrating the temple, an abomination, it says, a wing of abomination. So once he steps in and does that, he's desecrated the temple. It stops being used by the Jews, and more than that, he starts persecuting the Jews and sends them away. So This is the mid-trib moment when he gains the power. And now we're learning that when that moment happens, it's not just a man doing it, it's Satan himself doing it. So he becomes God of the earth, taking his seat in the temple, as Paul said, displaying himself to be God, creating an abomination in the temple. This is also the same moment that Jesus was speaking about in Matthew 24 when he warned the Jews to flee to the mountains when they see this event happen. We studied this a couple weeks ago. Matthew 24:15, when you see the abomination of desolation, which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand, then those who are in Judea must flee the mountains. Now, there's more to this verse we're going to come back to in a minute, but I just want to tie this together. We're seeing all of these things line up now. At mid-trib, the temple gets desecrated by a man who claims to be God because now he has Satan indwelling him, and Satan is determined to make earth his home because he has nowhere else to go. And in this power grab, he's going to start persecuting anyone who can try to stop his plan, knowing his time is short. And for those who are in Jerusalem at the time, get out of Dodge. Get out of town. He's after you. In Isaiah 28, the prophet tells Israel, you know, that agreement you walked into with the Antichrist at the start of tribulation is going to turn around and bite you later. Isaiah 28:14, he says, therefore, hear the word of the Lord, O scoffers who rule this people who are in Jerusalem, because you have said, we have made a covenant with death. Who's death? Satan, right? We've made a covenant with death, and with Sheol we have made a pact. The overwhelming scourge will not reach us when it passes by, for we have made falsehood our refuge. We have concealed ourselves with deception. Your covenant with death will be canceled, and your pact with Sheol will not stand. When the overwhelming scourge passes through, then you become its trampling place. All right? So he warns them, you can't make a deal with the devil and expect it to stand. So at mid-trib, the Antichrist murdered, probably by the three kings. Satan resurrects the Antichrist body through the resurrection. He claims to be the real Christ. He subdues the three kings. He controls the other seven, gains a worldwide following, claims to be God, sits in the temple, calls himself the one and only God, runs the Jews out of the temple, desolates it. And now you see some of this fitting into what we studied in 11 and 12. He kills the two witnesses because now he has the power of Satan to do that. That's how he's able to conquer the two witnesses. God allows it, but the point is it's at that moment he finally has the power to do it. And then in chapter 12, we looked at his pursuit into the wilderness for the woman in the desert. We can imagine now that it was part of what he was doing in controlling the Antichrist, that he took an army or that he took some other kind of means of going after them and tried to attack them. And he could no longer do it after they were in their fortress, and so he's turned away. Okay? So, all of those details are further confirmed in what we see next in chapter 13. It says, there was given to him, the beast, a mouth speaking arrogant words and blasphemies, and authority to act for 42 months was given to him. And he opened his mouth in blasphemies against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle, that is, those who dwell in heaven. It was also given to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority over every tribe and people and tongue and nation was given to him. All who dwell on the earth will worship him. Everyone whose name has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb who has been slain. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. If anyone is destined for captivity, to captivity he goes. If anyone kills with the sword he must be killed. Here is the perseverance and the faith of the saints. So, in that opening section, verse 5, we get that telltale indication we're at the mid-trib moment again. You see that? And then, in this case, it's expressed as 42 months. I'll give you one guess how long that is. 3.5 years. And as Daniel has already told us in what we read, once the Antichrist rises to power, he starts to speak these arrogant, blasphemous things for the whole of the 42 months. Paul told us he would do the same thing. And the effect is to just wear down, in other words, to denigrate God and anything associated with God, and to put himself in its place. All right? And the effect of the resurrection of the Antichrist and his claims to be God are immediate and profound on the entire earth. The whole world now is set against anyone who would deny the truth of his claims. Remember at the end of chapter 12, we learned that Satan went off to make war with, I said, the unbelieving Jews and the Gentile Christians. Now you see how that war will be prosecuted. Satan will use the Antichrist as his agent to lead those attacks, but it doesn't require that the Antichrist do it all himself. He has the whole world on his side. Everyone thinks he's God. And as such, he directs them to hunt down and kill anyone who will not worship him as God. Now consider what the world thinks of him at this point. He's the guy that killed the two witnesses, and they likely associate all of the earlier judgments that have taken place with those guys for the reasons I gave you back in chapter 11. So there have been no new judgments on the earth during this time. God has sort of put a pause button on all of the destruction. So the world is calm, relatively speaking, for the first time in 3.5 years. You've got a guy who looks like the God and the Savior they've been waiting for. He's killed the two guys who seem to be causing all the trouble. And he's now declaring, Pax Romana in a new form. And he's saying, at this point, it's either worship me or you're against me. And the world is so thrilled with this guy and what he's achieved for them in a short period of time, they're ready to do his bidding. They're rabidly going out to kill anyone who would oppose him. And we're told in this section that the war that they wage against those who are against the Antichrist is successful, largely successful, because the Antichrist has been given authority over all the people of the earth. So what makes the second half of tribulation so terrible, apart from the very end, which we know will be the final judgments? But what about the rest of the 3.5 years? Why are the 3.5 years so bad if God himself is not pouring down, hail and brimstone all the time, fire and brimstone? Well, because Satan himself is doing it for him. But it's against only those who oppose him. So in the first half of tribulation, God appears to be sending all the destruction against the unbeliever. He sealed those who are his. And as I told you earlier, I believe Israel is largely preserved from these judgments, according to what he mentioned with the wine and the oil being preserved, a reference to Israel. So in the first half of tribulation, bad guys getting judgment, good guys not. Second half of tribulation, bad guys not getting judgment, not yet. Good guys under persecution. So it's a flip. And those who come to know Jesus, the text says, will not accept the Antichrist as their God for obvious reasons, right? And therefore they will not worship him for obvious reasons. And not worshiping the Antichrist will be hard to hide. And as a result, he will overcome the saints. He will make martyrs of believers who refuse to obey. The rest of the world will fall in line and worship the beast as their God. And if you notice in verse 8, it says, everyone on the earth who was not recorded in the Lamb's book of life from the foundations of the earth will worship the beast. That is, those who are recorded in the Lamb's book, those the elect of God, those who are saved by grace, they will refuse to worship because they believe in Jesus and they know the difference. But consider what that verse is indicating. If someone begins to worship the beast at this point, they will never be saved. Look at the wording again. If they worship the beast, they cannot be saved, because it says that all who dwell on the earth will worship him if they're not in the book of the Lamb. And so those in the book of the Lamb are the saved. So by definition, at this point, at mid-trib, we stop evangelism. There's no new faith, no new believers as far as the world goes, with one exception which we cover later. But for the most part, that's the rule. At this point, the whole world will worship him, unless they're already in the Lamb's book of life, in which case that means they're going to believe, they're believing. So it's suddenly now at mid-trib, this defining moment, a division of all humanity. It's not just the division of the 7 years, it's the division of all humanity into two groups. And there's always only been two groups. It just becomes really clear now that there are only two groups, because there's only one religion on the earth that you can choose, and if you don't choose it, you're killed. And what we just read in verse 8 is, everyone will choose it, except those who have already chosen Jesus. So, from this point onward, everyone who worships the beast is unsavable, and those who refuse to worship the beast are largely martyred. There is no third option, because there's no hiding, there's no avoiding the fate. It's worship the beast and live, but be condemned in the end, or worship Jesus and die, but have eternal life. John sums up this truth in verse 9. He says, if anyone has a ear to hear the truth, that is, let him hear, let him believe. I believe that's a call to those who live in that period of history. As they pick up this book in the middle of tribulation and they read these words and they see the pattern of what they're reading fitting the pattern of what they're watching in their world, it'll be the final call to those on earth to understand, believe now or else. And we'll study this issue next week, because chapter 14 is all about this issue. And then in verse 10, It says in a sobering statement, if a saint is destined to be taken into captivity, that's where he or she will go. This is a strong statement of God's sovereignty. That is, if God has appointed you to go into captivity, you're going into captivity. It's not going to be any other way. There's no resisting the power of the Antichrist. I don't know if you read the books on the Left Behind series, but it's a fictionalized novel about these times. And I'm not saying it's altogether correct or not, but one of the things that it did not do a good job of portraying was the sovereignty of God, because it gave the impression that there's this armed rebellion or whatever out there that can kind of resist in the shadows. Chapter 13, verse 10 says that's not true. There's not going to be any rebel resistance. There's going to be submission at every level. And so there'll be no resisting. This ruler is one that God has permitted to have absolute control for 3.5 years, and nothing the saints will do will impede his rule. So John says, this then is the perseverance of the saints. And you can translate that, this is the patience, this is the endurance of the saints, which is to say, you need to read this and accept it. That's your perseverance. Your patience is to accept your lot, that you have found yourself in the great tribulation. Been nice if you had believed before a rapture, but here you are. You believed at least. That's the key. And now whatever comes next comes next. And you cannot, you notice it says, if anyone kills with the sword he will be killed. You're not going to go out fighting your way out of this. You're just going to hasten your own death. That's not the way a saint responds to the work of God. We don't fight back with sword. So not in the sense of when God's appointed an outcome, you can't change it through that kind of mechanism. That's the point. So you will be a martyr when God chooses for you to be a martyr. Later in Revelation, as I said, we'll hear that it's a good thing when God chooses you to be the martyr in this period of history. All right, we got a few more things and then we're done. Look at chapter 13. Let me just give you a quick recap then of what we just studied, and then we'll move into the last bit here. Chapter 13 says that we have the Antichrist resurrected, and then one more piece. We have one more character. Verse 11, then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth. He had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spoke as a dragon. He exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and he makes the earth and those who dwell in it worship the first beast, whose fatal wound was healed. He performs great signs, so that he even makes fire come down out of heaven to the earth in the presence of men. And he deceives those who dwell on the earth because of the signs which it was given to him to perform in the presence of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who had the wound of the sword and had come to life. All right. This beast has, we're not going to put any pictures because it's very simple. He's pictured as a lamb and a dragon mixed together. Dragon, Satan. Not hard to picture. We understand that already. And the lamb is a very consistent picture in Scripture as well. It pictures Christ in his ministry as the dying prophet sent to be sacrificed as the Lamb of God, right? So we know this isn't Jesus. So how do we put these two together? Well, he has the mouth of a dragon, so that would suggest he speaks for Satan. He's the mouthpiece of Satan. And he is in the form of a lamb, which might suggest he is like a prophet. That is, he is a God, he is a prophet that the Antichrist God, Satan, has raised up to be his spokesman. And you might commonly hear people refer to this guy as the second beast. This second beast as the false prophet. Have you ever heard that term, the false prophet? It's not mentioned here yet, but it's the title given to the second beast. John says in verse 12, he will exercise or bear the authority of the Antichrist in the Antichrist's presence. That's a really interesting phrase. It means he can only do power, supernatural things, when he's in the presence of the Antichrist. What you're learning here is that Satan raises up a second man, someone you have not heard of before, not in Daniel, not elsewhere in this book even. First time we hear about him is here. And he works hand in hand with the Antichrist to further the deception and prompt the world's worship of Satan. And he calls upon the world to worship the beast, that is, to worship the Antichrist. And he has the power to reinforce that message by calling fire down from heaven, doing some very dramatic supernatural things. But he can only do those supernatural things when he's in the presence of the Antichrist. If the Antichrist goes off somewhere for a day, the false prophet has no power while he's gone. And that's such an interesting detail because it reminds you that Satan is not God. He's not omniscient nor omnipresent, which means he can only be in one place at one time. He's a created being. Satan is not everywhere at once. He can only be one place. And guess where that one place is for the remainder of tribulation? In the body of the Antichrist. So now he's bound to a physical object. That physical object leaves the room, Satan's left the room. And when Satan leaves the room, he doesn't know what's going on in the room. And when the false prophet back in the room is saying, I want to call fire down from heaven, his buddy Satan outside isn't paying attention and he isn't making the trick happen. So he can only do the magical wonders when he's in the presence of the Antichrist because he needs Satan to do it. It really shows you the boundary of what Satan has. A lot of power, but just not omniscient, not omnipresent. So it's limited by time and space. So verse 14, we hear this false prophet commands that an image of the resurrected Antichrist be constructed. And this is a classic counterfeiting maneuver of the enemy. Since the dawn of mankind, he has used icons and statues and relics and other physical forms of representing God as an attempt to trap mankind in idolatry. And many churches today, they display icons of a resurrected Christ or other false figurines of other depictions of icons or whomever. And they do all of this in contrast to God's forbidding of these things in the Ten Commandments, first of all. And it's an indication of Satan's work at lessening our appreciation for who God really is by focusing our worship on the physical, on the creation, rather than on the Creator. And he will do this again in the time of tribulation. The image he will cause everyone to worship will be an image of the Antichrist. And when the Antichrist himself is not present in the temple, they can come to the temple and see an image of him and worship that instead. And just to make sure everybody wants to worship this image, it's animated, as we learn next, in a way that's not typical of icons. Verse 15, and it was given to him to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast would even speak and cause as many as do not worship the image of the beast to be killed. And he causes all, the small and the great and the rich and the poor and the free and the slaves, to be given a mark on their right hand or on their forehead. And he provides that no one will be able to buy or sell except the one who has the mark, either the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast. For the number is that of a man, and his number is 666. So the false prophet, by the power of Satan, can give life to this image. It says he has breath. I'm assuming that means something can come out of his mouth. And he can kill those who do not worship the beast. So what would be responsible for that supernatural display? I think the simplest answer is demonic activity. That is, demons can animate things, and I think a demon must be animating the image, giving it life. Remember, Satan, the father of lies, everything he does is a charade. All the false wonders and signs that trap people, they're always an imitation of something. In Daniel 12, we learn that this statue is the abomination of desolation that Jesus talks about in Matthew 24. Daniel 12:11 says, from the time that the regular sacrifice is abolished, mid-trib, right? And the abomination of desolation is set up, that's when the image is added at mid-trib, there will be 1,290 days, that's 3.5 years. All right? You notice it says that that there is an abomination set up, and that's the indication to know that this is something being put in the temple, which, as long as it sits there, it's desolating the temple. It's the abomination of desolation, and it stays there for 3.5 years, minimum. All right. Finally, the false prophet enforces the command to worship the Christ by saying, if you don't, you die. And then he adds another requirement. You've got to take a mark that proves that you have worshiped and are worshiping the beast. And to incentivize you taking this mark, you're going to die if you don't. And if you somehow evade us killing you, you won't be able to find anyone who will sell or buy from you because they'll see you without the mark, and that was not allowed. So it forces you underground without food, which is effectively going to kill you as well. Now, the mark is similar in a sense to what we saw in chapter 7. God sealed or marked 144,000 Jewish men as he sent them out into ministry. He gave them the seal of the living God, we were told. Now, here again, Satan, he's never had an original thought in his entire existence. So he is the great counterfeiter. He just mimics everything God does. So he says, you give your people a mark, I'll give my people a mark. And he gives them this mark, which allows them to buy and sell. And if they don't take it, they're killed. Later in Revelation 20, we find out that the way they're killed is by beheading. And this further confirms that after mid-trib, there's no more hiding or equivocating. I'm agnostic. No, there's no more of that. There is either you believe in the Antichrist or you're dead. The 144,000 of chapter 7 were sealed with that living seal. The mark here, though, is a number. The number of the name of the Antichrist. Now, let's explain what that means. Numbering a name is a uniquely Jewish way of turning a Jewish word into a mathematical quantity. And it starts by assigning numeric values. They have 21 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, and they assign each letter in their alphabet a numeric value. This is something that Jews have done for generations. Okay, it's not new. They assign them this way. The first 10 are numbered that way. The next 10 are numbered that way. And then the final 3 are numbered that way. Okay? And of course, if you take a name in Hebrew and you add up the numbers of each of the letters in that name, you arrive at a single value. For example, let's add up Yeshua Mashiach, which is in English, Jesus the Messiah. That would be Jesus' full and proper name and title, Jesus the Messiah. Anybody done the math? It's 749, or 7 and 7 times 7. Okay, in the way the Jewish letters work. So once you have somebody's Jewish Hebrew name, you can calculate the number of their name. Now keep in mind, this only works with Hebrew names. There's no other alphabet, there's no other language that numbers their alphabet the way the Jews do. Now, I mean, we can give each one of our letters in our alphabet a number if we want to, but it's not a convention that we use. You couldn't tell me the number of your name in English. No one does that. But in Hebrew, it's commonly done. And it's interesting, by the way, if you go look at what David's name is in numbers or Solomon's name in numbers, there's interesting things there. Meanwhile, once a name is translated into Hebrew, and I know the name, I can then calculate its number. John says, when you do that for this man, the beast, and you calculate, the false prophet is telling everyone you have to get the mark of the Antichrist. And when you look at the mark of the Antichrist, it's the number of his name, it says, which adds up to 666. Now, the number 6 in the Bible is, the beast's name will be 666. The number of the 6 in the Bible is the number of fallen or sinful man. And in Hebrew, if you want to make something more, you double it. And if you want to say that something is the most, you triple it. So 666 would be the most sin, or the most sinful man, which of course is exactly who this guy is, because he's indwelled by no less than Satan. He is the most sinful man who's ever lived, by that definition. So he is 666. Now, only the world that is alive at mid-tribulation will be able to perform this calculation and confirm the identity of the Antichrist, because statistically, many, many different Jewish names could add up to the number 666. Almost an infinite number of variations could arrive at that total. So until you know the name, you can't back into it. You can't reverse from the number to a name, because it could be many different names. Only after you have the name in Hebrew can you move to the number. Furthermore, because it has to be in Hebrew, I'll give you one guess which group of people on earth are going to be able to calculate this number. The Jews. While the Gentile world will largely not know this or be able to do it even if they found out it's possible. They don't know the Hebrew alphabet. And you'd have to know how to translate the Antichrist name into Hebrew in order to even start the process. So it is a coded message to the Jew of that period of history to not fall for the Antichrist. To not be his. Not to the believing Jew. They're in Petra. They're not worried about the Antichrist. They know he's a fraud. To the unbelieving Jew, God is holding them from following after him by giving them this in their scriptures in the hope that they would understand it. All right, let's finish with a last bit of information. I know it's a little late, but I wanted to get this out. Satan in all of this we just studied is perpetrating perhaps the greatest counterfeit in all of his history. And this is what he's doing. First, we have a dragon, Satan, acting as God of the world, the unseen power behind everything. He raises up a beast, the Antichrist, who then becomes the focus of the world's worship. He causes death of that man and a resurrection of that man, and in doing so, he convinces the world that he is the Messiah of the world. And then he raises up a second man to display supernatural wonders and create signs and otherwise, and leads the world in worship of the Antichrist. Moreover, this false prophet also gives a mark to all those who worship that Antichrist. Do you see a pattern there? Let me compare it to something else you know well, and you'll see it clearly if you don't already. You have the Father, who is the invisible God above all, and Christ, his Son, who he put to death and then raised up after the third day, and now all worship is to be directed to the Son. And then we have the Holy Spirit, whose role is to lead the world in worship of Jesus, and he marks believers by indwelling us. So Satan has created a false trinity with the express purpose of mirroring the real one, because he doesn't have an original thought in his head. Everything he does is an imitation. Everything he does is a lie. And by definition, a lie is not original. A lie is the truth changed. A lie is a distortion of something that exists. So the Holy Spirit is being imitated by the false prophet, Christ imitated by the Antichrist, and the invisible Father behind it all is who's orchestrating this is Satan himself. Satan has always wanted to be God, and he's constructing a little world for himself in which he has that for a time. So at mid-trib, back to this again, and we're done. The world now faces the prospect of choosing between the false trinity or the real one, and everyone has to make a choice one way or another. So we now have at chapter 13 the Antichrist resurrected and the false prophet and the image set up, and of course the persecution that follows. One more mid-trib chapter before we get to the one that takes us out, and that last one, chapter 14, deals with the consequence of all of this activity for the believers on earth. What is this going to start doing for those on earth? How does the world change in those last 3.5 years?
Hello, how's everybody doing tonight? That was 45. I'm going to carry on to 46. If anybody needs prayer, don't hesitate to comment. I'm happy to pray for you.
Amen. All right, friends, we are nearing the end of the mid-tribulation period. You may be thinking that's something you're thankful for. We've been in this for a while now. But as we do, I want to take a moment to stitch some things together. I think it's hard at some point when you've heard a lot of teaching to keep it all straight, right? Charts, slides, and the like, they help. So let's start with one we ended with last week, and this one we're going to work with here for just a moment. I use this chart simply to illustrate the major topics that we've been looking at in the mid-trib period and which chapters they come out of. And in the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks or so, we've been in 11 and 12 and 13. And in these chapters, we've seen a variety of things. And we're about to see more tonight with the final chapter of mid-trib. But before we look at the final chapter and put it on top there, the capstone, let's go back into these first three. And I want to explore them with you in a little more detail. So the trigger for all of the mid-tribulation events that we've studied in these chapters, I would argue, has been Satan's casting down from heaven. That, in other words, what was the first thing that happened to move us from the first half of tribulation into the events of mid-trib? And I would argue it's when Satan was cast down. So Satan being cast down from heaven, having lost that war with Michael, that gave him an understanding that his time was short. And from there, I think he was a catalyst for everything else that followed. So Satan loses the war with Michael. He's bound to the earth at that point. And so his first response is to start lashing out. So he attacks the saints. He attacks the Jewish people. And of course, that requires then that the Lord take the remnant of Israel and put them in Bozrah. And that causes Satan to redirect. And from there, he seeks a new strategy. And he begins to orchestrate the death and the resurrection of one man, the Antichrist. He has him killed by those three kings in Jerusalem. And then he just as quickly resurrects him so that he can now indwell him and put him to work in the plan that he has to rule the world. After the resurrection of the Antichrist, the world is stunned. They celebrate him as a savior. And what does the Antichrist do now indwelt by Satan? His first act is to kill the three kings and to kill the two witnesses who stand in his way in Jerusalem. And then he walks into the temple and he declares himself to be God and that there is now no one else to be worshipped. Eventually, he must leave the city. He completes his conquest of the world over a period of time,
and begins to persecute the saints. Now, before he goes from the city of Jerusalem, Satan raises up a second man who will be a false prophet. And when he's in the presence of the Antichrist, because he has to be in the presence of Satan to have his power, he possesses great power. And he tells the world to worship the Antichrist. And he sets up an image of the Antichrist in the temple so that when the Antichrist eventually does leave Jerusalem, as he will here shortly, there's still something left behind for everyone to focus their worship on. And then he institutes a new religious order for the world that says you have to take a mark of the beast. If you don't, you can't buy and sell. And if you refuse the mark, then you're executed. All right, so that's what we just studied in a nutshell. And it all lays out, I think, in a bit of cause and effect when you put it in that sequence. And of course, I might be wrong on any one of those little details, but in terms of the order of things or the relative timing of things, but they all happen. We've studied that. And I think you can see the cause and effect in most cases. All of that happens in a relatively brief period of time. Whether it's a few days, a few weeks at most, it's not a very long time. It's centered on the midpoint of tribulation, as we've been watching. But obviously, in some cases, it takes more than a moment for these things to play out. Now, at this stage, we have one more chapter within the book of Revelation that is tied to the mid-trib. Now, I've been telling you all along that each of these chapters we know is part of mid-trib because they have that one marker somewhere in them that says it's either 3.5 years or it's, in either time times half a time, 42 months, 1,260 days, etc. Well, chapter 14 breaks that pattern. I wish it hadn't because it would make my teaching sound so much smarter, but it's a mid-trib chapter. You understand that from what it says, but it doesn't have a time marker in it, except indirectly. It makes a comment or two that references Daniel, and Daniel makes the time marker. So I'm still putting it in mid-trib because I believe that's where it goes. And then 15, as we leave, will complete this segue out of the main events and put us back into the judgments. All right, so let's set the scene for chapter 14. I want to do that with a brief transition out of the events of 13 last week. Remember last week, you have the false prophet now requiring all humanity to worship the Antichrist, to take a mark on their bodies. If they do not worship the image or take the mark, then they're going to be killed, and they can't buy or sell in the meantime. So the false prophet's requirements put all of humanity between a rock and a hard place. That is, on the one hand, refuse the mark and die. And on the other hand, take the mark, but then you're forever excluded from the possibility of receiving salvation. So that's the dilemma now. That's the dichotomy. So back at the end of chapter 13, verse 8, we read that all who dwell on the earth will worship him, the Antichrist, everyone whose name has not been written from the foundation of the world in the book of life of the Lamb who has been slain. So everyone in the world, beginning at mid-trib, has to make a public declaration for or against the Antichrist. And to make a declaration for or against is simply to take the mark or not. There is no room for undecideds. There are no more agnostics. You pick one. The world is going to be polarized into just these camps. And within the overall population of the world, those who take the mark and don't, there is a couple of further divisions. You can actually divide up what we know will be on the earth at that point into 5 groups. I'm going to put all unbelievers in their own category for a moment. That is to say, let me say it differently. All who take the mark is what I meant. All who take the mark kind of sit over here on the side. No longer are they going to receive, or can they receive salvation? Their future is now set. But of those who have not taken the mark, there are 4 groups. We looked at this a little bit last week. So let's start with the one that we know the most about. That is, of those who choose not to worship the beast, you will have both Jew and Gentile, starting with the believing remnant of Israel, the Jews who have been ushered into the wilderness by God to protect them in Bozrah, right? We remember that group. So they're under protection. And then you have, secondly, a believing remnant of Gentiles, not a believing remnant, but believing Gentiles. Believing Gentiles are not in Bozrah. They're not being protected. They're not the woman who flees in the desert. And so as a result, they're going to experience persecution. Most of them are going to be martyred. There will be some left at the very end of tribulation who survive. We'll see that later. And then thirdly, there will be unbelievers who are Jewish, and as a result, holding to their orthodoxy, do not take the mark. They still believe in Yahweh, the God of Israel, and they will not bow their knee to any other God.
They too will be persecuted, and many of them will die, but as well, some of them will survive until the very end of tribulation. But there is one more distinct group. I mentioned this last week. And this fourth group never takes the mark of the beast, so they too will be persecuted. But unlike the earlier two groups I mentioned, believing Gentiles and, actually all three groups, unlike all three of these, none of this fourth group will live to the end of tribulation. In fact, none of them live past mid-trib. And that fourth group are the 144,000 Jews of Revelation chapter 7. They all die by mid-trib. And we see that in our study tonight. Chapter 14, verse 1. Then I looked, and behold, the Lamb was standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his name and the name of his Father written on their foreheads. All right, we're going to stop there. That's the opening scene, and that gets us started with a conversation about these 144,000. John's vision transitions out of what he had been seeing earlier in chapter 13 to that now of the Lamb standing on Mount Zion. Now, we know from earlier chapters in Revelation what the Lamb of God is, and even if you hadn't read the book of Revelation, you would know the answer to that question. We saw Jesus earlier described this way. So we know this is Jesus, and now we're told he's standing on Mount Zion. Now, today in Jerusalem, there is a mount called Mount Zion. It is directly south of Mount Moriah, which is the mount we commonly call the Temple Mount. So the Temple Mount and Mount Moriah, they're part of the same little rise or range of hills in Jerusalem, but they're different peaks. Mount Zion is just the southerly peak, slightly lower in altitude or in height than Mount Moriah, which is slightly higher and to the north. And Mount Moriah is where Herod built the temple. Mount Zion sits slightly south. Now, in Herod's day, Mount Zion was actually a part of the Temple Mount. After that was destroyed and then later was rebuilt by the Ottomans didn't extend the southern wall as far south as Herod had. So they actually made a smaller enclosure to the north. So today, when you're in Jerusalem, you see the southern end of the wall cut between Mount Moriah and Mount Zion, rather than encompassing both of them as it was originally the case with Herod. So today, as you stare over at the Mount Zion, you see there's a Catholic church on top and some other buildings, and it's just like that today. That's Mount Zion. So if you hear John saying that he sees Jesus on Mount Zion, well, at first you might wonder, does that mean he's now come back to earth and he's standing in Jerusalem? But there are problems with that view, beginning with what we see here in the rest of this chapter. Now think about this. The last time you saw the Lamb standing anywhere, it was in chapter 8 when he was still in the throne room of God breaking the seventh seal. Now at that time, we know he was in heaven. That was part of the same scene that began in chapter 4. And then if you fast forward from here, the next time you see Jesus being described as taking part in any action at all, he's in heaven, in the throne room still, preparing to return to the earth in chapter 19. So logically, if before this scene he's in heaven, and after this scene he's in heaven and hasn't returned for his second coming yet at that point, well, it makes no sense to assume that somewhere in the middle he just slips out the window and goes down to earth for a little while, on the side. No, this is not Jesus returning to earth. It would be an interruption of the scene, and it would actually be contradictory to what chapter 19 tells us about his second coming. So logically, we would expect the Lamb to have remained in heaven this whole time. So what is it that it means? What do we take from the text then when it says that he's standing on Mount Zion at mid-trib? Not at the end where we expect to see him, but still in the middle of the 7 years. Well, before we answer that question, just take another look at what the scene shows you. You have 144,000 there standing with Jesus, having the name of the Father written on their foreheads. Now, that group is also equally obvious. It's the ones that we saw mentioned back in chapter 7, where they were sealed on their forehead with this name and commissioned by God to be evangelists. They went out as a result of that, and they brought an uncountable multitude to faith back in chapter 7, which we now understand was the work of these men for the first 3.5 years of the time of tribulation. Now, since that chapter, we haven't heard anything about these guys. We know the effect of their work, but they haven't been mentioned. Now you get into the mid-trib chapters, chapter 14, and here you see them again. Now they're standing with Jesus on Mount Zion. Back to the question then, are we to say that Jesus and these 144,000 are standing on the literal Mount Zion that we're looking at on that photo? No, because if that were so, it would mean that they're on earth with Jesus standing on earth, and as such, it would defy the timeline of Daniel, which says that the rock doesn't come to destroy the statue and set up the kingdom until the end. And when he comes, he puts an end to all other kingdoms. Well, if he's standing on Mount Zion, then the Antichrist wouldn't be alive. But it's quite the contrary. The Antichrist is just getting going. So this cannot be a scene on earth. Where is it then? Well, if we just move a little further in the text, it becomes pretty clear. Verse 2. And I heard a voice from heaven like the sound of many waters and like the sound of loud thunder. And the voice which I heard was like the sound of harpists playing on their harps. And they sang a new song before the throne and before the four living creatures and the elders. And no one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been purchased from the earth. These are the ones who had not been defiled with women, for they have kept themselves chaste. These are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. They have been purchased from among men as first fruits to God and to the Lamb. And no lie was found in their mouth. They are blameless. All right, so as John sees Jesus and the 144,000, in that same scene, he hears a voice from the throne room, a voice that's not really a voice, it's like a loud thundering sound. In fact, he says it also sounds like a bunch of harpists playing. I think if a bunch of harpists playing sounds like thunder, they're not doing it right. But whatever. He comes from the throne, which would indicate this is the voice of God. So John says the 144,000 then begin singing before the throne of God in response to this voice of God coming from the center of the throne. And they are singing before the throne of God, before the creatures of the throne, before the elders. And they are the only ones singing because they're the only ones who know this song. It's something unique for them. So look, if you got 144,000 men singing a song and they're the only ones singing and it's before the throne room of God, it's not hard to understand where they are right now. They're in the throne room of God, which makes sense because that's where the Lamb has been this whole time as well. And they're with him. So then we just flip the question around. Well, we know they're in heaven, but why did he say Mount Zion then? Well, because Mount Zion is a common term in the Bible for the kingdom of Israel in glory. It's a general way. Zionism or Zionists are people who are trying to bring about a Jewish kingdom on earth, to bring to fruition or fulfillment the promises that say one day Israel will be the chief nation and rule above all other nations. Now, many Zionists are trying to do it in purely human terms, in a political sense. And as such, they're hated by those who oppose an ascendant Israel, like Arabs, for one thing. But in biblical terms, it's a reference to the kingdom, when Jesus sets up a kingdom. And that's not a political issue, that's a spiritual issue. It will come, and no one on earth will stop it when the day comes. But in the meantime, as we await Mount Zion's arrival on earth in that sense, then what does Mount Zion mean today? In other words, what is its current form? Well, the New Testament says there is a Mount Zion in heaven. And we see that in Hebrews 12:22, for example, and as well in Romans, let me back up, and again in Romans 11. The writer of Hebrews says, "But you have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to myriads of angels." That is to say, you can imagine that what is in heaven now will eventually be revealed on earth. That is, the glory of God in the temple will be a glory of God in his temple in the kingdom. And Jesus standing by the throne will be Jesus on earth. And the glory of saints resurrected and living sinlessly forever, as it will be at first in heaven, will make its way to earth in the kingdom. And Paul says Jesus comes from that very place when he comes to return to earth. Romans 11:6. So all Israel will be saved, just as is written, the deliverer will come not to Zion, from Zion, and he will remove ungodliness from Jacob. So you need to put Zion, the word Zion, in a context, however you hear it. Today, if it's said in simple terms, I'm going to go meet you at Mount Zion, it's the hill, all right? If someone says, I am a Zionist, they're saying, I want to create a politically ascendant Israel that rules its neighbors. And if you hear the Bible saying a Mount Zion before it actually arrives on earth, it's speaking of something in heaven. So where is Jesus? In heaven. Where are the 144,000? In heaven. Where's Mount Zion? In heaven. At this point in history. It all fits. So this chapter is opening with a scene of 144,000 The men we saw in chapter 7, in heaven. What does it mean if you're in heaven? You're dead. Your body is, anyway. You have died. And they are said to be dead because we saw in the text they have been purchased from the earth, and purchased in this context. That is, when you're speaking about someone having died and you call it being purchased from the earth, you're talking about someone who's been redeemed by the blood of Christ, purchased, redeemed. And in that sense, they're in heaven because the redemption of Jesus put them in heaven, as in instead of hell. So they've been purchased from the earth. They've been saved and brought to heaven. Those are the same things. Okay? Back in chapter 5, we actually heard something very similar. In 5:9, this is in the throne room. Remember chapters 4 and 5 are that continuous scene in the throne room. It's the scene that shows us that the rapture's happened. It lies between the times that are, the church, and the start of the judgments in chapter 6. In between those two, you see that two-chapter scene of Jesus and the Father and the Spirit in the heavenly throne room. And in that moment, there was a song sung before the throne by the elders, and verse 9 says, "And they sang a new song, saying, Worthy are you to take the book and to break its seals, for you were slain, and you purchased for God with your blood men from every tribe, tongue, nation, people and nation." Same idea, that Jesus has brought to himself in heaven these people.
Okay, so I am going to call it there for tonight. That was session 46. Yes, so we will pick up again. I may be on tomorrow afternoon, but maybe not. Our regular prophecy study night is Tuesday at 8 p.m., so I will be on then, and we'll be jumping ahead from this. But after that, I will go on several times a week to get us caught the rest of the way back up. But I hope you guys have a wonderful night. God bless. Okay. Let's see. One of them is live. The other one so far doesn't have a picture. There it is. I see some people here already. How are you guys doing today? We're going to be starting at 47 today. If anybody has any prayer requests, please don't hesitate to ask in the comments, or questions, or anything you want to talk about. And without further ado, here we go.
All right? So, in verse 4 we have, or in verses 1 through 3, we find this news out that in chapter 14, guess what? At mid-trib, all the 144,000 are dead. Now, that's a good thing for them, obviously. They're in heaven. And in verse 4, we're given the reason for their death. Actually, let me go back to verse 4 so you can see it. They were the first fruits for God. Now, what does that mean? Well, the concept of first fruits is found throughout Scripture, and the concept's actually pretty simple. During a reaping of produce in the field, the best fruit is typically the fruit you're going to harvest first. You've ever heard the phrase low-hanging fruit? Why is it low-hanging? Because it's big, it's heavy, it's ripe, it's ready. And it's not just that it's reachable. The fact that it's reachable is a consequence of its desirability. And so you take the best stuff first. Why would you leave it on the tree? It'll just rot. So the most ripe, best fruit comes down first. And in the law, the Lord called for Israel to give to the Lord an offering of first fruits. That is, the Lord deserves the first and the best in everything, including in the bounty of the land. And then when you think about it, he's the one giving the produce in the first place. You're just kind of giving it back to him to acknowledge that he provided it. And so the concept of first fruits is this, taking it out of an agrarian context and just generalizing it for a minute. The concept of first fruits is the best goes first. The best goes first. That's what it means. And
the best goes to the Lord. The best belongs to the Lord. All right, the best goes first, the best goes to the Lord. And so in verse 4, we're told that these men are such. They are the ones who follow Jesus everywhere. They are in heaven, so we know that obviously they've died. They have died before the second half of tribulation, because we're still at mid-trib, which tells us they are the first martyrs. They are the best martyrs. They are for Jesus. They're his martyrs, so to speak. They aren't necessarily the very first people to die. I'm not saying that if you took all of humanity who has died up to this point, the first 144,000 that died are these men. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is they're the first group of any distinction to enter complete into heaven. They're the first finished group of martyrs, and they do it all in the first half of tribulation. So what made this privileged group the best and the first? Well, number one, they were the first to receive faith after the rapture. These were they brought faith back to earth. That is, by God's appointing, they were the first to believe on earth among a world of unbelievers. They were the first to spread the gospel. They were set apart from earthly pleasures like marriage so they could be dedicated to serving Jesus. They were single-minded in their task. In verse 5, we're told they never lie, which is a pretty powerful testimony for anyone, frankly. And now I'm not saying they were sinless, but it appears they lived on a level of like Paul or the other apostles. I mean, they had a sanctified lifestyle in a difficult time of life. So simply put, they were models of obedience and service, and they were the first to bring about a revival, if you will, to the earth. And then as an additional measure of grace for them, the Lord allowed them to be the first martyrs, and as such, they are removed from the earth before the Great Tribulation, before the second half of tribulation starts, which is worse than the first half. So, although I suspect they were probably being killed throughout the first half, maybe at different points along the way, that probably reaches a crescendo once you get to the point of people having to take a mark. I'm sure we know these men did not take the mark, obviously. So at that point, they're probably quickly killed at the very end of the first half of tribulation. And now that all have been martyred, they're standing with Jesus in the heavenly Mount Zion, awaiting the end of tribulation. So a question arises at this point, especially if you remember chapter 7. If the 144,000 were sealed in chapter 7, you remember that? Then how is it they're being killed if they were sealed? Wouldn't that sealing have protected them? Wasn't that the whole point of the sealing? Back in chapter, let's see, where am I going here? Chapter 7. Here we go. Verse 2. It says, I saw another angel ascending from the rising of the sun, having the seal of the living God, and he cried out with a loud voice to the four angels, to whom it was granted to harm the earth and the sea, saying, do not harm the earth or the sea or the trees until we have sealed the bondservants of our God on their foreheads. And what we said back then was that sealing, based in the context there, would indicate a supernatural prevention of harm from the disasters that were coming. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense, right? Save a bunch of guys, and then immediately all hell breaks loose on earth, and they all die, and there goes your evangelistic plan, right? It wouldn't have made sense for God to let that happen. So he is protecting them. Now, if you also remember, I told you from what we read in Revelation 6:6, when God said, as he's breaking the seals, he said, do not harm the oil and the wine. You remember I told you back then, those are classic pictures in Scripture of Israel. Olive oil, grapes for wine. And as such, it's a bit of a coded message. It wasn't intended to be as easy to understand to the plain eye. It was meant to be a coded message to someone who understands the depths of Scripture, to make clear that Israel, the land of Israel, will be excluded from the natural disasters of the first half of tribulation. It will be a safe harbor for the people of Israel while the rest of the world's being torn asunder. And what we're learning then is the 144,000 were sealed individually, while Israel itself was protected geographically, so that if the 144,000 had to venture outside the land of Israel, they would maintain their personal protection wherever they went. But Jews who stayed in Israel were protected in the land. Much like what God did to Goshen in the time of the Egyptian plagues, where Goshen was kept from experiencing the plagues during that period. All right, so now, though, the time has come for them to be martyred. And so by logical deduction, God removes the sealing. That is, he now permits their death. It's the same analog to the two witnesses. For 3.5 years, nobody can touch them. As soon as the Lord was ready for that to end, the beast is able to kill them. It's the same thing here again. I mean, these guys were not going to live forever.
They were going to die at some point. So the whole point is to make a use of them to a point and then to see the end of them when it's ready, when God is ready. What would it say to us then that God is ready for 144,000 evangelists, the chief evangelists of earth for that matter? What does it say to us that he's ready for them to die? What it tells us plainly is that the time for evangelism has come to an end. That it's a highly symbolic move. It's telegraphing God's intent. If these guys all die, it must mean he's done with that phase. He's done with that work. Remember back in chapter 13, we read this. If anyone is destined for captivity, to captivity he goes. If anyone kills with the sword he must be killed. Here's the perseverance and the faith of the saints. That is, God has purposed to allow believers to experience, among other things, martyrdom. And the first fruits of that martyrdom will be the 144,000. And by their example, and you see this now from front to back, by their example of faith, they became evangelists for the rest of the world. By their example of martyrdom, that is, going to death in faith, going to death in perseverance, they set the example now for the second half of tribulation. They set the example for the first half by coming to faith. They set the example for the second half by dying a good death and not trading their faith, recanting as it might happen for some out of fear. Back in chapter 12, we were told that the mid-trib period would include believers beginning to die rather than bending their knee to Satan. We studied that. Here, verse 10, this is from chapter 12, I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, now the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ have come, for the accuser of our brethren has been thrown down, he who accuses them before our God day and night. And they overcame him because of the blood of the Lamb and because of the word of their testimony, and they did not love their life even when they faced death. That will be the new reality. So the martyring of 144,000 is one of several signs we've seen and we'll see again that tell us that the opportunity to be saved by the grace of God has come to an end on earth. You are a believer at this point, or you are not. The ones who are believing will be martyred, most of them. The ones who are not believing will take the mark and never have an opportunity to believe. There are only some very small exceptions to that, which we will cover later. So the undecided column is quickly dropping to 0 at mid-trib. So who is left to save at this point? That is to say, if you believe, for argument's sake, that evangelism hasn't ended, as I'm telling you that it does, well, all right, play that out for a minute. Who's getting saved at this point? Who is being evangelized and who is doing the evangelism? The saved at this point who believe are now being persecuted mercilessly, and many of them are dying. And to make yourself known as someone who has not taken the mark is to basically put a bullseye on your back, more so than it has ever been true on earth before. And who are you trying to reach even if you are going out? Everyone who does not believe at that point has been told take the mark or die. How many of them do you think are still floating around yet to take the mark? I'm not talking among those who have a strong religious opinion like Orthodox Jews. I'm saying put aside those. I'm talking about among those who have no dog in the fight. Why would they not be taking the mark? I mean, you might imagine that a few don't, but I'm telling you that's a pretty slim imagination because at this point it's die or take the mark, and they think the Antichrist is God. Why wouldn't they take his mark? So just playing it out, there's really no one to be evangelized at this point who isn't already staking their claim to God in some other form, that isn't already evangelized. The only exception would be the Orthodox Jews. Meanwhile, the Lord isn't done with evangelism. That is to say, he was done with human evangelism. But the Lord offers one final opportunity for the world in Revelation 14:6. It says, I saw another angel flying in mid-heaven, having an eternal gospel to preach to those who live on the earth, and to every nation and tribe and tongue and people. And he said with a loud voice, fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come. Worship him who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and the springs of waters. All right, so John sees another angel. He's flying in mid-heaven. Now remember, mid-heaven is simply the biblical way of saying the atmosphere, the actual sky. And the last time you saw an angel flying in mid-heaven was when we saw the angel announcing to the world that the 3 woe judgments were about to start. And here you have another heavenly declaration. This time he's preaching an eternal gospel to the world, John says. He calls it an eternal gospel because it's the very same message that has always been preached. There has only ever been one way to be saved. There has only ever been one plan of salvation. There has only ever been one message, one gospel, period. Now, the details of that message have expanded over time as God has revealed more of it to people, right? So it got more specific over time. But the thrust of the message never changed. The basic message itself was there from the very beginning, from Adam and woman in the garden to Noah, to Abraham, to Moses, to Samuel, to David, to the apostles, from Abel to Zechariah. They all had the same message in varying portions and ways, as the writer of Hebrews says. And that message has always been summed up as the righteous will live by faith. And here you have an angel delivering it one last time to the world of this age. And in this case, he declares that the window's closing, salvation train is leaving the station, time's running out, the hour of judgment has come. And when you see the word hour used in a context like this, it just means a very short time. It's not literally 60 minutes. It just means the time of salvation is very short now. So don't fear the Antichrist. Don't fear physical death. Fear the Lord and trust him who made all things. And then that angelic declaration, having now been given, is the final presentation of the gospel to the entire world by anyone prior to Christ's coming. This is it. And it's further proof that there is no longer any human evangelism taking place. Why? Because once God has made a pronouncement, you notice, to every tribe, nation, and tongue, it says in the text, no one was excluded from this. And it came from the mouth of an angel directly. There's a principle in Scripture that typically, or I would say generally, God does not allow a lesser messenger to find success with a message when a greater messenger has previously failed at that same effort. So when Jesus delivers the gospel to someone in their hearing, then that person will not be able to receive the gospel from an apostle later. And when an apostle sends the gospel to somebody, typically you will not see that same person receive it from a lesser messenger later. Now, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions, but what I am saying is that's a general principle, because it dishonors the greater for the sake of the lesser. And in this case, you now have God speaking through an angelic messenger to literally every human being of the gospel. What more do you want? And at this point, it's the capstone. It's really the punctuation mark on the whole of God's effort in this period. And that's why the angel says the hour is short. This is it. Take it or leave it. And then to make sure and by the way, this is a fulfillment of something you've read elsewhere in the Gospels. And sometimes this passage I'm about to show you is sometimes misinterpreted to suggest that we today have an obligation to reach every human being, and if we don't, reach everyone with the sound of the gospel, the hearing of the gospel, Jesus can't come back. And have you ever heard this? From Matthew 24? When Jesus says, speaking of the end times, he says, lawlessness is increased, most people's love will grow cold, but the one who endures to the end, he will be saved. This gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all the nations, and then the end will come. And some who just don't understand the context properly have come to believe that means that if we aren't sending missionaries to every last corner of the earth, which, by the way, is a perfectly fine thing to do, but they see it as a necessity before Jesus can come back. And every time some new baby is born in some deep, dark, unreached care part of the world, we set Jesus' plan back by another day. And I realize that's not how they would literally say it, but that's the implication. Well, now you understand how Jesus intends to see this fulfilled. Remember, God doesn't need our help. He uses us. That's to our own benefit. That's to our blessing that we're involved in his work. But he doesn't need us. So how is he going to preach to the whole world? Well, he'll certainly use humanity to reach people, and that's self-evident. But when the time comes to finally check that box, he doesn't waste time waiting for us to get around to it. He puts an angel in the sky, says it loud enough everyone can hear it, box checked. The whole gospel is preached, and then the end will come. which is in keeping with the timing here. It also reminds us, by the way, that evangelism never has been nor ever will be dependent on human beings. This one passage, I would argue, forever negates and renders irrelevant any question or objection that you can raise about how God might save somebody that you might imagine somewhere else on the planet. That is, you ever had that conversation about, what about the natives in the jungle who've never heard of Jesus? This statement negates and makes irrelevant that concern. It simply demonstrates that if God wants to reach someone, he has ample ability to do so. That is, there will never be a time at any time in the future of the universe or eternity when we sit around saying, oh, it's a shame we didn't talk to so-and-so, otherwise they'd be here right now, or it's a shame that God didn't get to that planet, part of the planet, or we would have missed those people. No. Paul was reached without anyone talking to him. Other people have been reached without any human being talking to them. Angels can preach from heaven when the time comes. God can wash a bottle up on the shores when he wants to. He can drop a book from an airplane when he wants to. He can do anything he wants to, and he can when he's ready. No one will be unreached simply because they were too far from New York City or some other civilized, semi-civilized place. All right, anyway. When these people... by the way, I would also say this. I say this all the time. If you're the kind of person who throws that out a lot or has tended to do that, what about all these people that God hasn't talked to yet? They're on the other side of the planet. Well, if that's on your mind, maybe that's a sign you're supposed to be part of that solution. Get in the boat and go over there. I mean, I'm not saying that facetiously. I'm saying if that's that heavy on your heart, maybe that's a sign. You need to go talk to some people. All right, back to the text, verse 8. Another angel, a second one, followed, saying, Fallen, fallen is Babylon the Great, she who has made all the nations drink of the wine of the passion of her immorality. Then another angel, a third one, followed, saying with a loud voice, If anyone worships the beast and his image and receives a mark on his forehead or on his hand, he also will drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is mixed in full strength in the cup of his anger, and he will be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever. They have no rest, day and night, those who worship the beast and his image, and whoever receives the mark of his name. All right, so we thought it was pretty cool that he gives us an angel telling us about the gospel. Well, he didn't stop there. He says to the earth through a second angel that if, and speaking about the enemy and about his kingdom on earth, he says, Fallen, fallen is Babylon. Now, this is the first mention of the city name, Babylon, in the text of Revelation. As you've already seen with some other topics, when the topic really matters, it tends to get a lot of focus for a period of time, and it will come in pieces over a series of chapters, like the beast, as we've seen already, or other key issues like the 144,000. Well, Babylon is another of these major topics that will get a lot of attention through multiple chapters of the book. This is the first mention of it. It's very brief in passing. It really comes to bear in chapters 17 and 18. So when we get into that part, we'll really deal with what it means to be Babylon and all that comes with it. For now, we're just going to set it aside. But it's a reference to the Antichrist kingdom. I can tell you that much, at least for now. And so he says, the second angel says, Fallen is Babylon the Great. You might see it mid-trib, this ascendant Antichrist, this growing power and savior to the world, but you need to know he's as good as fallen. He won't survive. That's a sign to the world. Don't bet on him. You'll be betting on the wrong horse. And then a third angel. And the third angel says, if you bet on that horse, that is, if you take the mark of the beast, you're going to be part of the crowd tormented forever. There is no second chance for anyone with the mark of the beast because, frankly, there's no source of truth after this moment. That is, even if you were to say, well, you can take the mark and then erase it later, but who's going to make them want to do that? There's no source of truth on earth anymore. There's no one preaching the gospel. There's no church on the corner anymore. There's no movement of people toward the truth. It's done. So God himself, having preached by means of an angel, there are no longer any human messengers being used. No more evangelism. So the fate of every person on earth is sealed at mid-trib. That is with only a few exceptions, which I keep saying we'll cover. Moreover, for those who take the mark and put themselves out of reach in that sense, they join anyone else who dies without faith, as throughout history. I mean, everyone from Cain onward who has died without any redemption, they all exist in the same state. That is punishment that is eternal and terrible. And in verse 10, we have one of the most detailed descriptions of it. actually, in the whole Bible. The specific judgment is said to be of burning and suffering in torment. Those who die absent faith are suffering the wrath of God, it says, for their sin, in intense heat, day and night, without rest. And some start to, feel nervous and uncomfortable at this point when you hear this, because you wonder, well, even someone who does the worst things should be able to pay that debt off after a while. I mean, why is it forever? That seems like it's not fitting the crime in their sin. Well, you've missed the point of it then. Because suffering without end is because they are forever in a sinful state. They suffer not as a result of what they did, but as a result of who they are. They're not being born again, so they're not going to change. So they're still in a state of sin. That means every moment of every day, they're still sinning. They're just sinning there instead of here. So the sin never ends, so the state of suffering never ends. There's no return from that. That's the problem.
Hello. Hey, Heidi. No, that doesn't line up with Scripture at all. Revelation doesn't say that it happens at the Antichrist's birth. And in fact, it doesn't even mention his birth. What it does say, though, is the Antichrist will be revealed when he confirms a covenant with many and exalts himself in the temple. And, that the rapture, as we know, is imminent, could happen any time. Yeah, it definitely, that isn't biblical. Hello, Matt. How are you doing today? What sounds like Elon? I'm going to get the next one going. That was session 47, so we'll be carrying on to 48. Oh. I thought that was kind of silly. But then I thought, maybe. But actually, I don't think he would have ever. There's been interviews where he's kind of alluded to Christianity being right or true or whatever. So, and the Antichrist will never do any of that. So I'm not sure. But I don't think it's Elon. And for anybody who's confused, I have 2 live streams going, and I am responding to one in one of them.
So they suffer in the presence, it says, of the angels and the Lamb of God, which is a bit of a provocative thought. I don't know exactly how that works out, but I think it has something to do with where the location is relative in the kingdom. There's references in the Old Testament texts of Isaiah and Ezekiel, among others, that the place of the pit, the entrance to it, is visible during the kingdom, and smoke comes up from that pit the whole time, such that we could go see it in the kingdom. And that pit, endless smoke coming up in the kingdom, is going to be visible in the time that we live there. It's actually going to be located in present-day southern Jordan. Anyway, in recent time, you might know it's become fashionable to proclaim that there is no hell. Those who might tell you they know something of the Bible, or that a loving God wouldn't punish people like this, or that God gives us a second chance after death, or that we just don't exist after we die, anything at all to negate this reality. And this is one of the clearest passages you can take them to, that it is burning forever, doesn't end, day and night. It's not a cessation of existence. It doesn't have any time limit on it. And while I might be willing, I guess, to empathize with someone who feels like this just feels too strong, too bad, too hard to imagine, the reality is Scripture is abundantly clear. The nature, the duration is there. Unbelievers face what is described here. And what's so ironic about those false teachers who would try to convince you of otherwise, about hell and whatever they might say about these things, they, in what they're doing, they are contributing to the plight of these people, because they are removing perhaps the one incentive that God himself might use in converting them to the truth. And if you want proof that this is a method of God, just look at what he's doing here. One of the statements he makes through an angel is, believe, and another statement he makes through another angel is, or go to hell. And if we're so worried about what hell must mean for somebody who's there, the right response to that is not to diminish the reality of hell. It's to incorporate that message in an appropriate way in the things we say to people who don't know Jesus. So I take it as a very clear sign that a false teacher is not saved when they say that hell doesn't exist, because they're actually working against the gospel itself at that point. They're removing the need for it. And as such, I think they've told you more about their heart than they're telling you about your future. All right, Peter says this about such people, and then we'll move on. Peter says, false prophets also arose among the people, just as there will also be false teachers among you, who will secretly introduce destructive heresies, even denying the master who bought them, bringing swift destruction upon themselves. Many will follow their sensuality, and because of them the way of the truth will be maligned, and in their greed they will exploit you with false words. Their judgment from long ago is not idle, and their destruction is not asleep. How ironic that hell's very purpose in existing is to accommodate those who tell you today that it doesn't exist. All right, back to Revelation 14, verse 12. Here is the perseverance of the saints who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus. And I heard a voice from heaven saying, right, blessed are the dead who die in the Lord from now on. Yes, says the Spirit, so they may rest from their labors, for their deeds follow with them. So in verse 12, now I want you to notice the text here for a moment. Verse 12, John says, here's the perseverance of the saints. But now notice, this verse is not a quote. And then before that you had an angel speaking in verse 11, speaking to the world. And then in verse 13, you see a voice from heaven picking up again. So in verse 12, it's not either an angel or a voice from heaven, it's John. So it's commentary by John on what is happening around him. And the commentary is, he's saying the perseverance of saints is this, that is, the way a saint will maintain their hope in the circumstances that they're facing, this difficult time that's now about to start. How do they maintain their hope? John says, here's how you maintain your hope during the last 3.5 years. You do that by dying. That is, by understanding that dying is a blessing at this point in history. That's your hope. So that those who die in the Lord will have been released from living in a horrific, sinful world in which everyone wants to kill them. And they will have rested beyond that from the burden of trying to escape the enemy. And think about this, they're resting from surviving on meager supplies of food and water because they can't buy anything, and they're hiding. And it's miserable for whatever time they live, of dealing with sickness, of dealing with weak bodies, of whatever uncertainty lies around the corner, the fear of the next morning. All of that is gone when they die. And the hope of all believers in that day will be the rest that death brings. And I should add, by the way, that though our life here might not seem quite so bad as theirs, and certainly it isn't, in effect, that's the same for us. That is the hope. When you hear the Bible talk about the hope of the believer, modern teaching and its vapidness and biblical illiteracy tends to put its own thought into words. What does faith mean? What does hope mean? They make it what they want it to mean. But the Bible has a clear meaning in everything it says. And the hope of the Christian is not some ambiguous desire that you can make whatever you want. It's a very specific thing in the Bible. The hope of the Christian is resurrection. When the Bible talks about our hope, it's in the knowledge that the death of our body is not the end of us. That's a real hope in the face of the alternative. So what is it to have a hope of Christianity? The hope of Christianity is I get to live again forever. All right. So what is the perseverance of a saint? The perseverance of a saint is to maintain a hopeful, faithful witness when the world is making that harder and harder and harder, even at the threat of your own death. How do you persevere against that and not retreat? That is, recant or hide or do something to dishonor your witness. Well, you persevere by knowing death is not my enemy. I don't have to fear it. It's a good thing. That turns the whole thing 180 degrees. Rather than let the idea of death draw me away from a good witness, death being a blessing draws me toward a better witness because I don't mind it. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And then there's this mention of their deeds follow after them. And this actually raises a very interesting aspect to why death is a blessing for them. Now, the mention of deeds should trigger for you immediately an understanding of what that's a reference to, right? That's a reference to eternal reward. That in persevering during difficult times, you are earning treasure. And conversely, do poorly in those same circumstances and you lose opportunity for something that God may have appointed to you as a reward for your perseverance. So persevering has a reward. But here's the interesting thing. When do you get your reward? Well, not until you're in the kingdom. That is, you know of what it will be when you move into the heavenly realm, but you don't actually receive it till you get back here on earth with Jesus because it has material form. It's part of something on earth. You get it in the kingdom. So before they die, they're suffering in a world they have nothing in, and they're being persecuted. After they die, not only are they escaping the burden of it and receiving rest in those things, but they have entered into a resurrected state. When the kingdom begins, they will be resurrected, as we will be also, because we'll have already been taken from the earth at the rapture. But when you're resurrected, it means you're in your eternal form. You're done, you're finished, you're set for all eternity. And you'll be entering into a kingdom as a resurrected body, which means, among other things, you receive your reward. And on top of that, because you're resurrected and glorified, you participate in the government, which we'll talk more about. But let me just give you a flavor of this. I'm going somewhere I need to help you understand with this verse. In Revelation 20, and again, we're dropping into the middle of this, so just hold that. We'll come back to the whole context later, but just look at this one moment. John says, I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them, and I saw the souls of those who had been beheaded. Now listen, the souls of those who had been beheaded because of their testimony of Jesus and because of the word of God, and those who had not worshipped the beast or its image and not received the mark on their forehead and their hand. Which ones are we talking about? The perseverance. These are the saints who persevered into death, okay? And what was true about them, he says, they came to life and they reigned with Christ for 1,000 years. So, believers who live to the end of tribulation, who do not die, who do not receive the blessing of death during the tribulation, what happens to them? Well, they live to the end. They're believers. They will go into the kingdom, but they go in with their natural bodies, the same ones you and I have right now. They haven't died. They haven't been resurrected. They just walk right in. We'll talk more about that later. That's not the only time I'm giving you a preview of some of these things. But the consequence of that is they don't have their reward yet. And they don't rule in the government. They take a different place in society, which we'll cover. But those of us who have died prior to the kingdom, have been resurrected, are now in a state in which we participate with Jesus in the reigning of his government. The government of Jesus in the kingdom will be perfect. You can't have sinful people in the government, unlike today where it's a prerequisite. And so the believer that comes in natural and sinful can't participate in the government. They're the ones being ruled over because of their sin. It is the sinless people that have a place in the government because we can act in keeping with Jesus' requirements in perfection. So why is death a blessing? You escape the Antichrist and the terrors of that time. You receive your reward and you enter into the kingdom glorified. All the other poor suckers who live through it all and then just come in their natural bodies, they're a step behind the whole way. Now, eventually they do as well get resurrected. There's a place for everyone eventually. But the point is, it's a blessing to die during the tribulation for all of those reasons. And so to know that is perseverance because you have no reason to avoid it, everything to gain for it. And in fact, martyrdom will be the norm. Verse 14. And then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and sitting on the cloud was one like a son of man, having a golden crown on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. And another angel came out of the temple, crying out with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, put in your sickle and reap, for the hour to reap has come, because the harvest of the earth is ripe. And then he who sat on the cloud swung his sickle over the earth, and the earth was reaped. All right, I'm going to take a minute to describe these two characters, and then we'll get through it more quickly. It's not hard to see what's happening here. You have one who's on a cloud who looks like the Son of Man, has a sickle in his hand, and at the command of an angel, that one swung his sickle and reaped the earth. Now, who are these people? Well, John says the one who sits on the cloud is like a son of man, and is immediately, that phrase, being messianic in most cases, makes us think, okay, this is Christ. There are several details, though, in this scenario that undermine that conclusion. First, this man has a golden crown on his head. But
Hey, I'm going to continue playing the video, but I just want to let you know I will respond in a few minutes. I'm helping my little boy right now. I will be back.
the Greek word used here for crown is Stephanos. If you remember the differences between the Stephanos and diadem we talked about earlier in this study, but the Greek word for Stephanos is not the kind of crown that you put on a king. In fact, the next time you see Jesus described in this book, in the action of of Revelation, is in chapter 19. And look what it said about him there. His eyes are a flame of fire, and on his head are many crowns, or in this case, the Greek word diadem. Diadem is the crown of a king, not a Stephanos. So in this case, we have someone wearing a Stephanos. That doesn't fit the pattern of Jesus. He's not earned the crown. He is the king. And then secondly, the one on the cloud, this Son of Man, he takes an order from an angel. I mean, that seems very unlikely that the Lord in his glorified form would take a command from an angel. And then third, that angel gives the command, and John, when he describes that angel, notice he says, and another angel. Now, another could just mean this is another angel like the ones we've heard in earlier chapters. But in the context, I think it means the first guy was an angel also, and so is this other guy. Why he chose to describe the first one as like a son of man, maybe it's an archangel. Maybe it's a different style of angel. In any event, it becomes clear, I think, as you go through the text that they're all angels. Jesus describes a moment in chapter 24 of Matthew in which he's speaking of the last days in this time of history, and he talks about a reaping of the earth. When he says that reaping takes place, look how he says it's done. He says in Matthew 24:31, he will send forth his angels with a great trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of the sky to the other. Now, to be fair, this is a slightly different moment than the one we're looking at in Revelation 14, but I'm just making a reference here as a point. It's a pattern. God uses angels as messengers. He uses angels as reapers. Jesus himself is not the grim reaper. So it appears as though these are angels in both cases. Okay, so the angels are reaping here. And by the way, there's also a confirmation from Luke 16 now that I think about it, because in Luke 16, Jesus describing Lazarus and the rich man both dying, the believer is brought to the good place escorted by angels. So that would seem to indicate that when we die, when believers die, angels move us from this world into the heavenly realm. All right. Anyway, remember what Daniel told us would be true about this time? Looking now at the issue of reaping specifically. When Daniel spoke about the last half of tribulation, here's what he told us. He says, speaking of the Antichrist, he says, as for the 10 horns, out of this kingdom 10 kings will arise, and another will arise after them, and he will be different from the previous ones and will subdue 3 kings. Okay, we've seen all that. Verse 25, he will speak out against the Most High, and here, notice, and wear down the saints of the highest one. And he will intend to make alterations in times and law, and they, meaning the saints, will be given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. Now, this is that external reference that I'm using to tell you that this is a mid-trib chapter. Because I believe what Daniel is describing here is the same reaping that we are now seeing described in chapter 14. And Daniel says this reaping will happen for 3.5 years, which is my way of saying, or my indication that we're looking at something starting here at mid-trib for the second half. In other words, the second half of tribulation is martyrdom. Martyrdom, martyrdom, martyrdom. And what you have is the Lord, by agency of angels, collecting all of those who he says are now ripe for gathering. And the mechanism of their death is the Antichrist and his minions. But the point is, it's God in heaven saying, time to start collecting these people. And they start coming up to heaven in a mass martyrdom phase, 3.5 years of the Antichrist just wiping out believers. They've been given into his hand for a time, times, and half a time. Okay? But as the angels
go about their reaping, we get a little sign here at the end of Revelation that it's not a one-sided story or a one-sided battle. Chapter 17. And another angel came out of the temple, chapter 14, verse 17. Another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, and he also had a sharp sickle. And then another angel, the one who has a power over fire, came out from the altar. And he called with a loud voice to him who had the sharp sickle. Notice two angels, one calling to the other, just like we saw before. Again, further evidence that this is all angels, right? He calls and he says to him, put in your sharp sickle and gather the clusters from the vine of the earth because her grapes are ripe. And so the angel swung his sickle to the earth and gathered the clusters from the vine of the earth and threw them into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden outside the city, and blood came out from the winepress up to the horses' bridles for a distance of 200 miles. All right, so there's imagery here in both cases. A reaping of a harvest, which is classic biblical symbology for believers, and a reaping of vines for a winepress, which is classic symbology for wrath being poured out on unbelievers. So you have two gatherings of a sort, one first, then the other. They're both described here at mid-trib, but you need to understand that they're both a bit looking ahead. Like, this is a summary in both cases of what's going to happen in the second half of tribulation. And they come in an order. First, you're going to see the death of the believer in time passing over 3.5 years. But that's the first phase. During those 3.5 years, life for the unbeliever is pretty good. Their boss is in charge and he's having his way. Believers are the ones who have the trouble. But as it comes to the end of the 3.5 years, the roles reverse. And at the very end, you're seeing described here in symbolic terms, in poetic terms, if you will, you're hearing what God is going to eventually do at the very end. They're not happening at the same time. So this is a description of the death. Hear me on this last piece, verse 20. This is a summary description of what we will study more of in the future chapters, but it summarizes the death of the world's entire population of unbelievers in a moment at the end of tribulation. And obviously, believers have been dying all along, and maybe a few unbelievers die for other reasons, but there's a mass wiping out, a winepress of God's wrath against all who remain at the very end. And it will be a bloodbath, literally, producing a river of blood rising incredibly high, traveling impossibly far. 4.5 feet high, 200 miles long. Now, you might ask, how is that possible? Well, first, you're going to find out later, all of this happens in a narrow ravine that runs in Israel called the Kidron Valley. And the blood will run through the Kidron Valley, but we'll get back to that. But even if you did that, even if you do the math, you assume the flow is at the width of the valley and you put it at 4.5 feet high and you let it run for 200 miles. That is 62 billion cubic feet of blood. I did the math. It would require over 300 billion people to produce that much blood. There's only 8 billion on earth right now. So that means that you're not looking at a literal 200-mile long river 4.5 feet wide or 4.5 feet tall. But the numbers being so specific, it must be a literal something. It just can't be that much because it's impossible. But what could it be? Well, if you assume 4.5 feet high, a swell of blood that's the width of the Kidron Valley, which is not a small thing. It's almost 0.5 mile wide in some places. But 4.5 feet high, and imagine it more like a tsunami wave. That if the winepress of God crushes the world's population of unbelievers in an instant and releases the blood in that instant, and it just moves like a flood down the river. It flows for 200 miles. It's not 200 miles long. It moves that far because it's got so much force and so much size and momentum. But it's 4.5 feet high of a swell of blood through a valley. It still would be unbelievable, obviously. So let that scene settle in your mind and balance any concerns you might have had for what the believers experienced during the 3.5 years. To quote Paul, vengeance is mine, declares the Lord. Right? He'll take care of it in the end. All right. So as we end chapter 14, you're seeing described there at the very end the eventual fate of the unbelievers upon the return of Christ. But we got to get from mid-trib to that moment. So the specific moment happens at the end of tribulation. So this is a bit of a foreshadowing of the bowl judgments which culminate in Christ's second coming and immense bloodshed. In the meantime, this is what you have to imagine for the next 3.5 years. This is a relatively peaceful time on earth for the unbeliever. Only at the very end of tribulation does the turmoil kick up again. So let's do a quick review as we finish. We're going to do this to kind of get us out of mid-trib, because after tonight, we're in the last half of tribulation and really at the very end. Because if you're kind of expecting 3.5 more years of activity, I hate to break it to you, but we're going to end up jumping, as the book does, from the mid-trib events to the very last piece of the 3.5 of the 7 years. Because what happens in between, you just learned. Believers dying, unbelievers okay. That's 3.5 years summary right there. And then you end up at the very end where things kick up again, and that's where the book goes. But in the meantime, what do we learn? Well, obviously, we just learned another chapter on our stack here, which is that there are martyrdom of the 144,000, angels preaching, and then from that point forward, you have evangelism ending, and things just settle in. All right, now, remember this from earlier tonight, right? So from that scene, we're going to now add the last of the 144,000 die. Whatever previous ones may have died, they all finish dying before we get out of mid-trib and have entered heaven. And then the last 3.5 years look like this. All right? So you have martyrdom for believers, relative peace for unbelievers, and then we get to the very end. And you remember this from last few months ago, probably. The 7 seal judgments end with the 7th. And the 7th of the seal judgments was what? It is all of the trumpet judgments. Breaking the 7th seal is all of the trumpet judgments starting. And then the same pattern. The 7th trumpet judgment is all of the bowl judgments happening. Where we last left off before we got into mid-trib was God had done the 6 seal judgments, then the 7th one opened, and that led to the 6 trumpet judgments. And then we were told, as we got into that transition chapter, before chapter 10, we were told that there was one angel left waiting to blow his final trumpet, which is then going to lead us into the 7 bowl judgments. That's the last thing we heard. Then we got into all the mid-trib. Then we're going to come back next week, and we're going to see that 7th angel again, still cooling his heels with that trumpet, saying, when do I get to blow the trumpet? And then the trumpet is blown. And then we move into the final stages of the 7 years, which is the War of Armageddon. So we will study the War of Armageddon over the next several weeks, because it is a multi-stage war, and we'll go through every stage of it as it plays out. And the bowl judgments are pushing that war along.
Go ahead, Shiloh. You gotta talk loud. This is Shiloh, my 6-year-old, saying hello. And we just finished 48, so we will carry on to 49.
You do.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh, you want to talk about your Minecraft world, huh? Okay.
Another project kind of wrong by itself.
All right, friends, we have sorted out, for the most part anyway, the midpoint of tribulation, this middle time that we've studied now for a few weeks. And it is now ready, we're now ready to transition out of the middle, that is out of the midpoint of the 7 years, into the final months and weeks of that period of time. And let's do a quick review of where the world stands at this point, as it were, if we were there. Satan has resurrected the Antichrist. He is indwelling the man's body. And by his power, the Antichrist is now ruling the world. He is celebrated as a Messiah or a Savior of the world for having apparently stopped all of the judgments, or so it seems. And in the course of this period of time, Satan has also raised up another man called a false prophet, and he now leads the world in worshiping the Antichrist as part of a new religion, a new world religion. And he put a supernatural image in the Jewish temple, which gives everyone a chance to focus their worship there when the Antichrist isn't in the room, which is most of the time. And the world, as they worship this new God, takes a mark reflecting or representing him. They have to have this mark if they're going to buy or sell, and if they don't, they're beheaded. And for the most part, the only ones who are resisting this world movement
are those who either believe in Jesus or those who are Jewish and have remained devoted to Yahweh, and they aren't willing to bend their knee to another god. Among those groups, there is a subset of them, Jewish believers in Petra. The rest are being persecuted wherever they exist in the world, especially in Jerusalem. Many are martyred, and if they are, they enter heaven, which is a blessing because they rest from the trials and they're prepared to enter into the kingdom in a resurrected form. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, they're enjoying a kind of uneasy peace right now. For the better part of the second half of tribulation, things seem to be going their way. There isn't any terrible calamities, at least at first. The world is under the rule of an Antichrist who seems to have everything under his authority. And the seal judgments, the trumpet judgments have kind of come and gone for the most part. There's still one remaining, but now in the second half of the tribulation period, we're just in a lull. And the next act in this drama is the release of the bowl judgments, which themselves collectively are the seventh trumpet. So we're waiting for that last trumpet to blow, the seven bowls to be poured out. So as we sit here at this point, having finished the mid-trib period, ready to move into the last half of tribulation, we've got the martyrdom of believers as a continuous truth through this time. And we have relative peace for unbelievers as they go through this second half waiting for the end. And the Bible does not speak about that period very much. I mean, there's really nothing to talk about. We've already got the big picture. There's no meaningful event otherwise in that period. The next big event, the biggest event really, is we're waiting for Christ's second coming. And he ends the age, he ends the 7 years, as we know from Daniel. And then right before that, and how far ahead of it is a little unclear, but weeks maybe, days, weeks, not very long, the bowl judgments begin. And as the bowl judgments happen, they bring the world to the end with Christ. And that's what we're about to go study. So in the book of Revelation, the storyline, the narrative, jumps effectively from mid-trib to that very last part of the second half. Because as I said, there's nothing really going on between them. That is nothing we don't already know. So we're now moving to chapter 15. Chapter 15, like chapter 11 was at the other end of the mid-trib period, it's a transition. It moves us out of the mid-trib discussion and back into the flow of the judgments. And so we start there in chapter 15. Let's go up, guys. Sorry if you can hit play again, my fault. Let's go to chapter 15. We'll go to verse 1. And I'm going to have to back up here or forward back to where I was. And you can get to see that again because it was kind of cool. 15:1. It says, "Then I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous. 7 angels who had 7 plagues, which are the last, because in them the wrath of God is finished." So John in heaven gets directed once more to witness something. It's called a sign, a symbol. And in fact, all of chapter 15 is a sign. The sign begins with 7 angels holding 7 bowls. John says that these are the last. What he means, of course, is these are the last judgments of tribulation. But more than that, these are the last of God's judgments as required under the Old Covenant. Do you remember under the teaching we did already that the period of tribulation itself, the whole 7 years of it, is a consequence of the terms of the Old Covenant that was established between the Lord and Israel. So that all that's happening in these 7 years are appointed for Israel in keeping with the terms of the Old Covenant. That's what Daniel was told. Remember when Daniel was told about this period of the age of the Gentiles and of the 70 periods of 7 years that would be designated for Israel's judgment. When he was told about all of that, he was told that this period had been decreed for your people, for Israel, and for your city, Jerusalem, to finish the transgression, to make an end of sin, to finish the transgression, of course, refers to their transgressing the Old Covenant. So we're going to put an end to their transgression of the Old Covenant. We're going to make an end of their sin. They won't have sin anymore. We're going to make an atonement for the iniquity that they demonstrated. And it will usher in everlasting righteousness, seal up vision and prophecy, and then anoint a new temple, the most holy place. All of these are the outcomes of this period of time called the age of the Gentiles. Well, until the period is over, that is, until the 70th 7 has played out, these can't come to pass. These are the result of 77s, and we've gone through 69 of them. Now we're in the middle of the final one, the 70th of it. When it's all said and done, this will have been accomplished. So in that sense, this is the wrath of God being finished for the sake of Israel and for the sake of the covenant. So God is obligated to pour out wrath on Israel because of the terms of the covenant, and he has to complete that wrath through these 7 judgments. Now, these 7 judgments are not directed at the believer. And we've studied this already, but this is not a series of judgments. This is one of the reasons why we know that the removal of the church from the earth doesn't wait until some moment during the 7 years, because if that were to happen, it's directly contradictory to the whole purpose of the 7 years. The 7 years are not appointed to the church, they're appointed to Israel and to unbelieving Israel, which is why we've already seen the believing remnant be set aside in Bozrah for a period of time, so they're protected. This is, again, in keeping with the principle. These judgments are not for the believer. They're for the unbeliever. So unbelieving Jews and the rest of the world are experiencing this, but the good effect of it, the purpose of it, is ultimately for Israel. So Zechariah gives us a good example of that. I'm reviewing this because of what we're going to see as we get into the text, but in Zechariah 13:7, Israel is told, "Awake, O sword, against my shepherd and against the man, my associate, declares the Lord of hosts. Strike the shepherd that the sheep may be scattered, and I will turn my hand against the little ones. It will come about in all the land, declares the Lord, that 2 parts in it will be cut off and perish, but the third will be left in it. And I will bring the third part through the fire, refine them as silver is refined, and test them as gold is tested. And they will call on my name, and I will answer them, and I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is my God." All right, so this testing of Israel, the third that's left in the land, produces in them ultimately a salvation that brings them to God at the end. All right, so what we're watching here take place in the remainder of tribulation is the Lord narrowing his focus on the unbelieving Jew who still exists on the earth in that time, such that he can complete the purpose he set forth in these things, which is to bring Israel back to himself. And he delivers the judgment in that way after having delayed it for a very long time. Isaiah says this in Isaiah 48:8, "You have not heard, you have not known, even from the long ago, your ear has not been open, because I knew that you would deal very treacherously, and you have been called a rebel from birth. For the sake of my name, I delay my wrath, and for my praise, I restrain it for you, in order not to cut you off. Behold," let me advance, there we go. He says, "Behold, I refine you not as silver, I have tested you in the furnace of affliction, for my own sake. For my own sake I will act. For how can my name be profaned, and my glory I will not give to another? Listen to me, O Jacob, even Israel, whom I've called. I am he, I am the first, I am also the last." So that's an indication from Old Testament, from Isaiah, of how the Lord has been saying to Israel from long ago, I have this purpose to refine you, to bring you back, to test you in a furnace of affliction. That's a reference to tribulation, and he's now fulfilling that. All right, so let's get back to chapter 15. But what you need to understand is 15 is starting to talk about the need for God to put these things into action to accomplish the plan he set forth. Back to 15, verse 2. And John says, "I saw something like a sea of glass mixed with fire, and those who have been victorious over the beast and his image and the number of his name, standing on the sea of the glass, holding harps of God. And they sang the song of Moses, the bondservant of God, and the song of the Lamb, saying, Great and marvelous are your works, O Lord God, the Almighty. Righteous and true are your ways, King of the nations. Who will not fear, O Lord, and glorify your name? For you alone are holy. For all the nations will come and worship before you, for your righteous acts have been revealed." All right, this is still part of the sign, and it has multiple parts, and it starts with the sea of glass mixed with fire. Now, sea, glass, and fire typically don't mix, not well. So you have to imagine John is seeing something here that he's having trouble describing, and he doesn't have a very good point of reference, so he's just drawing on things he knows, and he tries to describe it as best he can. Clearly, though, he's seeing something otherworldly. So standing on this sea, as he calls it, are those who have been victorious, he says, over the beast, which obviously is a reference to the Antichrist, but in this context, to have been in that location, that is in the heavenly throne room, and to be called victorious means they've been martyred. So death here is called a victory over the beast, over his image, over the number of his name. And how then is death a victory? Certainly not the way the world would think of it, right? They would think that if you've been killed, you've lost. It's a victory here, first because it removes the person from the influence of the beast and it brings them to a place of rest. That much is not hard to understand. But it also means that once a saint dies in this period of history, they pass from the dominion of the enemy. Remember, he's bound to earth now. He can't go back and forth anymore. So they have passed from the dominion of the enemy to the dominion of the Lord. And here's the key. Since they have left the world behind, they are no longer within the reach of the enemy. They have overcome him in that sense, and they've overcome the mark in the sense that they never gave in to the demands to worship him or to take the mark. And now that they're free from the earth, they'll never have to worry about doing that or about being made to do that. So they have the time, they've run out the clock so that now the game is over. They don't have to worry anymore. They've died without giving in to the enemy's demands, and in that sense, they've passed a test of sorts. And they've overcome the enemy. It says that they never loved their physical life more than they loved the Lord. And that is exactly the kind of eternal perspective that every believer is supposed to maintain, right? That, as Jesus said, the one who seeks to gain his life will lose it. The one who loses his life will gain it. Speaking about this trade-off. All right, next, in the sign, you see tribulation saints singing with harps the song of Moses and the song of the Lamb. Now, these are two different songs that are being sung in that place. The song of Moses first, then the song of the Lamb. Now, the song of the Lamb is given to us here because it doesn't exist anywhere else. We've never heard of it before. So here in verses 3 and 4, you see the song of the Lamb being given to us. But they don't give us the song of Moses here because it's given to us elsewhere in the Bible. Let's talk about the Lamb first because it's the one we have in front of us. We know this is a praise to Christ, and of course we know that because though his name is not mentioned, we know the Lamb is Jesus. And the singers here declare Jesus is the righteous King of the nations, that he will soon be the one worshipped by all nations. And the point is obvious, that we're at a time now where tribulation is coming rapidly to its end, and that means Jesus' second coming is soon to happen, and at that, the kingdom will soon appear. And so the singing of the Song of the Lamb is simply to emphasize we're just about ready for everything we've been waiting for all this time. And then secondly, the singers are singing a song of Moses. Now there are two possible songs that are being sung when we think of the Song of Moses. Let me take you to the first. The first is possibly from Deuteronomy 32. And let me just take a part of it. It's a long song. Let me just grab some pieces of it for you. So starting in 32 verse 5, they have acted corruptly toward him. They are not his children because of their defect, but are a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish and unwise people? Is not he your father who has bought you? He has made you and established you. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of all generations. Ask your father. He will inform you. Your elder. They will tell you. They sacrificed to demons who were not God, to gods whom they have not known, new gods who came lately, whom your fathers did not dread. You neglected the rock who begot you and forgot the God who gave you birth. Vengeance is mine, and retribution in due time their foot will slip. For the day of their calamity is near, and the impending things are hastening upon them. For the Lord will vindicate his people and will have compassion on his servants when he sees that their strength is gone and there is none remaining, bond or free. And he will say, where are their gods, the rock in which they sought refuge? If I sharpen my flashing sword and my hand takes hold on justice, I will render vengeance on my adversaries, and I will repay those who hate me. That's a pretty good sample of what's in that song from Deuteronomy 32. It's speaking here about the nation of Israel, obviously. It comes at a point when Moses is about to die, and the nation's about to enter the promised land without him. And as he's at that point, he warns the nation that the Lord will deal in vengeance with them for their sin, and that a future Israel will become faithless, and they'll worship other gods, and they'll overlook the rock who saved them. And so the Lord will bring calamities upon them. He will bring them to the point where they see their strength gone, where they're broken. And in bringing them to that low point, breaking their rebellious hearts, he ultimately puts them in a position where he can restore them. But that's the heart of this song in Deuteronomy 32 is that of God dealing with a rebellious people by putting them through the ringer. You know, there's some kids that you cannot get through to except through the strongest of discipline. They're just not going to take anything less than the hardest thing you can give them. And Israel was basically, millions of people of that type, stiff-necked. The phrase in Hebrew is a euphemism. It simply refers to not being willing to bow your head to God, stiff-necked. So that was the Israel of that time. And this song, if it's one of the ones being sung in heaven now, it's clearly prophetic because ultimately the fulfillment of it is found in the events of tribulation. There have been minor versions of this in times past, but the ultimate, final effort of God to break the yoke of Israel and to get them to obey is the tribulation events, because it brings Israel out in a glorified, sinless form. Now, if you remember, the relationship between Israel and the Lord is based on covenants. The first of those with Abraham was without condition. But the second of those, the Mosaic covenant, which came alongside the first, that one has conditions. And Israel's disobedience to that covenant required, according to its terms, that God pour out judgment against that nation for those sins, according to the terms of the agreement. And though there have been periods of history in the past when the Lord has brought versions of judgment, like when they were sent into Babylon and so on, we learned already from our study of Daniel that the age of the Gentiles, starting with Nebuchadnezzar and finishing here with these 7 years, this is the period of time that ultimately accomplishes all of that judgment for Israel. So the first song of Moses is one that reminds Israel of why they're going through what they're going through. And then the second song of Moses is in Exodus 15. It's at the point where Moses has just led the people of Israel through the Red Sea, and the sea has just closed down on the Pharaoh's army so that they're wiped out. And here's Israel now standing in Midian, free of their enemy, and having seen this take place. And then Moses and the people break out in this song. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My desires shall be gratified against them. I will draw out my sword, my hand will destroy them. You blew with your wind, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you among the gods, O Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in praises, working wonders? You stretched out your right hand. The earth swallowed them. In your loving kindness, you have led your people whom you have redeemed. In your strength, you have guided them to your holy habitation. Terror and dread fall upon them. By the greatness of your arm, they are motionless as stone until your people pass over, O Lord, until the people pass over whom you have purchased. You will bring them and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, the place, O Lord, which you have made for your dwelling, the sanctuary, O Lord, which your hands have established. All right, now you see another picture in that, don't you? That, in other words, that discussion of the Red Sea experience could just as easily be a discussion of what they're going to experience in tribulation. That the parallels are intentional. In Egypt, or in the Exodus story, you had an Israel escaping a slavery by fleeing into the desert from a determined enemy. And ultimately, through a series of miraculous judgments, the Lord brings them to himself, dwelling in safety in the promised land. Well, you have exactly the same set of circumstances here. In effect, Israel escaping a slavery to sin, fleeing into the desert, Petra being the example there, a determined enemy, Satan and the Antichrist, miraculous judgments ultimately bringing Israel back into the bond of the covenant and into the kingdom, which is the ultimate fulfillment of the promised land. One is just a giant picture of the other.
Okay, so we just finished up 49. I'm going to carry on to 50. If anybody needs prayer or anything they want to discuss, just let me know.
So you have a heavenly choir, and they're singing the Song of Moses, which I would argue would probably include elements of both of these songs, because both are relevant. On the one hand, the Lord is fulfilling his promise to bring vengeance and judgment. On the other hand, he will rescue his people in the end. And the next few chapters of Revelation explain how he does that. So let's make sense of this scene by understanding how these songs are a sign. You have a heavenly scene. It's communicating something about what's going to happen at the end of tribulation, communicating it through these songs. The first of those songs is sung about Jesus, which would indicate it's a song being sung as a sign to the believers who are still on earth during this time. And that song is communicating to the believer that Christ's return is imminent, that his time of rule is near, that he alone is righteous, he alone is holy, in contrast to the blasphemous claims of the enemy, and they just need to hold out a little longer. Their reward is almost there. And that sign from heaven, and the suggestion here would be that those on earth are going to see this or hear it. That's going to give the believer in tribulation something to cling to as they face the terrible persecution that will dominate in that second half of the 7 years. It's probably going to feel like, in that time, something like what it did when the Christians of Rome were being fed to lions, when the enemy will be tearing families apart, executing children in front of their parents, wives in front of their husbands, and probably carrying out even greater atrocities than we can imagine. And in that situation, a believer's confidence lies in the knowledge that they overcome through death and that the return of Christ is momentarily about to happen, and they don't have to hold out much longer. But the Song of Moses, in the second case, both the first kind of the first half and the second half of the Song of Moses, that's communicating to a completely different group of people. Moses' song, I believe, is being sung to the Jews of tribulation, particularly to the Orthodox, unbelieving Jews of that day. The first part of that song from Deuteronomy, reminding them that you're in the middle of all these circumstances because of your old covenant. And that's a very interesting sign when you think about it, that, in other words, they can take confidence and some kind of relief or comfort in the fact that their God is still on the throne working according to the terms of a covenant that they signed with him thousands and thousands of years ago. So they can get the point that our nation is atoning for something. Our nation is going through something he promised. And so ironically, the way the world has gone to hell in a handbasket is proof to them that God is still in control, because it's in a keeping with the covenant. And as such, his promises have not been broken. So it's another way of saying if he's going to keep all the bad promises, he's also going to keep all the good promises too. And for the same reason, I think the second Song of Moses is also speaking to these people as a sign. Even when things looked darkest for Israel, they had their backs up to the Red Sea, God found a way to save them. And in the middle of tribulation, when the Jews are at the end of their rope, they're going to remember God has said that Moses' song is relevant to this set of circumstances. And later in our study, you're going to see how the Lord does a miraculous rescue with their backs against the wall. All right, so the sign of chapter 15 is to two different persecuted groups in the second half of tribulation. That's what makes 15 a transition chapter. Believers are told to look forward to the Lord's coming and reigning. The Orthodox Jew is told to look forward to the Lord's rescue for his people, and they're meant to be encouragements to hold on. We're almost near the end. And then we get to verse 5. He says, after these things I looked, and the temple of the tabernacle of testimony in heaven was opened. All right, now the next part of this sign transitions to the temple in heaven and to the opening of a tabernacle in heaven. Now, in the heavenly realm right now stands a tabernacle. It is, we assume, similar to the one that Moses was instructed to build for Israel in the law, because the writer of Hebrews tells us that the earthly tabernacle was patterned on the one that's in heaven. In Hebrews 9:23, it says, it was necessary for the copies of the things in heaven to be cleansed with these, with blood of animals, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. For Christ did not enter a holy place made with hands, a mere copy of the true one, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. You see how the writer keeps calling the one on earth a copy? It's a copy of something in heaven. And elsewhere in the law itself, it's called a pattern. It's based on a pattern. The one on earth is based on a pattern. So, in the tabernacle we know that he gave Moses on earth, you had a multi-chambered building, and in the smallest room, the back, the holy place, the Holy of Holies, we call it, there was a ark. And the ark had a lid on it, which we call the mercy seat. And on the mercy seat is where the glory of God would appear. So we assume that there is a tabernacle in heaven with a mercy seat in heaven. And Ezekiel 28 tells us that Satan's original job was to guard the mercy seat in the heavenly tabernacle. He was one of the cherubs whose wings were over the mercy seat in heaven. And the Shekinah glory of God dwells on the one on earth, and we must assume it's also dwelling at the one in heaven. But at a point in Israel's history, specifically in 605 BC, right before Nebuchadnezzar came and destroyed the temple, the glory of the Lord left the temple. You can see that in Ezekiel as well. And it left because God was about to let Nebuchadnezzar destroy the building. And he wasn't going to be there, of course, when that happened. So the Shekinah glory of God exits the building, and where Ezekiel sees this and describes it to us. Shortly thereafter, Nebuchadnezzar wiped it out, and with that starts the age of the Gentiles. And for the entire period of the age of the Gentiles, God's glory has never returned to the temple because we are in the age of Gentiles. The next time that the glory of God will appear in a temple on earth is at the outset of the 1,000-year reign of Christ on earth. Why? Because that will be a new age, not the age of Gentiles, but the age of a Jewish king. It'll be the age of Israel again. So with the return of Jesus and the establishment of the kingdom, God's glory will re-inhabit a building on earth once again. And for those who've been in the Ezekiel study with me, you'll remember that that's where Jesus lives for the entire 1,000 years, in the Holy of Holies, never to leave that place. And we'll study that a little more when we look at chapter 20. So as the Lord now prepares to throw the final bits of wrath on the earth, the bold judgments, and bring the 7 years to an end, right before that happens, he opens the tabernacle in heaven as a sign, whether it's visible from earth or not, I'm not sure, but John sees it. And the glory of the Lord on the mercy seat in the heavenly tabernacle becomes visible for a time. What do you think that says? What's the message to particularly Israel, who hasn't seen the glory of the Lord since 605 BC? It's a way of saying, my return to my household is about to happen. I'm coming back. Here's what Ezekiel says of the day yet to come for us even, when the glory of the Lord enters his house again. In Ezekiel 43, describing this scene, Ezekiel says, "And the Spirit lifted me up and brought me into the inner court, and behold, the glory of the Lord filled the house. Then I heard one speaking to me from the house, while a man was standing beside me. And he said to me, Son of man, this is the place of my throne, and the place of the soles of my feet, where I will dwell among the sons of Israel forever. And the house of Israel will not again defile my holy name, neither they nor their kings, by their harlotry and by the corpses of their kings when they die, by setting their threshold by my threshold and their doorpost by my doorpost, with only the wall between me and them. And they have defiled my holy name by their abominations which they have committed. So I've consumed them in my anger. Now let them put away their harlotry and the corpses of their kings far from me, and I will dwell among them forever." All right, so that's what we're leading toward. This scene in chapter 15 is a bit of a preview. And the next part of the sign communicates that the time for the Lord to finish with wrath and to return to dwelling with Israel has come. And so with that, now angels emerge with bowls of final judgment. It says, "And 7 angels who had the 7 plagues came out of the temple, clothed in linen, clean and bright, and girded around their chests with golden sashes. Then one of the 4 living creatures gave to the 7 angels 7 golden bowls full of the wrath of God, who lives forever and ever." All right, so now we're getting into the last judgment. You can see 15 is just teeing us up for where we're going. And the 7th trumpet judgment, which, as you remember, is now these 7 bowls, is about to be fulfilled. We heard the trumpet blown earlier in an earlier passage, but now we're waiting to see it all play out. Here it begins. And the bowls have been handed to the angels. Now, wrath, God's wrath, is commonly depicted in the Bible as something that can be poured out, obviously figuratively speaking, but you can find examples of this everywhere. Examples of a cup of pouring out being a description of wrath, or someone drinking a cup of wrath, so, being drowned in it, so to speak. And that likewise, God's wrath can be stored up. You can fill up a cup with God's wrath, so to speak. And now you see wrath measured here, not in cups, but for the first time in Scripture, bowls. All right? Indicating you have a greater form of judgment here. Israel has stored up for herself not cups of wrath, but bowls of wrath. And it's going to be poured out in full measure. Paul says in Romans chapter 2, verse 5, "Because of your stubbornness and unrepentant heart, you are storing up wrath for yourself in the day of wrath and revelation of the righteous judgment of God, who will render to each person according to his deeds." Now, believer, this is what we've been saved from. All that wrath that you had stored up has been poured out on Christ, right? That's the gospel. But it is interesting to see that there is a quantum, a measuring of wrath. I don't believe this is entirely euphemistic. It's figuratively written, but I don't believe it's entirely euphemistic in its meaning. I believe there is more wrath for some than for others, which is the indication here. And then, back to 15, there's an interesting moment in chapter 15. It says,